Chapter 1. The Missing Human. The blue-tipped archangel flew through the open sky above Eden, passing through wisps of white clouds, searching the ground below very carefully. She must be here, he thought to himself as he descended towards the thatched hut that had been her home. He circled to make sure that her mate was not nearby. He wanted to be able to search without interruption. Leave his brother Archangel Michael and the Almighty to deal with the human Adam. Adam's mate had left him and was missing. The Almighty asked him, the Archangel Jarahmael, if he would go find her and bring her back to the Garden of Eden. Did the Almighty know about his feelings towards the human woman? Did he approve of those feelings? Jarahmael had first seen her when he was off exploring and had ventured on his own into the Garden of Eden. Fascinating new creature she was, beautiful in a way he had not seen before in the creation. She was a further development from the simians, the first wingless angel-like creatures the Almighty had created from the clay of the planet Earth. She was more angel-like than the simians, even Adam. She was the first earthen being to have nearly white blonde hair and shining blue eyes. The Almighty had named her Lillith. The sound of her name alone flooded Jarahmael with warmth and excitement. Good. Adam was not around as he landed by the hut near the center of the Garden of Eden. The Archangel had been flying over the landscape of Eden for most of the day and still had not seen any sign of the human female. There were caves in the neighboring mountains where she could have hidden, but he had not had time to look there yet. He thought the best places to search would be the ones familiar to her. Besides, he thought he saw his brother archangels Beelzebul and Samuel fly off in that direction earlier. It was strange that they were here, as he was the only one assigned from the seven heavens to search for the human, but maybe they decided to assist him on their own. Walking quietly, he ducked down to enter the hut where Lillith and Adam had been staying, to see if there were any clues as to where she had gone. Jarahmael knew they had been sleeping on straw and he could see the impressions left where the two human bodies had slept. One was deeper and fresher than the other, slightly larger too. Around the bed were scattered some leaves and a few branches. He knew he had seen them somewhere before. Didn't they come from the Tree of Life? This would be the third night that she was missing. She had run away 2 nights ago, but it was only after she had been missing an entire night that Adam called out to the Almighty. Today had been the first chance Jarahmael had to search for her. He had been delayed, waiting for the Almighty's approval, before he could search for her, even though all of his thoughts had been focused on her since he first heard of her disappearance. He leaned down to the straw and could smell her scent. He remembered the first time he had seen Lillith, while she was still one of the deeper secrets kept by the Almighty and Michael. Luciferiel himself, the firstborn of the archangels, did not even know of her and Adam's existence at the time. In fact, the rest of the heavenly host did not know of the Almighty's experiment in the Garden of Eden. He had kept it secret for some time. The first time Jarahmael had seen her, she had been so stunning, bathing in the waters of the Garden of Eden. He could not take his eyes off her, and watched her every move. Her beauty made him feel as if he had entered a trance and was so taken with her that he had forgotten to make himself invisible as he approached, and blundered right upon her, in full view. He was drawn to her as if they always had known one another. It was a familiarity and comfort that made him feel they were part of the same energy. From the time of his creation his mind had always felt strongly connected to the Almighty and his brother archangels, but this was different. Watching her, his body made of light wanted to change into a solid form, satisfy this growing urge to get closer, much closer to her. Perhaps that was how earthen creatures feel. He backed out of the hut, still looking at her impression on the straw as though he expected her to emerge. He turned around slowly, looking at the surrounding trees and lush plants in the garden for any other signs of her. He spent quite a bit of time searching around the garden as the day passed by. As the day was beginning to wane, he knew that he would have to come back tomorrow and continue the search. He could not stay much longer and still return to his palace in the 7th heaven before nightfall because he still had to pass through all the 6 lower heavens to get back to his home. He flapped his wings and began to slowly fly towards the sky, and as soon as he rose above treetop level, he saw Beelzebul and Samuel emerge out of one of the caves and launch themselves upwards, flying rapidly into the heavens. That's odd, he thought. Jarahmael then wondered if they had spent this entire time off in that cave while he was searching. What could the two of them have found there, that would have taken all that time? He knew it was late and he should have been returning to his palace, but now he had to find out what they had been doing in that cave. Beelzebul and Samuel were 2 of Luciferiel's closest allies. Perhaps they weren't there to help find Lillith for the Almighty, maybe they were there to find Lillith for Luciferiel. Or, he thought, it could be even worse. Maybe Luciferiel wants them to destroy her. Jarahmael made strong powerful thrusts with his wings as he altered course and pointed directly to the entrance of the cave. He felt it was better to be cautious, and landed outside the cave, the shadows of the trees nearby having lengthened, darkening the ground and the entrance. He quickly dimmed his brightness so he could slip in through the shadows. Peering in the cave he did not see much within, but did notice that the cave went back quite a distance. Both Beelzebul and Samuel had left empty-handed. Whatever it was that kept Lucifereal's archangels busy in here must be in the back, he reasoned as he moved along the wall listening for any movement. As he approached the back of the cave he started to hear some soft breathing, and then beyond a slight turn in the cave he saw two glowing eyes swaying back and forth slightly, standing about 6 feet off the ground. Jarahmael moved around this creature to make sure Lillith was not in its clutches, nor was there any danger lurking close by in the darkness before increasing his own illumination. Jarahmael's brightness lit up the entire back section of the cave and he saw standing before him, one of Lucifereal's creations, a serpent that he had seen before sneaking about in Eden. The serpent still stared straight ahead, swaying its head, its eyes remaining unfocused, not even looking at Jarahmael. "Greetings," Jarahmael said to the creature, but it did not respond. Jarahmael walked around the creature looking for any signs of injury, but found none. The constant swaying seemed to be part of the creature's nature. Lucifereal had created a number of beings under the Almighty's authority, but these serpents, although beautiful in the coloration of their scales, were very strange. Trying to communicate with this creature seemed like a waste of time, but there must have been a reason why Beelzebul and Samuel would spend so much time with the serpent. There must be something more to it. Perhaps if he tried to bind his mind with that of the creature, he could discover the reason for their visit. Jarahmael reached out his hand and touched the serpent on the back of its head while he looked into its eyes. A couple of visions flashed through Jarahmael's mind, the strongest of which was Samuel telling the creature that he would forget all the details of what they had discussed. There was another flash recalling Beelzebul and Samuel approaching the creature and then a few images of Lillith, fragments of earlier memories. Unfortunately, Jarahmael could not identify all of the surroundings in the background of the serpent's memories of Lillith. There was no memory showing her in this cave, which was confirmed by the fact that Jarahmael had not seen any trace of her in here. Most of the fragments of the serpent's memories of Lillith had the lushness of Eden in the background, but Jarahmael had already searched most of Eden without result. A sinking feeling came back to Jarahmael. Beelzebul and Samuel had no qualms about destroying earlier life forms on the earth. Was that the reason Lucifereal would have sent the two of them to search for Lillith? Jarahmael was sure he had seen whatever was left in this serpent's mind and there was little point in remaining here. Lillith would have no reason to come to this cave on her own, so she must be hiding elsewhere. Fortunately, Beelzebul and Samuel had flown upwards into the heavens, without Lillith. There was still hope. Jarahmael just needed more time to find her first. If he was having trouble locating her, she must be well hidden. Hopefully Samuel and Beelzebul would have the same difficulties in finding her. Unlike Beelzebul and Samuel, he decided he would not return to his home in the heavens, but remain here in Eden and continue to search the caves overnight. There was a reason Samuel erased the serpent's memory, and that meant Samuel and Beelzebul now knew something more about Lilith's location than he did. He didn't know what they intended to do to her, but he knew he needed to find her first and bring her to safety. Leaving the serpent in the cave just as he had found him, Jarahmael dimmed himself again so as not to emerge from the cave brightly lit and stand out in the darkness of the night. He needed to keep searching without drawing attention. As he emerged from the cave into the now darkened world of the Garden of Eden, he thought to himself, life was so much easier in the beginning when it was only the Almighty and the beings of light in the universe. Chapter 2. The Archangels. Before there was a universe, a spirit existed, without form or limit, unrestricted by beginning or end. Nameless, the being was composed of all the energy, matter and substance that would become the universes, known and unknown, and all lesser life and spirit forms. A consciousness that existed with its own thoughts and emotions, it was content with its own existence in a dimension where there was no such thing as time. Eventually it grew lonely and bored with its solitary existence. There was nothing to counter this being's thoughts and feelings as they were all contained within. There was nothing in existence outside of this being, no ideas, feelings, or substance. A sense of self or identity could not exist without other creatures. Without other creatures, the being's growth remained limited. The only way to grow and develop would be to do the ultimate act that a god could do, create. This need to create was driven by the main energy that powered this being, and that force became known as love. Love, too, required focus and could not be fulfilled unless there was something or someone else to love, and to reflect that love back. Thoughts, feelings, and substance began to boil as energy within this being grew and expanded, like steam within a kettle. Then the idea came to this being that it could separate itself and duplicate itself in ways as unlimited in design as was its own spirit. In anticipation of the state of events that would follow, the being created a name for itself, and it called itself the Almighty. The Almighty allowed a portion of himself to explode, which finally relieved some of the tension built up within him. Taking some of his energy, he created universes, places where he could develop dimensions such as time and space in addition to other creatures and thinking beings with whom he could interact, and whom he could love and be loved by in return. And this would become the first day. In the beginning the Almighty created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form, and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of the Almighty moved upon the face of the waters. And the Almighty said, Let there be light, and there was light. And the Almighty saw the light, and that it was good, and the Almighty divided the light from the darkness. And the Almighty called the light day, and the darkness he called night. Looking out upon the light, the Almighty saw it was good and was well pleased. Heaven was the first place he created, and it was composed of the energy wavelengths known as light. A glorious place, it consisted of 7 levels. The highest heaven would be known as the 7th heaven and would sit above all of the lower heavens. The 7th heaven would be the closest to the existence of the Almighty, for the Almighty would never be confined within any one place or thing. He was always above all of his creation. The first being he created was split apart out of his own substance. He fashioned the form of the angel and then breathed his own life force directly into it. The new creature had long blonde hair and golden skin that shimmered like the light of which it was composed. It was tall, around 9 feet tall in human terms, with violet luminescent eyes, and full, brilliantly white wings tipped in gold. Now alive, the creature began to move. The 2 violet eyes blinked and focused on the Almighty. As the creature looked back up at him, the Almighty decreed, You shall be known as Luciferiel, the first of my order of the archangels and the bringer of light to the universe. The morning star and the prince of the heavens. Luciferiel looked back at the Almighty and could feel the full stream of love that emanated from the Almighty and was able to reflect it back to him with equal strength. They stayed like that for a while, Luciferiel becoming aware that he was independent of the Almighty in the ability to move and to think as a separate consciousness. While the Almighty for his part, was aware and pleased that this new creature could reflect his love back to him. Yet the Almighty's consciousness was directly connected to Luciferiel and he wanted an even greater level of separation. To separate his consciousness further from those beings of light that would follow, he decided that Luciferiel would become a co-creator. Rather than splitting energy directly off himself and requiring him to be present at all acts of creation in the future, he created words. These sounds would enable Luciferiel and the new beings to follow to create other life and things throughout the universe as time progressed. To teach Luciferiel, the Almighty had him observe the creation of 2 types of beings of light in this fashion. The Almighty called out, Angelus partum, and winged creatures appeared. Then taking each one of them, the Almighty breathed into them and they became alive. They would be known as the Order of the Thrones and the Order of the Seraphim Angels. These 2 orders of angels would never be independent of the Almighty in thought or location. There were 4 seraphim and 4 throne angels, the thrones so close to the Almighty that they did not have their own names. However, the 4 seraphim were named for the 4 directions they would face while they would be with the Almighty, north, south, east, and west. Having shown Luciferiel how other angels could be created, the Almighty had Luciferiel assist him in creating other angels like himself. They would be brethren to Luciferiel, and known as the Order of the Archangels. Unlike Luciferiel, however, these remaining archangels would be created by the use of words, and so would be a step removed from the Almighty and lack Luciferiel's direct connection. One by one, another 13 of these archangels were formed by the Almighty, and one by one they were passed along to Luciferiel. The Almighty then said, Luciferiel, breathe into your brothers and give them life as I have given life to you. Yes, my lord, Luciferiel answered, and proceeded to breathe into the mouths of each one and then named them. The first was a dark brown-haired angel, tall as Luciferiel, with brilliant light blue eyes, white wings tipped in silver above the shoulders, and with white shimmering skin. Luciferiel bent over the head of the angel and breathed into his nostrils. Rising back up, the creature stirred and focused his eyes, seeing Luciferiel and the Almighty himself, watching over him. Luciferiel then stated, You shall be known as Michael, second among the archangels of the Almighty, and whose name shall mean he who is as the Almighty. Luciferiel then took a blonde archangel, with dark blue eyes and wings tipped in black feathers, and breathed into his nostrils. Luciferiel stood back and proclaimed that this archangel should be known as Samuel, whose name shall mean the elixir of the Almighty. Grabbing the third of the archangels created after him, Luciferiel looked into another set of dark blue eyes, this one with dark brown hair. Deep blue feathers covered his wingtips over his shoulders. Luciferiel watched life come into those eyes as he breathed into his nostrils. Luciferiel smiled and realized that he was enjoying this power to create life. This new angel had an independent look in his eyes as the life flooded into him. Different from the others, Luciferiel noted a greater depth of awareness in this one. He paused before naming him as he had a peculiar feeling that this one could see into his mind. Luciferiel then announced, You shall be known as Jarahmael, the secrets of the Almighty. The fourth angel had blonde hair, with light blue eyes, and wingtips colored in maroon. Luciferiel felt a special bond with this one. You shall be known as Beelzebul, the light of the Almighty. Luciferiel took a bit of extra time to admire Beelzebul arise and join the others. The fifth angel had blonde hair, light blue eyes, and wings tipped in green feathers. Luciferiel named this one Gabriel, which stood for the strength of the Almighty. The sixth angel was black-haired with bright yellow eyes that reminded Luciferiel of his own golden skin. You shall be known as Mephistopheles, he who loves the light. Luciferiel also felt a special bond with him, similar to the bond Luciferiel felt for the Almighty. The seventh angel that Luciferiel gave life to had brown hair and light blue eyes, with upper wings colored in a glowing yellow. You shall be known as Uriel, proclaimed Luciferiel, the fire of the Almighty. Moving on to the eighth angel, Luciferiel picked up a dark green feather-tipped angel with black hair and bright green eyes. He breathed into this one's nostrils and watched as he became alive like the others. You shall be known as Mamanael, the abundance of the Almighty. With 4 archangels remaining, Luciferiel motioned to the others to come and assist him. Michael and Jarahmael lifted up the ninth archangel, a brown-haired, brown-eyed angel with red-tipped upper wings. Luciferiel breathed into this archangel, after nodding his approval to Michael and Jarahmael for their assistance in bringing him over. As soon as life sprouted within the new archangel, he said, You shall be known as Raphael, which means the Almighty heals. As Raphael stood up from the 2 angels, Jarahmael and Michael looked over in the direction of the Almighty, and he too noted his approval of them working together. Luciferiel then approached the formed body of a long-haired angel who would become the 10th of the archangels, this one with purple-tipped wings. After Luciferiel had breathed into him, the new archangel opened his green eyes, stunning against the backdrop of his black hair. You shall be known as Raziel, Luciferiel proclaimed, the angel of the mysteries of the Almighty. Luciferiel named the 11th archangel Damiel, a brown-haired angel with light blue-tipped wings and violet eyes, whose name meant the sword of the Almighty. The 12th archangel was named Suriel, a brown-haired angel with light brown wing tips and deep brown eyes, whose name meant the command of the Almighty. And the 13th of the archangels was named Ariel by Luciferiel, a red-haired angel with dark blue eyes, who had orange-tipped wings, and whose name meant the boldness of the Almighty. After life had been given to all the archangels, the Almighty caused a building to appear in the middle of the 7th heaven, a large round amphitheater with an attached rectangular cathedral-type entrance hall. The combined structure was covered in a solid cloud material, except for the center area of the amphitheater section's circular dome, which was open to the ever-present blue skies above and acted as a skylight. The Almighty then pointed out this structure to his newly created archangels and called it the throne room. This shall be a place where you and all the other angels will assemble each morning so we can commune with one another and plan the day's events. He then pointed to the surrounding space that reached off into great distances from the throne room in the center of the 7th heaven and said, Here is your home, archangels. See all this space in the clouds around the throne room. There each of you will create your own mansions here in the 7th heaven, said the Almighty. It can be as simple or elaborate as you like. He then turned and looked at the assembled archangels and continued, Luciferiel, you will assist me rule. But now, we need to create the rest of the heavens and other angels. Come with me, said the Almighty as he opened up the expanses that would become the lower heavens. For the rest of the first day, the archangels and the Almighty worked creating and assembling the beginnings of the various orders of other angels. These consisted of the guardian angels, the potentates, the principles, the dominions, the virtues, and the cherubim. Each of these orders of angels were given a heaven to call their own, from the lowest level known as the first heaven, which was given to the guardian angels, all the way up to the 6th heaven, which would house the cherubim angels. Only 2 of the orders of angels were not given their own separate heavens, the thrones and the seraphim. They always resided with the Almighty, no matter where in the universe he stayed, although he seemed to have a preference for a place unknown to the rest of the angels, somewhere above the 7th heaven. Once the remaining heavens and orders of angels were created, the Almighty brought Luciferiel and the other archangels into the throne room. There the Almighty proceeded to fashion the book of creation out of the light substance that permeated all the heavens. As the archangels watched, the Almighty commanded, Let there be a book of creation, and with that the book appeared. The Almighty continued with his instructions. In the future, Luciferiel, I shall give you this book and the knowledge to use it. It contains words of creation that you shall speak. You and the archangels shall be able to create within the worlds and universes I shall summon forth. And because of the book's inherent powers, you and the archangels shall be the keepers of the book. The Almighty pointed his hand in the direction of the center of the throne room. Not far from where they were standing, a throne appeared, white in color and glistening like its surroundings. They all flew over and assembled where the throne had been placed. The archangels noticed that the throne had a golden top for a seat. Moving the seat revealed a hidden compartment, with more than enough space within to store the book for safekeeping. The Almighty turned to look at all of the assembled archangels. You shall keep the book of creation there and only use it when I tell you to, otherwise it is to remain here. Then as the sun was setting, the Almighty summoned all the orders of angels to assemble in the throne room. It is now time to rest, he said as the skies and the heavens grew darker. The Almighty looked around and could feel his love grow for the angels that had been created that day. Rest for now. Luciferiel, take the book of creation with you tomorrow and assist the angels to create their mansions and palaces in their own heavens and the various halls and places needed for all of you. We shall meet again in a couple of days, as I have other universes and worlds that must be created. The Almighty looked over at Luciferiel and continued speaking to the assembled angels. In my absence, explore the heavens, as they have been created for you. I will have Luciferiel summon you when we are to meet again. As he was preparing to leave, the Almighty looked around one more time at the grandeur of what he had made, and the beauty of the angels he had created. And the Almighty saw what he had made and proclaimed it to be good. Luciferiel looked back at the Almighty and nodded, and then bowed down before him. As he did so, the rest of the angels followed his example. The Almighty was pleased with his creations because the heavens were now full of his love and the love that they reflected back. After the Almighty had left, Luciferiel looked behind him at the assembly of angels, and he too looked lovingly upon them, as a father would look upon his children. He reflected for a moment and was honored that he had been birthed from the Almighty's own essence. He was the firstborn above all the other angels. It was he, Luciferiel, who was entrusted with the greatest measure of the Almighty's love that swelled him for the Almighty, for his brethren angels, and for himself. Chapter 3. The Morning Ceremony and the Archangel's Creatures. Jarahmael flew slowly through the warm light of heaven. Its energy filled him with bliss and contentment. White puffy clouds floated past his wings as he stretched them leisurely, out and back. Jarahmael found this semi-solid form of his body allowed him to use his wings to fly, and it became his favorite bodily form. Other forms of travel could be more expedient, but none made him feel as powerful and full of divine life. His brethren archangels preferred this bodily form too, as they used their wings as much as he did. He was on his way to the throne room once again. Here all the angels would collect just before the dawn, to begin the daily ritual of an angel in the heavens. This ceremony allowed all of them to collect and commune with the Almighty as the day began. This was perhaps unnecessary, as the Almighty could communicate directly with any one of them or all of them at once. But the ritual of the morning ceremony had begun when they were first separating their minds from that of the Almighty, and was a time and place that they could join together and have their minds commune with one another again. During the rest of the day they could each develop their own thoughts, delighting the Almighty because it expanded the universe in the realm of thoughts and ideas, just as the stars and planets continued to develop and grow separate throughout the universe. As he soared, Jarahmael looked down on the expanded palaces all around him. Homes to the archangels, these structures were as large as they needed to be at any given moment. Never restricted by time, size, or place, they could change appearance in the blink of an eye to please both the observer and the occupant. Heaven, after all, had no restrictions. It was the ultimate place and the ultimate imagination of the ultimate mind. His dark blue eyes reflected the magnificence of the throne room. The immense cathedrals on earth would be modeled on the throne room. Human visionaries and architects would try to copy the throne room with the cathedrals they built, even though the cathedrals would only be pale copies at best. The 14 archangels were the highest form of sentient being that the Almighty had created. As such, they would be the ones who occupied the highest heaven and had their mansions floating around the throne room where the Almighty would hold audience. They were the most beautiful beings created in light energy. They could change colors, beyond what could ever be seen by human eyes, making them invisible to humans. In their more solid form, they could make themselves appear like any other creature in the universe, with or without wings as the situation required. Jarahmael slowly flew through the wide-open massive doors of shining white to gain entrance into the throne room, moving his wings ever so slightly as he adjusted his descent. Seating, for lack of a better term, was arranged in concentric circles around the huge circular throne in the very middle. Angels did not sit in heaven, but rather would arrange themselves suspended in the brightly lit space. Angels can be very orderly, especially when they are in the presence of the Almighty in heaven. As Jarahmael flew by, he could see the upper rows containing the guardian angels, the lowest order in the hierarchy. Their ranks were headed by Jarahmael, who like the other guardians were smaller than the archangels, measuring approximately 5 foot in height. They could shrink themselves down and be very small without any weight, and even invisible if they so choose. Facially different from one another they were, however, in mass, very difficult to discern one from the other. As Jarahmael passed over, Jarahmael was deep in conversation, trying to get the ranks straight and orderly as they would often move independently of one another and not always in concert. It took a few minutes for Jarahmael to fly over all the ranks of the guardians. He then came upon the rows of angels known as the potentates. Angels shaped as simple glowing spheres, they were created to provide additional stores of energy whenever and wherever needed in the creation. This included not just energy required to move things or absorb impacts but also to contain large portions of intelligence that could assist in the ever-expanding creation. When they appeared, they were often mistaken as balls of fire or immense flashes of light. Despite their size, they could also hide themselves by shrinking themselves or hiding within another light source. But they could quickly provide blasts of energy for any angelic or divine purpose, even in a smaller state. Their leader was Abraxas, who now glowed in a violet tone amongst them. Next in line were the rows of the principals. Jarahmael knew that they were some of the busiest angels, as they were responsible for the day-to-day operations of both the potentates and the guardians. They were the heavens' engineers. Creation involved a great deal of coordination, and they were the ones that would coordinate the smaller tasks, such as creating and moving lakes and riverbeds, and arranging for atmospheres and moons around the planets. Jarahmael often referred to them as the principalities, a more formal name he came up with one day when he was joking with their leader Annabelle. She always wore a very serious face and seldom smiled or laughed. By exaggerating the name of her order, Jarahmael stumbled upon a way to not take herself so seriously. Jarahmael wondered whether she smiled for the Almighty, as he flew by her, and he made a note of it to look back onto her ranks if he got the chance when the audience with the Almighty commenced. Further along and closer to the throne, Jarahmael came upon the Dominion angels. Leaders of sorts, these angels were clothed in red tunics and were larger than the lower orders of angels they supervised. They would pull together resources from the angelic realm to assist in the creation. They were always more concerned with broader issues and how things in the creation would work together. Jarahmael thought that it was good that all of the angels loved one another, because if they didn't, these dominions had an awful lot of power over the creation, and could wreak a lot of discord among the ranks. Their leader Rathaniel was difficult to read, that smile of his often appeared as more of a mask rather than warm and genuine. As he passed over, Jarahmael held up one of his wings a bit longer to acknowledge Rathaniel's smile, descending slightly in his flight, but with a strong flap of his wing, Jarahmael was right back on course. Rathaniel, in kind, provided a slight wave of his hand and nodded back to the archangel. Next came the rows of the virtues, the angels whose function was to spread goodness throughout the universe. Tall with long white flowing gowns, these angels could be detected by a wind that accompanied them. They were led by the angel Valatorius, who was clad with a set of gold stripes on his sleeve as a means of identifying his role as leader. These angels controlled the fifth heaven, the beginning of the inner sanctum of the upper heavens. The rows of virtues all turned towards Jarahmael as he flew by. They always showed their respect for any of the archangels. They usually acted in unison, and were connected very closely to one another. These angels were in a special class and had direct ties to both the archangels Michael and Samuel. Goodness incarnate, Michael and Samuel relied heavily upon them as the angelic realm expanded, and they spent a great deal of time with them discussing what should or should not happen in the creation. Jarahmael often grew tired of the finer points of their arguments and avoided spending any great deal of time among them. As soon as he passed the ranks of the virtues, a broad smile flashed across Jarahmael's face as he approached his dear friends the cherubim, the elegant angels who were closely associated in purpose with the archangels. Rows of long sleek animal-like bodies with an angel's head, there were also some that had their bodies reversed, animal-like heads on angels' bodies. Not only could they fly like the archangels, but they could also run on all fours at an exhilarating speed. Jarahmael was the leader of the cherubim, and quite friendly with Jarahmael. Jarahmael was in his place at the head of his ranks. They were a sight to see, their muscular bodies glimmering in the white light, proudly looking forward to the throne, their attention solidly focused. Jarahmael then came to a stop, suspended not far from the center of the room, the place where the Almighty would arrive. One by one the other archangels arrived to take their place in the front of all the other angels. The archangels surrounded the inner circle. Jarahmael thought of the last two sets of angels yet to arrive, the seraphim and the thrones. It was difficult to discern whether these classes of angels were separate and apart from the Almighty, as they only appeared when the Almighty was present. Jarahmael could not think of a single instance where the seraphim had appeared on their own. The seraphim were larger in size than all the other angels, and there were but 4 of them, one for each of the directions in the universe, east, west, north and south. Sutaphim was named for the south, Ostaphim for the east, Westaphim for the west, and Noraphim for the north. Jarahmael had never looked into their faces as they always radiated immeasurable light and energy. The angels known as the thrones had a unique form and appeared as wheels upon which the Almighty's powerful presence rested, as an intense form changing in glowing light. Although the Almighty could take any form he wanted, he remained in his original pure energy presence rather than a limited body. Jarahmael noted to himself that Lillith had not yet arrived, for it was upon his arrival that one knew the Almighty would be there momentarily. Jarahmael's brother archangels were now in position and formed a circle around the throne. Next to Jarahmael were Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, Raphael, Raziel, and Ariel, and on the other side of the circle were Beelzebul, Damiel, Mammoniel, Mephistophel, Suriel, and Samuel. The center seat on the other side was for Luciferiel, the seat where now all the attention of the grand throne room was focused. At precisely dawn, voices of the angels tucked away along the walls who formed the heavenly choir rang out from the periphery of the throne room. Their voices were joined by all the other angels and all arose in unison, voices accompanied by musical harps held by various angels in the choir. And out of the east, Luciferiel was flying slowly, gracefully flapping his long angel wings, the most beautiful of any creature yet created. Light violet shining eyes looked down upon the throne room, long flowing blonde hair billowing behind his wings as he slowly and majestically descended through the skylight towards the throne area. A brilliant white tunic covered the front of his body, and his face was chiseled and strong, with thin white lips and a strong noble nose. He was at the limits of beauty, and if he were any more beautiful his appearance would become hard and perhaps even cruel. Luciferiel had all of the attention of the room locked onto him, and he basked in the attention of the amassed angels, absorbing and feeling their energy. With a flap of his wings and a quick turn around to acknowledge all of the angels sitting in the throne room, Luciferiel seated himself and then looked upwards towards the arrival of the Almighty, worship in his eyes. Soon the sky above the throne room reflected light back at the center, as the thrones and seraphim were descending. And the Almighty was not far behind. The Almighty's presence in the throne room was always magnificent. Bliss would flow from the center of his being into each and every one of the assembled angels, equal in warmth and love whether the angel was a guardian angel, archangel, or seraphim. Distance from the throne meant nothing, and each and every angel felt directly connected with the Almighty. As the angels opened their thoughts to the Almighty, he once again filled them with love. Jarahmael was content. There was never anything lacking in heaven, as everything required for existence came directly through the Almighty's love. Angels had no need for food or drink. They were creatures of pure energy. The energy that was the love of the Almighty always overflowed within them when they were in His presence. And that sensation always made the morning ceremonies more glorious. The walls of the throne room vibrated in varying colors when the Almighty was in attendance, pulsating while the angels absorbed and reflected His love for them. All the angels would join the choir and sing out praises as they felt the increased energy. Jarahmael could feel himself fill with more love than he thought he could contain. He often wondered if he would someday burst from this loving energy. For this was the reason for the angels' existence, to be filled by the Almighty and to worship Him in return. And with all this love there no discord among the angels. The Almighty had the archangels remain with Him in the throne room after the conclusion of the morning ceremony, and the other ranks of angels flew out of the seventh heaven to attend to their daily tasks. Jarahmael could feel excitement among the archangels as they waited to hear why the Almighty wanted to speak directly to them all together. The Almighty enveloped them in His energy and said, "Good morning, archangels. How are the heavens progressing?" Jarahmael smiled as he watched Luciferiel act as their leader. He spoke for all of them, beaming with happiness and pride. "Wonderfully, my lord. We have been very busy and accomplished much. Each of us has created a mansion for ourselves out of the materials in our heavens. I went from heaven to heaven and assisted the angels in each of the lesser orders create their own mansions in their respective heavens as well. The book of creation was miraculous, and we quickly made homes for each of the thousands of angels throughout the heavens." All the archangels looked around among one another, feeling Luciferiel's pride in their accomplishments, and nodded in agreement. "You were able to help each of the lesser orders of angels then?" asked the Almighty. "Yes, not all of them wanted the same type of mansion that I and the other archangels preferred. The potentates especially are a different lot, floating orbs that they are," Luciferiel said with a smile. "They have their own purpose, Luciferiel, as do all of my beings of light in whatever form they were created," said the Almighty affectionately. "As you say, my lord, they want everything in circles. I don't think there is a rectangular edge anywhere in the second heaven where they reside," Luciferiel said while drawing circles with his hands in the air before the Almighty. "That is fine. I want all of my creations to be happy and content. I will have to visit all the heavens one day soon and see all of your handiwork. I have been busy continuing to create broad systems of stars and planets. They are known as the universes," added the Almighty. "That sounds wonderful," responded Luciferiel, his eyes exuding a look of intense interest. And Luciferiel then asked the question that was on Jarahmael's mind. "May we see, my lord?" "Yes, of course, my dear Luciferiel. You and your beings of light will be in charge of all of it. In particular, I have an interest in one planet I've created. It's a blue planet, third out from the star I call the sun." The Almighty showed Luciferiel and the others a glimpse of it all in a smaller scale. The Almighty added, "It is on this planet that I want to create forms of life similar to you and the rest of the angels. I do not want to use fast light energy there, but I want to use energy waves that have been slowed down to a crawl. The planet itself has solid matter, liquids, and gases. Your light waves can pass right through it, so you and the other angels will have to slow down your own energy so you can modify and create within it." "That sounds very interesting. When can we go see it?" Luciferiel said. Jarahmael and the rest were excited at the prospect of being able to create something in a whole new environment. "Today, in fact, Luciferiel. This is a special day, my archangels," the Almighty said. "You shall become my co-creators of life. I want all of you to go to the surface of the planet and create new life forms. I want all forms of life, from the simple to the complex. The Book of Creation will enable you to take these slowed down substances and combine it in ways that put life into whatever you come up with. The Almighty then reached into the throne and removed the book. Here, Luciferiel, take the Book of Creation. Open it to the middle. Luciferiel approached the throne and took the book from the Almighty. As he opened the book, the Almighty said, "There you will find the words that can be used to create life on the planets. Be creative." Looking up from the book and around at the other archangels, Luciferiel responded, "We would be delighted to do so, my lord. And I know that we are all deeply honored." As he finished speaking, Jarahmael and the other archangels bowed before the Almighty. "Excellent," responded the Almighty, "I look forward to seeing what life you create." Luciferiel nodded his head towards the main entranceway for the throne room, indicating that the archangels should take their leave of the Almighty. But before they were able to turn around and leave, Jarahmael felt something different come off of Luciferiel's energy. He had grown deeply silent, not the usual energy that he radiated off his being. Jarahmael noticed that Luciferiel had stopped in his tracks and was turning around to face the Almighty again. Luciferiel's face had lost some of its brilliance, had turned dark and looked concerned. Jarahmael could hear his anxiousness when he spoke. "My lord, do we not please you?" "Why do you say that?" asked the Almighty. "Why do you want to create life other than us? Are we not good enough, my lord?" Luciferiel said in a low tone. The Almighty responded by engulfing all of the archangels in a burst of love and used a soothing voice. "Of course you are, and you, Luciferiel, are the finest of my creations. You well please me, as do your brethren. These beings you create will be lesser forms of life, Luciferiel. This is a wonderful and fulfilling opportunity. You and the other angels can assist me in forming these new life forms. We can watch them develop into different types. There will never be anything more beautiful or loved by me than you and your kind. I created you first of all, remember, and you have my direct essence within you. No matter what happens, you will always exist as I do now. You can neither be destroyed nor harmed by any other creation. You shall be with me forever. Now go forth and look upon what I have made. Enjoy the process and experience the creation for yourselves." The archangels brightened as this additional wave of love passed through them, and the Almighty continued. "The Book of Creation will guide you and assist whatever you and the others imagine. Command it to open, and the words you must utter to create these life forms will appear. Use those words and some of the substance I have made on the planet, be it water, clay, or air, mix those things together and with your hands, form whatever shape you choose. Archangels, make as many as you like. When you are ready to have them come to life, breathe into each one of them and command them with the words from the book, and you will be able to see the products of your efforts." Jarahmael noticed that Luciferiel's color brightened and he stood taller, the look of doubt receding from his face. He was once again filled with the pride, reminded that he was the first of all creations. The archangels all knew that Luciferiel was the most special to the Almighty. They arranged themselves in a triangular pattern, with Luciferiel at their head as they prepared to fly off through the lesser heavens. They then took off in flight, leaving the Almighty, the seraphim and thrones behind in the seventh heaven. The flight down was glorious. Jarahmael was excited that they had the honor of creating life itself. As they descended, they passed by each of the lower heavens and looked at the lesser orders of angels who were busy filling in and continuing to build within each of their own heavens. This was the first time they were assembled as the full order of the archangels with a mission from the Almighty to work in the expanding universe. As they passed through the lowest of the heavens, they broke through into the skies of the blue-green planet below. A much different place from the heavens, Jarahmael noted to himself. Each of the 7 heavens was based upon unimpeded energy and waves of light, while the planet below was comprised of energy waves slowed down to form atoms and molecules that would collect into gases, liquids, and solid masses. Descending into the planet's sky, the archangels gazed upon bodies of water, separated by what the Almighty had called clay. The group arrived at a place on the planet where the sun had not yet risen. The world was still turning, moving towards the light of the sun. In the still darkness before the sunrise, it was hard to see much of the water. However, as soon as the sun rose, so too did the reflections off the water. Jarahmael suggested that they look the planet over before they decided on what to create there, as they had all of eternity and a lot of space on Earth they could fill. Together, they took flight once again and used the morning to travel all over the Earth and explore what was there. After flying over the planet, they landed near a shore, where the ocean waves pounded upon a sandy beach. They noticed that the Almighty had already begun some of the creation of life forms on the Earth on his own, some strange creatures scuttling about on the sand. But now the archangels were here, instructed to expand upon his endeavors. "This looks like a great spot," said Luciferiel as he landed softly along the beach, waves pulsing behind him. "Come, let's see what we can fashion," he said while walking towards the waterline. Samuel, Beelzebul, Mephistopheles, Mammonel, Damiel and Suriel landed right behind Luciferiel and walked closely behind him towards the water. Jarahmael, Michael, and the rest of the archangels landed and followed a bit further behind. Luciferiel started the process by taking the wet sand and forming a shape from it. Michael and the other archangels did the same, each coming up with a creature all of their own. Luciferiel had formed a creature with a long neck, head, 4 legs and a tail. He looked around and noticed that Michael had just formed a creature that looked a lot like the archangels themselves. "Stop!" Luciferiel commanded, pointing at Michael's creature. "Destroy that, we don't want any creature that looks like us, Michael." The Almighty commanded that we form all sorts of creatures, and I am sure He did not intend for us to make lesser forms of angels. Besides, we are special in the Almighty's eyes and there is no need for more of us. "As you wish, my lord," Michael said as he elongated the body of the creature in his hands, made the face into a beak, and kept the wings, forming a creature made of clay that could fly. Taking the book of creation, Luciferiel walked up to each of the creatures, breathed into them, and called out, "Tribuo vita." And each of the creatures sprang to life. Luciferiel rolled long tubes of clay, placed a head on each but kept them free of other appendages and used his eyes to refocus some his light energy to provide colors to these models. He then used the book to animate them, and he called them serpents. They delighted him with their own simple beauty. Growing bolder, the Luciferiel started making larger and larger creatures, some so large the archangels had to fly up to be at head level with them. Luciferiel, Samuel, Mephistopheles, and Beelzebul were delighted with the size of the creatures they had formed. "We should create a name for these creatures too, my lord," Mephistopheles said to Luciferiel as he formed a large one with sharp teeth, ferocious in its appearance. "Yes, we should," responded Luciferiel as he paused to think for a minute. "I have it. We shall call these large creatures dinosaurs. We shall take special care of them," Luciferiel said to the close circle of angels around him that now also included Damiel and Suriel. "Look at the smaller ones that Michael's group has created." They laughed among themselves when they looked at the one creature that Ariel had created with a large shell that could hide the head and limbs of the creature. "Look at that other one that has long legs that jumps," said Beelzebul, pointing out Gabriel's creature. Laughing, Luciferiel said, "It's a good thing we are here. We have created magnificent creatures. They will rule the planet." They spent the rest of the day forming all sorts of creatures, keeping at it until the sun was beginning to set off on the horizon. Their creatures were roaming freely, still dazed from having been given life that day. The archangels collected themselves, and forming a large group, took off together in formation. They all were proud of what they had accomplished, glancing back occasionally as they rose into the heavens at the creatures they had made. Upon awakening the following morning, the angels were excited at the prospect of checking on the new creations that they had assisted in making. Arriving in the morning at the throne room for the morning ceremony, they could not wait to go see their creations. Once the lesser orders of angels had left after the ceremony, the Almighty again addressed them. The Almighty stood above them as he spoke. "I hear from Luciferiel that you have done well and followed my instructions. Now let's all go see what you have created." They assembled and followed behind the Almighty. He was escorted by his seraphim and throne angels down to the planet below. After they all arrived on the planet, the Almighty halted and turned to Luciferiel. "I can feel that this planet has a special attraction for you. I notice you and the other angels are excited about your work here. Do you like this planet?" Luciferiel thought for a moment. "Yes, my lord. This is a very interesting place. It is not as beautiful as our homes in the heavens, but it is still beautiful in another way." "Would you like to name the planet?" asked the Almighty. Jarahmael noted to himself that this was an honor for Luciferiel. Luciferiel expanded his chest proudly and muttered a sound. "Earth, I would like to name it, Lord, it has a nice sound to it." The Almighty responded, "Yes, Earth does have a nice sound to it. From this time forward, this planet shall be known as Earth. Now let's see what you and your brethren have done here on Earth." As they approached the ocean, all of the angels were astonished at what they saw. All over the shore were thousands of these creatures they had made. Some were gigantic, hundreds of feet tall, others were tiny, having had been tiny scraps of earth that had fallen off as the creatures had been formed. As the angels approached, all of the creatures turned towards the Almighty and the angels. The new creatures looked upon the Almighty and the angels with alert curiosity, happy to be alive. The Almighty praised Luciferiel and his fellow angels for their wonderful creations and told them, "You have worked tirelessly to form and create and to give life. As a reward, Luciferiel and your fellow angels shall be in charge of these creatures. Now bring all of these creatures forth." As the new creatures of the newly named planet Earth paraded before the Almighty, Luciferiel and the other angels reviewed what they had made. And the Almighty declared that it was good. Chapter 4. Luciferiel in charge. Luciferiel, the angels, and the Almighty continued their work creating more stars and planets as they expanded into the universe. Work on life forms on the earth also continued. Plants and trees were developed to provide beauty as well as a means to process the byproducts of life. In this way, the earth would be able to sustain and provide everything needed for life to flourish. As the work progressed, the Almighty had the archangels record and chart the attributes of each of these new creatures. This way the angels and the Almighty would be able to track the development of life forms upon the earth and compile a history of the creation to be kept in heaven. Because of their roles as creators, the archangels felt superior to any of the earthen life forms. It was also clear to the archangels that they were superior to any of the earthen life forms as they were composed of pure energy, and so were able to change forms at will. They could increase their strength from the unseen waves of energy contained in the light throughout the cosmos, while the earthen creatures needed to eat food and drink water in order to replenish their energy and grow their bodies. The Almighty increasingly relied upon the archangels for advice and assistance in continuing the creation. Luciferiel's success with the largest of the creatures, these dinosaurs, encouraged him to focus on light creatures, tall and powerful. Luciferiel preferred cold-blooded creatures, because of their dependence on outside heat and energy to function. Their large size caused Luciferiel's creatures to have a predatory and dominant nature to them, and they soon became the dominant life forms on the earth, much to his delight. But being cold-blooded, they slowed down when sun set, and became sluggish at night or did not move at all. Luciferiel was proud that he had found a way to create beautiful and powerful creatures as the Almighty wanted, while at the same time their inadequacies made them much lesser creatures than the beings of light. He was determined that nothing would replace the angels as the most beloved of the Almighty. As the firstborn of the Almighty, Luciferiel became more dominant as he had an extra store of the Almighty's love within him. Although his level of love was not quite equal to the Almighty's, it was greater than the levels possessed by the other angels. And Luciferiel learned he could transmit this extra level of love just like the Almighty could. This became apparent when Luciferiel was assigned by the Almighty to take over and conduct the morning ceremony by himself on the days that the Almighty was off doing other things. Leaving Luciferiel in charge was the natural thing to do, for he had been the first creature outside of the Almighty that each and every angel had seen at their own creation. Because of Luciferiel's role in creating each of the angels, they had a special love for him just as they had for the Almighty himself. On the days that Luciferiel conducted the morning ceremonies alone, he would enter as usual, heralding the break of dawn as he would slowly descend to the throne itself, just as the Almighty did. But when it came time for Luciferiel to bathe all of the heavenly angels in the force of love, he needed to use the Book of Creation, for it took the assistance of the Word of the Almighty to equal his amount of love that was reflected outward to all the gathered angels. It was from the Word that the angels had been created, and it was only through the use of the book that Luciferiel's powers could equal that of the Almighty. Over time though, Luciferiel and the other angels began to lose sight of the fact that he needed to use the book. As they acclimated to Luciferiel's use of the book, many of the angels did not see any difference between Luciferiel and the Almighty. This distinction was completely lost for a small inner group of the archangels who saw the Almighty and Luciferiel as equals. Samuel, Beelzebul, Mammanael, Mephistopheles, Damiel and Suriel drew closer to him as they became more and more concerned about their own status among the orders of angels. They sought Luciferiel's approval even more so than the Almighty's, as they saw him more often. And their association with Luciferiel made them feel more powerful than the other angels, because they considered themselves specially chosen by him. They even created a name for themselves, Luciferiel's Auxilium. Their work on the planet below was an example of what they were able to accomplish together. They were delighted that their creations, the dinosaurs, became dominant over the other earthen creatures. This gave them a vicarious joy in watching the dinosaurs fight for status among one another, something they dare not do for themselves in the heavens. On the other hand, Michael, Jarahmael, Raphael, Gabriel, Uriel, Ariel, and Raziel were put off by Luciferiel's growing heirs. They remained obedient to him, but their love and worship remained focused on the Almighty. They did not view Luciferiel as the Almighty's equal, although they certainly considered him to be above themselves. Unlike the maneuvering for status and fighting that was common among the dinosaurs on Earth, they preferred the idea of creatures that could work together and take care of one another, and had not been bred to be destructive. This group of archangels began to congregate more towards Michael, but would not even think of labeling themselves as part of a smaller group within the order of the archangels. This avoided any open fighting between Luciferiel's Auxilium and Michael's group, but a division of loyalties was beginning to emerge, as well as an increasing tension. Luciferiel's heirs grew worse as time progressed. Nothing made this more apparent than Luciferiel's discovery one day of his own image on a placid lake. He had been over many bodies of water on the Earth and other planets in the early days after the creation, but one particular day, he descended directly out of a cloud in the Earth's sky to check on one of his dinosaurs that was eating nearby. Descending straight down, he could see his full image reflected back to him by the water, bold violet eyes, long blonde hair, outstretched and magnificent wings, and a well-proportioned and muscular body. His own love was reflected back directly to him off his reflection in the water, his gaze locked on himself and he could not break away. It may have had something to do with the fact that Luciferiel was created directly out of the Almighty's essence and not through the use of words, and that he was either blessed or cursed with a direct portion of the Almighty's love. But it caused him to fall in love with himself above all things. Soon most of his thoughts became more focused about himself. After he had found his reflection, Luciferiel sought ways to view himself at any opportunity. Each day after the morning ceremony, Luciferiel would travel either down to the earth or to other planets that had reflective pools of water or metals where he could gaze upon himself. His inner circle of archangels would often follow him there, as that sometimes would be the only way that they could have conversations with him. On the rare occasions when they did not accompany him right after the morning ceremony, they would sometimes spend all day traveling from planet to planet trying to find him. They never thought of not trying to find him. Their own attraction for him and desire to be around him made it critical for them to be in his presence. As this worship of Luciferiel became more important for them, they did not understand why the other archangels did not feel the same way and join them in following him from place to place like they did. Luciferiel's growing focus on himself also created concern for Samuel, Beelzebul, and Mephistopheles. They were afraid that one day Luciferiel would not return from gazing at himself and that without him they would be leaderless and their position among the orders of the angels would diminish. What would they do then? Chapter 5. A Mirror. The various orders of the angels moved on from building in the heavens to building on the earth. Jarahmael was fascinated by the creative process and soon learned to create smaller things that did not require the book of creation. Like Luciferiel, he became fascinated by the ability of certain things to reflect and later to absorb light. Watching the principalities working in stone the one day, he saw them strike a vein of a silvery substance that reflected light, similar to how water would reflect an image in a pool or pond. Flying over to the material, he pulled out a large clump from the ground for himself. From the heat he could generate in his hands, he was able to stretch it out and form it into a small circle and see a small part of his own image. But it would not be large enough to see his entire form. He tried a variety of things to make it larger, but he could not stretch it out large enough to satisfy himself. Luciferiel's obsession with looking at his own image was now widely known among all the angels and the archangels in particular. Jarahmael, too, wanted to be in Luciferiel's favor. After all, Luciferiel and the Almighty had created him. He thought that he may be able to use this material to make it easier for Luciferiel to view his own image. Perhaps he could even develop a portable version. But try as he might, Jarahmael was unable to fashion it on his own. Then the idea of using the book of creation to assist him came to him, as there might be a phrase or spell within the book of creation that he could use to make a better one. He knew that Luciferiel did not use the book all the time and often left it in the throne room during the day while the angels were about doing their tasks. Although he could most likely borrow the book on his own, his sense of loyalty made him think he needed permission from the Almighty or Luciferiel to take the book and use it. One day as he was working on this problem, he found Luciferiel flying through the first heaven heading down towards the earth. Catching up to him, Jarahmael asked if he could borrow the book. "What do you need the book for, my dear Jarahmael?" Luciferiel asked kindly. "I have found a way to make these shiny reflectors," he responded as he pulled one out of his tunic. Luciferiel became fascinated with it. "A portable reflection pool?" "Yes, of sorts," Jarahmael said as he handed it to Luciferiel, watching Luciferiel's eyes light up when he could see part of his reflection within it. "Why is it so small?" Luciferiel asked. "I can't get it to form any bigger than what you see here," Jarahmael said, as he tried to heat and stretch it a bit further in his hands, showing Luciferiel its limitations. "Do you think you can make it bigger?" asked Luciferiel. "Yes. If I had access to the book of creation, I am sure of it," said Jarahmael proudly. "Well then, by all means borrow the book," said Luciferiel. "On one condition though, you need to make the first 2 portable reflection pools for me. I want one for my palace and one to bring with me. Can you make it so its size can change from large to small and back again?" "That I don't know," said Jarahmael as he gazed off thinking of the possibility. His eyes refocused on Luciferiel and he said, "I am sure I can. If we can create life through the book, we should certainly be able to create inanimate objects." "That is grand," said Luciferiel, excited that he would not have to continue to travel down to the earth or other places in the universe just to look at himself. With these devices, he would be able to see himself right here in heaven or anywhere he would go, for that matter. Now that he obtained permission, Jarahmael flew back into the upper heavens, grabbed the book from the throne room, and returned to the planet below. He had some of this metal on him and landed near one of the beaches where there were various small pools of water sitting in the sand. Taking out the book of creation, he opened it, and the words flew out to his mind. "Genero speculum," he called out, dropping the metal onto the sand. Then with a sharp flash of light, Jarahmael found these small rectangles composed of the fused sand and metal. Holding it aloft, he found he could make the device stretch out to any size he wanted. Delighted about his invention, he became expert in making these objects, glass covered with the metal silver which he called mirrors. He quickly made 2 of them, both for Luciferiel as promised. Later that day, Jarahmael tracked Luciferiel back to his palace where he was meeting with his inner circle of archangels. Although Jarahmael was considered to be outside of this inner circle of Luciferiel's auxilium, he still felt a great deal of affection for all of them, without any barriers on his part. Jarahmael entered the room unannounced, but this day he felt it may have been a mistake, that he was interrupting something. He could sense Beelzebul, Samuel, and Mephistopheles watching him closely, their eyes questioning why he was there. Off to his left Mammanael, Damiel, and Suriel were distracted talking among themselves, and it took them a moment or two before they realized he had entered the room. Then, they too looked at him as if he did not belong. Luciferiel, however, was delighted to see him, his eyes growing even brighter as Jarahmael announced he had succeeded in making these portable reflecting pools. "Here they are, Lord Luciferiel, as promised," Jarahmael announced as he pulled the 2 mirrors from inside his tunic. With a flick of his wrist, each mirror became the full size of an archangel. Luciferiel smiled broadly as he was amazed at what Jarahmael had created, while Jarahmael's display drew Mammanael, Damiel, and Suriel's attention, and they gasped in delight. "These are wonderful, my dear Jarahmael," Luciferiel said as he jumped down from his chair. "How did you do it?" "As you know, I was experimenting with that metal I had found on Earth and tried to stretch it out." "Ah yes," Luciferiel said as he moved closer to the mirrors and arranged them so he could see himself from 2 angles. "And with your permission I borrowed the Book of Creation and flew back down to the Earth." Luciferiel interrupted Jarahmael as he was speaking, more enthralled with looking at his own reflection. Yes. Jarahmael, that is right. I remember now. No need to go further into the details, these are wonderful. And they make me look so handsome. Don't they?" he asked, looking around at the archangels of his auxilium. "Yes, they do," Samuel said immediately, and the rest of the angels agreed. Jarahmael watched Samuel turn to glance back at him with a smile that appeared harsh and menacing rather than loving, and clearly outside of Luciferiel's view. As Samuel's face turned back into Luciferiel's field of view, the smile switched and was now purely warm and relaxed, making it appear that Samuel also was happy with Jarahmael's invention. It happened so quickly that Jarahmael did not pay much attention to Samuel's expression at first. He had never had any sense of menace aimed at him before. He had a momentary feeling of uneasiness pass through him, but he let it go. "I must have misunderstood," he thought. "Can you make more of these, Jarahmael?" Luciferiel asked, bringing Jarahmael's attention back to him. "Yes, and I want to do some further work on them," he added. "That would be wonderful," Luciferiel said, distracted now that his attention was absorbed by his own reflection. "I am sure that the other archangels would like to have one of these too." Luciferiel looked around again at his inner circle. Yes, said many of them. All of them were looking at Jarahmael's mirrors, some seeing their own reflection along with Luciferiel's, while the others who could not see themselves wished that they could. The quick glance from Samuel was beginning to play in Jarahmael's mind, and he did not like the feeling he had from it. "Certainly, Lord Luciferiel," Jarahmael responded. "I will start working on them straight away. I will take my leave of you all," he said as he briefly bowed before Luciferiel and turned around to leave. Luciferiel said, "Great job again, Jarahmael, and thank you for bringing these to me." Jarahmael smiled as he walked a few more steps and then flew out of the palace, leaving them all behind as well as his uneasiness about Samuel's glance. Chapter 6. Stars and Planets. The creation expanded and the Almighty was absent for longer periods of time, manifesting new universes. Luciferiel continued to officiate at the morning ceremonies, entering the throne room at dawn alone, without the Almighty and his seraphim and throne angels. Beelzebul and Samuel offered to lead the procession before him and make it more of a pageant and formal, just as it was when the Almighty would arrive. But Michael had overheard the conversation and objected, arguing that only the Almighty should be given that level of glory. Luciferiel backed off and decided it was not worth discussing. Besides, he loved being the sole creature entering the throne room from above, with all eyes on him. Luciferiel relished being the center of attention, addressing all the assembled orders of angels and giving assignments as the Almighty had instructed him beforehand. As leader of the archangels, he was given the extra authority of assigning his own tasks to the archangels, as he saw fit, unless there was a special mission that the Almighty needed for one or more of them to fulfill. With all this attention by the Almighty and orders of the angels, Luciferiel felt more and more that he was partners with the Almighty in the creation, and he wanted to make sure that it went well. But after he created the dinosaurs and various life forms on Earth, Luciferiel became bored with being in charge of only the heavens and the one planet. He wanted to explore more of the universe and expand his influence. He offered to assist the Almighty create more of the universe and convince the Almighty that the lesser orders of angels could continue working on the Earth's projects while the archangels could progress to creating stars and planets. It delighted the Almighty that his firstborn had the ambition and desire to expand his own creativity, and he readily gave his blessing to Luciferiel's offer. The day of the announcement, Luciferiel was again in charge of the heavens as the Almighty was absent. Luciferiel beamed during the ceremony, especially proud of himself, and after it concluded he arose from the throne and addressed his fellow archangels. The Almighty has granted me the honor to lead the order of the archangels in creating additional stars and planets today, he said, looking around at each one of them. He is delighted with the life forms we have created on the earth, and has agreed that we are all ready to move on to larger creations. As you are aware, this relies upon mathematical models, and we shall therefore continue to use the model of the atom which I show you here. Luciferiel then used his light energy to draw a diagram in midair. There are smaller round masses of energy which rotate around a larger central mass, and held together with opposing electrical charges. The stars and planets are constructed in similar fashion, but on a much larger scale. The stars and planets will operate on the same principles, that of substances rotating around one another, and the resulting weight of the congealed atoms will rotate upon themselves and around the stars themselves. The force that holds the massive stars and planets in place is based on a similar scheme, but rather than electrical opposites, the force here is known as gravity. The other archangels nodded in understanding. We will use the Book of Creation here as well to assist our efforts, Luciferiel said as he turned back to the throne and lifted off the top cover and reached down within it. He then withdrew the book and added, "Here are the means and the words needed to create and accomplish our tasks." Luciferiel opened the book and read from it and said, "In creating the stars and the planets, the words we shall use for creating stars shall be Solaris Genesis, and the words that we shall use for creating a planet shall be Planetus Genesis." Luciferiel moved slightly so he could face Archangel Michael, who stood across from him, noticing that the silver-tipped archangel's attention was firmly focused on what he was saying. "Michael, I want you to go to the north and start creating there." Glancing quickly at the archangels standing to the right of Michael, Luciferiel pointed to them and stated, "Uriel, Raphael, and Suriel, join and assist him." All four archangels acknowledged the command in unison by making a slight bow and lowered their eyes briefly in submission. Luciferiel then turned to Gabriel, a beautiful figure with his green-tipped wings. "Gabriel, you take the east," and then pointed to the two archangels standing near Gabriel and said, "Mamanael and Raziel will accompany you." They nodded in Luciferiel's direction and all proceeded to bow before him. Luciferiel looked over at the remainder of the archangels and assigned them to the other quadrants in the known universe. "Beelzebul, Samuel, Damiel, and Ariel, you take the west. Jarahmael will accompany me, along with Mephistopheles, and we will head to the south. We shall all return here at the end of the day and discuss our progress. See how far we are able to expand the universe on behalf of the Almighty." Luciferiel then addressed the group of archangels again as a whole. "But before any of you go, you will need a portion of the Book of Creation to assist you." Luciferiel carefully took the book, opened a section, and then called out Athingo 3 times. Each time he called the word out, a number of pages flew out of the book as a small packet. He held out the 3 booklets and motioned for each of the leaders of the small groups of archangels to come forward. "Here are copies of the pages with the words you will need to bring along with you to create. Remember that the copies will only last until sundown, so use their powers wisely. Take them with you to create the stars and planets in your parts of the universe." Luciferiel kept the Book of Creation for his use and tucked it into his tunic. He further announced to the orders of archangels that they should contact him if they had problems with their assignments. He shifted the Book of Creation once again, adjusting it so he could fly easily. He then carefully placed the top cover back on the throne. Luciferiel, now finished with his formal instructions, stepped down off the throne, while the archangels finished preparing themselves in the groups Luciferiel had designated. Once everyone was organized, they flew down through the heavens. The order of the archangels emerged from the first heaven with Luciferiel leading the group. Rather than continuing to fly down to the earth below, they flew off to the side and upward into the regions of outer space that opened up into the rest of the universe. As he flew into the darkness of space, Luciferiel called out Proteoluminarium Fluo, and a glowing sphere of red appeared situated off in the distance between the first heaven and outer space. He motioned for the rest of the archangels to come closer as he began to explain. The Almighty created a network of energy streams that we can use to travel quickly throughout the stellar universe that is tied to the Earth. This glowing area here is the hub for entering into the system. It's called the Cosmic Light Energy Stream. Angels can travel anywhere in the universe through it, and it suspends the passage of time in this universe. Michael interrupted. "Does that mean it will feel like we have traveled instantaneously?" "Yes and no, Michael. No time will have passed between when you get in and get out of the stream. But you will still experience a passage of time while in the stream, although it will be condensed. That way you can observe where you are in the universe while you are traveling and then know where you want to get off. How do we use it? Asked Samuel. To enter the system you just need to use your wings and fly into it. The same is true for leaving it, you just have to forcefully fly out of it. How do we know which stream to take? Asked Gabriel. All you have to do is say your destination and it will take you there. For example, Gabriel, all you need to do once you get within the stream is to say, take me east to the end of the universe, and that's where it will take you. Anyone or thing that is touching your body will travel along with you, so in other words, as long as Suriel, Mamanael, and Raziel are touching you when you say the command, they will travel along with you. Otherwise they will have to say their own command. This would allow them also to choose their own destination if they so desired. Any questions? Luciferiel asked while looking at each of the archangels' faces. How do we find the stream when we want to leave after we are done at the edge of the universe? Asked Ariel. All you have to do is call out Proteoluminarium Fluo, as I just did, and the stream will appear close to you, and it will glow in bright red. Just as it did here. Any more questions? Looking around, he saw that the archangels were all ready to go. Alright then, everyone fly into the stream. They all followed Luciferiel as he flew into the red sphere. Once inside, Luciferiel grouped them together as he had assigned them in heaven. He watched as Gabriel, Suriel, Mamanael, and Raziel all touched wings and then disappeared in a blur when Gabriel called out east, end of the universe, Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Suriel stepped forward, wings touching, and disappeared when Michael called out, north, end of the universe. And right after that, Beelzebul, Samuel, Damiel, and Ariel stepped forward and disappeared when Beelzebul called out, west, end of the universe. With the rest of the archangels safely on their way, Luciferiel then led Jarahmael and Mephistopheles into the stream and they headed towards the southernmost end of the universe. As they raced through the universe carried by the stream, they passed by numerous stars and galaxies that had been previously created by the Almighty. Various waves of light emanated from the stars, some in visible light colors and others in light ranges that were only detectable by the archangels themselves, but blurred in detail by the speed at which the archangels were traveling. When Luciferiel's small group finally reached the edge of the universe, they broke out of the cosmic light energy stream with a forceful thrust to the side using their wings. Now hovering, they prepared to create more stars and planets. Rolling over slightly as he floated, and still energized by traveling so far and so fast in the pure energy stream, Luciferiel smiled and exclaimed, "Is this not wonderful?" Not waiting for an answer, Luciferiel then spun around and realized that the stars nearby at the edge of the universe were very new, so he opened up his wings and arms to absorb even more energy that was radiating off them. Mephistopheles exclaimed, "Yes, my lord. The energy that is coming off those newly created stars is fantastic." Jarahmael looked uneasy as he floated in the radiation, unsure as to what to do next. Luciferiel beamed because he personally loved to create large objects such as dinosaurs and stars, and was always delighted to instruct his fellow archangels in a new skill. He felt proud that he had the honor of observing the Almighty and the methods he used to create the stars and planets on prior occasions. Jarahmael then spoke up and asked Luciferiel, "How does the Almighty create these things? Does he use the Book of Creation to do so, or is he able to do it on his own?" Luciferiel quickly shot a glance over to Mephistopheles to make sure that he stayed quiet and then answered. "Oh yes, Jarahmael," Luciferiel lied and continued, "the Almighty, too, has to use the Book of Creation to make such things." He puffed himself up ever so slightly. He knew that he did not want Jarahmael to think that the Almighty was stronger than himself. He would keep the mystique. "Now let's make some stars," Luciferiel said as he moved over to where Jarahmael was floating in space. "Here, point your hand where you want the star to appear, hold onto the book and call out Solaris Genesis." Jarahmael did as he was told, pointed his hand at an open area of space and called out Solaris Genesis. Instantaneously, there was a flash of extremely bright light, and a new star was created. Its nuclear reaction began, radiating out energy and light. Another star had been formed and Jarahmael had done it. Turning to Luciferiel, Jarahmael proudly stated, "I did it. How wonderful to be able to create stars just like the Almighty." Luciferiel then took back the book, pointed his hand at various places around the star created by Jarahmael, and called out, "Planetus Genesis," 8 times, and with 8 flashes of light, 8 planets were instantaneously formed at various distances out from the star, all still remaining within the star's gravitational field. The planets did not engage in a nuclear reaction, so they did not radiate heat and light as the star had. Luciferiel did however take the creation one step further, and with a flick of his wrist he called out the word orbit, and the newly created planets began to circle around the star. The 3 archangels watched the planets as they spun around the star, all the while still enjoying the waves of radiation passing through them as they lingered there, feeling stronger as the radiation added to their own inherent energy. Luciferiel then motioned to Mephistopheles and Jarahmael to follow him as he moved closer to the surface of the star. "Have either of you seen the surface of one of the stars?" he asked, proud of himself for dodging Jarahmael's question about the powers of the Almighty. Luciferiel no longer believed that the Almighty was more powerful than he was, and he was not going to admit any weakness to Jarahmael. Although Luciferiel could be excellent at blocking his own thoughts, somewhere inside he did know that the Almighty was more powerful than him. Luciferiel had watched the Almighty create stars and planets without using the Book of Creation. In fact, it appeared to Luciferiel that the Almighty already knew all of the words in the book, and could invent new words or things as he wanted. But Luciferiel had convinced himself that none of that mattered. With this book he was the Almighty's equal in all respects. Luciferiel focused again and made eye contact with both Jarahmael and Mephistopheles, stretched out his wings and nodded to indicate that he wanted the two of them to follow him. With a couple of strongly flexed strokes of his wings, Luciferiel headed directly down to the surface of the star. Then with a splash of flames Luciferiel was engulfed in the hot churning gases of the upper atmosphere. Mephistopheles entered the atmosphere of the star, not far behind Luciferiel, and watched as Luciferiel flew into the surface, but did not go into the surface himself. Jarahmael was last, and before he could hit the upper atmosphere, he was intercepted by a solar flare that came out of Luciferiel's wake and pushed him back out from the star. Luciferiel had flown back up and out of the churning mass of the surface and laughed as he watched Jarahmael get bounced out. Luciferiel then turned himself around and aimed to fly through the atmosphere and then deep into the molten mass of the surface again. Entering the star's fire with another flash of a solar flare, he went deep into the star, gaining strength and energy as he went deeper and deeper, and this time heading towards the star's core. In the meantime, Jarahmael recovered himself and then flew back down into the star's atmosphere and caught up with Mephistopheles. They looked at one another, and then watched the ripple on the surface where Luciferiel had penetrated dissipate. Both of them moved slowly and became concerned when they did not see Luciferiel reappear out of the surface, uncertain they should follow. "You think Luciferiel is all right?" Jarahmael called out to Mephistopheles. "Don't know," responded Mephistopheles. "But we are creatures of light and energy, aren't we?" "True." Jarahmael called back. "Let's take the plunge and see," responded Mephistopheles, as he aimed himself and dove down into the surface. Jarahmael was now above the surface of the star all alone. The star he had just created. He muttered to himself, "I don't want to be here all alone. I might as well go in." With a slight turn and fast spurt of his own energy, Jarahmael shot himself down through the last of the atmosphere and headed deep within the star. Luciferiel had descended through the star's molten mass but turned backwards and lay immersed within the churning energy, so he could watch for the other two archangels. He saw Mephistopheles approach first after he had penetrated the surface, and then a few moments later Jarahmael appeared in the star's molten mass. The three of them then headed deeper. The deeper they went, the greater the amount of energy they received and were able to store within themselves, at least temporarily. "This is wonderful," Mephistopheles called out. Luciferiel replied, "Yes, it is. We need to do this more often." The three of them continued to pierce through the fires and radiation, and Jarahmael finally felt more comfortable, actually intoxicated from all the increased power strengthening his own light energy. Each of the archangels became giddy, laughing among themselves and having a great time. After a while, they popped back out of the star and continued to move further out in the universe. They spent the rest of the day feeling extraordinarily wonderful as they created thousands of new stars and planets. When it was starting to get late, Luciferiel finally raised his hand and stopped them from creating more. "Now here comes the really amazing part," Luciferiel said while motioning the other two to follow him. Luciferiel flew a relatively large distance into the void in front of the stars they had just created that day. He took out the Book of Creation in one hand and with the other hand began a swirling motion around the stars. As he did so, he called out Roto. And the three of the archangels watched as a wave of energy surged through the vast distances in space, and the stars themselves began to circle, with their planets in tow, forming a swirling spiral shape, a galaxy unto itself. Then he took his hand and pointed at some of the other stars on the fringe and sculpted the entire array of stars into recognizable shapes and figures. "What are you calling each of the shapes and designs?" asked Jarahmael. "I hadn't thought about naming each one of them," replied Luciferiel. "I know that the Almighty calls these star systems constellations. By making them distinctive shapes, it makes it easier for us to find our way when we travel in the energy stream through the universe," Luciferiel said with a smile. "That is amazing," said Jarahmael. "Yes," said Mephistopheles. "We need to do more of this." "Agreed," said Luciferiel. "The scale out here is so huge. It makes what happens on the Earth insignificant, don't you think?" "Yes, definitely," agreed Mephistopheles. "It's all truly amazing," Jarahmael repeated, thinking about how great the whole creation was, in both its detail and huge size. Luciferiel nodded in agreement and smiled, then said, "Let's return back to the heavens and see how the other archangels made out today." The three of them headed back the way they had come, jumping back into the cosmic energy stream, which appeared exactly as Luciferil had described earlier. Once he called out, Proteoluminarium fluo, the red glowing tunnel reappeared, stretching back into the area of space where they had come from earlier. Once it appeared, they flew right into it. As they flew, traveling at terrific speeds through the cosmic light energy stream, Jarahmael turned and asked, "Why do we continue to create more stars and planets, Luciferil? Everything we create is part of a much larger plan. The Almighty keeps most of those plans to himself, although he often shares them with me." Jarahmael continued, "But heaven is quite beautiful. What more could one want?" Luciferil addressed Jarahmael's question, the stars racing by as blurs against the blackness of the void of space. The heavens were only intended to be a part of the greater creation. But the heavens are the highest level. And as the first beings, we are designed to co-create with the Almighty. For now that is all you need to know, my dear Jarahmael. Luciferil watched Jarahmael as he looked at him, and could feel Jarahmael's love for him radiate to him. Luciferil had a special love for all the angels, especially for Jarahmael and the rest of the archangels. Remembering his experience of breathing life into each of them, Luciferil would always have a special attachment to them. Luciferil then asked Jarahmael, "Have you been making more of those portable reflecting pools you call mirrors, Jarahmael?" "Yes, my lord, I have been." "I am delighted with the ones you made for me," Luciferil said, pulling the small one out of his tunic and taking the opportunity to briefly admire his reflection. He remained distracted as they continued to travel in the cosmic energy stream until Luciferil looked up and recognized familiar territory. Addressing his two companions, Luciferil said, "We need to leave the cosmic stream here." Then he forced himself through the stream's sidewall with a forceful stroke of his wings, and the other two archangels followed his lead. The three of them burst out and hovered together a short distance outside the space over the earth, and not far from the entrance to the first heaven. Luciferil stretched out his mirror so he could fully see himself. "Look at how much better I look after absorbing all of that energy. Here you two, come look at yourselves." Jarahmael and Mephistopheles moved over by the side of Luciferil and could see that they also looked even more beautiful after having absorbed all that extrastellar energy. Luciferil was beyond magnificent. His radiance could now be blinding if he chose it, let it shine freely. He looked at himself intently in the mirror, posing from side to side, even more enamored with his own appearance. "We need to create more stars," Luciferil said aloud, while he thought to himself that he could continue to get more and more beautiful by this. "Forget dealing with that planet Earth, I am going to spend more time creating and playing in the stars." He then realized that Jarahmael and Mephistopheles were waiting for him and he said, "Come, let's go find our brethren archangels to see how they did today." The three of them moved beneath the entrance into the first heaven, then quickly ascended through each of the upper heavens and arrived a short time later in the throne room in the seventh heaven. The other archangels had already returned and were waiting for Luciferil and his two companions. Although the other archangels reported creating many stars and planets, none had bathed themselves in the newly created stars. The other archangels also did not have the same radiant glow as Luciferil, Mephistopheles, or Jarahmael. But all the archangels were tired from the day's work, and there was not any mention about the extra radiance. Besides, no one paid much attention to Jarahmael or Mephistopheles, but everyone paid a great deal of attention to Luciferil. The other archangels just believed that he grew more and more beautiful on his own every day. He was, after all, the firstborn and the most magnificent of all creations. But Luciferil did notice how much he had benefited by playing inside the star. He made up his mind that he was going to make a habit of it from now on. Chapter 7. Earth and Stars. The next day the Almighty returned and began assigning some of the various orders of angels to begin construction on plans he had for the earth. He explained the plans in his address to the assembly of angels during the morning ceremony. "It is time for us to begin building structures upon the earth. Rathaniel of the Order of the Dominions, I want your order to draw plans for a communication and transportation system to be placed upon the planet. I have placed some new creatures on the earth that are warm-blooded and am experimenting with their intelligence. If they are successful, and I hope they will be, I want to disperse them across the planet, and I want a system to allow them to travel from one landmass to another." "My lord, do you want them to travel in earthen bodies? Or?" "For now, Rathaniel, I have just given them earthly bodies, so let's see what we can create using that approach." The Almighty then addressed Anabiel, head of the principalities. "This transportation system will require some structures. Use the Book of Creation and begin to construct buildings upon the earth for these new creatures. They will need places to congregate as well, and may need structures to fulfill their tasks and for protection." Anabiel then asked, "Protection from what, my lord?" The Almighty responded warmly, initially looking directly back at Anabiel. "The system must have the means of moving these creatures comfortably. But I am also afraid that the dinosaurs and other large reptiles could attack these new creatures. I am hoping that all of them find a means of occupying the planet peacefully and can all survive together. The Almighty then looked over at Luciferiel and said, I am hoping that you will be able to dissuade your creatures from harming my new experiments. As you wish, my lord. Luciferiel answered directly. But I don't know anything about these new creatures. The Almighty spoke to the larger group once again. Not to worry, my angels, I will explain more once I have finished refining them. For now, I am populating various areas on the earth with them and then will decide if I will keep them as part of the creation. The Almighty turned slightly and looked back directly at Luciferiel and said, I want these earthen beings to be able to create too, but I do not want another class of angel. I want these new beings earthbound, and I want them to run and develop this new planet. But before that can happen, they have to be able to survive and learn to create. Luciferiel thought about what he had just heard. The Almighty wants a class of beings that were a species somewhere above the aggressiveness and rudimentary intelligence of the dinosaurs, yet less than the abilities of the angels. At least they would not be equal to the angels. I had better check out these new creatures though to see what kind of a threat they could be to us. How will they create, my lord? Will they have access to the Book of Creation, or will they have their own version? Luciferiel asked, trying to keep his face and voice disinterested and calm, but he could not help the accusatory tone slipping through. That, my dear Luciferiel, is the entire point. I am delighted you can see what I am trying to do. I want the earth creatures to be able to create without the benefit of the Book of Creation. They will have to use their own wits, intelligence, and bodies to construct things on the planet. That is not to say that I don't want you and the other orders of angels to assist or to construct things on the earth upon my command. In the beginning we will need to build some structures that will be beneficial for them but would take the earthen creatures far too long to build, or would be impossible for them to build. The answer calmed Luciferiel's fears. The Almighty still kept the status of the angels high above any other form of creation. Luciferiel relaxed, smiled, and bowed down before the Almighty. The Almighty then looked away from Luciferiel and towards the general multitude of angels aligned around him and spoke. Along those lines, there still is a lot of work I want to get done on the earth, and that's why I am sending Rathaniel and Annabel, with their orders of angels, down there to build. The Almighty then looked specifically at the pulsating ranks of the potentate angels. Various colors of lights washed through their ranks, similar to how a wave moved through the Earth's ocean near the shore. And for you, Abracus, the Almighty said, speaking directly to the pulsating violet orb of light, as head of the potentate angels, I want you to be available for both the dominion and principalities, and provide whatever additional power and energy that they may need for their construction efforts. A face became clear on one side of Abracus' pulsating sphere. The features were beautiful yet harsh in appearance, because of creases above the eyes, both slanted downwards, making the face appear angry. Abracus' voice was deep and resonating as he answered, colors pulsating in sequence with his words. How are we to accomplish that, my lord? The Almighty did not answer directly, but turned and pointed at Luciferiel and smiled. Luciferiel, you have found a way to gather more energy, haven't you? You, Jarahmael and Mephistopheles are more radiant than usual this morning. Yes, my lord, Luciferiel responded. I discovered that we can gain more energy by bathing directly in the stars themselves, Luciferiel answered, and then wondered how the Almighty knew about that, as he had not mentioned that to him at all. The Almighty continued, good, I see it has benefited Jarahmael and Mephistopheles as well. Any bad effects? No, my lord, answered Jarahmael. Never felt better, my lord. Mephistopheles added. See, Abracus, that should answer your question. I want your potentate angels to store up as much energy as they can by visiting the new stars. Dive within them and gather more energy. You will be my energy powerhouses. The act of construction using solid materials on the earth takes more energy than it does for building in the heavens, and a lot more than what it does for an angel of any order to fly across the universe. Abracus looked directly back at the Almighty and answered, I will start taking my colleagues to the stars to gather energy. Should we just use the local sun here near the earth? You can, Abracus, but the best source of that energy comes from newly created stars. I am sure that Luciferiel, Jarahmael or Mephistopheles would be happy to teach you how to get to the end of the universe quickly. The Almighty then looked at Luciferiel, Jarahmael, and then Mephistopheles, and asked, would you do this for me? Luciferiel quickly weighed what he wanted to do. Should he go to the earth and find out more about these new earthbound creatures, or should he go enjoy star diving again today? The opportunity to get more power and energy from the new stars easily won out. The Almighty's new earth creatures could wait for another day. And he responded, I will take them, my lord. Besides, we need to keep creating more stars, because as you said, the best energy comes off the newly created ones. And I have experience in making new ones. And what about Jarahmael and Mephistopheles? The Almighty asked. Jarahmael and Mephistopheles looked at one another and nodded their head. Jarahmael smiled as he answered for both of them. Yes, my lord, we would like to go too. We also know how to create new stars. And if we are having all of the order of potentates come along, we will need a lot of new stars for them to gain their energy from. Excellent. That was exactly what I was hoping for, my dear angels. Now you can go. There is a long day awaiting you. And thank you, the Almighty said warmly, passing along the book of creation to Luciferiel. Luciferiel, Jarahmael, and Mephistopheles flew out of the throne room over the remainder of the assembled angels, Abracus following immediately behind them and the ranks of the order of the potentates angels falling into a column behind them, flying just like colored bubbles in a stream's current. As they left, the Almighty said to the rest of the assembly, now for the rest of you. Chapter 8. The First Secret. The Almighty finished assigning the orders of angels tasks for the day, but told Michael to remain behind. Michael, I have a special assignment for you, one that I want to keep secret for now. It's the experiment that I have been conducting on the earth and in the first heaven. I will do whatever you desire, my lord, Michael responded. How can I be of service? I have fashioned creatures out of the earth that resemble smaller versions of the angels, but composed of earth and not light. I have named them simians. Yes, my lord, Michael responded. I had tried to fashion something similar when we were on the earth creating the first earthen beings with Lord Luciferiel. But he grew concerned about creating such beings, and had me alter them so they were not like us. I know, responded the Almighty. And that is the main reason I am asking for you to assist me in this experiment. Will that not be a problem with Lord Luciferiel? Michael asked. He has no reason to feel threatened, as I intend for all creatures to live in harmony. But I do have concerns about the dinosaurs he has created. They may be beautiful to look at, but they are too primitive to assist in creating things on Earth. Yes, my lord, they seem to be destructive to the things around them and to each other from what I have observed, Michael said, nodding in agreement with the Almighty. The simians I have created are more intelligent than the dinosaurs, but they still lack a real creative ability, continued the Almighty. I want you to observe them if you would for me. No interference with them. I want you to stay hidden while you observe. I fear that they will not create if they know there is a superior intelligence around. I started by creating a few of them, but not much came out of it, so I have increased their numbers. I hope that they will become more creative simply because there are many more of them interacting with one another. And I have placed them in different regions on the planet hoping that they could become more creative based on their surroundings. But so far that has not occurred. Observe and not interfere then, my lord? Yes, Michael. There is one more thing though. As you remember, Luciferiel assisted me in creating all of the beings of light, you and the rest of the angels. Michael again nodded as he remembered his own creation. I want you to be directly involved in the creation of an advanced form of these simians. How so, my lord? I have created a place in the first heaven that is attached directly to the earth. I have kept it hidden from all of the angels' view as I have been developing it. I intend to create a pair of beings that have a greater part of my intelligence and spirit, just as each and every one of the angels does. And I want you to directly assist me in their creation and am interested in any ideas you may have about making them better. If they become as wonderful as I imagine, I eventually want to put them in charge of the earth, and they will become my creators on that planet. Are you interested? I would be honored, my lord, Michael responded, smiling to be selected for such an important task. Good. I will expect you to be protective of my secrets in this regard and of the existence of these new creatures. Of course, my lord. Come then, Michael. Join me as we fly down to the first heaven. The Almighty then turned to the seraphim and motioned for them to accompany him. Seraphim of the order of the seraphim then led their departure from the throne room, followed by the Almighty, with Michael flying beside him, with the thrones bringing up the rear. As they neared the exit of the throne room, the Almighty turned to Michael and said, I do not want us observed by any of the other angels, and then he made a circling gesture and they were all turned invisible. As they flew down through the heavens, they remained silent so that they did not call attention to their presence as they passed through each of the lower heavens and the gateways between them. Once they arrived in the first heaven, the Almighty turned to the seraphim and said, Go forth and collect the clay from the earth as instructed and meet us back here. The Almighty then indicated for Michael to follow him as he continued to fly down into the sky above the earth. Below them Michael could see the vegetation that carpeted the landscape, dotted here and there with various creatures, dinosaurs being the largest. As they flew to an area near some mountains, the Almighty grabbed Michael's hand and said, Look to your left. Those are the simians. Michael could see these creatures emerge. They were two-legged with two arms, similar to angels, but covered mostly with hair, shorter than the angels, and without wings. Their faces had an intelligence to them as they engaged in various tasks, mostly gathering fruit and vegetables from trees and plants. The Almighty broke Michael's attention when he said, "They look like they can create, but I have been observing them for a while now and they rely on the caves for shelter and don't seem to have any sense that they can stray far from where they are. They have made no attempt to build any structures on their own, not like you angels, who commenced making palaces in the heavens right after you were created. I haven't totally given up on them, but I want to do something more advanced." Michael responded while still looking at them. "There is gentleness about them, my lord. Much different from many of the dinosaurs that Luciferial and the Auxilium created." "True," responded the Almighty. "That's one of the reasons I would like you to keep an eye out on them. I am afraid they will not do well if the dinosaurs discover them. We should return back to the first heaven, the seraphim should be returning soon, but..." Staying invisible, they flew back up through the earth's sky and into the first heaven, slipping through a gateway hidden from the normal view of the angels. They then descended through the cottony clouds that floated above a lush green paradise, veined by 4 rivers that ran through it. Bright colors from plants and flowers offset the green vegetation and highlighted the area with brightly colored fruit hanging off the trees. The Almighty and his entourage of angels landed in a brown clearing near where the rivers all converged in the middle of the greenery. The seraphim landed a few seconds later, having returned with the samples of clay that they placed in 2 piles in the clearing and near the gurgling water. "What do you think of this place, Michael?" the Almighty asked. Michael was overcome by the beauty of this place, so different from the heavens but yet so exquisite in a whole different element. "It is beyond belief, my lord. Earth may be beautiful, but the intensity of everything here is as if it was composed of a mixture of light and earth," he said. "I wanted you to be here when I created my latest beings," the Almighty said as he pointed at 2 piles of earth that had been collected and piled before him. "See these?" Michael moved closer to the 2 mounds of clay and answered, "Yes, my lord. These samples of clay have been collected by the seraphim from the 4 corners of the earth. Noraphim collected clay from the north, Pseudophim clay from the south, Ostophim clay from the east, and Wordophim clay from the west. This represents all the different types of earth that are present on the planet." "Yes, my lord," Michael said, looking down at the soil. "I want the beings to be part of this planet." "And see this here?" the Almighty asked, pointing to all the trees and bushes around the 2 of them. Michael looked up from the mounds of clay. "This is a place I have named the Garden of Eden, and it will be the home for the 2 new creatures. It is attached to the first heaven as you can see, and I will connect this place with the earth once these beings are further along in their maturity, and then I will begin to expose them to the simians. They can teach the simians how to create and develop other skills. There will be much work for the other orders of angels to do in preparation of that event, but for now it shall be you, Michael, that is responsible for keeping an eye on these beings. I also give you permission to bring along any other archangel that you think could assist you monitor these beings, but please keep in mind that Luciferial and the Auxilium may not like them, so this assignment needs to remain secret." Michael was pleased that he was being given such an important assignment and responded, "I would be honored to do so, my lord." The Almighty turned himself visible and said, "Let us then begin." He picked up the piled soil in his hands, and pulled in some water from the nearby river, blended it with the portions of the piles of earth and formed into a creature with a combination of the features of the simians and the angels, but still without any wings. Once fully shaped he set it down and created another going through the same process and using the rest of the piles of clay blended with more of the nearby water. The Almighty then bent his head between the 2 molded figures and whispered something into each of their ears. Then he arose above them and called out, "Lillith, come forth." And the form that would be female came to life, her eyes blinking as she stared to look around and gain her bearings. He then called out to the other form, "Adam, come forth." And the male figure blinked as he too awoke and tried to get his bearings. They sat up, and as they did, the Almighty reached out and touched each of them simultaneously on the forehead, which caused a flash of energy to pass into them. The clouded look of bewilderment in their eyes was immediately replaced with a sharpness in their pupils, the focus of cognition. The Almighty looked off into the distance and then vanished for a moment. He reappeared in a form very similar to the 2 beings he had just created. Michael assumed this was to make them feel more comfortable. They never would have been able to look upon him in his natural appearance. Michael observed that Lillith and Adam were evenly matched in beauty. The Almighty created them as equals. Lillith had long, flowing blonde hair that reached down to the back of her thighs, blue eyes so clear that they shone like blue-tinted ice, plump red lips, full firm breasts, a slightly upturned nose, clear glowing pink skin, all atop a long slender body with sleek shapely legs. Adam was brown-haired and brown-eyed, muscular and strong, solid in form as the clay he was composed of, some hair on his body, but with a great deal more hairless skin than any of the simians that Michael had observed earlier. Lillith and Adam glanced around at the garden where they were placed, their eyes taking in their surroundings, but Michael was unsure if they were able to understand much of it, as even he was still astonished by the beauty of this place. He observed the two of them without worry as only the Almighty was visible to them. Michael and the rest remained invisible to these new creatures. Lillith and Adam remained sitting up on the ground for a while as they absorbed their surroundings. It took them some time to begin to move even their arms as they were becoming accustomed to their bodies. They remained silent for a long time, and there were just the sounds of the paradise in the background. Michael was able to hear the smaller winged creatures known as birds as well. He could watch their forms covered in colors and feathers that flew at will from one tree to another, making strange but soothing sounds as they communicated with one another. The Almighty then reached down and pulled both of these new creatures to their feet. He indicated that they should walk around, and after a short while of unsteadiness they were able to balance themselves just fine. The Almighty then indicated for the two of them to look at one another, and after a brief moment a surge of energy passed between them that Michael could feel even though he was still invisible and standing away from them. Michael had never felt a surge that accompanied creatures' attraction for one another before. It was a stream of energy that bounced between them, and that increased in intensity to the degree that he could feel its wake. After a few moments of them gazing at one another, the Almighty spoke. "Lillith and Adam, this is your new home, a place that is called the Garden of Eden." Then, with another circling gesture of his hand, the Almighty removed the veil of invisibility from Michael while keeping the rest of the seraphim and thrones hidden and invisible. "This is my Archangel Michael. He is responsible for helping create you two and will serve as my messenger and helper for you when I am not here." Michael stood across from Lillith and Adam, exchanging glances and smiles with each of them. Lilith's eyes lit up a bit more intensely and lingered in his gaze. He felt that her eyes were absorbing him, as he stood looking down upon her and her mate. Adam's glance, on the other hand, was quicker and much less intense. He was not paying much attention to Michael, as if he were just a larger creature found among other things in this garden. Michael thought that Lillith was much more observant and intelligent. Adam seemed slower in thought and probably did not comprehend everything he saw and heard. "Come walk with us," the Almighty said to Adam and Lillith as he began to walk down the clearing and then along the stream. Michael walked along behind them, visible to them while the seraphim and thrones remained invisible and flew above them. He listened as the Almighty showed the two creatures different things within the Garden of Eden. The Almighty took a lot of time with them, pointing out the various fruits that they could eat and enjoy as well as the clear cool waters that flowed beside them. These new creatures stayed quiet, not sure yet how to speak or what to say. He also showed them a small structure that his seraphim had prepared for them, equipped with piles of straw where they could sleep at night. After a few hours the Almighty and his angels prepared to depart, and by this time Lillith and Adam finally began to speak, even though it was only repeating their own names. The two new creatures would have the opportunity to explore the Garden of Eden on their own. Just before he left, the Almighty looked at Lillith and Adam lovingly and said, "All of this is for you to enjoy. This is your world now. You are in charge of it and can do whatever you wish." Chapter 9. Potentate Training. Luciferiel was excited to be able to return to the stars at the far reaches of the universe. He thought how wonderful it would feel to be able to immerse himself in the power of the new stars once again, even if he had to bring along the potentates. Looking back upon Abracus and his order of potentate angels as they followed behind Mephistopheles and Jarahmael, he almost laughed at the way they bobbed along in flight, pulsating balls of light that they were. Mephistopheles caught his eye and, almost reading his mind, said, "What a freakish lot those potentates are. They are so different from all the other order of angels. I don't know why the Almighty created them to look like that," Luciferiel responded. "And I have a good sense of why the Almighty does things. What do you think, Jarahmael?" "I don't know either, my lord Luciferiel. I do know that Cerebriel of the Cherubim told me that they have proven to be very useful with the construction on the earth. They can pulsate power into angels of the other orders, magnifying their strength." "Interesting," responded Luciferiel, making a mental note of this, and quickly shot a glance over at Mephistopheles to make sure he was paying attention. Mephistopheles changed the subject. "We are here, my lord, at the hub for the cosmic energy stream." "Good," Luciferiel responded. "Jarahmael, I want you to make sure all the potentates fly into the portal after I bring Abracus with me to lead the way. Mephistopheles will come inside and try to make sure they are all touching so we all can travel together. But with potentates, who knows what will happen? If we can't get them all to travel together, then Jarahmael, you will have to get the stragglers into the cosmic energy stream. Ready, Mephistopheles?" Mephistopheles nodded his head. "Abracus, come up here," Luciferiel said, motioning for the pulsating violet-colored orb to come up beside him. "Bring the rest of them too," he called out again to Abracus, motioning for them to line up. Luciferiel then called out, "Proteoluminarium fluo," and a glowing circular hub of red appeared. Abracus flashed some sort of signal to the others, indicating in their own way for the potentates to follow Luciferiel. Abracus himself stayed back and called out to Luciferiel, I want to make sure all my potentate angels get through the portal, Lord Luciferiel. I will come with the last of them. I am leaving Jarahmael here to bring up the rear of our group and ensure all of your potentates make it through, Lord Abracus, but you are welcome to do as you wish, Luciferiel yelled back. Abracus then pointed out 2 of his potentates by striking them with electronic firebolts. These are Salmak and Gaap, they will take the lead for the potentates that are going in this group with you. Luciferiel then motioned to them that they needed to fly into the red hub and demonstrated by flying into the tunnel himself, and then re-emerged to watch the large group of potentates enter inside. Then Luciferiel and Mephistopheles followed them into the portal. Once inside, Luciferiel then addressed the group Salmak, Gaap, and the rest of you potentates in here, make sure you are all touching. Here we go. Luciferiel and Mephistopheles then turned south as Luciferiel called out, South, end of the universe. With a flash they were all taken up in the cosmic energy stream and left the hub. Luciferiel came out near the location where they had been the day before. Excited, he could still feel the excess energy radiating off one of the nearby stars that had been created just yesterday. Luciferiel waited for a few more minutes and watched as more and more of the potentates arrived. Luciferiel waited for Jarahmael and the rear of the potentate column of angels to arrive. But he grew impatient as he kept remembering the ecstasy that he felt when he was immersed in the star. The heat of the star and its extra energy kept pulling Luciferiel towards it, magnifying his desire to immerse himself once again into the energy within its core. He decided there was no reason for him to wait for Jarahmael and the others. Jarahmael was more than capable to show Abracus and the remainder of the potentates how to immerse themselves in the energy core of the star. They could catch up with him later. Luciferiel turned to the lead potentates as he began to fly towards one of the new stars and said, Salmak and Gaap, I want you and your angels to follow me and do whatever I do. Mephistopheles moved to accompany Luciferiel and motioned to Salmak and Gaap, encouraging them to follow. It will be wonderful, Mephistopheles added as he too began to fly towards the star. Salmak, Gaap, and the other potentates then began to move and followed the 2 archangels, gathering speed as they tried to catch up. They watched as the archangels began their dive into the star, and then followed them into the atmosphere. Luciferiel and Mephistopheles dove head first into the surface of the star and swam deeper, into the core. The energy pushed them back up to the surface and they bathed themselves in the rolling mass of energy, half-heartedly watching for Salmak, Gaap, and the other potentates with little interest. I am going to take another dive into the core, Mephistopheles announced. I so enjoy crashing directly into the core from above. That's fine, Mephistopheles. I will wait for you here, Luciferiel said, stretching out his wings so he could absorb even more energy. Salmak soon popped up near Luciferiel and he watched the orb with amusement. Salmak's bluish hue became a more intense shade as he absorbed more and more energy from the star. Watching the orb, Luciferiel remembered assisting the Almighty in creating these angels, but he had trouble differentiating one from the other even then. Gaap soon popped up nearby, his reddish hue now blood red. Soon another group of the potentates came up through the star's surface, while Luciferiel leisurely floated watching their colors intensify as they absorbed more energy. Tell me what you think of the energy here, Luciferiel asked Salmak and Gaap as they continued to bob on the surface. Faces appeared through the smooth encasing that kept them spherical and Luciferiel noticed that they appeared to be smiling. It's difficult to read what they are thinking or feeling, Luciferiel thought, best to ask them. Are you enjoying this? Salmak pulsated as he spoke, saying, Oh yes, Lord Luciferiel. It is both refreshing and energizing. We generate our own energy, but this is a tremendous boost for us. Gaap said, Thank you for showing us this, it is a great enjoyment. All of the angels are able to self-generate energy, we are beings of light. Luciferiel responded, hiding his annoyance that they may not appreciate that he was the one who created these beings of light on that first day, with what he now considered a little help from the Almighty. He did not want to offend them because they may have information he wanted. He was very curious about what Jarahmael had said earlier about their ability to transfer energy to others. I hear that you are able to provide additional power to other angels. Yes, at times we have, answered Salmak. It can be quite disorientating though, as it does temporarily drain us and make us sluggish afterwards. I was providing energy for the cherubim on the earth the other day and for a while I forgot where I was, responded Gaap. What did they use your power for, Gaap? Luciferiel asked. I don't remember. That's the reason we don't like to do it, Gaap answered, his face now showing a flash that appeared to be anger. That must be very disorienting when your power is drained like that, Luciferiel sympathized and then asked. Can you absorb power from another angel too, does it go both ways? It is Lord Luciferiel, very disorienting. I don't know if we can absorb energy from the other angels, answered Salmak, no one has tried to do that with us before. Let's try now, Luciferil said, as he pulled his wings back and closer to his body and then reached out, his right hand touching Salmak and his left hand touching Gaap. Luciferil then focused his mind and energy passed through him into each of the potentates. Salmak smiled broadly, his face appearing in much greater detail through the murkiness of his sphere. Looking over, Luciferil saw the same effect on Gaap's face. Now let's try you two generating power back into me, Luciferil said, and braced himself for a surge. Both potentates' inner lights dimmed a bit in intensity as the power went deep into Luciferil, a sensation similar to what he was enjoying directly from the star. Oh, both Salmak and Gaap said in unison. And we did not lose our memory, exclaimed Salmak. The power here in the star must replace the drain on your energy almost immediately, Luciferil said. It may not work when you are not within the energy core of a star. We need to tell Lord Abrakas about this. Salmak exclaimed, excited by their discovery. I think we should wait before we tell Abrakas that the power can go both ways, Luciferil said. For now let us keep this fact as our own secret. Agreed? Agreed, said Salmak. Yes, of course, said Gaap. Before they could continue their conversation, Abrakas and Jarahmael came plunging into the star's core nearby as Luciferil and the two potentates watched. Ah, here they are finally, said Luciferil as he moved closer to where they had just popped back up out of the core. Yes. Abrakas responded. It took longer than I expected to get everyone through the cosmic energy stream. He then turned to Jarahmael and said, but your brother Archangel Jarahmael here was of great help and exercised a great deal of patience with the slower members of my order. Jarahmael answered, it was my pleasure, Lord Abrakas. It gave us time to become better acquainted with one another. It was interesting to hear how you and your order have been of so much assistance to the construction going on down on the earth. We do enjoy doing the will of the Almighty, whatever it may be, Abrakas answered. Luciferil noticed that Salmak and Gaap looked away when Abrakas said that, perhaps there is some rift among these angels, he thought to himself. Luciferil continued to watch Salmak and Gaap closely, expecting them to tell Abrakas that the potentates could gather energy from other orders of angels, but they kept their agreement. Perhaps these two potentate angels will be able to keep a secret, he thought. Jarahmael interrupted and said, it's time to enjoy the energy of the star. Come on, Lord Abrakas, follow me and I will show you some other areas of the core. Jarahmael and Abrakas then moved away from Luciferil, followed by Salmak and Gaap. Luciferil noticed their intensity kept growing as they remained within the star's energy fields. He watched Salmak and Gaap both turn around and send him a smile as they moved away. A sly grin appeared on Luciferil's face as he realized that Salmak and Gaap's loyalties were with him rather than their own leader, Abrakas. Chapter 10. First Days in Eden. It had been a long day for Lillith and Adam. They had been created and given control over their own realm, a garden that was part of both the earth and first heaven. The two of them enjoyed paradise as they strolled naked through the lush greenery, feeling the warm sun on their skin, which was offset by the gentle breezes that caressed and cooled their bodies. They feasted upon the fruits that were abundant around them, even though they only needed a small amount of food from the tree of life for sustenance. The rest of the time they had the luxury of eating for the pure pleasure of it. Fruits of all sorts were available and all around them. Strawberries, mangoes, oranges, apples and grapes, as well as nuts, figs, and vegetables grew in abundance throughout the garden. As night began to fall, they retreated back to the hut that the Almighty had provided for them. The air became slightly cooler and they could both feel their bodies become tired. And it felt good to be able to relax in their hut. Although they had managed to say a few words when the Almighty and Archangel Michael had been with them earlier, speaking was not something that they were accustomed to doing, yet they were still able to communicate with one another easily enough by touch and gesture. When they had been in the presence of the Almighty earlier in the day, they felt a physical warmth from him as they were bathed in his love. Now that they were alone, Adam could not take his eyes off Lillith, and they continued to feel that same desire generated between the two of them. Adam soon discovered that when he touched Lillith, strange and wonderful things happened to his body. His heart beat faster, and he felt stronger, more alive. His belly had a strange sensation, exhilarating yet demanding, a hunger that needed to be satiated. Looking into Lilith's blue eyes, he could see that she was getting excited too, her body moving closer to his, as he felt her physical warmth radiating from her soft skin against his. He became even more excited as they embraced, and he felt her body soften and begin to submit to his. Instinctively, they knew how to join together, and waves of passion passed over them and between their bodies. They experienced many levels of joy and learned to enjoy these feelings of love. Afterwards, they finally fell asleep, exhausted but satisfied. The next morning they awoke with the sunrise and wanted to keep exploring their new bodies and world. The garden was exquisite, and the wide variety of fruit-bearing trees, plants and other edibles kept them busy as they ventured along its paths. As the day progressed, they began to experiment with using their voices to communicate with one another, calling one another by name, forming words and simple sentences. Exercising this part of their minds allowed the divine spark of the Almighty placed within them to develop and expand their ability to think. Adam watched as Lillith approached one of the streams that passed nearby their hut. She looked beautiful as she began to enter the water, its current running over her legs and more of her body as she went in deeper. He followed her into the water, feeling the sensation of the cool water against his skin, providing him with yet another joyous experience. Splashing about, he watched as Lillith lay backwards into the water and began to float with the current downstream, the sunlight making her face glow white in the blue water. He had trouble keeping up with her as he tried to walk through the water, and soon decided to lay back himself and float along just as she did. He soon caught up with her, as the current moved his greater mass along faster, and they floated along together for a while before eventually coming to a place where the streams crossed and intersected. They both climbed out of the water and watched as the streams collided, one stream headed in one direction, another headed back. There were fruit trees all around and Lillith gathered the colorful berries for the two of them to eat. Adam and Lillith then found a large tree where they could lounge in the shade as they ate and tasted the various delights that the garden provided. Chapter 11. Dinosaurs and Simians. A few days later, Michael, Raphael and Jarahmael left the throne room as a separate group after the morning ceremony. Lillith was once again headed towards the outer reaches of the universe, with the potentate angels in tow. The Almighty had once again given Michael the assignment to check on the progress of the development of the Earth in secret, and had been told to bring along Raphael and Jarahmael to assist him. "Michael, have you seen these new creatures?" Raphael asked as they began flying down through the heavens. "Only from a distance, flying over them," Michael said. "I was surprised that the Almighty did not have Lillith and his auxilium fly down here to Earth to check on these new creatures," added Jarahmael. "Seems to me that Lillith does not care much about the Earth other than what his dinosaurs and reptiles are doing," said Michael as he glided more steeply to gain speed on his descent. The other two angels changed their courses too, although it took them a couple of seconds more to catch up to Michael. "It's all for the best," said Raphael. "Now that we have begun creating all these warm-blooded creatures, they can function better whether the sun is out or not. I take it as an honor that the Almighty has trusted us with this task. Lillith now wants to deal with the grandiose and huge things in the universe. Those things are nice, but I think there is far more beauty and elegance in the smaller and more intricate creations," Michael said. "Well put, Michael," added Jarahmael. "So tell us, what have you seen of these creatures? They are hairy creatures, and walk on two legs like us. They are limited because they have no wings, nor any means to fly. They communicate by some simple language and hand gestures. Although I have seen evidence of them drawing crude pictures in the caves where they stay," Michael answered. "Have they seen you?" asked Raphael. "Heavens no! I think that I would scare them. We are nothing like the other creatures they have seen on Earth. Remember, the Almighty has given us explicit instructions that we are to keep out of sight or turn invisible so that they don't know we exist." "That instruction confused me," said Jarahmael. "Especially when the Almighty has the principalities and dominions building structures in their midst." "Yes, Jarahmael, but that is why the Almighty assigned the cherubim to keep all the creatures away from the construction sites by building walls of celestial fire around them. I wasn't sure what celestial fire actually was when the Almighty told Jarahmael of the cherubim to use it to keep all the earthen creatures back from the construction sites. I saw some of it the other day when I was flying over the Earth." "You will see it soon enough," Michael said, altering his course to slow them down, now that they were entering the Earth's atmosphere as they came through the gateway of the first heaven. Michael and the other two archangels had reached the skies over the Earth first, but the other orders of angels were not far behind. It was still dark where they were entering the Earth and they would not be seen by the creatures down below. "Now pay attention to the cherubim," Michael said as they banked upwards and hovered in the sky where they could watch as the other orders of angels came through. Jarahmael and the 4 legions of his order came through and divided, heading separately in the 4 directions of the Earth. Jarahmael continued to drop directly downward as the others flew a bit more deeply into the darkness. Michael admired the cherubim with their angelic heads but animalistic winged bodies. They were the strongest and most physically powerful of all the angels. And the cherubim, rather than landing directly on the ground below, encircled the building sites where the principalities and dominion angels had already landed. As the cherubim flew in the circle around these sites, huge tumbling waves of fire sprang up, forming a round wall all around the site. From above it looked like the areas were burning. Jarahmael asked, "Doesn't that make these areas more obvious to the creatures below?" "Follow me and I will show you." Michael angled down to land outside the circles of celestial fire. As they got closer to the ground, the fire itself vanished and appeared to be nothing but more landscape similar to the surrounding areas. "How is that possible?" asked Raphael. "You cannot even see what is behind the wall." Yes, nothing looks out of place or out of the ordinary, added Jarahmael. Michael pointed off into the distance where there was a herd of large animals running towards the protective yet invisible wall of celestial fire. Watch, he said to his two companions. As the herd approached the wall, they suddenly turned and changed direction, running parallel to the wall. How did that happen? Asked Jarahmael. They should have run directly into the wall of celestial fire. There is something about the celestial fire, said Michael, that repels the creatures made of the earth. They will not cross over the fire, yet they do not know it is even there. Amazing, added Jarahmael. It is a good thing, added Raphael, especially if the Almighty wants to keep all this construction secret from the earth and creatures. Michael then walked directly into the wall of fire. We are invisible in here, so none of the creatures can see us. I wanted to show you something. Follow me. Can't we make ourselves invisible without the wall of celestial fire? Asked Jarahmael. Of course, responded Michael. We are still beings of light. All we have to do is change our light wave frequency and no earthen creature can see us or feel our presence. We can walk through anything made of the earth if we are at the right frequency. But I also know that this wall goes close to one of the cave systems that the new creatures live in. This way you can watch them and we can talk freely, as they cannot hear what's going on inside the protective wall. They walked on for a bit observing the landscape around them. This planet is beautiful, said Jarahmael. All the vegetation that is growing here is in so many different colors and shapes. Yes, the Almighty has done a wonderful thing with this planet, added Raphael. Soon they had come upon a settlement of the new creatures that were awakening from their night's rest, the sun beginning to climb up out of the horizon. Here were the creatures, much smaller than the archangels, barely breaking 5 feet tall. They had a great deal of hair over their bodies, the only exposed skin was a small patch in the face area. Jarahmael commented, these creatures look a lot like those creatures you attempted to make on the first day we were creating lifeforms on the planet Michael. The ones that Luciferiel did not want. Yes, said Michael, the Almighty decided that he wanted to develop this species further, regardless of Luciferiel. He purposely made their minds bigger and they can speak to one another. The Almighty confided in me that they remind him of us, the angels. Eventually he wants some form of more advanced thinking creatures here on the planet. Michael thought for a second about revealing the existence of Lilith and Adam to Jarahmael and Raphael, but decided that he best ask the Almighty about it first. But didn't that upset Luciferiel? Asked Jarahmael. I think that's why the Almighty has been doing this quietly. The Almighty doesn't want Luciferiel and his auxilium to become jealous, Michael responded in a hushed voice, sharing the knowledge entrusted to him by the Almighty. The sounds of the principalities and dominion angels beginning to work rose behind them, the noise itself also contained within the ring of celestial fire. They turned to watch for a minute and saw the guardian order of angels from the first heaven arriving to assist the others build. Michael thought that the lowest order of angels were not much taller than these simian creatures, far shorter than any of the other orders of angels who were at least 9 feet tall. But although the guardians were not as tall, they still had that glowing beauty that radiated from the beings of light. With their backs toward the earthen landscape outside the protective wall of the celestial fire, and distracted by watching the angels work on the structures, a terrified scream from one of the simians made all 3 of them spin around. Much to Michael's horror, he saw a band of predatory dinosaurs descending down upon a group of the simians. The smaller creatures tried unsuccessfully to fend off the attack using sharpened sticks. From what Michael could see, 2 of the simians were grabbed by the dinosaurs' mouths and were gruesomely torn apart and quickly swallowed in a couple of gulps by the dinosaurs. The other simians were running, retreating towards the cave, and as the archangels watched, one of the defenders of the simians was cut across the arm by the sharp claws of a dinosaur. Despite the Almighty's command to remain hidden from the simians, the brutality of the dinosaur attack sickened all 3 of the angels, and they instinctively took action. In unison, the 3 archangels flew out of the celestial firewall, condensing themselves so that they had earthly mass. Michael went right through the front of the band of dinosaurs using the silver tips of his wings as a cutting weapon, decapitating the 4 lead dinosaurs, and causing the rest of the band to stumble over the bodies as they did not have enough time to stop or change direction. Jarahmael stopped and hovered between the remainder of the band of dinosaurs and the fleeing simians, his wings flapping slowly as he stayed at eye level with the attackers, his body glowing ever more brightly as he radiated light energy back at the huge predators, blinding them. Raphael swooped down and enveloped the injured simian, whose wound was gushing blood. Michael flew upwards after his deadly pass had decapitated the lead dinosaurs and then banked back downwards, heading towards where Raphael's red-tipped wings formed a protective tent over the injured simian. As Michael approached from above, he could see a quick flash of light from beneath Raphael's wings, and soon the flow of blood from the wounded simian stopped. Landing near them, Michael said to Raphael, "Will the creature be all right?" "Yes," Raphael answered, "the wound looked worse than it was. I was able to stop the bleeding by binding the skin back together with my light energy, but..." When Raphael stood up again, the two archangels could see the frightened creature looking up at them, frozen in fear and not able to move. "We should leave the creature here," said Michael, "but I am afraid that once Jarahmael moves out of the way, even though those dinosaurs are blinded, they may come to eat the creature relying upon their sense of smell. Now that I have already destroyed some of Luciferial's dinosaurs, I may have to destroy the rest of this band of predators." "There is only one solution then," Raphael said, gently picking up the wounded creature and then flying off, headed in the direction of the caves off to the east where the other simians had retreated. Michael caught up to him while they flew and both landed in the entrance to the cave side by side. "I won't have you get into trouble alone, Raphael. I am already involved and will be the one to answer for destroying those predators." Raphael nodded in agreement with Michael and carried the wounded creature inside. The rest of the simians were huddling back against the wall of the cave, their eyes filled with fear, their bodies trembling. Raphael gently placed the creature on a rock in the center of the cave, but noticed the wound had begun bleeding again from moving him. The wounded simian was the leader of the group hiding within the cave, and Raphael noted that his muddy brown eyes were still fierce from his fighting instincts. It took a minute or so before he calmed down enough so that Raphael could treat his wound. All the while the simian kept making a sound that Raphael thought must have been his name. His name sounded like Guline to Raphael, and he could hear the rest of the group begin to chant the simian's name. Raphael knew that it would be best to treat him if he was unconscious and unable to feel pain. Raphael then placed his hand on Guline's forehead and transferred some energy into his mind, placing the creature into a sleeping trance. Then using his right hand he shot a larger dose of his light energy into the wound, cauterizing it and stopping the bleeding for good. The skin healed a bit, and Raphael wished he had the Book of Creation with him so he could heal the wound faster. But he knew that the wound would now heal, even if it took a while. Raphael stepped back and saw a female of the species step forward to tend to the wounded simian. She uttered what appeared to be her name as well, Noriam, and took over the care of Guline. Raphael noticed that she had the courage to come up to the two archangels while all the others stayed huddled towards the back of the cave, not daring to come any closer. Although he sensed fear from her, she was determined to assist her mate. Seeing that the simian was in caring hands, Michael said to Raphael, "It's time to go." Raphael nodded in agreement, and they decided to leave before they had further contact with any of them. The less contact the better, Michael thought. Jarahmael was still hovering in front of the rest of the dinosaurs, the heat he was generating keeping them back. The dinosaurs were not giving up, screeching and tumbling into one another, and still trying to move forward even though they were now permanently blinded by his bright white light. Michael flew up to assist Jarahmael. "What do you want to do about these dinosaurs?" Jarahmael asked as his wings flapped up and down slowly. "I don't think they will be much danger any longer, as they can't see. But they can smell," said Raphael, as he flew up and joined them. "Those simians in the cave did have some means of protecting themselves," Michael added, hoping not to get the three of them further involved. "Yes, but it didn't seem to help them much, did it?" Raphael argued. "All right, as much as I dislike having to destroy the rest of them, there is a molten pit of hot lava back there a bit. Let's drive them backwards into it," Michael said. Raphael flew alongside Jarahmael on one side, and Michael did the same on the other side, all three radiating a wall of energy. The three white lights grew brighter and hotter as they moved slowly towards the 5 remaining dinosaurs. The dinosaurs had no choice but to move backwards from the radiation until one by one they fell into the churning molten pit, screaming as they hit the fiery lava. Once the deed was done, the 3 archangels moved the decapitated dinosaur carcasses and threw them in the pit. Once all the evidence of the attack was destroyed, the 3 archangels flew back to the construction site and returned to hovering just on the protected inside of the wall of celestial fire. Michael turned to them and said, "We cannot tell Luciferial about what happened here, at least not until I speak with the Almighty about it. We need to speak to the Almighty regardless, as these dinosaurs will kill off all the simians if we are not careful," Raphael said, looking back at the cave through the wall of celestial fire. Jarahmael added, "I think these dinosaurs won't let any other creature live safely on this planet. It's a limiting approach to the creation. I wouldn't discuss this with the other archangels either. Especially Luciferial's auxilium, they will tell him immediately. It's a good thing that Mephistopheles is with Luciferial and the potentates today. Beelzebul and the rest of the auxilium are away from the earth, too, assigned to the various heavens by the Almighty along with the rest of our archangels. So there is no way they will know about what happened today." Michael speculated aloud. The other 2 archangels were also relieved. They would not have to deal with Luciferial about this, at least for now. Jarahmael asked, "What should we do now?" "Best to do the task assigned," Michael said. "Let's go find the other groups of simians and see how they are doing. I hope there are no more attacks by these dinosaurs on the other groups," said Raphael. The 3 archangels took another few moments watching the work of the angels assigned to the construction site, still in no hurry to leave. What did they name this place, by the way? Asked Jarahmael. It was named Egyptus by Annabel, I believe. Not sure of the meaning of it though, answered Michael. As the angels from the other orders were flying about, working and moving materials in the background, Michael, Jarahmael and Raphael flew off towards the north. Michael's instructions from the Almighty were to check on these simians that had been placed all over the earth. The Almighty wanted to know how these creatures were faring. Hopefully, they were more fortunate in surviving against the dinosaurs than the last group. As the three archangels rose into the skies, Michael wondered how he would explain what they had done to that band of dinosaurs. Did the Almighty already know that there was a problem with mixing the two species? What will happen if Lillith finds out the three of them destroyed some of his prized creatures? Chapter 12. A problem arises. Michael, Raphael, and Jarahmael returned to the heavens after checking on the simians, now dispersed around the earth. They decided that they would not mention their counterattack on the dinosaurs to any of the other archangels. None of them were sure how Lillith would deal with it, and they agreed that Michael would try to see the Almighty before anything was said to anyone. When they arrived in the seventh heaven, Jarahmael and Raphael headed to their mansions and Michael went directly to the throne room. As he arrived, he saw the Almighty sitting on the throne surrounded by his seraphim and throne angels. Michael hesitated as he flew into the entrance, but was quickly reassured when the Almighty spoke. "Come in, Michael." "Thank you, my lord. I was hoping that I would be able to get an audience with you. I did not expect you to be here waiting for me." "I have been expecting you, my loyal archangel." "How did you know to expect me?" Michael said as he landed and bowed down low before the Almighty. "I heard the cries of anguish from my simians earlier today when they were attacked by the dinosaurs. You, Jarahmael, and Raphael made quite an impression upon them." Unsure about how the Almighty would judge their actions, Michael answered, "My lord, I apologize for all of us. I know we were commanded to stay out of sight, and I did my best to keep the three of us out of the way and observe, but we just could not stand by as the dinosaurs attacked those creatures." "Yes, that's true that you were commanded to stay out of sight. But I also acknowledge that those were difficult circumstances and I appreciate your saving as many of the simians as you could. I will be sure to thank Raphael and Jarahmael personally, after tomorrow's morning ceremony. I am afraid that Lord Lillith will be angered when he hears that we have destroyed some of his prize creatures. But my lord, your simians will never survive long on that planet with those predators. We need to separate them or destroy the dinosaurs, I am afraid." "Separate or destroy them? Do you not think that they will somehow work it out?" "No, my lord. Those dinosaurs, at least the large predatory ones, are simply eating machines. They will eat anything they can, especially creatures smaller and not as ferocious as they are. In fact, from what I saw today, they probably would eat one another if there was nothing else around but. What do you suggest then, Michael? That we simply destroy them, wipe them off the face of the earth? Don't you think that Lillith should have a chance to work with them to stop those attacks?" "My lord, I do not believe that they have enough intelligence that they can be trained to not do what is in their nature. Lillith was more interested in making those creatures large and ferocious. He did not make them so they would get along with one another," Michael said. "I would like to give Lillith the opportunity to defend them. But I also don't want to create a problem among the Order of the Archangels by disclosing to Lillith that you had destroyed some of his creatures to defend the simians. In any event, my lord, those creatures are a menace. I haven't seen them kill anything else, but after what I saw today, I imagine they have been killing off other warm-blooded creatures that myself and some of the other archangels have created. But I do believe that there should be a fair resolution to this problem, Michael. Perhaps we should have the angels in the Order of the Virtues come up with a solution. Aren't you and Samuel designated to sit among them?" the Almighty asked. "Yes, my lord." "That's perfect then. We will bring the problem out for discussion rather than keep it secret. You and Samuel can lead the debate on whether to keep the dinosaurs or destroy them. Lord Lillith can join in the debate if he likes. We will all abide by whatever decision is reached. For now, go and rest. It was a long and trying day for you, Michael. I am proud of you for assisting the simians. I may want to give you another major assignment, but for now it's too soon. I will see you in the morning. Good night." "Thank you, my lord," Michael answered as he backed away from the Almighty, turned and took off flying as he left the throne room on the way to his own mansion to rest for the night. The next morning everything was calm and there was no indication that Lillith or his auxilium had heard about Michael's attack on the dinosaurs. Lillith was in great spirits, as he had been basking in the inner core of a star the day before with the potentates. They all glowed exceptionally bright this morning, as did Lillith, Mephistopheles, and Jarahmael. Abracus pulsated more brightly when he caught Jarahmael's gaze as the archangel flew down to his seat nearer to the Almighty's throne. It appeared that they had become friends from their experience a couple of days before. Michael noted that Jarahmael had the ability to make friends with angels of the other orders quite easily. He was friends now with Abracus of the potentates, Cerebriel of the cherubim, and Anabiel of the principalities. The morning ceremony began as usual and went along smoothly. Michael, Jarahmael, and Raphael had mixed feelings over what was going to come next. On one hand, they were glad that they had done the right thing in protecting the simians the day before, but they also did not look forward to Luciferiel's reaction to the news. The Almighty began the topic by asking Michael, Jarahmael, and Raphael to stand before the assembly of angels. "Here before you, my beloved beings of light, are 3 archangels that did an outstanding deed yesterday," the Almighty said. Michael looked out upon the assembly and could have sworn he felt the eyes of Luciferiel burn into him as the Almighty was applauding him and the other 2 archangels. But he dared not look at Luciferiel at the moment. They did something heroic. I had assigned them to make sure that creatures involved in my latest experiment were doing fine on the earth. The assembly of angels was used to the Almighty experimenting with the creation, so there was no excitement over that statement. While the 3 of them were on the earth, they arrived and remained hidden, as it is my standing command when dealing with these new creatures that I have named the simians. They are 2-legged creatures similar to you, but only a step above the warm-blooded animals that live on the planet, with a bit more intelligence than the animals there. Michael could see Beelzebul and Samuel whispering between themselves, looking up at Michael, Jarahmael, and Raphael. The Almighty continued, the simians that they were sent to watch were suddenly attacked by a band of dinosaurs, right in front of the 3 of them. A murmur passed through the assembly, which Michael thought was a good sign. Then, without regard for themselves or anything else, Michael flew in to fend off the attack, and Jarahmael held the attackers back with his radiance. Unfortunately, 2 of the simians had been eaten by the dinosaurs and another one badly injured. Raphael flew over to the injured one and helped heal him. By the time the whole event was over, all of the dinosaurs in the attacking group were destroyed. There was a groan from the auxilium, but not another sound from the rest of the assembly. Great, Michael thought to himself. Now the auxilium will be angry with me. But at least the other orders of angels do not have any strong sentiments to protect the dinosaurs. Michael and the others, the Almighty continued, have raised the point that the dinosaurs may pose a danger to many of the other larger lifeforms on the earth. They may have to be separated from the rest of the creatures on the planet or even destroyed. Again there was a groan from Luciferiel's auxilium despite Luciferiel not showing any emotion over this discussion. I have decided that the Order of Virtues should have discussions about the alternatives in this matter and develop a solution. Michael will attend to present his point of view, and I also suggest Samuel to represent Luciferiel's point of view, if that meets with Luciferiel's approval, as I know he is very busy in continuing the creation at the edges of the universe. Samuel rose immediately as if to object, and then, on second thought, remained silent as he looked over at Luciferiel for guidance. Luciferiel showed no emotion and responded calmly, Samuel is a good choice, my lord, and he has my every confidence in presenting my point of view in the matter. It looked to Michael as though Luciferiel had an inner meter to measure the mood and position of the assembly of angels, and it was not in favor of the dinosaurs. Luciferiel continued, and I apologize if the dinosaurs have done anything destructive, my lord, to your experiment called the simians. The Almighty was pleased with Luciferiel's reaction and comment. There is no need to apologize, my dear Luciferiel. The dinosaurs are magnificent creatures, we just have to decide about how to proceed to develop other lifeforms on the planet. I am certain you will cooperate with all the means at your disposal. Chapter 13. Samuel's Reconnoiter. Luciferiel and Samuel met up as they flew out of the throne room. Luciferiel turned to Samuel and spoke as they were ascending towards Luciferiel's mansion. I need you to fly down and check out the simians. Certainly, my lord, I will check them out immediately, Samuel responded as he looked back at Luciferiel. We need to get a better understanding of these creatures and what they've been doing to my dinosaurs. I gather these are the creatures the Almighty placed on the earth, even though I still don't quite understand why the Almighty would be placing these weak creatures there knowing that my dinosaurs and reptiles were going to control the planet. They sound ill-matched. The Almighty could have at least found a way for them all to coexist, Luciferiel said as he looked down in the direction of the earth. Yes, my lord, I will look into it. Seems that the Almighty has his own plans and I will let you know later, Samuel said as he turned and flew down towards the planet below. At first, Samuel could not find the simians as he flew down through the clouds above the earth. The dinosaurs though could be plainly seen in the swampy areas. Finally, as he flew towards the mountains he began to see these much smaller creatures that were similar in form to his own kind. These new creatures were a violation of what Luciferiel had told the archangels to develop when all the archangels went to the earth to create life, the day that Luciferiel was initially creating reptiles and dinosaurs. He did not allow any creatures to be formed that were similar to the beings of light. Yet here they were in the flesh. An ugly form of angel without wings, from what Samuel could determine. Samuel turned himself invisible before he landed near the one cave where he saw these simians moving in and out. They did not seem very intelligent or organized as they moved back and forth haphazardly. He thought that they were not much of a threat to his own kind, but he was not sure that Luciferil would feel the same way. He slipped inside the cave and noticed one of the simians recovering from what appeared to be some wounds. Clumsy creatures obviously, he thought to himself. No, these creatures will not be much of a threat. I don't know why the Almighty has this fascination with these creatures. They certainly are not powerful nor anywhere near as attractive as the angels. They are made out of mud and not pure energy like light. One of the females caught Samuel's attention when she walked past him and blocked his view. He noticed that there was a magnetism about the female that made him feel a flutter of attraction. She created a feeling of excitement within him that no other creature had ever done. But he had no idea what to do about it and just pushed the feeling back into the recesses of his mind. After he had seen all that he needed to see, he slipped back out the cave and began to ascend back into the heavens. Later that day he met up again with Luciferil and reported what he had seen. I have seen the simians, my lord. They look like the creatures that Michael was initially making on the day you created the dinosaurs and reptiles. They are similar to us, but without wings. Luciferil turned and asked, do you think that Michael is behind these creatures? It is certainly possible, my lord. It seems that the Almighty has trusted him with dealing with these creatures in place of you. Remember, he did attempt to create this sort of creature before he died. Luciferil grew silent as he thought about this. He then smiled and said to Samuel, I am sure the Almighty has some reason for doing this. Do you think that these new creatures are a threat to us as the most loved of the Almighty? Samuel responded immediately and said, no, I don't think so, my lord. They really are simple creatures and behave on the same level as the dinosaurs. I didn't see any indication that they created anything on their own. They seemed disorganized and relied on what was provided to them. And they are weak, made out of the clay from the earth. Nor do they have the radiant beauty that we all possess. They will most likely turn out to be just a passing fancy for the Almighty until he creates something superior. Do you really think so? Asked Luciferil. Most certainly, my lord, although I must report to you that the females of the species have a certain attractiveness to them. But all in all, they are at best a very poor copy of what we are. Attractiveness? What does that mean? Asked Luciferil. I don't know how to explain the feeling, my lord. But I experienced a sensation in my body, a form of additional excitement that I had never felt before. But it did pass quickly after I left the cave, Samuel answered, although he was not sure if he should have even mentioned the feeling to Luciferil. Interesting. I wonder what that all means. But I don't know if it's very important at the moment. Have you ever felt that level of excitement when dealing with the dinosaurs? Luciferil asked thoughtfully. No, my lord, other than the excitement of being able to create something significant, Samuel responded. Perhaps we need to address this sense of excitement about the simian females in the future. Any suggestions about a means to have the simians coexist safely with the dinosaurs and reptiles? Luciferil asked. It looks to me that the dinosaurs are clearly in charge on the planet. They do as they please, wander about, eat, and reproduce, my lord. I don't see how the simians can survive living amongst them. What would you like me to say at the discussions in the Hall of the Virtues about the dinosaurs? Samuel inquired. All right, for now it seems then this is settled. I will not object to these creatures and we will do whatever the Almighty wants done with them and about them. Your position then, in terms of what I should say at the Hall of the Virtues about the dinosaurs, is that you don't particularly care what happens? Samuel asked. Yes, that is correct. We shall see what the virtues determine, and for the time being, we shall all continue to give the Almighty our love and support in this matter, as we should. Let the situation on the earth develop and let Michael work to convince the virtues that the dinosaurs need to be destroyed. He caused this problem when he tried to create beings that were too similar to us. One more thing. See if you can find out anything more from Michael about these new creatures of the Almighty and his future plans for them, Luciferil responded. As you wish, my lord. I will see what I can find out from the debate that will occur in the fifth heaven, Samuel said as he walked down the hall in Luciferil's palace and then left. Chapter 14. Hall of the Virtues. Michael entered the great hall of the virtues. The fifth heaven was similar to the other heavens, containing many mansions, with a great hall as a gathering place for the angels who resided there. The virtues were deep thinkers, engaged each day in developing and articulating rules for how the universe functioned, and especially the rules of behavior for the life forms in the creation. The Great Hall of the Virtues was a long rectangular structure, without the circular amphitheater that surrounded the throne room in the seventh heaven. In the beginning, the virtues would gather here after the morning ceremony to sing, a lesser form of the heavenly choir. But as the creation expanded on a daily basis, there was more and more of a need for these angels to have an understanding of what the Almighty was doing and how everything should function. It was the reason they had been created in the first place. As Michael entered the hall, his eyes took in the virtue angels that were there already. They were all seated in orderly rows and they grew quiet when they saw him. The order of the virtues sat in opposing bleacher-type benches vertically stacked on either side of the hall, separated by a main floor level, where the main presenter could address either side. Michael was enthralled with their sweet-sounding voices and was very happy to be back among them. Samuel and he had usually come to the hall together, but over time they had been arriving separately, mainly due to their different assignments. Michael knew that it was better that way. Luciferiel and the Auxilium were not going to be happy when they discovered what the Almighty was doing with his latest creatures in the new place, the Garden of Eden. The simians were softer and gentler than was Luciferiel's style. Those large reptiles he had created, the dinosaurs, were a tough and brutal lot and did not get along well with one another. Protection from these beasts was the major reason the Almighty had placed the Garden of Eden between the first heaven on the upper end and a small entrance from the earth on the lower end, with a wall of celestial fire that protected the garden from the rest of the planet. What to do about the dinosaurs would be the latest topic for the virtues. The interactions between the simians and the dinosaurs would be a lesson about fairness and love. Luciferiel's creatures, though magnificent in their own right, did not leave much room for the form of love that the angels possessed. Luciferiel had caused a predator-prey relationship on the earth inadvertently due to the dinosaur's size and aggressive dispositions. At least Michael wanted to believe that it was not by design. He felt that the creation was not to be harmful or destructive but loving and constructive. The virtues on the right-hand side of the hall had become advocates for Michael and for his reasoning. While on the left side, the virtues had been siding with Samuel. Michael's side was to foster love, cooperation, and unity among the angels and the rest of creation, while Samuel's side advocated for more freedom, taking more risks, developing the individual being even if it was at the cost of another's rights or privileges. Michael's main ally among the order of the virtues was Valatorius. He was a strong angel with a deep-sounding voice, who stood out among the other virtues as a hard-minded individual. Because of that independent quality, Michael had initially misjudged him, assuming he would side with Samuel, particularly when the problem called for a solution stressing love and cooperation rather than individual effort, such as was the case to determine the fate of Luciferiel's dinosaurs. Michael could see that Valatorius had already chosen sides because he was positioned in the second row immediately behind where Michael's seat was located. Michael nodded to Valatorius as he approached and looked over at Samuel's empty seat directly across the floor. Samuel was late again, but no matter. He turned to speak to Valatorius. While he was exchanging pleasantries with the angel behind him, he heard Samuel finally arrive. Samuel was a powerful archangel and his presence demanded one's attention. He was the right hand to Luciferiel, the most loved of all the archangels. It was difficult to dispute him when he cast his opinion, and Michael knew that he would have to be sharp when discussing the fate of Luciferiel's beloved dinosaurs. "What is on the agenda today?" Samuel asked Michael, his eyes somewhat distracted. Michael knew that Samuel would have met with Luciferiel about the dinosaurs. Samuel and Michael had a great deal of love and respect for one another as brothers, but both were fiercely loyal to their own positions, leaders in their own right among the archangels and certainly here among the lesser angels. Michael responded, "We need to discuss the dinosaurs who have been roaming the earth. They have been wreaking havoc and it is time to remove them to make way for less destructive creatures." While he spoke, Michael watched Samuel's reaction for any clues of his feelings on the subject. After all, Luciferiel was in charge of the earth, and he considered the dinosaurs and reptiles his greatest achievement in that realm. Samuel jumped right in and began to speak. "The earth itself is pretty destructive in its own right, isn't it, Michael? The formation of the land and volcanic action were much more destructive than Luciferiel's offspring ever were. Don't you agree?" Michael knew that the planet, while beautiful in its current form, did have a violent birth and early development. "Yes, that's true, Samuel. Actually, the Almighty was thinking of allowing that process to take care of disposing of the creatures," Michael continued. "The only concern has been about the new inhabitants. The dinosaurs are too large and their temperament too violent for them to live peacefully among any other creatures on the planet. Especially living along with the simians." "Simians?" Samuel asked. "What exactly are they?" "New creatures for the Almighty, made of the earth itself, but without the essence of the Almighty which He has given to us." "Are they as intelligent and can they create on their own? Aren't we the greatest of the Almighty's creations?" Michael reassured Samuel. "The Almighty just believes them to be another form of life. The angels have always been the firstborn of life. These new creatures do not have all of our powers and have shown that they are not particularly creative. They are certainly less powerful than the beings of light. They do not inherently possess the ability as we do, to change forms, or to travel wherever needed in the universe. What do you mean? Interjected Samuel, his eyes deeply inquisitive and focused on Michael. Since they are made of the earth, they must be given some sustenance to live. Otherwise the chemicals that make them up from the earth would get used up and they would be unable to survive. They must eat food, the fruits of the plants and trees contained on the earth, in order to flourish. Samuel then said, so they need food just as the dinosaurs do? Luciferiel will be pleased to hear that, too. That they are not as powerful as the beings of light. Michael saw an opportunity to convince the virtues that the dinosaurs would have to be destroyed. He looked around at the virtues and said, the dinosaurs were not created with immortality. Some stopped living because of accidents where they had harmed themselves, and others devoured one another for their own food. Magnificent as these creatures are, it is one of the main problems in Luciferiel's creation scheme. Yes, they are some of the greatest creations on the earth. Samuel added, ignoring the problems just mentioned. Looking around the room, some of the virtues agreed with him, nodding their heads in approval. Michael continued, but the dinosaurs are now interfering with the Almighty's future plans of developing creatures on the earth who can build and create. The simians, said Samuel. I have seen these creatures and they do not seem capable of building anything on their own either. Why should they be allowed to survive when the dinosaurs cannot? Because they are just prototypes for the next set of beings that the Almighty intends to occupy the earth after they have grown in the Garden of Eden, Michael blurted out and then realized he may have said more than he should have. And where is this Garden of Eden? And what are these creatures? Demanded Samuel, throwing his head backwards and showing his displeasure that Michael was discussing a project that the Almighty had not told Luciferiel or his auxilium about, while clearly Michael knew all the details. That is something I am not free to discuss. You will have to wait for the Almighty to speak about that experiment. Too many secrets, Michael. You and the Almighty should just tell all of us what the plan is. You will find out when the Almighty announces the next phase of the creation. For now we need to simply come to some agreement about the fate of the dinosaurs. Michael said, unperturbed. I don't see much point in discussing this then, Michael. It appears that the Almighty already knows what he wants to do about the dinosaurs. Then to Michael's absolute shock Samuel continued. On behalf of Luciferiel, I will withdraw any objection to protect the dinosaurs, but in exchange, he would like for the smaller reptiles to be protected and not destroyed. They do not have the same ability to destroy the simians and whatever other smaller creatures the Almighty has in mind. That sounds fair, Michael said, looking around the hall and watching the majority of virtue angels nod in agreement with the compromise. One other thing, though. Would you request that the Almighty then address the issue of the simians and his future plans regarding the new creatures? Samuel added. Yes, I will tell the Almighty about your concerns I am sure that Luciferiel will also have, Michael said, pleased that he would have great news for the Almighty. Chapter 15. Plans for the First Destruction. The scribes among the virtues catalogued the discussion about the fate of the dinosaurs and recorded their notes in the archives contained in the library behind the Hall of the Virtues. After a few more hours of debate about the details of how to best destroy the dinosaurs, it was decided by the virtues that the archangels along with a few legions of the cherubim would take the lead in destroying the dinosaurs. They would be assisted by the lesser orders of angels as needed. They kept to the agreement that the smaller reptilian species were to be spared as their risk of harming the simians was much less, but all the larger dangerous reptiles were to be destroyed and made extinct. When the discussion turned to the details of destroying the dinosaurs, Samuel could tell by the expression on Michael's face that the elimination of the dinosaurs was a task that Michael did not relish. Michael may not have liked the dinosaurs, but he did not like to be destructive either. But Samuel also knew how Michael would behave. If it was the Almighty's will, then it was his duty to obey. Samuel also did not like the assignment, but for a completely different reason. These were the creatures made through Luciferiel's powers and according to his desires. In fact, he was once honored by the Almighty for their creation. Samuel was afraid that Luciferiel would feel slighted by this destruction, and he did not want to be one of those who disappointed Luciferiel. Once the discussion turned to the details of the elimination of the creatures, Samuel was surprised to feel a sense of exhilaration at the prospect of destroying these large cold-blooded beasts. It would be exciting to develop the methods and tools to effectively hunt down and wipe out all of these creatures. He hoped that Luciferiel would feel the same when the time came. It was Michael's suggestion that they arm all of the various orders of angels to destroy the dinosaurs and that they use the cherubim as the lead soldiers. The cherubim were particularly good at carrying out assignments, and their animalistic bodies were strong and powerful. Nor did Samuel object when Michael suggested Jarahmael as one of the leaders. It was a natural choice since he was good friends with Cerebriel, head of the cherubim. In exchange, Michael would of course have to have Samuel as his second in command, as he would have to appease Luciferiel for the destruction of his creations. But just to make sure that there would be no surprises for Luciferiel about this, as soon as the recommendations were finalized, Samuel returned to Luciferiel's palace in the seventh heaven. Luciferiel's palace was enormous, the largest structure in the heavens, dwarfed only by the throne room. It was covered in a bright golden light that radiated from the cloud-like foundation. A series of 100 towers, capped by softly edged parapets, laid out the grand design. 12 stories in height, there were rooms upon rooms upon rooms. The walls of the rooms were composed of solid forms from the wavelengths of the full spectrum of energy. Some rooms pulsated in various colors, while other rooms pulsated in ranges of light waves beyond those visible to humans. There was abundant internally generated light throughout Luciferiel's private quarters. The upper floors were composed of pure white clouds. From any of the upper floors Luciferiel could see all of the seventh heaven when he would look out. The palace was one of the first buildings that Luciferiel had undertaken after being created, and was a special gift from the Almighty for being the firstborn. Samuel flew to the central tower, Luciferiel's inner sanctum in his palace. He was unchallenged by the many other angels who were about and who occupied the palace to do Luciferiel's bidding. Parapets seemed to have at least one angel in residence, playing harps or other heavenly instruments and singing sounds of praise to both the Almighty and Luciferiel. Samuel became warm and joyful as he reached the center of the palace, noting how the songs had such an effect on him. When he landed into the inner sanctum, Luciferiel welcomed him warmly, knowing that Samuel adored him above all creatures, perhaps even the Almighty himself. "Greetings, Samuel. What news do you bring this beautiful afternoon?" Luciferiel smiled while he moved towards his guest, and stretched his wings widely behind him. "Good afternoon, my lord Luciferiel." Samuel responded, feeling Luciferiel's warmth penetrate him. He, too, smiled in return. Thoughts of how Luciferiel would react to the news of the impending destruction of the dinosaurs disappeared for a moment in the wave that came over him. Despite his trepidation, he could see that Luciferiel remained calm and was even cheery. Samuel's concern returned and he could feel it flash across his face. Luciferiel must have seen it too as he asked, "What can be troubling you, my friend?" "As you know, my lord, Michael and I were at the Hall of the Virtues in the fifth heaven earlier and there was discussion about disposing of the dinosaurs on the earth." Samuel's head was bowed in deference while his eyes peered upwards to watch Luciferiel's demeanor as he told him the news. Samuel was surprised that Luciferiel seemed unperturbed, maybe even brightened at the news. Luciferiel responded, "That is terrible news," though his face still reflected joy and not concern. "Yes, my lord," responded Samuel. "I have been detailed to accompany Michael as we destroy the creatures. All save the smallest ones." "I see," pondered Luciferiel. "So as we discussed earlier, most of the life forms I created for the Almighty are to be destroyed? Tell me the reasons Michael presented." Samuel shifted his body as he stood before Luciferiel. "As you suspected, my lord, Michael said that the Almighty wants to clear the earth so that his new creations, these beings called simians, can occupy the planet. He did provide me a bit more information about them. I know you have been interested in these creatures, as you asked me to look into the subject just yesterday. What do you know of these simians, Samuel? What did Michael tell you?" "They are beings made of the earth, similar to the dinosaurs that you created, my lord. They do need food to survive and in that way are fragile like your dinosaurs." "Excellent," stated Luciferiel as he looked approvingly upon Samuel. "You have done well in getting the information from Michael and for coming to me with the new developments. But there is another problem that was briefly mentioned by Michael, one that I think will be of even greater concern to you, my lord Luciferiel," Samuel quickly added. "The Garden of Eden?" asked Luciferiel. "Yes, my lord." "How did you know?" "You are not to tell the other archangels about this yet, but the Almighty discussed this with me this morning before he sent Michael off to the Hall of the Virtues. The Almighty wants to have helpmates in the creation and he is still experimenting. He explained to me that my dinosaurs had a major flaw in that they did not have the divine spark, and I was only able to animate the flesh created out of the earth. I thought at the time that size may improve that, however, it just made them bigger without any real creativity. It was only later after I was able to find a way to increase intelligence and place it into the smaller reptiles such as Serpentalia that the Almighty really took notice." Luciferiel seemed even more delighted with himself as he continued. "The Almighty built upon those principles and created the simians believing these new creatures would be able to build and compose beautiful things on the earth just as we did for him in the heavens. But the simians don't look capable of doing that, my lord." "Exactly," responded Luciferiel. "That's why he has put the divine spark into a pair of creatures in the Garden of Eden. He has created this Garden of Eden between the earth and the first heaven. It is an idyllic place, where no harm can come to any of the creatures there. The idea of having beings that have more choices about what actions they can take is the crux of the experiment. Each of them will have what the Almighty has called a soul along with the body made of earth. Their intelligence and soul will have the ability to grow. As the universe is ever expanding from the creation, the Almighty wants ideas and emotions to develop. The Almighty reassured me that they are no threat to us as we are His firstborn and will remain the most beloved of all His creatures. For now I will continue to trust in what the Almighty tells me. So should you for now. Samuel nodded that he understood, but for a moment thought he saw a shadow float across Luciferiel's face. Luciferiel changed the subject back to a more comfortable one. Now, about this destruction of the dinosaurs. I believe by destroying my creations, the dinosaurs, we can show our skills and creativity here in a way that will be an example of our superiority over the Almighty. For not only have we created life forms, but we are also willing to destroy what we have created. The Almighty Himself has not been willing to do that directly. He expects us to have the strength to do what He is unwilling or unable to do. If you think about it, creativity often involves some form of destruction. Who best to show how this can be done than the glorious archangels? We can develop various methods and means to carry out the decision of the virtues. So in the end, this actually can be a wonderful thing. Michael is arranging for an army to destroy the dinosaurs, Samuel continued. I think we should assemble the auxilium and a legion of potentates to magnify our energy. That way we can develop more of our individual powers to destroy the creatures. Luciferiel nodded in agreement. Yes, exactly what I was thinking. Perhaps you can get Mephistopheles and Beelzebul to assist develop some tools or weapons to cause destruction. Samuel shook his head. I don't think that developing weapons would be of much interest to either one of them, my lord. But Suriel has expressed an interest in developing new instruments for music and for building things. He probably would know what would work on destroying things as well. Luciferiel looked off in the distance as if he was envisioning the destruction before it happened. That's an excellent idea, Samuel. See if he can develop some weapons. Remind him that we will also need some weapons made out of the earth too. I can see where they can come in handy. Of course, those weapons should not be made to the exclusion of our weapons of light and sound waves. Certainly, my lord, Samuel stated as he began to get ready to meet with his other closest archangel brethren and spread the news. Samuel was surprised that Luciferiel would give up his dinosaurs so easily. Perhaps this was just another way that Luciferiel showed that his love for the Almighty was even stronger than before. Maybe despite growing in his own powers, Luciferiel still wanted to remain obedient to his own creator, the Almighty. Besides, this could all be an exciting adventure. To be able to destroy, for some reason, gave Samuel a sense of pleasure. And they would be doing this under the orders of the Almighty. Chapter 16. Luciferiel takes command. The day had come for the destruction of the dinosaurs. The archangels were accustomed to creating and maintaining life, not destroying it. At the morning ceremony, the Almighty spoke about what was to happen to the dinosaurs. This day we will remove Luciferiel's creations, the dinosaurs, from the earth. These creatures were a noble effort by Luciferiel, and caused major progress in the creation of life on that planet. His creativity has led us to where we are today. The Almighty paused a moment to allow Luciferiel to take a bow as the assembled angels applauded. The time has come to create new beings, not limited by the flesh made of the earth and the minds contained by the dinosaurs. As you know, I have created and placed the simians upon the earth. But I have also created a place, called the Garden of Eden, where I have developed those creatures even further. These newest beings are much like you and I hope will one day inhabit the planet. I will continue to have the earth as a paradise. And these new beings will have a direct part of me, just like you have, and in them it shall be known as a soul. All of the assembly of angels all looked upon the Almighty with love when he said those words, except for Luciferiel and his auxilium, who shifted in their positions almost unnoticeably, not wanting to reveal their true feelings about new creatures. But these dinosaurs are incapable of such things, and must now pass into the ages. Luciferiel, their creator, has volunteered to be in command of the mission, and I have agreed to place him above Michael for this task. Luciferiel and Michael exchanged glances as Luciferiel once again claimed dominance over all the angels, depriving Michael of the lead role and keeping him subservient. To reinforce his position as firstborn, Luciferiel took a moment to look over the full assembly of angels, silently acknowledging the honor. The Almighty continued, only those creatures that were created as dinosaurs are to be destroyed. Smaller versions known as reptiles and the serpents are to be left alive and unharmed. I leave you now with that purpose, and I will return to you after the destruction has been accomplished. The Almighty then sent out a surge of energy to the assembled angels of all of the orders, and departed with his seraphim and thrones up through the skylight in the throne room of heaven. Luciferiel stepped forward as soon as the Almighty had left and proceeded to divide all of the angels who would assist in the effort into two groups. One group to follow Samuel and the other group to follow Michael. With his hand he indicated where the two halves would be split. This half is to follow Samuel, indicating his left side, and this half is to follow Michael, he said, indicating his right side. The Almighty had the cherubim forge weapons for all of you, and they shall be distributed as you leave here this morning. The angels looked among themselves with trepidation and excitement. The split had separated some friends within the orders of angels, and many of them waved to their brethren assigned to the other half. Luciferiel continued, each of the orders of angels shall be assigned specific weapons for their use: the Pilum Lux Lucis, the Mucro Lux Lucis, Exitosis Harp, the Cornu Bellum, the Mucro Lux Lucis, the Rowena Securus, and the Levitas Tellum. You will all be given time to become familiar with the weapons, with the cherubim angels demonstrating the use and effectiveness of each of the weapons to the various angel groups. I want to acknowledge the great work of the cherubim under their leader Cerebriel for designing and making these weapons and armor for all of us on short notice. As each group left the throne room and assembled on the surrounding grounds, they were given weapons and training by various cherubim angels. The archangels were assigned the spears of light, the Pilum Lux Lucis, and the swords of light, the Mucro Lux Lucis. The cherubim were assigned swords of light and axes of destruction, the Mucro Lux Lucis and the Rowena Securus. The virtues were assigned the harps of destruction, the Exitosis harps, while the dominions were assigned the horns of destruction, the Cornu Bellum. The principals and the angelus were assigned the spears of light, the Pilum Lux Lucis. Lastly, the potentates were not armed in this manner, as they possessed within themselves the Incendia Exertus, also known as the fireballs of destruction. By forenoon all had weapons assigned, and all the orders of angels had been trained in their uses. With this part accomplished, Samuel and Michael came to Luciferiel, who had been spinning a globe of the earth, a smaller version that accurately depicted the landmasses of the planet, as he decided how the attack would proceed. "We are ready, Lord Luciferiel," they said in unison. All three were now standing in battle garb. Shields slung over their necks, silver for Michael and Samuel and gold for Luciferiel. Swords hung off belts across their waists, and the Pilum Lux Lucis were slung over their backs, a 7-foot spear made of condensed light with a large grip at the base of the handle that could be grasped by the angel to thrust or throw. Luciferiel was excited at the prospect of destroying these earthen creatures, even though he had been their creator. He was in charge of the attack. All of the angels would answer to him, a position he always enjoyed. He had some concern when Samuel told him that Michael would be in charge, despite Michael's lack of enthusiasm to destroy any part of the creation. He knew that the Almighty would allow him to be in charge, all he had to do was to ask. Michael appeared relieved when he had returned his glance as the Almighty announced that he, Luciferiel, would be in charge. Many of the angels whose loyalties were with Luciferiel were much more comfortable knowing that Luciferiel was in charge. Luciferiel then looked up from the globe of the earth that rotated slowly before him, and he gave the assignments. "Michael, I want you to take your angels and split them. One half to attack from the North Pole, the other half from the South Pole. You will push the creatures towards the equator. Luciferiel then turned to Samuel and said, "You are to keep your angels together and will attack in the center areas once Michael has pushed the dinosaurs towards the middle. This way we are sure to get them all while leaving the majority of the carnage in the center of the planet. It's a bit warmer there, and the decomposition of the dinosaurs back into the earth will be accelerated." Michael and Samuel nodded in agreement to the plan. Michael still appeared to be uncomfortable, even though according to Luciferiel's plan, the majority of the destruction would be done by Samuel and his legions. His trusted auxilium would obey him without question, and he was sure that the dinosaurs would be destroyed and none would escape. Michael could very easily miss some, as his heart was not in the task. For a brief second, Luciferiel thought about how magnificent his creatures, the dinosaurs, were and how they were able to quickly dominate the planet. But if the Almighty wanted the creatures destroyed, he trusted that the Almighty had a better plan for the overall creation and development of life on the planet. As long as he and the other beings of light were the most beloved of the Almighty, all was well in the universe. He would have no remorse. Samuel appeared excited about his role in destroying these creatures too. Luciferiel was a bit concerned that this excitement could be detected by Michael. But his thoughts were broken when he saw Michael adjust his battle gear as he spoke. "My Lord Luciferiel, what should we do about the dinosaurs that do not move towards the equator?" "They leave you no choice then, Lord Michael. You are to destroy them on the spot, those that do not move. The Almighty is clear that all of them are to be destroyed without exception." "As you wish, my lord," Michael said, taking a slight bow before Luciferiel. "I will take my leave, my Lord Luciferiel, and will do as you command. I will split my legions up to battle from the north and from the south. We shall push the creatures towards the center of the planet where Samuel will be in position to attack and destroy them. And we shall destroy any that do not move." "Where will you be, my lord, in case there are problems?" "I will be in the middle of it with Samuel, of course," Luciferiel responded, perhaps a bit too quickly and gleefully. Understood, my lord, Michael answered as he took off in flight and headed towards his assigned legions, leaving Luciferiel and Samuel standing there outside the throne room. Luciferiel and Samuel looked at one another and grinned broadly. This day shall be a good day, Lord Luciferiel, Samuel said in a congratulatory tone. Yes, it will be. Despite the destruction of these creatures I made, this will expand my influence in the universe. Luciferiel responded. Learn as much as you can with the use of the weapons and the methods of attack. We may need those skills again one day. Do not rely much on those legions who are not under your direct control, warned Luciferiel. We do not want the other angels as proficient in attack methods as we are. Is that why you assigned Michael and his legions to the fringes of the battle? Samuel asked. In part, yes. But also to be kind to Michael. As you can see, his heart is not into such things. No point in forcing him to gain much experience in either the use of weapons or the major strategies to overcome and conquer if his heart is not in it. Do you think he will be able to carry out his part? Asked Samuel. Yes. But only because it's very limited. Michael is like his 6 other colleagues. They move slower and more cautiously towards anything they do. Their allegiance and loyalty is strictly focused on the Almighty and His wishes. I am unsure that Michael would follow me if it was not for the Almighty's commands. Samuel nodded in agreement. Luciferiel paused a moment as he caught a glimpse of himself in one of his mirrors carried by one of his lesser angels. He was even more magnificent, all dressed in his battle gear, and he smiled lovingly at himself. Luciferiel drew his focus back to Samuel and continued, It's time to go gather your legions. Let us make sure they are all assembled and ready. As you wish, my lord. They are awaiting your command. Good. Just one other thing, Luciferiel said as he adjusted a strap on Samuel's battle dress where a fold of tunic had shifted over his shoulder. That's better. Now you look like the second in command of Luciferiel's legions. Thank you, my lord. Let us go find and lead your troops, Samuel said as the two of them took off in flight. Chapter 17. Slaughter. The attack began a little after noon. Michael had split his legions up between Jarahmael and Gabriel. Jarahmael took his legion and began to drive the dinosaurs down from the north while Gabriel took his legions and began the drive upwards towards the equator from the south. There were 100,000 angels under each of their commands. Luciferiel, too, split his legions and placed the Eastern Legion under the command of Samuel and the Western Legion under the command of Beelzebul. Luciferiel had both Samuel and Beelzebul hold their legions back. He wanted to wait until most of the dinosaurs from the north and south were driven into the equator area where they could be destroyed. As much as he did not like to destroy these creatures, Michael was relieved. The Almighty had agreed it was the right choice to kill the band of dinosaurs that had attacked Guline of the Sinians near Egyptus. Now, he was even more appreciative that the Almighty had agreed to remove these creatures from the earth, because deep inside he knew that without the Almighty's approval of his actions Luciferiel would not have taken the news well. Michael remained high above the earth as the legions under Jarahmael and Gabriel's command moved down from the poles, driving many of the dinosaurs before them. The virtues with the harps and dominions with the horns were able to drive the beasts by using sound waves that targeted the hearing of the larger dinosaurs. The stragglers that remained behind were of the fiercest types and fought back and had to be destroyed by other angels armed with light swords and spears. Although this was a smaller number than the main herds, it was large enough that both Michael and Jarahmael considered it a slaughter. Large clouds of dust began to fill the atmosphere as the dinosaurs were driven from the north and the south towards the equator. It was becoming more and more difficult to see individual dinosaurs in motion. But it was clear that the majority were being driven into the center. Michael's legions acted for the most part as noisemakers, and although there were some battles between his angels and the dinosaurs, they were not involved in much of the actual killing of the beasts. It was, as Michael would describe later, a widespread slaughter once the dinosaurs moved into the range where the legions of Samuel and Beelzebul were waiting. After they were within range, there was nothing the creatures could do to save themselves. Fighting back against an angel of light was futile for these creatures. When the bulk of the dinosaurs were in the areas controlled by Luciferiel and Samuel, Michael and Jarahmael kept back and observed the massacre from a distance away. Jarahmael had noticed that there were a few straggling dinosaurs going through the mountains near Egyptus and decided to fly over to make sure that they would not survive. Raphael and Ariel accompanied him. In fact, Raphael insisted that he come along to make sure the local simians were not affected. We should go over there, Raphael said as they began to descend out of the clouds towards the open caves nestled at the base of the mountains. Interesting creatures, Jarahmael said. Have you seen the simians before, Ariel? Ariel responded, No, I only heard about them from the Almighty's speech. Look over there. Raphael said as he pointed to a band of about 20 of the ferocious dinosaurs running into the valley near the mountains. Quickly, quickly, we better get over there!" Raphael exclaimed. "It looks like a band of the simians are being cut off by the dinosaurs," said Jarahmael. "Yes. It looks like there's really no way out for them," said Ariel. "Hurry, hurry," said Raphael as he headed to cut off the closest dinosaur. Jarahmael saw one of the simians standing before the dinosaur with a wooden spear trying to keep the dinosaurs back from his small group. Then he saw a group of cherubim drop out of the clouds aiming at the dinosaurs from above, with Mamanael of Luciferial's auxilium following closely behind. "Pull up, Raphael!" Jarahmael called out as he flew beneath him and pushed Raphael skyward, so they avoided hitting the rapidly descending cherubim. As Jarahmael's eyes went skyward, he saw Mamanael throw his pilum at the group of dinosaurs and watched as one of the leading cherubim flew right into its path, the light spear severing the cherubim's arm as he flew into it. Mamanael paid no attention to the wounded cherubim and continued down, his light sword drawn and aimed at one of the dinosaurs. The remaining cherubim had not noticed their comrade and they too descended upon the group of dinosaurs as the wounded cherubim fell towards the ground. Jarahmael pulled back on Raphael and aimed the two of them towards the wounded cherubim, intent on catching him before he struck the earth. Ariel's attention was still on the simians standing before the dinosaurs holding the creatures back, as he was swooping in to protect the simians. Jarahmael was closer and he aimed for the simians as Raphael split upwards and succeeded in catching the wounded cherubim before he struck the ground. Safely in Raphael's grasp, the cherubim was set down on a small patch of grass. Jarahmael swept the lead simian up and away from the danger of both the dinosaurs and attacking angels, who were now fully engaged battling one another. Ariel, for his part, was able to fly into the melee and chase the rest of the confused simians away. Raphael tended to the cherubim's wound caused by Mamanael's carelessness. Fortunately for the cherubim, Raphael was able to repair the damage to the limb, although it would take a while before it fully healed. Jarahmael noticed that the simian he had saved had an older injury to his arm, but nothing freshly inflicted. The simian was very grateful and started to speak, but all he heard the creature say was the word Guline. Jarahmael did not wait to listen, he was furious at Mamanael for not being more careful, and he flew directly up to him to confront him. "Mamanael, did you see what you have done?" Jarahmael said as he flew up and hovered face to face with him. "The cherubim should have stayed out of my way," Mamanael responded, speaking slowly and with no concern in his voice, as though nearly maiming a fellow angel was just an everyday occurrence. "You could have seriously harmed one of us," Jarahmael emphasized. "It is of no matter," Mamanael said. "Even if I had, Luciferial would have protected me as I am one of his auxilium. We are here to do a job and I was just doing my duty. Besides, Jarahmael, this area was assigned to the auxilium, your job and duties were to drive the dinosaurs down from the north. This is in the area that we considered the equator. We were all supposed to work together." Mamanael, Jarahmael said, glaring at Mamanael. "Stay out of our way, Jarahmael, and mind your own business," Mamanael said as he saw another group of dinosaurs off in the distance and flew off, not waiting for any further response from Jarahmael. Jarahmael noted Mamanael's attitude and decided to keep his feelings to himself about it, but he would never look upon Mamanael the same again. The angels eventually regrouped and all the legions met up with one another. Luciferial Samuel, Beelzebul, Damiel, Mamanael, Suriel and Mephistopheles had attacked the creatures unmercifully and with relish. Luciferial's auxilium never tired and never let up. By the time the day was through, the equator of the earth was covered in dust, blood, and carcasses. Luciferial wanted to leave the carnage where it lay. It seemed to Jarahmael that Luciferial wanted to leave the remnants of the extermination as a lasting memorial of how well his auxilium waged war. Jarahmael felt it would be better if the day's events were forgotten and that the evidence of the bloodbath removed from the earth. He sought out Michael and suggested that the dead carcasses be buried within the earth. Michael agreed and spoke with Luciferial, who reluctantly gave his permission to bury them as long as none of his auxilium had to be involved. With that condition, Jarahmael sought out his friend Cerebrial and asked him to assist in burying the dead dinosaurs, knowing that it would be another monumental task. Cerebrial, fortunately, was a master of the weapons his order of cherubim had developed and came up with a solution. He had the cherubim equip themselves with the Ruina Securus, the axes of destruction. They were able to quickly pound out chasms in the earth, deep under the surface. Once that was accomplished, Michael had the Dominions come and sound the cornus bellum, or horns of destruction. They modified the sound waves from the horns to scour the area, depositing the dead into the chasms. Then the horns were used again to move layers of dirt to cover the chasms and the carcasses, and the annihilation of Luciferial's dinosaurs was completed. As the day ended, Jarahmael and Michael were glad it was over. It was a day they did not want to ever see again. Chapter 18. The Almighty's Plans Progress. Luciferial announced to the Almighty that the dinosaurs were gone at the next day's mourning ceremony. Jarahmael thought it strange that Luciferiel and the Auxilium could have turned so quickly on their creations, but he was realizing that there was more to Luciferiel than he knew. He felt sorry that Luciferiel had to lose his creatures that way, but was also happy that they would not be destroying any other lifeforms on the Earth. He thought about Guline and the simians as he was leaving the throne room and decided that it would be a good day to visit their area on Earth. He had saved the simians' leader twice from the dinosaurs and had developed affection for these creatures. At least now the simians would not have to be concerned with being food for the dinosaurs and could flourish on the planet. Jarahmael was also interested in this place called the Garden of Eden that the Almighty had only briefly mentioned. A new type of being? He was curious, and since the place had not been discussed in detail, he wanted to look around for himself. All he remembered was that the Garden of Eden was linked between the first heaven and the earth, but he did not recall ever seeing any entrance to the place. Perhaps if he looked more carefully he would be able to find the entrance into this new world created by the Almighty. After flying out of the throne room he descended through all the heavens, eventually leaving the gateway between the first heaven and the sky above the earth. Once in the sky he flew over areas of the earth, but was unable to find any other entrance between the worlds. He then decided that he would at least fly over to the Egyptus area and see how the simians were doing. Turning himself invisible so he would not be seen by any of the simians, Jarahmael flew to the area around the cave where Guline lived and took a few minutes to observe their activity. It was not long before he saw Guline supervising other simians as they gathered food for their colony. He seemed to have healed from his wound nicely, and it was only the long scar that remained on his arm as evidence of the earlier attack by the dinosaurs. Jarahmael had always been curious about these creatures, and although he would like to speak with them, he knew that he was to avoid contact with them as the Almighty wanted them to develop independently. Reassured that the simians were doing well, he decided to continue his search for the entrance into this Garden of Eden. With the day yet young, Jarahmael next went to visit the structure that Cerebriel and the other angels were constructing, hidden from the simians by the ring of celestial fire. Once inside, he turned himself visible again. He could see the various orders of angels working on a very large structure. Seeing Annabelle, he flew over to meet with her. "Annabelle, that's quite a structure you have been building. What do you call it?" "Yes, I am very proud of it, Jarahmael. We have named it a pyramid. It's a simple structure actually, for triangles attached to a square base." Jarahmael looked over at the structure and said that is a simple yet magnificent structure. "I see that you have been building it using those large stone blocks." Jarahmael watched Annabelle's various principalities float the large blocks into position. They were getting close to finishing the uppermost section, although Jarahmael could not estimate how many more blocks would be needed to complete it. "The blocks will make the pyramid strong and it will last a very long time," Annabelle said proudly. "Is this what it will look like when it is finished?" asked Jarahmael. "Not quite. We will cover the structure in a different type of stone facing that will reflect light better than the blocks. And there's much yet to be done on the interior of the structure, but your friend Cerebriel and his cherubim will be responsible for that," Annabelle said as she pointed to the entrance into the pyramid. "Where is Cerebriel? I see many other cherubim flying about but I haven't seen him yet this morning." "He is up in the first heaven working on the pyramid there," Annabelle said as she pointed upwards towards the heavens. Jarahmael looked puzzled and said, "I just flew down through the first heaven on my way here, but I did not see any pyramid nor did I see any cherubim. I should not tell you this, but since we are friends I will trust you. The Almighty is having a pyramid built in the far reaches of the first heaven, the section that is called the Garden of Eden. You have to promise that you will not tell anyone else," Annabelle said while looking directly into Jarahmael's eyes. "As you wish, Annabelle. Does it not strike you strange that the Almighty has been secretive about the garden and the creatures that are there?" Jarahmael responded, nodding that he would agree to keep the information to himself. "Yes, Jarahmael, there have been a number of strange things happening lately that I don't understand either. It's best that I do what the Almighty asks me to do without question." "I understand, Annabelle. I am sure the Almighty will explain further when he is ready," Jarahmael responded. "Give my best to Cerebriel when you see him. I need to get back to work. Come back again and see the progress we make," Annabelle said as she slightly bowed and flew off towards the top of the pyramid. Jarahmael ascended back into the heavens and flew directly east once he was back in the first heaven. He then flew over the palaces where the guardian angels lived and well beyond their gathering hall. He was headed towards a lush green area still further off in the distance and more intense in color than any of the greens he had seen so far on the earth. This was a great place to hide the Garden of Eden, off of the usual track of the various orders of angels. They were all too busy on other missions for the Almighty to notice anything out of the ordinary as they passed through to the Earth or other galaxies and planetary systems throughout the universe. As Jarahmael approached the Garden of Eden, he could see another pyramid under construction further yet to the east. It was an area surrounded on all four sides by rivers. Just like on the earth near Egyptus, there were multitudes of angels flying about and building another pyramid. Looking more closely, he could see his friend Jarahmael standing near an entrance into the interior of the structure. Landing nearby, Jarahmael greeted the head of the cherubim. "Good morning, Jarahmael. I have been looking all over for this place. Why did you not tell me that you were working on a pyramid here?" "Nice to see you too, Jarahmael. The Almighty has been keeping this area secret." "I can see that," said Jarahmael. "It is quite a lovely place, It certainly is," Jarahmael responded as his eyes looked around the garden. "Why is the Almighty keeping it so secret?" asked Jarahmael. "It's just my belief that he wants to keep Lucifereel and the Auxilium from interfering. As you know, Lucifereel does not want any sort of creature to exist that threatens the position of the angels with the Almighty." "Yes, Lucifereel certainly does get upset about such things," Jarahmael said. "Lucifereel's reaction is probably what makes the Almighty want to keep him and the Auxilium away from these new creatures." Jarahmael added. "Have you seen these new life forms that the Almighty mentioned the other day?" asked Jarahmael. "No, the Almighty has still been secretive about those creatures. None of us who've been working on the pyramid have seen them," Jarahmael said, looking over towards the area of the rivers. "But we have seen Michael occasionally fly over accompanying the Almighty and his entourage deeper into the Garden of Eden." "Maybe I should ask Michael about these creatures," Jarahmael said, thinking aloud. "It may be better to wait until the Almighty decides to explain more about this experiment with all of us together," Jarahmael said with concern that his friend could get into trouble. Jarahmael thought for a second and decided that it was best not to pursue this topic further with Jarahmael. "You are right. I will be patient," Jarahmael said. "I should get going and leave you to your work. I will see you later." "Yes, I should get back to work, there is still much to do here," Jarahmael said as he turned and walked back into the pyramid. Jarahmael took this as a signal to leave and flew off back in the direction of the first and second heavens. When he knew that he was out of sight, he dove downward closer to the base of the first heaven and then doubled back. He had not come this far to miss finding these new creatures. But he also did not want Jarahmael to know that he was going to them. "Best to keep that to myself," he thought. Staying close to the ground, he flew past the pyramid area, keeping a small forest of trees between himself and the other angels. Once safely on the other side, he flew a bit higher so he could survey the greenery below. He could see a simian-type creature bathing in the stream near the north end of Eden. He moved closer so he could see better and hovered overhead. The creature was alone, and appeared to be female with a body similar to Noriem's. She was far more beautiful, though, with long whitish blonde hair that flowed in front of her shoulders, the tips of the hair resting on her alabaster white breasts. It was a beauty that Jarahmael had not seen before. He was accustomed to the beauty of his fellow beings of light and the crude earthiness of the simians. But the combination in this female elevated her earthiness to a level that equaled the angels themselves. In his haste to look for these creatures and now distracted by the female's beauty, he had forgotten to turn himself invisible. She slowly looked up at him hovering there, after sensing that she was being watched. There was little he could do now to conceal himself, so he dropped down and landed on the riverbank near her. He walked closer, gazing all the while into her deep blue eyes. He wasn't sure she would even understand anything he would say to her, but tried anyway and said, "Sorry to have disturbed you. I am Jarahmael, the fourth of the archangels." The creature turned so her body now squarely faced him and answered, "I am Lillith, Archangel Jarahmael," and smiling coyly she added, "Very nice to meet you. You are very handsome, are you going to live here as well?" Her voice had a lilting quality to it that sent vibrations through Jarahmael's body. He was a little flustered by her voice's effect on him and was embarrassed that he had not kept his presence secret. "Not sure what more to tell her," he replied. "No, I live in another heaven, far from here along with my brother archangels." "That is a shame. It would be nice if you came to live here too," she added as she started twirling her hair, and exposed more of her body from under the water. Jarahmael grew uncomfortable, as he was having feelings that he had not had before. He'd never had this feeling for any of the other archangels or creatures he had helped create or interacted with. He sensed a tingling in the air between them, but did not know what to do about it, as pleasant as it was. He could not help the feeling inside himself and he felt his body glowing more brightly. Lillith smiled at him and moved towards him as she left the river. "What do you feel like, with that body of yours that glows?" Lillith asked as she moved closer yet to the archangel. She slowly reached out both of her hands and touched Jarahmael's chest with her fingertips. Both of them felt a shock as her fingers touched his chest and they connected. "Oh!" Lillith exclaimed. "That was a wonderful. You feel so different from the mate the Almighty gave me, Adam. You make me tingle." She giggled as she slid in closer to Jarahmael and he could feel her breath on his body. Angels don't have these feelings, Jarahmael thought to himself, as he too moved in closer to her. Looking down at her, he said, "You have the scent of the flowers of the earth." Their eyes stayed locked and connected, with a yearning that grew between them, one soul to another. Off in the distance, Jarahmael heard something approaching through the woods. Lillith heard it too and spun around, her back to the archangel, to look in that direction. He could see bright multicolored patterns on silvery scales and thought immediately of the reptilian creatures that Lillith had created. Reptiles here? He knew instinctively that he should not stay, as he did not want to be seen by one of Lillith's creatures. The reptile was not large like the dinosaurs, maybe the size of a simian. It had to be one of the creatures that had been spared when the angels slaughtered the dinosaurs. Nor did Jarahmael want to be seen by Lillith's mate, certainly not with this electricity between them. The reptile stopped and Jarahmael could see that it was turning around to look in his direction. Time to go, he thought to himself, and turned himself invisible, backing up quietly so he did not draw any further attention to himself. He stood still for a few moments, long enough to watch Lillith turn around and watch her shoot a coy glance up to where he had just been standing while visible. She reached her hand out as if to touch him, and then realized he was already gone. She turned and walked back towards the woods, as Jarahmael flew off, his thoughts a mixture of excitement and sadness that he had to leave. Chapter 19. Adam explores. Adam had taken his usual midday nap, enjoying the warmth of the sun that shone through the sky in the Garden of Eden. He had been exploring all morning and had traveled further east than he ever had before. Now his sleep was broken by the sounds of large wings fluttering not far from where he rested. He was in a dense part of the forest and could not see the area where the sounds were coming from and headed in that direction. He walked down the path through the palm trees on the soft soil of Eden. It was spongy, which made it easy for barefoot walking. There were no pebbles or sharp objects along the path, and the cool earth felt good beneath his feet. He thought of the early days in Eden when he and Lillith spent most of the day together, but they had been growing apart. It was best for them to go their separate ways during the day, meeting again at evening time. He did not understand why she had become very difficult to deal with, headstrong, wanting her own way all the time. As he approached the edge of the forest, he was able to see creatures flying about and hovering around a tall structure that gleamed in the sunlight. They resembled him in form, except for the wings that leisurely kept them afloat in the air. Each of them were illuminated from within, gleaming beautiful creatures. There was a large group of them busy moving large stones, some lifting the stones, others flying in from a distance with new ones. Adam watched as they were stacking each block next to, or on top of one another. He was amazed at the number of these creatures. There were hundreds of them flying and carrying these stones. The Almighty had spent a great deal of time explaining creatures that lived in the garden to him and Lillith, but he had not seen these creatures before, nor had the Almighty mentioned them. He had met one creature with wings on the day that he and Lillith had been created, an archangel named Michael, but he had not seen him since. Now it was clear to him that there were other creatures that the Almighty had made that were not known to Adam, and he had never imagined this number of winged creatures or variety. From the distance Adam could see that some were like Michael, although not as large or brilliant in appearance, creatures similar to himself with a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. Then there were creatures that were half-man/half-beast with the bodies of a lion, but with heads like Michael's, and wings along their shoulder blades as well. Then there were pulsating spheres of light that were moving about in between all the other creatures, waves of light being transmitted from them to the other creatures. And lastly there were the creatures that remained hovering above all this activity, pointing and directing the others. They must all be angels of one type or another, he thought as he moved closer. The first one he had met, Michael, did seem to be more powerful than the ones he saw working on this stone structure. He wanted to know what this building was, but was afraid to be seen by these creatures, as they did seem solely intent on completing their tasks. He would talk to Lillith about it when he returned to their hut in the center of Eden. Maybe she had seen something or knew something about this structure. He resolved to make sure he would ask the Almighty about these activities and beings when he next came to visit him and Lillith in the evening. He was growing hungry and knew that Lillith would have collected delicious fruits and berries as she always did for their evening meal. That was her purpose as far as he was concerned. He was the male of the species and it was only right and fair that she serve him, do his bidding. It was time to head home. Chapter 20. Adam shows Lillith a pyramid. Lillith walked into the woods, thinking about her encounter with Jarahmael. He was the second archangel she had met, but there was something more magnetic about him than the archangel Michael. She had never felt that level of attraction for Adam, and although he was of her own kind, this archangel brought her alive on a more intense level. She was snapped out of her daydream when she heard some rustling in one of the bushes alongside the path. Looking over, she saw this strange scaly creature, tall and thin with multicolored scales and beady eyes that glowed green. She wasn't sure whether he noticed her yet. The creature had a beauty to it but was unlike the other creatures that she and Adam had encountered in the Garden of Eden. She froze and remained still to see what the creature would do, and waited patiently. It took a few moments, but the creature began to move again, this time away from where she was standing. It had not seen her. She observed that the creature had a strange rhythm, pushing itself forward along the ground, its long neck like an upright tree without any roots to hold it in one place. There did not seem to be any legs or arms on this creature, and as she watched it shuffle off, she was further amazed by the wide variety of beings the Almighty created and placed within the Garden of Eden. She began walking back to the hut where she was going to meet Adam, just like she did every day. She was never sure what Adam did all day, but this gave her time to be by herself. She looked forward to being alone, as Adam now bored her on many levels. He certainly was not as exciting or interesting as that archangel appeared to be, and, although she had just met him briefly, she could not prevent her mind from thinking about her winged archangel. As she entered the clearing, she saw Adam perched on a rock waiting for her. He had already begun eating some of the fruit that she had gathered earlier in the day for their dinner. She was somewhat annoyed that he had started to eat without her, and once again did not seem to have gathered or brought anything back with him to share with her. "Lillith, do you know anything about those winged angel creatures working here in the Garden of Eden?" Adam asked. Lillith was taken aback. Was Adam able to read her mind? She stumbled slightly as she was walking closer. Should she say something about her encounter with the archangel? "Why do you ask, Adam?" she said as she tried to gauge the reason for his question. "You haven't seen anything out of the ordinary?" Adam questioned further. Better not reveal what I know or have been thinking, she thought. She stayed silent for a few moments. "I heard noises when I awoke from my midday nap over at the eastern end of the garden. When I came out of the forest there, I saw a multitude of winged creatures flying about and building a large structure beyond the edge of the forest," Adam said, proud to have made the discovery himself. "A multitude of winged creatures? A building?" she repeated back to him. "Yes, it's a very large structure and there were winged creatures everywhere working on it. I have never seen so many creatures, winged or otherwise, in one place," Adam said. "Did you recognize any of them?" she asked, hopeful that she may find out where that archangel Jarahmael had come from. Perhaps she could go there herself and find him whenever she wanted. "No, I thought that I might see the archangel Michael, who the Almighty had along with him on the day of our creation. But I did not see him at all. I wanted to ask one of them about what they were doing there, but I did not have any idea about which one I should approach." "We should ask the Almighty when he comes back to walk with us," Lillith suggested. "Are they still working on it?" she asked. "They were when I left," Adam said. "Let's go back and see if they are still there, Adam," Lillith said as she grabbed a handful of food to eat along the way. "It will probably be dark before we get there and back," Adam warned. "But I would like to see if they are still there too," he said as he grabbed some fruit to take along with him. "Let's not waste any of the daylight. Let's go," Lillith said as she waited for Adam to get up from his seat and show her the way. Adam arose and started walking down the path that headed east, with Lillith not far behind. After some brief comments when they started to walk along, they ran out of things to say to one another and walked the rest of the way in silence. In her own thoughts once again, Lillith was thinking about that archangel. She compared the tall winged creature with brilliant blue eyes to her mate. Adam was no comparison to the archangel, she thought. Why could she not have been created as an archangel? They were able to fly, and so move much more quickly than she or Adam. And they resided in the heavens above. That would be the life. The sun was beginning to set as they approached the edge of the forest. Lillith followed Adam as he stepped into the clearing. He pointed to the east and her eyes followed his hand to where he was pointing. There, off in the distance, was a tall structure, jagged in appearance as it was not yet finished. She could not detect any angels flying about it, but her attention was drawn to the reddish hue that covered the structure as the light from the setting sun gave its last of its rays to keep the structure lit. "How far do you think it is to get over to it?" Lillith asked. "At least as far as we have come from our hut to get to here," Adam said in a dissuading tone. "Do you think that the winged creatures sleep there?" Lillith asked hopefully. "No, I don't think so. It looks like all the creatures have already left." "There is no way to tell for sure unless we go there," Adam responded. "And do you think we will be traveling in the dark if we do that?" Lillith asked. "I am certain of that. It will be dark in a few minutes and we should head back to our own hut," Adam warned. "If it's going to be dark anyway," Lillith began to say. "Yes, but we are not sure there would be any place to sleep if we got there in the dark," Adam said. Lillith was disappointed that she would not have the opportunity to find the archangel or more information about him. But she resigned herself to returning back to the hut with Adam for the night. "Come Lillith, we need to go back before it gets too dark and we can't find our way," Adam said as he reached out and grabbed her hand, leading her back down the pathway into the forest. "That looks like a great structure," Lillith said to Adam. How long do you think they have been working on it? I don't know. I haven't seen it before today, but it does look like they have been working on it for a while. How long? I don't know, Adam answered. They walked along for a while, stumbling at times as they could not see their way as the night fell. Do you know where you're going, Adam? Lillith asked. Yes, I am certain of where I am going. I've taken this path many times before. It's just a little dark, Adam said with a bit of annoyance in his voice. As they rounded the bend just before the clearing, they both heard some rustling in the bushes near their hut. Did you hear that? Lillith asked, alarmed. Yes, I did. Adam answered. It sounded just like one of the creatures that roam throughout Eden. Have you ever seen a strange creature that is about our height, no arms, no legs, with multicolored scales and beady green eyes? Lillith asked as she thought about the creature she had seen earlier that day. Yes, Lillith, actually I have. But only recently. I don't remember seeing this creature while we were first exploring Eden. And I agree that it is a very strange creature. It walks and moves in a distinct manner unlike any other creature that is here in Eden, Adam answered. I've only seen it for the first time today. I don't remember seeing it before. There certainly seems to be a lot of activity going on in Eden lately, Lillith said as she entered the hut. Once inside, Adam began to kiss Lillith and she allowed Adam to bring her down and lay her on top of the straw where they slept. With her eyes closed, she thought of the archangel being with her and certainly not about Adam. He had bored her before and now there was no comparison between him and the winged creature. As she thought further about how the winged archangel with the intense blue eyes felt, she let the needs of her body possess her, and she rolled over on top of Adam and began to take control. Shocked that she was on top of him and in control, he forced her back beneath him. She fought with him to get back on top but was not stronger than Adam. She continued to fight with him and tried to get him off of her altogether. But Adam did not care and continued until he satisfied himself and she was able to roll him off her as he soon fell asleep. Lillith was furious with him for again not allowing her to be in control for once, overpowering her and for not paying attention to her needs. She had argued with him about this before, but he seemed oblivious to anything she wanted. It was pointless arguing with him, but what could she do? Maybe the archangel would reappear and take her away with him. She spent a long while replaying how she felt when she had met Jarahmael, and she finally fell asleep as she dreamed of meeting him again. Chapter 21. Jarahmael gets a new assignment. Jarahmael returned to his palace in the seventh heaven, having avoided being seen as he left the Garden of the Eden. He wanted to ask Jarahmael some more questions, but knew that he shouldn't have gone to find the creatures that live in Eden on his own and without permission. The questions would have to wait for another day. The last glance of Lillith's affected him. What was that look she gave me? He remembered feeling so drawn to her. Her big blue eyes looking up at him, with the slight smile on her lips, also excited him. The Almighty's other creatures, including his fellow archangels, had never affected him this way. I need to find out more about this, he thought as he entered his palace. For days afterwards, Jarahmael thought about that encounter. He wanted to ask the Almighty directly about his feelings, but once again, the Almighty was not present on the earth or in the heavens. Although he weighed asking his fellow archangels about these creatures, he knew that the Almighty had been very secretive about them and he did not wish to place any of the other angels in an awkward position or cause any problems in the heavens. He also found that the passage of time was not diminishing his feelings for the female. When he found it more and more difficult to think of anything else, he found himself asking Michael after the morning ceremony what was going on with the creatures in the Garden of Eden. The new earth creatures? Michael responded. They are doing fine. The Almighty has made them self-perpetuating as they can mate and have offspring, just as some of the lesser creatures have been reproducing on the planet. The simians' numbers are increasing so greatly that they are beginning to organize themselves into colonies, but there are colonies of them? Jarahmael asked, hiding his surprise. I thought the only ones had been created in Eden. Michael laughed. I thought you meant the simians, Jarahmael. But wait, you were with me on at least 2 occasions checking up on them, weren't you? Yes, we saved Guline from the dinosaurs twice, Jarahmael said. Michael's face became more serious. Did you mean the 2 creatures that the Almighty has placed in the Garden of Eden? Yes, those creatures, Jarahmael answered, trying to act disinterested in them, especially now that Michael was no longer laughing at the question. You do realize that those creatures are very special to the Almighty, and that he has kept them from having angelic contact. He wants them to progress on their own. However, he did assign me to watch over them, and I could use some assistance. The Almighty is very interested in how the new ones are developing, Jarahmael exclaimed, I would love to assist you, Michael. Here was a chance to see Lillith again, sanctioned by the Almighty and Michael. When can we start? No time like the present, said Michael. Jarahmael thought to himself that Michael was never noted for his patience, as the two of them flew off to the first heaven, the far eastern corner of it as their destination. Jarahmael fortunately remembered to let Michael take the lead and acted as if he was following. He did not want Michael to know that he had already met up and interacted with the female of the pair, Lillith. He further hoped that Jarahmael would not mention that Jarahmael had already been to the pyramid in the Garden of Eden a few days before. That could be tough to explain to Michael if he was trying to keep the location of the Garden of Eden itself a secret on behalf of the Almighty. Landing a safe distance from the Garden of Eden, Michael turned to Jarahmael and stated, "We need to stay out of sight." Michael then flashed his hand, indicating that Jarahmael should become invisible, just as he disappeared. The Almighty wants them to become independent. We have found with working with tribes of the simians on the earth itself, that once the simians knew we existed they paid more attention to us than being focused on creating things on their own. The Almighty wants these two new life forms to be independent and creators in their own right. After the two angels landed in the woods, near Adam and Lilith's hut, Michael and Jarahmael could hear the two creatures talking to one another. Now invisible, the two archangels could move closer to the hut without being detected, even getting so close that they could see inside. Peering into the structure, they could see the two creatures kissing and embracing. Jarahmael detected much more enthusiasm on the part of the male than on that of Lillith. "We are here to just observe, so stay silent and invisible, no matter what you see or hear. This lovemaking is a strange ritual," Michael whispered. "Do not be alarmed." They continued to watch as the two earth creatures began to kiss and caress one another. "Amazing, isn't it?" Michael whispered to Jarahmael. "What are they doing?" Jarahmael whispered back to Michael. He could feel something arising as he watched Adam kiss Lillith, almost forcing himself on her. He could not tell from where he was standing whether Lillith was pushing Adam back to keep him away from her, or whether it was part of the reproduction ritual. Michael explained, the Almighty had been allowing other creatures on the earth to self-create offspring and decided that it would be a good thing for these creatures to do the same. Jarahmael had known about procreation. He had witnessed female creatures laying eggs and fertilization by the males of various species when Lucifereel had been creating reptiles and serpents. Jarahmael also recalled that Lucifereel was praised by the Almighty for assisting in concept and practice of species reproduction. In fact, Lucifereel had coined the phrase of procreation, which had greatly pleased the Almighty. Thinking back to that day, however, Jarahmael did not remember having the strong feelings and sensations that he was beginning to have now. This was far different from that process, and it was affecting him. Jarahmael's feelings increased and he wondered if there were circumstances where an angel could procreate. Michael was also distracted by watching the two creatures do the dance of procreation and said to Jarahmael, "Pay attention and watch this." The earthen creature's embrace became more heated. Lillith had pushed herself away from Adam, but Adam overpowered her and soon had her solidly beneath him. Their bodies joined together and Lillith was no longer struggling against Adam. Then a number of things happened in rapid succession. As the two creatures moved together, Jarahmael could have sworn he heard Lillith whisper his name aloud. "Jarahmael." Immediately afterwards Adam drowned out any other noise as he cried out, sounding like he was in pain, Lillith doing the same right after. And then both archangels were hit with a force that was so powerful and pleasurable that the archangels had to move a step backwards as they, too, experienced the sensation. Jarahmael shot a glance over to Michael, afraid that he had caught Lilith's outcry of his name, but Michael had not seemed to notice. Michael moved a step closer to whisper once again to Jarahmael that the yell that sounded like pain was actually a scream of pleasure. "Wasn't that great?" Michael whispered excitedly to Jarahmael, careful not to be heard by the Adam or Lillith. "That was a completed act of procreation, but I have never experienced that sensation before," Jarahmael said to Michael as he watched for any indication he had heard his name called out by Lillith. "No one else has either, except for these creatures and the simians on the earth," Michael whispered, as he collected himself. Jarahmael was puzzled and asked, "I don't understand. How did we feel it though?" Michael thought for a moment and then continued, "That is something that I am unsure of as well. The Almighty hasn't discussed that with me either. I think he may be as surprised as we are that we are able to experience their ecstasy. The same thing occurs when I have observed the simians procreate." Jarahmael asked, "They are that closely tied to one another?" "Yes, even though these new life forms are much more refined and have some of the Almighty's direct essence unlike the more primitive simians. But the act of procreation is the same for both types. I would get the same effect, being in close proximity to the simians then?" Jarahmael asked, taking advantage of pursing a change of topic. Even if it was slight, it would draw Michael's attention away from Lillith. "Yes, the question that remains is whether the earth creatures can control sharing what they feel with us, or whether it is just an energy level that comes off their bodies," Michael added. "It's one of the reasons I thought it may be good for you to study these creatures to find out more. Confirm it with observations of the simians. It's a good thing that Luciferiel and his auxilium have been kept distant from the simians, these new creatures and their acts of procreation. I think we should know more about it first. Luciferiel would be trying to take credit for it, prideful as he is becoming, but... Did I detect a bit of anger at Luciferiel? Jarahmael whispered half-jokingly to Michael, and encouraging Michael to continue talking about Luciferiel as he was interested in what he thought of the firstborn of heaven. I only know that I do not like what Luciferiel does at times. He thinks too much of himself and does not work as one of many, but expects each of us to worship him more and more, Michael said, whispering loud enough that Jarahmael grabbed his arm and pulled him back and away from Adam and Lilith's hut. Have you mentioned this to the Almighty? Jarahmael asked aloud now that they were out of the hearing range of Adam and Lilith. I brought up my feelings about Luciferiel with the Almighty in private, but he labeled it as the feeling of jealousy and not anger. The Almighty told me to stop thinking about it and to let it go out of my mind. Jealousy, according to the Almighty, is a form of energy that is difficult if not impossible to control if left to grow. Some days, though, I cannot help it. It is also strange sometimes. I think that Luciferiel can see through my emotions and knows how I feel about him, even as I try so hard to keep my emotions hidden from him. Don't tell anybody about this, Michael said, looking embarrassed after expressing his feelings to Jarahmael. Jarahmael became concerned that he too felt this thing called jealousy when he was watching Adam and Lilith in their embraces. It would not be good to mention that now, because if his feelings for Lilith were known, Michael may be forced to keep him from Lilith in the future. And he did not want to take any chances that he would be unable to see Lilith again. Now that you have seen more, are you still willing to do it? Asked Michael. Jarahmael's first thought was that Michael was asking him to procreate with Lilith, and a wave of excitement passed through him, making him blush and glow more intensely. Assist me in watching over these creatures in Eden? Michael clarified quickly before Jarahmael could answer. Yes, of course, Michael, Jarahmael blurted back, thankful that he had not said anything that would have revealed his true feelings about Lilith. This all seems very interesting and exciting. I am happy to be of service. Yes, that it is. But be careful, these acts of procreation can cause you to want to experience more and more of it. That's one of the reasons I asked you. You have not been swayed into joining Luciferiel's auxilium like many of the rest of the archangels, despite making all those mirrors and spending a great deal of time with him. I am not sure that Luciferiel would not try to absorb or interfere in this process, and certainly it would be a temptation for the members of his auxilium, Michael said, complimenting Jarahmael in tone as well as in words. Michael continued, I believe you will be able to handle the sensations. I am not sure that the other archangels would be able to. Particularly those archangels who are becoming Luciferiel's followers. Those angels prefer to focus on their sensations, and Luciferiel encourages them, providing they are obedient to him. I have closely experienced these acts of procreation about 10 times now, and it is a powerful force, one that is difficult to get out of my mind. Yes, it was powerful, Jarahmael said. Why don't you take a look around and observe, Michael suggested. The Almighty is still waiting for these creatures to develop further before exposing this experience to the other angels. There are only you and I who are involved. The Almighty stressed to me that he wants it to remain like this for now. And remember, I especially don't want Luciferiel around this. He and his auxilium would be here all the time, or creating new life forms who would be similar somewhere else. Just one other question, Jarahmael said to Michael. How do I refer to these more refined creatures? They aren't simians, are they? What do I call them? It's easiest to refer to them as humans. The male was named Adam and the female was named Lilith when the Almighty created them. Come, we should go check on the simians. Michael and Jarahmael flew out of the Garden of Eden and dropped down to the earth below. As much as Jarahmael wanted to speak with Lilith again, he knew that it was unlikely he would see her alone today, and he had mixed feelings about what he had seen. He was feeling jealous, yet flattered that Lilith seemed to be thinking of him even when she was with Adam. With all these feelings, the visit to the simians would be a welcomed relief. For the rest of the day, the two archangels traveled around the countryside, invisible to any of the earthly inhabitants. They approached the simians and continued observing them. Now that Jarahmael had something to compare the simians to, they did not seem to have as much intelligence in their eyes. It was plain to Jarahmael that the simians were content to simply survive, or deal with whatever obstacle was in front of them. They did not have the sense of curiosity that Jarahmael had sensed in his brief meeting with Lilith. They were less robust in other ways, too. Their eyes were not as blue. Nor were their cheeks as rosy. Nor were any of their bodies as beautiful as Lilith's. When Jarahmael observed the male and female simians courting one another, he felt fine in the role of a disinterested observer, at first. But every now and then he would envision Lilith standing in the place of one of these female simians, and he would feel a sharp pain in his body. A rather pleasant feeling, but one he found difficult to control. At the same time, the thought of having seen Lilith in an embrace with Adam disturbed him greatly. What if Adam made a child with Lilith? Again the thoughts and feelings flooded over him. By the end of the day he felt exhausted and was more than willing to return to the seventh heaven with Michael. But as they flew through the first heaven on their way home, he promised himself he would return to find Lilith again soon. Chapter 22. A Secret Meeting. Samuel flew in through the open window of the smaller palace he had built for himself in the fifth heaven where the angels of virtue resided. It was part of the benefit that Michael and he enjoyed as being the archangel emissaries to the order of the virtues. Following closely behind him were the other 5 archangels who were members of Luciferiel's auxilium and his favorites, Beelzebul, Damiel, Mammoniel, Mephistophel, and Suriel. To accommodate his guests, Samuel began spinning with his wings pointed horizontally from his shoulders, causing many vortexes in the cloud-like substance that composed the structure in his main hall, and chairs arose, thin but long back seats with room on either side so the angels could sit comfortably with their wings on either side behind them. The backs of the chairs were color-coded, so each of the angels knew where to sit. The circle of chairs began with black for Samuel himself, to match his black-tipped wings, dark purple to match Mephistophel's wingtips on Samuel's left, light blue to match Damiel's light blue-tipped wings on Mephistophel's left, dark green for Mammoniel's chair to match his dark green wingtips on Damiel's left, dark brown for Suriel's seat to match his dark brown-tipped wings on Mammoniel's left, and maroon for Beelzebul to match his maroon-tipped angel wings. There was an empty seat that remained, one larger than the others, placed between Samuel's and Beelzebul's chair, an elevated chair of gold. This was the seat of Luciferiel, who these angels adored, especially Samuel. Samuel made the seat of honor for the firstborn of heaven. He felt he was Luciferiel's most trusted friend and advisor. The day before, Luciferiel had pulled Samuel aside after the morning ceremony. Whispering, Luciferiel had moved close to Samuel and said, "Plan a meeting of the auxilium for tomorrow." "Your palace, my lord?" "No, prying eyes and minds could cause trouble. Your smaller palace in the fifth heaven, if you please." "Any other special arrangements?" "No, none required, just attentive ears and minds. And any thoughts and observations that may have been revealed to the auxilium concerning the new creations in Eden." One by one, Samuel had flown and sought out the remaining angels and requested their presence at his lower palace. He told each that the meeting was to be kept secret from the other angels and that its subject was the new creation going on in Eden. Samuel soon found out, however, that his archangel colleagues only had very limited knowledge about the creation going on in Eden. None of them were assigned to interact with the dominions, principals, or potentates, so they were not involved with the construction going on there. Nor were any of them assigned to work with the cherubim class of angels. There had been rumors that the Almighty had assigned the cherubim to do some scribing and engrave art within the structure going up. This was a new concept, distributing writings across the creation. Up until now the writings in the Book of Creation, and some scribing stored in the fifth heaven were the only examples that existed. Both sets were safely stored and protected, the Book of Creation by the archangels within the throne in the seventh heaven, and the archives by the virtues in a structure they called a library, not far from here. Samuel's mind was brought back to the auxilium seated around him when Beelzebul asked, "Samuel, where is Luciferiel? We were summoned at his request, were we not?" Before Samuel could answer, Mephistophel responded, "I saw Luciferiel fly off with the Almighty right after the ceremony this morning. He indicated to me just before he left that he had some pressing matter to discuss with the Almighty and that he would be attending us as soon as the business was discussed. Appeared to me that it would be but a slight delay. Therefore, I counsel patience, Beelzebul." Samuel agreed. Luciferiel has been busy with a number of tasks since the Almighty has not made appearance at the morning ceremony for the past fortnight. Damiel shot a glance over to Mammoniel. "Thought I heard some angels flying over?" Suriel responded, "No, it was just the wind," as he readjusted his wings. Mammoniel, in a bored tone, added, "The virtues are always too busy discussing the levels of goodness and love needed by the Almighty. They don't fly around much." A flash of gold shot across the cloud floor inside the main hall, reflected from outside the window by which they were seated. "Wait," Suriel said, "it is Luciferiel coming." Luciferiel's sweeping wing strokes were absent as he glided in through the window. He did not want to draw any unwanted attention from any of the virtues outside. Luciferiel landed gracefully, surrounded by golden light. The 6 other archangels arose from their seats and bowed down to him. Samuel was quite pleased. He knew that the time was not right for them to exalt Luciferiel to the same degree as they did the Almighty in the throne room of the seventh heaven, for that would surely raise the anger of the other archangels. But it was nice to see how the auxilium honored Luciferiel in private. Luciferiel was wise enough to know that Michael and his colleagues would only truly follow the Almighty himself or act on the belief that the command came from the Almighty. Angels of all the lower classes would be a bit easier as they were lower in the hierarchy. They would not have to be assured that the command came from the Almighty himself or someone he designated. They knew that the Almighty often left Luciferiel in command of the heavens, and that was all they needed to know. "Arise, my friends," Luciferiel said. "Gratitude for your allegiance and for meeting on short notice. A matter of particular concern has arisen and we should discuss our position. Damiel, I assigned you to secretly observe the construction in Eden. Have you continued to make observations?" "Yes, every day. The structure rises a bit higher. The guardians and potentates have been busy cutting stones while the principalities assemble and the dominions supervise the building of the structure." "And who has been watching the cherubim?" "I have, my lord," stated Mammonel as he stepped forward, the dark green tips of his wings moving in tandem with his shoulders, offset by his long black hair and highlighted by his intense eyes of a lighter shade of green. "Their construction is moving along. The initial square that was set on the ground shrinks in area as it rises. A pyramid, it is called. I have overheard the principalities say so as they supervise the construction. The building has been progressing according to plan," he added. "When do you think the structure will be finished?" asked Luciferiel. 2 weeks for the building," Mammonel responded cautiously, as he did not want to raise the jealousy and anger of Luciferiel. Shifting in his seat he continued, "Annabelle is in charge of the building and she gets much accomplished. It is difficult to read Cerebriel, who is personally leading the cherubim on this. The cherubim have been carving writings into the walls. I have never seen anything written like this before. We assumed that the Almighty would always restrict the availability of writings to the heavens and for our use as in the Book of Creation." The other archangels let out gasps as they could not hold back their feelings of hurt pride. The Almighty was placing these writings openly on the walls of the pyramid in the Garden of Eden, yet the writings accessible to the archangels were restricted, confined to the book, secured and hidden in the throne room of the seventh heaven. "Have any of you seen these human creatures that the Almighty has made?" asked Luciferiel. "I have only heard of them. I understand that the Almighty has visited them often. It has also been rumored that Michael has seen them a few times and so has Jarahmael." "Other than that, I don't think the other angels have seen them," Damiel answered. Luciferiel interjected, "I discussed them with the Almighty this morning before the ceremony. He told me not to worry about them. He did say he was giving them something called free will, as he thought they were special." "Special like us?" asked Samuel. "Even more so, I fear." Luciferiel was beginning to turn red as he discussed them. "There is a man and a woman. The Almighty believes that if he gives them a great deal of love, they will freely choose to love him back without condition or expectation." "How would one show the Almighty that they love him unconditionally?" asked Damiel. "We do everything the Almighty asks of us, always," stated Mephistopheles, his tone reflecting his annoyance. "Yes," responded Luciferiel. "Every day of our existence, everything we do is to please the Almighty, but perhaps there is something we can use in this free will concept," Mammonel interjected. An idea flashed through Mephistopheles' eyes. Perhaps if they had a choice of doing something that the Almighty would not want them to do. Luciferiel furrowed his brow for a few moments, and then began to speak again. "There does not seem to be any choices in the universe significant enough to cause a problem with a severe consequence. I have assisted and created many things throughout the universe and there have never been any consequences to us. Choices of one body type or another, colors, or even constructing things from out of the already created substances never has had any consequence, other than the thing not working well. The Almighty was always pleased even when something created by the angels did not quite work as intended. For example, look at the platypus. They all laughed at that, knowing it was a really strange-looking creature that Michael had been so proud of. Samuel thought of bringing up the dinosaurs, creatures that Luciferiel had developed. But he thought the better of it and did not mention it. Samuel interrupted the laughter and said seriously, "We need to get someone in closer to the man and the woman. See what we can find out, whatever their dealings are with the Almighty." "Great idea," stated Damiel. "But how do we do that?" "The Almighty has only allowed Michael and Jarahmael to get close to those two creatures," stated Beelzebul, suddenly paying close attention again. "Samuel, you are a co-regent here in the fifth heaven along with Michael, are you not?" "Yes, I am," responded Samuel. "Although I am afraid that Michael has been growing distant from me. He likes coming up with these virtuous rules, and he thinks I oppose him all the time. But I will make an extra effort to see what Michael knows." "It's settled then, we have the beginnings of a plan," concluded Luciferiel. "If there is nothing else on any of your minds, we will discuss this human situation further when other information comes to light." Luciferiel took his leave by nodding and giving each of them a smile, then he flew back out the same window he arrived through shortly before. As he was flying upward, he thought to himself that he had heard that at least one of his serpents had already been able to find their way into in the Garden of Eden. If this was true, it could be his eyes and ears there. He would go and find out what this creature knew. Luciferiel was not going to be fooled by anyone. Chapter 23. The Almighty's Announcement. Luciferiel flew downwards through the heavens with a great deal on his mind. As he had told the auxilium at Samuel's second mansion in the fifth heaven, he and the Almighty had discussed the new experiment in the Garden of Eden before the morning ceremony. Rumors and brief references to these new creatures on earth and in this place called the Garden of Eden were a distraction to Luciferiel. Although the Almighty had placed him in charge of the planet, he loved bathing in the stars and working on expanding the universe. He had lost his desire to focus his attention on the clay and mud creatures on that one planet. But he was growing concerned that these creatures could be competing with the beings of light as the most loved of the Almighty. Luciferiel could not understand why these creatures, Adam and Lilith, were being kept secret from him, as he and his archangels were the most beautiful and exalted of all the angels in heaven. He wanted to continue to believe that this was all some misunderstanding. But there was only way to find out, and that was to ask the Almighty directly. Luciferiel's day had begun while he waited on the main cloud over the throne room, his usual spot to await the arrival of the Almighty and his entourage of the seraphim and throne angels. As the seraphim arrived, they moved aside and revealed the Almighty sitting slightly above the throne angels in their midst. Luciferiel then moved forward and before the Almighty. The Almighty greeted Luciferiel. "Good morning, Prince of the Archangels, you look troubled, what can I do for you?" "My lord, I have concerns about these new creatures you have placed in that new region between the first heaven and the earth, called the Garden of Eden." "Yes, Luciferiel? I have been experimenting with some new creatures and environments on the planet you named Earth. I have a tremendous interest in the planet, and have been trying to develop a superior creature with intelligence to occupy and take care of the planet and its less developed inhabitants. These new creatures, are they beings of light like us angels?" Luciferiel asked. "Yes and no, Luciferiel. They will have part of my divine spark, which I have labeled souls. They are more intelligent than the other creatures currently on Earth, capable of complex thoughts and also endowed with a greater ability to create and think for themselves. As their environment is made of solid particles, I expect they will develop the means and ideas to build structures out of the materials found on the planet, just like you and your brethren have done up here in the heavens. I had provided Earth with a wide range of elements and materials from which to build things, making almost an endless variety of things that these creatures can make and form. But remember, Luciferiel, I have given you and your brethren the even greater ability to create things out of nothing. You are not limited by rearranging what already exists. You can make elements themselves if you so desire. Do you have a name for these creatures, my Lord Almighty?" "I have decided to call them humans or man for short. I have created a feminine and a masculine, a woman and a man if you will. They have been named Lilith for the female and Adam for the man. What makes them different from the rest of the creation in us, my Lord? They are in fact very similar to the simians, but more intelligent, with souls, and I am also giving them free will. They are smaller than you and the archangels, without wings or the ability to transform themselves from light waves to solid forms. They are restricted to remain in their human forms. I am very happy with them, Luciferiel, they may be one of my best creations yet." That same shadowy thought popped up within Luciferiel's mind, an area he was trying to suppress, but he still could not help asking, "Does that mean these human things will be exalted more than myself and the archangels?" The Almighty continued, "I have created them out of a love similar to my creation of you and your kind, Luciferiel. I want them to have and to provide different experiences than the angels. And I want all the angels and archangels to assist them. Next to the beings of light, they are the most perfect of all my creations." Another dark thought popped up. Did I hear that correctly? The Almighty is putting these creatures equal to us? What can humans possess that would raise them to this level? And what is this thing about free will? Before he could ask those questions, Luciferiel realized he had to be careful or he would appear argumentative with the Almighty. Out of the corner of the eye he sensed the seraphim growing impatient with him as they began fidgeting with their wings and shooting an occasional glance at Luciferiel to speed things up. Luciferiel changed his tact. "What are you going to do with them, my Lord Almighty, and how can we help?" Luciferiel asked in customary fashion, but despite all his effort to disguise his feelings, his voice had a slight hint of jealousy, very subtle, yet still there. "I have given them direct portions of my inner spirit, Luciferiel, and with that the ability to exercise free will." "What is free will?" Luciferiel asked, his interest growing in the subject. "I want to see if separation from my spirit will still draw them back to me. You and the rest of the order of angels were created with an unspoken duty for service, to act on my behalf and do my bidding. These new creatures will have the ability to decide to act against my instructions in a more straightforward way. If these creatures decide to worship me on their own and do what is pleasing to me, or want to be in my presence, it will be by their own choices. Not a sense of duty. Luciferiel thought to himself that this was a silly concept. How could one of the Almighty's beings not follow his instructions or wishes? Was it really possible to have one's own identity and make choices for oneself? Could an angel? Could an archangel? He did not want to dwell on those thoughts now, as it would take a lot of contemplation, and seeing the seraphim shifting their bodies more forcefully with impatience, Luciferiel quickly put that set of thoughts away, promising himself he would revisit that idea later. The Almighty then motioned to the seraphim and thrones to get back into formation to prepare for their departure for the morning ceremony. The Almighty looked directly at Luciferiel and said, "You look troubled by these creatures. There is nothing to fear, they will fit in nicely in my new plan. Remember, you are a direct part of me, and I am sure you will fall in love with them, too. And they are beautiful creatures. When things are further developed in the Garden of Eden, I will introduce you. Remember, you remain the prince of all the angels and are my most magnificent creation. You will come to enjoy serving man and their kind just as you are enjoying worshipping me." Luciferiel responded, "As you wish, Almighty, I look forward to the day I can meet Adam and Lilith and be of service to them both." "Good," responded the Almighty. "Now it is time to go to descend to the throne room. Please lead us, Luciferiel." With the customary ritual, Luciferiel again led the procession, followed by the seraphim, to the Almighty's throne in the throne room. All of the angels were assembled as was the custom. It was another glorious day in heaven, perhaps in some ways too glorious. Luciferiel was a bit distracted as he realized that the Almighty said that he would be of service to the two humans. Should that not be the other way around? He realized there was nothing to be done about it at the moment. He needed to finish his work at the morning ceremony. But tomorrow was another day, and perhaps he should get better organized before he made a further issue about these new creatures. The Almighty arrived in his usual fashion and radiated his love out to each and every one of the angels in the heavenly assembly. And although he gave each angel their typical instruction along with their quantum of love, he made a formal announcement that he was developing some new creations and that he would have to be away again for some days. In the meantime, Luciferiel would be in charge of the morning ritual until he returned. As they had done before, all angels were to worship Luciferiel as they had worshipped him while he was absent. Turning specifically to Luciferiel, the Almighty gave instructions for him to continue to radiate out the love as he did every morning and to use the Book of Creation to assist him, if needed. The morning ceremony ended and the angels went about the day's business. All day Luciferiel's mind still contemplated his conversation with the Almighty. He smiled and was reassured when he thought about the fact that the Almighty trusted him and the other archangels to use the Book of Creation to create solar systems, planets, and creatures, and utilize the power of the Word. But on the other hand, Luciferiel could not stop thinking about the question, why did the Almighty not trust him and the angels with free will? Chapter 24. Serpentalia. Serpentalia remained standing in front of Luciferiel, swaying in his trance, the colorful pattern on its scales reflecting the light radiated in the heavens. The creature was round and thin, different from most creatures on the earth as he did not have arms or legs, just an extremely strong torso that allowed him to stand and move forward and upright by rotating the bottom quarter of his body on the ground. He was another cold-blooded creature, one of the reptilian creations of Luciferiel that had been allowed to survive the destruction of the dinosaurs. There really was no need for the creature to have his own inner heat source as the Earth's and the Garden of Eden's temperature stayed within a range of about 7 degrees difference from morning to night. This temperature fluctuation between the night and day was sufficient to cause most of Luciferiel's creatures to rest at night after the sun would go down and then to rise again with heat of the sun. A built-in mechanism to be in sync with the worship of Luciferiel. After all, he was also known as the Morning Star. After much inquiry, Luciferiel had decided to come to the border of the earth where it touched the Garden of Eden. He had heard that one of his reptiles, Serpentalia, had found his way into a new place, named the Garden of Eden soon after it was formed. If the rumors among the reptiles were true, Serpentalia may be able to provide him with more information about the goings-on in the secret place. After Luciferiel had the discussion with the Almighty about the humans earlier that day, Luciferiel decided that he had best look into these creatures himself, and traveled down from the heavens to the earth. He had heard that there was some connection between the new garden and the earth somewhere near Egyptus. Once Luciferiel landed in that vicinity, he summoned Serpentalia to him. In a few moments Luciferiel had the serpent in a deep trance and asked the creature, "What is it that the Almighty is keeping hidden from me?" The swaying increased and small tremors began to pass down the length of Serpentalia's long scaly body. Not quite convulsing, the snake began moving his mouth but no sound was coming forth. Luciferiel commanded to the snake, "Speak." Now the snake convulsed involuntarily, infuriating Luciferiel, who heated up in anger and began to glow red, as the snake was not answering him. Luciferiel then reached forward and grabbed the serpent and opened its mouth wide, stretching the teeth forward as he projected himself into the serpent's mind. He could feel the snake try to speak and reveal its memory, but there was a large white wall in the snake's memory that he could not see through. Raising his energy level even higher, Luciferiel transferred more of his spirit directly into the snake and broke through the mental block. This does not make sense, Luciferiel thought to himself. He should be able to read this creature's mind without any trouble. He was its creator after all, and it was not a particularly intelligent reptile. He realized that the mental block was placed there by someone else, perhaps someone better than himself at placing mind blocks. Why would this information be blocked from me? Thought Luciferiel. I am the firstborn and the most precious angel. I should know all that the Almighty knows. Finally, after repeated attempts, Luciferiel broke through Serpentalia's mental block, allowing him to begin to see through and experience the serpent's memories. Luciferiel saw himself as the serpent, living in a cave not very far from one of the rivers in the Garden of Eden. Luciferiel felt himself traveling as the serpent, with its strange way of moving upright along the ground, twisting and turning the lower section of its body, propelling itself forward through the garden. Then, there was a bright light off to his left, over near where a small brook flowed into a larger stream that passed through the garden, near a tree. The serpent wrapped itself against the trunk of the tree and climbed upwards so that it could get a better view. From the tree, the serpent could see the Almighty not too far away. The Almighty was standing there in the clearing, although he could sense that there were other angels around, cloaked with invisibility. He watched the Almighty as he molded two piles of clay into figures that were similar to angels without wings, although shorter. He could not see all what the Almighty was doing, but soon two separate beings sprang to life, began to breathe and move around. Serpentalia had heard the Almighty name the female Lilith and the male Adam. Soon thereafter, an archangel came into the serpent's view, and Luciferiel could see that Michael was now visible to the humans. The Almighty then touched each one of the creatures. Serpentalia noticed a flash of energy as it left the Almighty and went into the center of each of them. As soon as that was completed, the serpent could see that the eyes of each now looked like they understood more of themselves and were for the first time making sounds. The Almighty then quieted them and turned to where the serpent had been watching. The gaze of the Almighty aimed right into the serpent's eyes, and then a white flash appeared and the mental wall blotted out any further memories until its Serpentalia was back on the ground at the entrance between the earth and the Garden of Eden, feeling quite content and blissful. Luciferiel then pulled his energy back out of the serpent, as there was nothing more of consequence to see. Luciferiel remained a reddish hue as his very smooth face contracted a bit, still deep in thought about what he had just seen. Luciferiel didn't like this development, didn't like it at all. He decided that two could play this game, and he put up a wall within himself so the Almighty would not be able to see what he would do next. Somehow, he instinctively felt these new creatures would be a problem for him. He did not know exactly why, but it was a lot of effort expended by the Almighty to keep these beings hidden from him, Luciferiel, the Prince of the Angels. He would get to the bottom of this. Luciferiel spoke again to Serpentalia as he released the snake's mind from his hypnotic hold. Go back to the garden and watch the humans, report back to me anything else that you see. Luciferiel hoped that he would be able to observe what was going on with these two new beings in the garden, before the Almighty could block the serpent in his memory again. But for now there was nothing more to be done, and it was time for both Luciferiel and Serpentalia to return to their respective homes. With a flick of his wings, Luciferiel was airborne and he didn't look back to see Serpentalia head towards his own home. Serpentalia had better not fail him. Chapter 25. Jarahmael returns to Earth. Jarahmael decided to pay Cerebriel another visit. They were close friends, and Jarahmael felt closer to Cerebriel than he did to some of his fellow archangels. In fact, Jarahmael knew that it was not appropriate to discuss his visits to Eden with the other archangels, but felt he could confide in his friend about the place. Jarahmael had not discussed much about Lilith or any other earthen beings, but knew that Cerebriel was working on the pyramid not far from where Lilith lived. Cerebriel would at least have some knowledge of the garden, even if he had not ventured deep into its interior. The Almighty had worked hard to keep a distance between the orders of the angels and the humans. He was doing something different and special with these beings and did not want a lot of interference from the angels. When Jarahmael mentioned the name of the two created beings as Adam and Lilith to Cerebriel at the end of the morning ceremony, Jarahmael could not help but brighten when he mentioned the female. Cerebriel sensed that Jarahmael had become quite attached to her and wondered if it was one of the reasons that Jarahmael was making repeated excursions to the Garden of Eden and later returning cheerful and with an extra radiance. Jarahmael would discuss his experiences in Eden to some extent, while Cerebriel would share some of his experiences with the building of the pyramid. This one particular day Jarahmael flew over to where Cerebriel was supervising more of the work on the artwork that was being placed within the halls of the pyramid on the edge of the Garden of Eden. Jarahmael landed quietly, playfully sneaking up behind Cerebriel, who was standing in the entrance. Tapping his friend on the back of his head, he said, "Told you I was a quiet one and could sneak up on almost anyone in the creation." Cerebrial spun around quickly, his wings extended and the tip struck Jarahmael in his midsection, throwing him backwards. Jarahmael was able to catch himself and remained upright, his long hair having traced a path from where his head had been. "Got me, but you would be on the ground right now if I wanted you there," smiled the cherubim. "We are built for speed, agility, and strength. We are the warriors of heaven. Don't forget it," Cerebrial said, still amused. Jarahmael looked beyond Cerebrial into the hallway of the pyramid. He could see lettering and artwork along the walls. "Beautiful work," he said to Cerebrial. "It really is magnificent." At this point the pyramid is about 3/4 done, and the artwork is nearing completion, Cerebrial stated proudly. "What is all the artwork about?" Jarahmael asked. "Done at the Almighty's bidding. He wants to memorialize the creation overall and in particular the creation of the earth, the humans, and the Garden of Eden," Cerebrial answered. "Why just those things? There is a whole expanding universe out there," Jarahmael asked, puzzled that there would be such an emphasis on one small part of the creation itself. "It's part of the transportation devices that the Almighty is making for the humans, and to help educate them and remind them how they fit into this part of the universe, Jarahmael. You have been interacting with the humans over there in the middle of Eden again, haven't you?" Cerebrial inquired, his eyebrow unconsciously raised. Jarahmael nodded as he replied, "Yes, I have my friend." Cerebrial continued. "Annabelle told me yesterday that work has been progressing on a number of these pyramids that have been placed around the earth, and these humans of yours will be able to transport themselves from one pyramid to the other, in order that they may supervise other creatures as they develop on the planet. The pyramids themselves will also act as light and sound energy resonators, collecting and distributing power if need be." Cerebrial grabbed Jarahmael's hand and pulled him alongside one of the walls in the hallway and forced Jarahmael to rub his fingers along the wall, feeling the artwork with his fingertips. Jarahmael was looking at the inscriptions closely as they were glowing from the reflected light from the outside. "Amazing," said Jarahmael. "The mirrors I am making would look great trimmed with this type of lettering and artwork. If you want to see something really amazing, you should come at night. The lettering and artwork absorb light energy all day, and then reflect the light back all night in a soft glow. At dusk and dawn, the entire hallway lights up as though the walls were lit by the sun. Really something to behold. Especially for us angels, we love playing in the light," Cerebrial said, proud of the work that he and the other cherubim had done here. "That does sound fascinating," Jarahmael responded. "I will have to come back at sunset. The light rays feel so good at that time of day. Cool and refreshing. By the way, what are you doing over here with the cherubim?" Cerebrial said, again with the eyebrow raise. "I thought I would let you look at the humans," Jarahmael whispered back. "Only Michael and I have seen them and interacted with them. Can't let you speak to them or even let them know you're watching. Your presence would be a problem. But I know a great place where we can observe them without being seen ourselves. That is, if you're game?" "Sure. I would love to see these humans you have been hiding from me and the others." "Good," Jarahmael said as he ran to take off. "Meet me over by the thicket of trees due west from here where the main river runs through. I will fly and see exactly where the humans are in the meantime." "Let me just finish this small part," Cerebrial yelled up at him. "See you there, Dot." A few minutes later Cerebrial flew and landed quietly by Jarahmael near the river. "Come with me," Jarahmael said, guiding the cherubim as the two of them flew up and above the trees. A small distance later Jarahmael landed again, this time into the upper branches of a large tree and indicated to Cerebrial a space on the branch beside him and that he should stay quiet. Then Jarahmael pointed to a clearing not far away. Cerebrial looked and saw these two beings. One had shorter dark hair and brown eyes, the other with long golden-colored hair and intensely blue eyes. "They look so different," whispered Cerebrial to Jarahmael, "not only from us but also one from the other." "Yes, the one with the shorter dark hair is the man, called Adam." Jarahmael shifted his position slightly to better point out the other one. "The long blonde-haired creature is called a woman and her name is Lillith," whispered Jarahmael exuberantly. Cerebrial noted that this was the female who had an effect on Jarahmael, exciting Jarahmael like he had found some new secret of creation or fact about the Almighty. Cerebrial looked back at Adam. "He is an interesting specimen. Looks a lot like us but without the wings. Can he fly?" "No, he was made without wings. Though he seems to be good with his hands and has been working to make things more comfortable for them. He has built some things for them to sit on and to make their lives more comfortable, I imagine." Jarahmael pointed up north from where they were standing. Adam was handing Lilith something, some form of flower. To Jarahmael's relief Lilith didn't seem to care. She seemed distracted and not very interested. It was not long before Lilith and Adam began to argue with one another. Neither of the angels had seen that behavior before. "What do they do all day, besides raise their voices at one another?" asked Jarahmael. "They tend to the garden here, make sure that all plants are growing well and strong. They also seem to rest a lot. Enjoy lying about in the sunshine, often separate and not together," Jarahmael reported. "Do they sleep like we do?" "Yes, they go to sleep shortly after it gets dark. The Almighty often comes down and visits with them as the sun sets. Converts into human form similar to them and walks with them around the garden before nightfall." "I never knew he would do such a thing," exclaimed Jarahmael. "The Almighty seems to hold these beings in a very high regard, and treats them accordingly." Just then, both Jarahmael and Jarahmael heard a bit of rustling. Looking down below, they saw one of the surviving serpents lurking about. They could see that he was moving upright as the top of his head was closest to them. He, too, seemed to be observing the humans. Jarahmael and Jarahmael froze on the tree limb. They whispered to one another that they were not sure how well a serpent could hear. They did not want a chance being discovered, as it seemed an unwritten rule that angels were not to be interacting with the humans outside of the presence of the Almighty. Still, both the angels were curious as to why any other creature had any interest in the humans. The serpent moved on, trying to get a better view, and moved away from the tree they were in. Jarahmael took this opportunity to whisper again to Jarahmael. "That serpent Alia and his kin give me a strange feeling, and not a pleasant one. I am amazed it was not destroyed along with the other dinosaurs." "Agreed," responded Jarahmael. "Something very odd about that creature. As much as I love and respect Lucifereel, I think those were not a successful experiment in the creation. The serpents have a twisted quality of Lucifereel that I can't place. Oh well, I need to get back home to the sixth heaven, Time for me to return home as well," stated Jarahmael. "I am headed back to my palace in the seventh heaven. I could use the rest." The two angels then slowly started to fly away from their spot in the trees, flapping their wings slowly and softly, hoping to not make any noise. But as they were leaving, Jarahmael's wing brushed against a heavily leafed branch and made a rustling sound. Although the sound was not heard by the two humans, it was not lost on Serpent Alia, who shot his eyes up in the air, in the angel's direction. He saw that he was not alone watching the humans. A blue-tipped archangel and the head of the cherubim were just there. "Looks like they wanted their observations kept secret, but I am much more clever," the serpent hissed to himself. Chapter 26. Lilith makes a decision. Lilith decided she had to leave. She'd had enough of Adam. He was selfish and paid no attention to her thoughts or desires. He believed somehow that the Almighty had put him in charge of her. She knew that could not be true. They had been both created at the same time and of the same earth and clay. As far as she could tell, the Almighty treated them both as equals. He often walked with both of them in the evening, explaining the wonders of Eden to the two of them during their strolls. She felt great love for both the Almighty and Adam at first. Adam was kind in the beginning, but once the Almighty had tasked Adam with naming the various species in the Garden of Eden, he thought that he was better loved by the Almighty than she was. It had gotten unbearably worse recently, when Adam was preparing to go by the place where the four local rivers met at the edge of Eden to meet the Almighty and continue his naming duties. Before he left, Adam told Lilith, "The Almighty told me he did not want you there today. Your task will now be to find the various trees throughout Eden. If you do that well, he will let you name whatever trees you find." "Why do I have to go find the trees?" "The Almighty brings the various species to you for naming." "And why does he not tell me himself or send one of the angels rather than you?" Adam cautioned her, "Remember that the Almighty placed me in charge of you, Lilith. I am more loved in his eyes than you are." "When did he tell you that?" "Just yesterday when I ran after him. Don't you remember?" "No, I don't, and I don't believe he would do that. He had told both of us that we had been created at the same time and that we were both loved and equal in his eyes," she responded, tears welling up in her eyes. "He only told you that to keep you happy. We both know that I am the better of the two of us and stronger. I showed you that last night again, didn't I? That only showed that you would not let me have my way, Adam." "That was cruel and unkind of you," Lilith said, holding back her tears. "I don't have time for this now. I need to run to meet the Almighty." "Just do as you are told, Lilith." Adam went off to the east to meet the sunrise and the Almighty. Lilith was hurt. She again felt that she was left out of the important decisions in Eden. Why couldn't she be an equal partner? She had cried out to the Almighty one day after a bitter exchange with Adam about his self-importance, and the Almighty had sent an archangel to keep an eye on her. The Almighty visited her alone in the meantime and spoke to her of her special gift. She would continue to expand the species by becoming pregnant and having children. All her children would be immortal just like her, the Almighty promised. They would multiply and occupy the planet beneath Eden. And she would be the mother to them all. Adam would change, the Almighty said. And as mother of all, her children and future descendants would adore her. The Almighty said He would take care of all of this. She just must have some patience and stay with Adam. Although she had promised the Almighty she would stay, each day she looked at Adam, she felt more disgust for him. Especially after she had seen the one archangel who followed her around from a distance. He was magnificent, his very light was handsome, and a kindness and knowledge radiated from his very being. When she was in the archangel's presence, she felt as if the two of them were each a half of something that when combined would make a whole. His care for her made her feel that he would allow her to be herself, that he wanted her to develop and grow into something greater. He was not afraid that she would continue to grow in strength and in belief in herself. But she had not seen her archangel lately. And she was done with Adam. She could not stand another day with him nor bear to think of him touching her again. Actually, as she thought about it, she never wanted him to touch her again. She would have to get away from him. Maybe if she found the archangel who watched over her, she could be with him instead. He had the ability to fly, and she had no idea where he flew off to when he left her, other than into the heavens. Perhaps she could find him down by that structure they were building on the eastern edge of Eden. Something her archangel had called a pyramid. She certainly did not want to stay here with Adam in Eden any longer. Eden was her home and she loved the place, but she knew that if she stayed in Eden, Adam could find her. Perhaps continue to force himself on her, hold her here. Not let her be herself. She would not stand for it a moment longer. With resolve, she decided she would go off to find her archangel. Let Adam be in charge of Eden, all by himself. Lilith and Adam would go each day and have some fruit from one of the trees down by the river. She had named it the Tree of Life because the Almighty told her and Adam that it was from that tree that they would find nourishment for their bodies. And that their bodies would stay forever young and healthy from the fruit of that tree. The Almighty had also told them that they could take branches from the Tree of Life when the time came for them to expand their kingdom beyond Eden and take over a larger area named Earth. They were to plant the branches all over the earth so that there would be more than enough fruit from the tree to feed their children and their children's children. The tree and any of its branches or parts would always exist and replenish themselves, and would always provide nourishment to their bodies. The only thing that humankind would have to do was to eat of the tree or its fruit, for their bodies to be totally restored to health and rejuvenated back to their original state no matter how much they aged, if they were unable to eat fruit from the tree for some reason. With the intention of leaving Adam now swirling in her mind, Lilith went down to the Tree of Life. She broke off a collection of small branches which she carefully weaved into a basket that she could carry attached to her back to hold all sorts of items for her journey. She filled compartments with leaves and fruit from the tree, even though the woven branches would continue to produce more every day. She also took some of the palm tree-like fronds and wove them as a covering to the container, making the entire container waterproof. Thinking ahead, the fronds could also be detached and serve as a blanket for her at night. She also kept a number of small tree branches and fruit in another compartment within the basket for later planting. The fruit was extremely light yet juicy, so she was able to take a large quantity of them without being overburdened or weighed down, just in case she would have to move quickly away from Adam if he ever found her again. By the time she was done with her preparations, it was becoming late in the afternoon. She headed towards the pyramid, hoping that she could get information about her archangel from one of the angels working there and possibly find a way to leave Eden before nightfall. The distance from the edge of the forest to the pyramid was much greater than she calculated, and it was almost dark when she finally reached the pyramid compound. When she got there, she noticed that the last angel was just flying home to the heavens and was beyond earshot. Disappointed and afraid she would not succeed in her escape, she began muttering to herself as she walked around the pyramid, sure there was no one around to hear her. But she realized that she was not alone when she heard rustling in the bushes off to the side of her. Looking over at the area, she spoke aloud. "Jarahmael, is that you? Is that you, my archangel?" After a few moments she got a response. One that she didn't expect. A head appeared out of the bushes on the eastern side of the pyramid, not far from where there was an unguarded entrance into the structure. The creature moved strangely even though it was upright and looking directly at her. It had scales instead of skin and eyes that were more like those of a cat than a human. It did, however, have the ability to speak. It said in a hissing, but not unpleasant, voice that he had been searching for her and wanted to assist her. She had seen this creature before, lurking about the bushes in Eden. "Are you lost?" the serpent inquired. "No," replied Lilith, "but I am looking for how to get out of Eden." "Who are you? I have seen you lurking about in Eden before. Are you one of the Almighty's beings?" My name is Serpentalia, he responded with a slight smile, showing a couple of fangs on either side of his mouth. His eyes sized her up as he talked to her. How long have you been in Eden? She asked. For a while, he responded. I believe it was from the very beginning when Eden was formed. You were made by the Almighty, too, then, she asked further. No, one of the archangels created me as part of the earth. Lilith's heart fluttered. Jarahmael created you? No. It was the head of the archangels who created me. His name is Luciferiel. The firstborn of the Almighty. The most beautiful of God's creations, he said proudly. I have never met anyone by the name of Luciferiel, responded Lillith. Do you know Jarahmael as well, Serpentalia? Yes, I know of him, and I also know another archangel by the name of Michael, he responded with some disdain in his voice. Can you tell me where to find Jarahmael or Michael? Asked Lillith. Sure, responded Serpentalia. I know where they live. They are not here though, it's almost dark and they would be back in their own heavens. The Almighty has made the night for rest, in case you didn't know. Can you take me to them? Lillith asked, happy that this creature knew her archangel and where he lived. She was hopeful that she would soon be reunited with her archangel Jarahmael. Sure, I can take you there, said Serpentalia proudly. Now, asked Lillith. Yes, all you have to do is carry me up with you when you fly. Put me between your wings. We have to go up into the heavens and we can find them together, Serpentalia answered. Wings? Lillith said aloud. Where would I have wings? She asked the serpent, thinking that he was not too smart and may not be able to help her. Right there on your back, he replied, moving his head, indicating the thing that was on her back. Lillith spun around so he could see the container on her back more clearly. This is not a pair of wings, Serpentalia, it's only a storage container I fashioned in the Garden of Eden for my journey. We need to fly to get to where you want to go, I am afraid. I could ask my Lord Luciferiel when I see him, but he does not always appear. Sorry, I cannot get you there right now. My Lord Luciferiel is very busy today, Serpentalia answered. Perhaps if we meet tomorrow I will bring some of the archangels along with me. I am very important, you know. Lillith was not sure whether this creature could deliver on his promise, but he did know of the archangels Jarahmael and Michael. But she wasn't sure at all about this new one, the archangel Luciferiel. She decided to ask Serpentalia about this claim that the archangels could create life, such as himself. Lillith said, I didn't know that creatures other than the Almighty himself could create life. Yes, of course they can, they just need the book of creation. But it is kept very safe and the Almighty only allows them to use the book on special occasions, Serpentalia added. Lillith thought to herself, I really need to see that book and to see how it works. She then asked, does Luciferiel have the book? Not that I know of, said Serpentalia. I believe it remains in the upper heavens where it is stored. But I haven't seen Luciferiel or any of the archangels over the past few days. Must be something important going on in the upper heavens. Have you seen any of the archangels in the past few days, Lillith? Serpentalia asked. No, I haven't either, only the angels who work on this pyramid, who were here today, she said, pointing to the structure that sat behind Serpentalia. But I do need to get out of Eden. It has become very uncomfortable for me. I thought you were paired off with that other human. The male who calls himself Adam, Serpentalia said, cocking his head to the one side as he asked her. I was in the beginning, she responded. But things have changed. He wants me to be dependent solely upon him and not myself. He isn't giving me any respect and it's time for me to leave. Do you know how I find the other archangels or just find my way out of here? The angels appear and disappear on their own. Only Luciferiel has spoken to me. I can find out from him though about the other angels, if you would like. He usually comes to see me around forenoon and is supposed to see me tomorrow. I won't see them tonight. They are all retiring to go to sleep as the hour is getting late. Perhaps you can stay in the pyramid, rather than go back to that hut in Eden. That's a great idea, Serpentalia. I doubt Adam will come looking for me tonight. At least he won't come this far to find me. Splendid, responded Serpentalia. I will look for you on the morrow. Thanks for your help, responded Lillith. Serpentalia took his leave and went back into the forests of Eden. For a while after the serpent had left, Lillith stood there looking up at the sky and missed being back in her hut. But in her mind she was alone and already gone from Adam. As soon as Adam came into her mind, she was relieved she was away from him. Further resolved to still leave Eden, she decided she would enter the pyramid and sleep there for the evening. She was surprised to find that the main hallway remained brightly lit, even though the sun had already set on the western side of the pyramid. The etchings in the stone casings that lined the walls of the hallways and passageways within the pyramid all glowed with a bluish tint, providing interior light. As she entered the pyramid, the lettering not only provided light but she could also hear the walls talking softly to her. It was not necessary for her to be able to decipher the symbols and lettering on the walls. Neither Lillith nor Adam had been taught to read, but here the words actually spoke to her. There was the story of the creation from its inception memorialized on the walls. The worlds within the universe were described. Far too many for her to keep track of, or understand at the moment. And she was tired. It had been a long day. All she wanted was to find a place to sleep. She walked further down the hallway, with offshoots of passageways and tunnels, but none appealed to her as a resting place. She came upon a series of open portals as she went deeper into the pyramid. When she came to the entrance to a great room, she saw a chair sitting in the middle of it. Along the side walls were drawings of other pyramids. It still was not clear to her what this all meant, despite the walls speaking to her. The artwork that depicted the pyramids showed etchings of the different types of angels. This helped her realize that the angels were responsible for building more than one of these structures and that the lettering and numbering was theirs. And perhaps most importantly to Lillith, there were descriptions of the other pyramids that the angels were building on that other place that had been mentioned, the planet Earth. By looking carefully at the wall etchings, she was able to find the patterns in the letters that would show her which passageways that would bring her to other pyramids at different locations on the planet. Tired as she was, she thought she should leave the Garden of Eden, that way she would not be easily found. She would explore at least one of those passageways. The first one she came to that she recognized led to the pyramid at a place labeled Egyptus. She listened carefully to the information being said to her about that place. Egyptus had more than just a pyramid. It was a complex of structures. It was a good place for escape, at least for now. She decided that she would spend the night there. As she walked down the passageway, she saw a portal with a glowing light. Through the portal she could see another land. A medallion of another pyramid was in the center of the door just below the window she was looking through. The walls told her that she must say aloud the word Peto 3 times while touching the medallion. Her curiosity grew stronger within her, while her excitement surged. She had found a way out of Eden and away from Adam on her own. And with a sense of pride she knew she was an immortal of the Almighty's making and she had accomplished something that Adam never could have on his own. So she called out boldly, Peto! 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 And touched the medallion. There was a flash of light that surrounded her in the portal, the door opened for her and she disappeared into a beam of invisible light to a place far from Eden. Chapter 27. Adam laments. The sunlight came in through the doorway of the hut and woke Adam. He had been up late the night before searching for Lillith. She had not returned in the early evening as she usually did, nor could he find the food that she would gather for him. He was concerned that something may have happened to her and had gone down to the river where she normally would bathe, but he had no luck in finding her. He had to give up the search because it became too dark to find her. His voice was hoarse from having called out for her, and it was the only thing he had to show for his search efforts. He searched again as soon as he got up, looking in all the places that she normally would have gone, yet he had not found anything out of place except for some new branches growing on the tree of life. He became frantic as the day went on and for the first time realized how important she was to him. He did not know how he would ever explain her disappearance to the Almighty, and that worried him even more. By the afternoon, he called out to the Almighty in desperation, begging him for help. He expected that one of the angels would appear and was quite surprised when the Almighty himself appeared with his own special group of angels. Adam was on his knees crying when he saw the Almighty descend. "Oh my Lord, a terrible thing has happened. I have lost Lillith and cannot find her anywhere here in Eden," Adam blurted out. "She's gone and I don't know what happened to her," he continued between sobs. "What happened?" asked the Almighty. "I came home last night and she was not here. I searched and searched last night and this morning and can't find her anywhere. I don't understand where she is or where she could have gone. Is there any reason that she would have left?" the Almighty asked, looking closely at Adam's eyes. "None that I can think of," Adam replied. "Everything was the same when I last saw her." "Are you sure there is nothing that you said or did that would have driven her away?" the Almighty asked, his gaze penetrating Adam. Adam now looked downward, hiding his face as he felt a wave of shame wash over him. "I must confess, my lord, that I may have not treated Lillith the way she wanted to be treated. She had complained about me being placed above her in the Garden of Eden and about me placing myself above her when we made love, but..." The Almighty remained looking at Adam for a few minutes, the silence hammering Adam's own words into his mind and heart. After a few moments the Almighty spoke. "It reassures me, Adam, that you are being honest with me about your relationship with Lillith. I have known for some time that she has not been happy with you. I have been waiting to see what choices you and she would make. I was hoping that the two of you would work out your differences. But now I see that that is not possible. I can change, my lord. I will do whatever you tell me to get her back, Adam pleaded. It is too late for that, Adam, I am afraid. She is gone and will not be coming back to you. Adam's body bent forward when he heard the Almighty's announcement. But now I will be all alone here in Eden, my lord. What will I do? Do you promise to treat your mate better and more as an equal? Yes. Yes. I will. I promise that I will treat her as an equal and will not tell her lies that you have put me in charge of her, Adam said, feeling encouraged that he may not remain alone. And what are you willing to give up for me to provide you with another mate? The Almighty asked. Anything you want, my lord, Adam replied. The Almighty turned to Seraphim of the Seraphim and whispered something to him that Adam could not hear. Seraphim then disappeared in a flash of light, temporarily blinding Adam. It took a few minutes for Adam to be able to see again, and when his sight returned, he watched as the archangels Michael and Jarahmael slowly descended near the Almighty. The Almighty acknowledged both Michael and Jarahmael. They responded to the Almighty by bowing before him. The Almighty motioned for the two of them to arise and then said to the two archangels, I wanted the two of you to witness the creation of the third human. As you wish, my lord. Michael and Jarahmael replied in unison. Adam looked a bit puzzled and asked, the third human? Yes, Adam. I am going to create another human female to be your mate and companion. But this time you will feel pain from the act. I was not going to give you another mate to mistreat. However, you have been honest with me and you are sincere about sacrificing to have another one. Yes, my lord, I am willing to do that, Adam answered with a hint of fear about the sacrifice involved. The Almighty nodded for Michael and Jarahmael to move forward and approach Adam. I'm going to have my archangels put you to sleep. When you awaken, I will have a new mate for you. You will feel pain when you wake, as I will take a part of you to make her. This way the two of you will be bound to one another by coming from the same body. Michael, Jarahmael, if you please. The two archangels moved to either side of Adam, and when they were in position, Jarahmael reached out and touched Adam's forehead. This put Adam into a deep trance-like sleep. They then laid Adam down carefully, and stepped away from him. The Almighty then moved forward and touched Adam's chest and removed one of Adam's ribs. Then taking the rib, the Almighty brought it up near his lips and blew upon the bone. The Almighty then set the bone down on the ground next to Adam. It took a few moments for the surrounding dirt to assemble itself around the exposed rib. Before long a female's body could be detected, and a short time later, the dirt turned to flesh. At that point the Almighty reached out, causing her to begin to breathe. Michael and Jarahmael looked at one another and then at the Almighty in amazement at the miracle they had just witnessed. The Almighty then said, Arise, Eve. The human female Eve was immediately alert and looked around. Her eyes returned to the Almighty and she said, Thank you for the gift of life, my lord. She then looked down and asked, How long will Adam be asleep? Until nightfall most likely, the Almighty answered. I expect that you will take care of your mate, Eve. He will be very tired and sore where I remove the rib. But it should all be for the best, because now we had to sacrifice something in order to gain you. And remember, I took his rib to make him and you equals, neither greater than the other. Michael and Jarahmael looked at the scene and it was clear that they had some questions about what they had just witnessed. The Almighty could see that and said to the two inquisitive archangels, I am done here and I can see there are things on your mind. It is time for me to go, but I want you to fly with me for a short while. We would be honored, replied Michael, looking to Jarahmael for his nod of approval. The Almighty motioned to the thrones and seraphim that it was time to ascend. We will now take our leave of you and Adam, the Almighty said directly to Eve. I will return soon, for there is still much to do here in the Garden of Eden. But the three groups of angels and the Almighty began their ascent to the heavens. After they were out of earshot of Adam and Eve, the Almighty turned and said to Michael and Jarahmael, I know you have questions. Yes, my lord, Jarahmael responded for the two of them. It's a simple question really. How did Eve know all of us as she was just born, and knew Adam's and your name? It comes from making her from a body part of Adam's. In doing so, his memories and experiences are automatically loaded into Eve's consciousness. She will know everything about Adam and whatever he does? Michael asked. Not quite, my beloved archangels, the Almighty responded. She will know what Adam knows, at least for a brief while. Remember, these creatures have been made as full-fledged and functioning adults. Over time she will lose the ability to hold on to the memories she received today from Adam, and will replace those memories with her own. I see, responded Michael. That should make it easier on the two of them, Jarahmael responded. Yes, Jarahmael and Michael, I know that Lilith went through a lot of discomfort being created as a mate to Adam. It has been clear to me for a while that they had never been a good match, but I decided to let it go on, hoping they would have a change of heart about one another. But they did not, and here we are. Do you think that Lilith is alive and well, my lord? Jarahmael asked. She is lost, Jarahmael, but very resourceful, the Almighty answered. Remember, too, she is an immortal unlike Luciferial's dinosaurs that were on the earth, reassured Michael. And tomorrow I will send out angels to help locate her, wherever she may be hiding, the Almighty responded, and then looking directly at Jarahmael said, I am wondering, whom I should send? Any ideas? Any volunteers? Chapter 28. Changes. The next day, Luciferial led the procession into the throne room for the morning ceremony. He was followed in his descent by the seraphim surrounding the Almighty, and the order of the throne angels. As was customary, all 14 archangels were seated closest to the Almighty as the morning angelic assembly was held, the Almighty conversing with all the assembled orders of angels. After all the orders of angels received their assignments, the Almighty had the archangels remain in the throne room so he could speak with them directly. While I have had our Lord Luciferial and many of you focused on expanding the creation of galaxies, stars and planets on the fringes of our universe, I have also been working on a special project tied to the planet Earth. It's called the Garden of Eden, tied between the first heaven and the planet Earth. Not all of you may know that I assigned Michael and Jarahmael to deal directly with the 3 beings I have created so far in the Garden of Eden. I have had some of the other orders of angels assigned to build structures in the Garden of Eden and at various places along the earth. I realize that many of you have become uncomfortable, not knowing what I have been doing in this endeavor. Luciferial brought up the subject of these new beings just a few days ago, and I wanted to let you all know the events that have been unfolding there. The Almighty looked around at the archangels, making sure they were all following what was being said. He then continued. I loved the work that Luciferial had done on the planet with the creation of the dinosaurs and the further development of his creation, the reptiles, including the serpentalians. Luciferial brought life as instinctual flesh to the next stage where intelligence could be incorporated into the creatures. I made the simians on the earth in the hopes that they would take creativity a step further, but they still were missing something. And I believe that this latest refinement of the humans in the Garden of Eden will take the development of these beings even further. The faces of Beelzebul, Mephistopheles, Samuel, Damiel, Mammoniel and Suriel on the side by Luciferial became concerned. Luciferial spoke up for them and asked, Lord, perhaps you would tell us what that means. The Almighty answered, both the simians and the humans have been created out of the clay of the earth itself. But I have refined the humans a step further by giving these new beings the capacity to act beyond their built-in instincts. They have the ability to make choices. Choose one thing over another. To do so, I gave them part of my own divine spark similar to what I have given each of you. The ability to think, my lord, asked Beelzebul. Yes, but more than that, more like you, but different. The Almighty shone even more warmly. You are all my firstborn, all of you made as part of my creating light. You have my divine spark and an extra dose of my direct energy of love. I am not giving these creatures that full set of energy. You love me and worship me because of that direct connection. All the archangels responded in unison. Oh yes, Lord, we love you with all of our being. Yes, I know, the Almighty responded warmly. But I want these creatures to have the choice to not love me directly as you do. To see how they develop. Make them perhaps a bit more independent. Michael and the archangels seated by him, Gabriel, Uriel, Raphael, Jarahmael, and Ariel shifted their bodies uncomfortably, as Michael responded, but we would never want to be independent of you, my lord. The remaining archangels of the auxilium did not move, looking expectantly for a cue from Luciferial. The Almighty continued, yes, I know, and that's why we have such a close relationship. Your direct love and devotion is of the utmost importance to me. This experiment is to focus purely on the ability to create in the earthly plane. This way, those beings who I call mankind can have time and energy to build upon things on the earth. Michael then asked the Almighty with some concern in his voice, are we going to give mankind the book of creation, my lord? No, the Almighty responded quickly. There is too much knowledge contained within that book. Perhaps as mankind develops and demonstrates that they can make the right choices, we will reveal more knowledge to them. But for now they are not far enough along and stable in making choices, yet. Mephistopheles then asked, what do you mean that they are not stable in making choices yet? I have had a slight disappointment in humans already, stated the Almighty, concern in his voice. Initially, I created a man, whom I named Adam, and a woman, whom I named Lilith. They were created, each independent of one another, separate and apart. They should have become life mates and been compatible with one another as happens in other species like the simians, male and female. What happened? Interjected Luciferial. They were each so independent that they could not get along. She left Adam when they could not agree on their mating practices and has hidden herself from him. She is very intelligent and apparently resourceful. Adam was unable to locate her, despite looking extensively for her. A blush of excitement passed over Jarahmael's body as he thought of Lillith having escaped from Adam finally, and warmth grew within him about her resistance to Adam's sexual advances. Perhaps she really does love me, he thought to himself. Then he felt a flash of fear pass through him as he thought about the possibility of danger to her. But he could not think of anything that was dangerous to the humans in the Garden of Eden. He knew she did not have wings, so she would not be able to leave the garden on her own. The worst that could happen to her in the Garden of Eden would be that she would be alone. The Almighty continued, Jarahmael, as soon as we are done here I want you to go find Lillith as I am worried about her. Once you find her let me know and I will create another home for her and create another mate for her as I did for Adam. So the rest of you know that I made another mate for Adam. I used a part from his own body, which should cause a stronger bond between them. I named her Eve and the two of them have been getting along fine in all ways. Tell Lillith when you see her that I will do the same for her. And that I love her very much. Also, Jarahmael, tell her that from now on she should come to me with her problems. I don't expect her to handle these things alone. I am always available to her if she but asks me. Luciferiel was not happy about the Almighty's tolerance and forgiveness for these new creatures. This Lillith with her freedom of choice disobeys the Almighty's plan and wishes, and now he is worried about her. She runs away from her mate and the Almighty wants her back and will remedy her problems. And, here I am the firstborn of all, who developed a magnificent set of creatures. Creatures that he later decides to destroy because they may interfere with these new disobedient humans. Luciferiel was getting angry as he kept thinking about the humans and decided he had best stop thinking about this injustice, and turned his thoughts back to what the Almighty was saying next. The third thing I wanted to discuss with all of you is how I want you to help me with these humans. I believe them to be one of my best creations, next to all of you and the other orders of angels, of course. But with that said, I believe this species has a lot of potential for creativity, particularly with the aid of the divine sparks I am giving these humans. I am now calling that spark within them, their soul. Since the soul is a part of me and all of us, I want your assistance in dealing with these humans. Luciferiel decided it best to nod and smile in agreement. Yes, my lord, we all need to love these creatures as they too are a part of you. But I don't understand this ability of them to make choices. Don't we, as angels, make choices too? Yes, Luciferiel, you do have the ability to make choices. And you, especially you, who have so much of myself within you. But as you assist me in the grand scheme of creation, I thought it may be best to allow mankind the ability to make choices without specific instructions from me. Let them move forward in the Garden of Eden and on the earth. In our morning ceremonies we go over the day's plans, any concerns among any of the angelic orders or in one of the heavens. Mankind will be able to decide for themselves what they wish to do each day as they are not required to assist me in the overall creation and running of the universes. By the same token I am restricting the amount of knowledge available to them. I don't want them interfering with the overall process of creation and my greater plan for their universe. Their sole focus will be on the Garden of Eden and eventually, they will have dominion over the whole earth as Eden expands and beautifies the planet. They will only have control over Eden at first and then later, the planet Earth, inquired Gabriel. Yes, those places will be their kingdom. Shouldn't there be a consequence for failure though, asked Samuel. We disposed of the whole species of dinosaurs as they did not adapt, nor prove to be of great benefit to the creation. Instead they devoured large amounts of plant life and became brutal, even eating one another and just destroying things at will. But true, responded the Almighty, and that's why they had to be destroyed. Luciferiel made a suggestion. Perhaps, Lord, you should build in a mechanism so that these humans do not get out of hand if they fail the free will experiment. What if they procreate like the dinosaurs and occupy the planet but become much more creative and powerful with the intent of thwarting your will? Or to destroy your creation? They too are like us and immortal from what you have told us. The dinosaurs were at least mortal and could simply be destroyed. Samuel questioned further, could there be a test for them, my lord? One that provides assurance that they remain of beneficial spirit? And that there is a consequence if they decide to choose things counter to the creation and your will? Gabriel spoke up and countered, but they will also possess some of your divine spark, Lord. They should not be destroyed out of hand like the dinosaurs that did not have that divine spark. Yes, these are creatures that are made directly by you, Lord, and not a secondary set of beings such as the dinosaurs created by Luciferiel, said Michael, looking in deference to both the Almighty and Luciferiel as he spoke. Raphael interjected, perhaps just some minor harm that can be easily healed, Lord. Punishment that would teach them a lesson, but would not have a major consequence to their overall creation and purpose. Beelzebul weighed in and spoke, But that would not resolve the problem if they choose to rebel and destroy the rest of the creation on the planet and could limit our response to their disobedience. Let's say as a result of their creativity, they find a means to leave the planet and come up through the seven heavens and then attack us or other parts of the universe and wreak havoc there. Uriel also suggested, "My lord, even if there is a punishment for bad behavior, shouldn't there be some mercy available if needed or earned?" Jarahmael said, "There should be some set of instructions for them to live by, my lord. It is extremely unfair to judge them by rules they do not know. And, as of now, they do not know of any of those rules. Wouldn't there be more justice if you give them instructions on what they can and cannot do, and then make a consequence as a result of them failing to follow instructions or obey them?" All valid points, stated the Almighty. But at this stage I do not want to interfere any further. I want to give them a chance and see how things develop. I am glad to hear your concerns about these humans and the simians. As things stand today, the humans have not disobeyed me and are pure as of now. And I want them to succeed. And I want all of you to assist them wherever you can. Of course, Lord. We shall do our best, Luciferiel responded, bowing before him as the rest of the archangels followed his lead. Good, I am pleased then. Jarahmael, let me know when you have found Lillith and I will come speak to her. I may have additional things for her to do as well. She seemed to have an extra measure of independence which could be a wonderful thing in the ongoing creation. The Almighty brought himself up taller on the throne of heaven. I wish all of you a blessed day. On cue, the seraphim moved into position around the Almighty as the throne angels came beneath him, and they all rose slowly up through the skylight in the throne room, and then disappeared from view. Jarahmael was in a hurry to go find Lillith and get her to safety. He rose up from his seat quickly and said to the assembled archangels, "I take my leave as I have a mission to accomplish. Have a good day all." Michael nodded in approval as Luciferiel and Samuel watched Jarahmael get up and leave. Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, Raziel, Ariel, and Raphael then all took their respective leaves from the group and flew off out of the entrance doors to the throne room rather than through the skylight. Luciferiel then said to the remaining archangels, all of whom were part of his auxilium, "Let's retire to my palace as we have things to discuss." He turned and grabbed Samuel and Beelzebul by the arm and then whispered to them, "Jarahmael must not succeed in his mission. Go forth and find Lillith. Use whatever resources are necessary. Find that creature of mine, Serpendalia. Find out if he knows anything. Do not fail." Chapter 29. Jarahmael searches for Lillith. Jarahmael flew to Eden, dropping quickly through the 6 lower heavens. Finally, he would be allowed to look for her. He volunteered immediately for this task when he ascended with the Almighty after Eve was created. But he was not allowed to go look for her right away because the Almighty had agreed with Michael that they should first apprise the rest of the archangels at the next morning ceremony, so all of the angels were aware of the purposes and events in the Garden of Eden. Jarahmael had been frustrated that he could not go immediately to search for her, but was comforted by the Almighty when he whispered to him that this was a necessary part in the plan for Lilith's development and that he must remain patient. Now that he was finally allowed to search for her, his excitement grew as he realized that Lillith would not be returning to Adam, and that she would be set free to choose her own fate. The Almighty had cut off her return to Adam when he gave Adam a new and different mate. There was something more to that story that must be missing, he thought to himself. But for now he had to think about where she could be. His mind did think back on the few brief exchanges that they had together when he was assigned to observe her and Adam in Eden. He had feelings for her that were unlike any that he had for his fellow archangels or even his friends Cerebriel of the cherubim or Anabiel of the principalities. As he descended out of the sky into Eden, he saw that work on the pyramid was still in progress, as the other orders of angels were still arriving for the day's work. He thought to himself that he should ask Cerebriel if he had seen Lillith or anything for that matter that would indicate where she was hiding. But first he wanted to make a sweep of Eden to see if there were any clues as to where Lillith had gone. Adam had searched for her earlier, but he was not the brightest creature that Jarahmael had met, and he strongly doubted his searching skills. Jarahmael proceeded to fly over the hut where Adam and Lillith had lived. As he looked around to make sure Adam was not in the area, he noticed Samuel and Beelzebul flying to the caves off in the distance. What were they doing here? Perhaps they had come to assist him find the missing human. He landed near the hut to look inside and saw that it had not been used since her disappearance. Apparently, that was the reason there was a second hut on the other side of the river. Adam must have moved himself and his new mate, Eve, out of this hut and into the new one. Looking over by the straw they had used to sleep on against the back wall of the hut, Jarahmael saw some leaves and a few branches. They seemed to be left as scraps from something else that had been worked on, but they were still fresh and alive. No indication that they were drying out or no longer growing as normally happened with such things. Jarahmael reached down and picked up the leaves and realized that the only leaves that maintained themselves like this were the ones from the tree of life. He looked at the branches and confirmed that they too had come from the tree. Either Adam or Lilith must have used the leaves to make something. She could be anywhere in Eden, he thought. He reached down and put some pressure on the ground, but the ground was unfortunately too firm to allow any impressions or footprints to be left on its surface for him to follow. He again took to the air and flew slowly over the expanse of Eden, crisscrossing the area while looking down for any hint of the blonde hair or her small frame walking about. He reminded himself that she could not have gotten far. As a human, she did not have wings, so she could not have flown to the earth below or to the heavens above, nor did she have access to the rest of the first heaven, as they all required flying over a distance of empty sky. Even the rivers circled back and around upon themselves and would not have delivered her outside of the Garden of Eden. Could Adam have done something to her? Jarahmael thought. Would the Almighty have been able to see through the human's mind? Jarahmael remembered that the Almighty had waited for Adam to be honest about how the two of them behaved together, so he had to have been able to know more than what Adam initially told him. But Adam seemed to be honest about his pain after she had left, and it was consistent with Adam telling the truth that Lilith had just disappeared on her own. Jarahmael leaned against one of the trees and thought about his search. He had searched many places in the Garden of Eden and she was nowhere to be found, not on the ground, not in the river, not in the hut. Where could she possibly be? He could not think of a reason why Lilith or Adam would build something from the tree of life. It was the main source of nourishment for them. The fruits of the other trees were for enjoyment and would be satisfying, but it was always the tree of life that kept their flesh in check and their bodies immortal. He knew that no one had tried to destroy a human before. There were no weapons here, nor were there any creatures that could harm them. The dinosaurs were never allowed anywhere near this lofty area. Jarahmael thought further. If one wanted to travel away from the Garden of Eden, wouldn't they have to take parts of the tree of life with them? But how would they leave here? It was late, so Jarahmael took off heading upwards towards the heavens. As he broke through treetop level, he saw Samuel and Beelzebul leaving one of the caves off in the distance, their black-tipped and maroon-tipped archangel wings leaving streaks of color to anyone who would have been watching the western side of Eden. He would fly over there and find out what they had been doing all this time. Perhaps they had their own special assignment, not from the Almighty but from Luciferiel himself. Chapter 30. Observations of a Serpent. Samuel and Beelzebul landed softly on the firm ground, carefully avoiding making any sound. They knew that Jarahmael was down here searching for Lilith and did not want to have to deal with him. How could a human have escaped the Garden of Eden? Or why one would want to leave paradise? It all seemed bizarre to them, but this whole idea of humans did not make a lot of sense to any archangel within the auxilium. Samuel pointed towards the cave where Luciferiel had told them to search. Serpenalia used the cave as his home, the place that Luciferiel had seen when he had taken over his mind not long before. It was a deep cave that went under one of the mountains there, and a great place for Serpenalia to live, out of the sight of others. The cave was always pitch dark, so no other earthen creature would be able to follow him to his lair at the furthest depth. Luciferiel had given Serpenalia the ability to see in the darkness and in the blackest night, perfect for a creature now commanded to spy. Samuel and Beelzebul were beings of light and could see through any darkness, as light was the opposite of the dark, and one of the first things the Almighty made to begin the creation. The two archangels took off again after gaining their bearings, flying below treetop level and directly into the open mouth of the dark cave, using their own light radiation so that every corner in the cave was illuminated, bright and clear. Serpenalia, where are you? Samuel called out aloud, relying on the depth of the cave to keep the sound of his voice from being heard outside. We have a question for you, Beelzebul called out to the serpent. Do not be afraid. We have been sent by your creator, Luciferiel. Come forth, commanded Samuel. They landed about 3/4 into the depth of the cave, their radiation brightening up the last area and furthermost points within it. Beelzebul was looking deep into the back recesses of the cave when Samuel turned to see part of the wall moving next to Beelzebul. There you are. Come out here, commanded Samuel again. Beelzebul finally caught a glimpse of the movement and stepped sideways so he could see the creature more clearly. The creature's skin color was exactly the same as the pattern on the wall of the cave. Great camouflage, said Samuel. Luciferiel did well when he created you. That could come in very handy, said Beelzebul, a bit surprised that the creature was able to be that close to him without him sensing him. Beelzebul did pride himself on being aware of his surroundings. Yes, it does come in handy, responded Serpenalia in his distinctive hissing voice. And who exactly are you? We are two brethren archangels of your creator, Luciferiel. He has sent us here to get some information, Samuel responded. Do you know the human woman named Lilith? Beelzebul inquired, turning to look closely into Serpenalia's green glowing eyes. Speak up, creature, he commanded. Easy, Beelzebul. Give him a minute to collect his thoughts, Samuel said as he stepped forward and touched the serpent's head gently, turning his head so he could now look into the creature's eyes himself. We have little time to waste, Samuel. I don't want to be delayed because of this creature's inability to think or answer quickly, Beelzebul added impatiently. Samuel slid his arm down along Serpentalia's neck in a comforting gesture. Now with his arm around Serpentalia, he said reassuringly, There, just tell us whatever you know. Beelzebul stayed quiet in deference to Samuel. Samuel was the beloved of Luciferiel, the rest of the auxilium came after him in Luciferiel's consideration and attention. Serpentalia was still a bit confused, and also cautious. He had never met or spoken to any of the archangels other than Luciferiel. He had however seen 2 other archangels outside of Luciferiel, and knew more existed because of it. He had seen them observing the humans one day, but he did not know their purpose. These archangels could be here to set a trap for him. These 2 could be lying that they were sent by Luciferiel and were only here to get the information out of him for their own purposes. Or it could also be a test by Luciferiel to see where the serpent's loyalties lie. But it could also be that they were telling the truth and Luciferiel had sent them to gather the information from him. How do I know that what you say is true? If you have come from Luciferiel himself, why then is he not here? Asked Serpentalia after a moment had passed. Beelzebul grew even more impatient and reached over to just grab the serpent by his neck. Samuel remained calm and grabbed Beelzebul's arm, preventing the archangel from touching the serpent. Samuel then said soothingly to Beelzebul, Let me handle this. Wait for me by the entrance of the cave. Beelzebul looked at the 2 of them and walked off in disgust. Samuel continued. Now, Serpentalia is your name, right? Yes. And Luciferiel has created you? Yes. And we knew exactly where to find you? Yes. Well then, think about this. You should trust us. First, because we know who you are by name. Second, we know where you live. And third, we know exactly who created you. If we hadn't been sent by Luciferiel himself, who else would have known any of this? Have you even set eyes on an archangel other than your creator? Yes, I have. There were 2 archangels that would observe the humans on occasion. Did they ever see you? Ever speak to you? No, they did not. So you have had no interactions with them. They don't even know you exist, much less who created you, or where you live. Serpentalia paused for a moment and then relaxed his posture so he was not as rigid standing there, but he still remained blank in much of his demeanor. Samuel continued, Luciferiel had other matters to attend to, so he sent us. I am Samuel and my colleague is Beelzebul. You have each of our names now. So you need to trust me on this. Still not sure that he had connected properly with the serpent, Samuel decided to take a different approach and focused his eyes on the creatures. Looking deep into Serpentalia's eyes, he was able to place him in a trance. All right, Serpentalia, tell me, did you see Lillith recently? Yes. Where was she? She was at the pyramid in Eden and decided to go in there and use it for shelter. That was the last I saw of her for the evening. I haven't seen her since. All right, Serpentalia, tell me about seeing other archangels like us in the past. Yes. I saw 2 hiding in the trees, watching her and Adam. Both had dark brown hair. I couldn't see their eyes since they were flying away from me. One had white wings like yours, but the upper tips were colored in silver, where yours are black, and the other had wings tipped in deep blue. Thank you for your help. Look deeper into my eyes. You will remember nothing of this. Not even that you met me or my colleague. Do you understand? I understand and obey. Now as soon as our light departs the cave, return to where you had been previously in the cave, doing whatever it was before we sought you out. Finished with interviewing the serpent, Samuel walked out to the entrance of the cave and nudged Beelzebul. The creature saw her the other night go into the pyramid over yonder as she sought shelter. He says that was the last he saw of her. She must still be inside. Oh, by the way, the creature has also observed our brothers Michael and Jarahmael here in Eden, observing the humans. Beelzebul responded, Something has been afoot for a long time, I fear. This evidence confirms it. Why has this knowledge been kept from us? We will have to discuss this with Luciferiel. Gain some guidance, Samuel responded, adjusting his wings. What about the creature Serpentalia? Asked Beelzebul. Nothing to worry about, my friend. I took over his mind as Luciferiel had done in the past. I erased all memory of what he had seen the other night and any trace of our appearance today. Now it was time to report back to Luciferiel. The 2 archangels took flight and headed back to the 7th heaven. They knew where Lillith was hiding, all they needed was Luciferiel's permission to seize her. Chapter 31. Discontent. Samuel and Beelzebul flew to Lucifereel's palace in the seventh heaven. It was the end of the day by the time they returned. When Samuel and Beelzebul landed in the palace, they found Lucifereel in his main hall, talking to the other archangels of his auxilium. Neither Samuel nor Beelzebul were sure how Lucifereel would take the news. Although they had failed to find Lilith in the Garden of Eden, they did find Serpenalia, and he was able to provide important information. "My lord, we were unable to locate Lilith. But as you suggested, we spoke to your creature Serpenalia," said Samuel as he approached the group. "He is a different kind of creature, my lord, and not particularly smart," added Beelzebul. "I quickly became frustrated dealing with him. He did give us meaningful information about where she is though. Right now she is hiding in that pyramid structure located on the outskirts of Eden," Samuel stated, while he shot Beelzebul a harsh glance. "That is good news, my friends." Lucifereel responded with a warm smile. "You have done very well. Clearly she hasn't revealed herself to the angels today if Jarahmael has continued to search. Should we go back first thing in the morning?" Samuel asked. "No, I would not be able to explain your absence at the morning ceremony. You won't be able to search the pyramid when all the cherubim and other angels are working on it during the day. We don't want to raise any suspicions. Let me think about it. We also want to mention that Serpenalia knew that Michael and Jarahmael had dealings with the humans. We do not understand why the Almighty did not have you and some members of our auxilium involved in dealing with the humans. After all, you were the firstborn of heaven, and we are your closest advisors," said Beelzebul. Samuel shifted his body and added, "This seems to be an affront to you, my lord. Michael must be trying to gain favor with the Almighty." Lucifereel leaned forward in his chair and stated to all of the gathered archangels of his auxilium, "Michael does not think for himself, and if there is any affront to me it comes from the Almighty. Michael does not do anything without the Almighty's knowledge or permission. He believes that the role of the archangel is to strictly follow the commands of the Almighty. He does not agree with the idea or even realize that we, too, are creators and were designed to be so." Damiel, Mamonel, Mephistopheles, and Suriel all listened to this conversation intently and nodded their heads in agreement with Lucifereel's statements. Mephistopheles chimed in and stated, "There are angels in the other orders who feel like you do, my lord. They feel that they should be able to create on their own as well. They have heard the rumors about the multiple trips to Eden in the evening by the Almighty and how he lavishes attention upon them," added Damiel. Morix and Gomery of the Order of the Cherubim Angels have been concerned about the use of words on the walls in the pyramid being constructed in Eden. They feel that words should be confined to the Book of Creation and stored safely, locked away in the throne room in the seventh heaven. Allowing mankind access to that power is dangerous, especially if they have free will. We angels do not have ready access to all of that information. What if the humans revolt and attack us? Mamonel wondered aloud. "This is true, my lord. Belial and Astaroth of the Order of the Virtues also have had concern. They feel the angels are beginning to be treated as lesser beings. All this construction of pyramids in the Garden of Eden and on the planet Earth makes us appear to be subservient to these human creatures. Belial and Astaroth have followers among the virtues, who believe this more and more. And as I have told you before, my lord, they are followers of mine who will also follow you," added Samuel. Berith and Viper of the Dominions have especially felt slighted, because Michael and his 6 brethren have been giving them instructions in dealing with the pyramids and dinosaurs. They felt that those commands should have come as suggestions from the virtues first, or by the Almighty himself. This creating the Garden of Eden and remodeling the earth to accommodate these humans is improper to them. It appears to them too, that mankind is being placed higher than the angels. It is our orders of angels after all who are building paradises for these creatures, added Beelzebul. Not to mention that the supplemental powers of the potentates are being used daily for the construction of these pyramids. There has also been some talk that there are 2 gigantic statues being constructed on Earth, near one of the pyramids there, one in the form of a male cherubim and the other with the face of a female, according to Melphis and Bitru of the principalities. They are concerned that next we will be building statues in the forms of the humans so they feel at home. Salmak and Gaap also have concerns that there are even images of anyone involved, said Mephistopheles. He then added with a slight chuckle, perhaps they are upset because as potentate angels they are but orbs of intelligent energy without a specific form, and no statue could ever be constructed honoring them. All the other archangels laughed in response to that comment. Suriel moved forward, adjusting his garb. He was the most meticulous of the members of the auxilium. Clearing his throat, he stated, and the same holds true among the guardian angels. Amun and Galaim lead a large faction of those angels who feel that man has certainly been already raised above them. The Garden of Eden in the first heaven is part of their home. None of the other orders of angels have had to share part of their heaven with these creatures made of clay. Nor has the Almighty assigned an order of angels to attend to the needs of another order. But when it comes to these humans, the Almighty has made all of the orders attend to the humans on one level or another or build structures for them. The order of the guardian angels would like to provide input and prior approval to whatever is being built in the first heaven, their home. And now these pyramid structures are being built in their heaven and then littered across the planet below. All for the benefit of these humans, and even worse, the lesser humans, the simians. Indeed, the order of the guardian angels is very unhappy. Luciferiel listened intently, taking it all in. He looked across the room and could see his reflection in Jarahmael's mirror and noted how powerful he looked sitting on his throne in his palace. What should be done? Interjected Beelzebul. This needs to be corrected, and soon, added Samuel. Luciferiel was not one to waste an opportunity to gain favor among his brethren, and had now extended to the point of it being at the expense of the Almighty. He then asked, "What would you like to do about it? Do you wish me to speak at greater length with the Almighty the next time I am with him?" Samuel looked around in the eyes of the others, soliciting their approval for what he was about to say next. It was an idea that they had all thought about. For some it was a fleeting thought, for others it was becoming a major goal. At the moment though, it was the idea that caused an uncomfortable feeling throughout the room. "Perhaps, my lord, you need to be the one running the heavens and the earth." "That's it, I have said it." Samuel's demeanor changed for a second as the boldness of his statement led to a quick look of fear, and then just as quickly, the look of determination reappeared on his face. After he had said it aloud, Samuel could see from their expressions that the other angels present supported him and Luciferiel. It was something that the others would have liked to have said themselves. But Samuel knew that he was the one who had to lead the way. Samuel continued, "The Almighty appears to have lost his way. He is blinded by these humans, while the rest of the universe falters on the brink of becoming petty and meaningless. All should not be sacrificed for these humans. What have they created? What have they done to better the creation, the universe, even the earth?" interjected Mephistopheles. "Nothing. Beelzebul added, "We are to love and subjugate our intelligence to these creatures? We who have created life, planets, suns, stars, and helped create entire galaxies and universes?" Damiel added, "Neither the humans nor the simians can fly. They cannot change from one energy or form of being like we can. They are sparks of the divine trapped within a casing of simple mud. We are able to fly, travel as pure energy, and create things out of nothing. And, as our efforts in the successful destruction of the dinosaurs demonstrated, we ourselves are more than capable of destroying major portions of the creation if necessary." Luciferiel nodded with approval. Samuel repeated, "Luciferiel should be the Lord of the earth, the heavens, and the universe. The Almighty has already served his purpose. He may leave and go create something else if he so desires and take those earth creatures with him. Whether he stays or he lingers, it will not matter once Luciferiel becomes the next Almighty. As we all just heard, most of the heavens are unhappy and will support us if we revolt," added Mamanael. "Most angels do not think for themselves. They will just follow our lead when the time comes to take over." Luciferiel responded, "As you all know, I genuinely love the Almighty, and I am flattered that you believe that I should become the Almighty himself, master of the universe. I appreciate the trust and loyalty you all show to me. But I must ask this of you. If these humans fail the Almighty, and he destroys them, would that not be enough? Perhaps this has just been an experiment that has gone awry. I know that some of you believe that the destruction of the dinosaurs was an insult to me, but I do not consider it as such. The destruction of the dinosaurs gave us a great lesson on how better the earth and the universe can be when a mistake has to be corrected. The dinosaurs became more of a hindrance than a benefit. All they did was eat, attack one another, and die. They never appreciated their creation, nor were they able to worship any of us or assist our own development in any way. All the other angels were hanging on every one of Luciferiel's words, shocked that Luciferiel would deny himself the throne of all the universes. Luciferiel continued, "I suggest that we allow the Almighty to complete the experiment with the humans. Let's see if they can be obedient to him and follow his commandments. If the Almighty is fair and just, he will deal with them if they fail in the same manner as he dealt with the dinosaurs. He will have us destroy them for all time, just a memory of a failed experiment. If, however, they succeed in becoming obedient, then maybe none of us will feel so threatened by them as they will be loyal, and not an eventual danger to ourselves and our way of being. Do you all agree?" Luciferiel caught the eyes of each one of the six, and each in turn slowly nodded their head in agreement. "That does it then. We shall see how the Almighty deals with the humans. Whether he destroys them for disobedience or makes excuses for them. Now back to the question of finding Lillith. I still want Lillith found and brought to me. She is an unknown factor in all of this, and is of little use to the Almighty now that she has been replaced by the new human woman, Eve. Beelzebul and Mephistopheles, I want you to go retrieve her from the pyramid in Eden. I want you to go tonight so we are sure to get her before Jarahmael has the chance. We may get some insight into these humans by holding her captive. But my lord, I wanted to lead this capture, Samuel stated, a bit disappointed for not being chosen. Samuel, I need you here. Stay here after the others go. I want to complete the plan to test these humans. We will make sure that it is a real test of their free will. Chapter 32. Night Flight. It was dark when Beelzebul and Mephistopheles flew out of Luciferiel's palace. The two archangels dropped down through the heavens to find their way to Eden. Mephistopheles looked over at Beelzebul and thought to himself that angels had never flown at night before. He could see Beelzebul had a slight grin on his face as the wind blew his blonde hair backward. At first he had a twinge of fear, but as he continued to fly he felt empowered. They were beings of light, created to conquer the ever-present background of darkness in the universe. Facing the blackness was quite freeing, and the night's slightly cooler air created a new experience for them, a special alertness. Exhilarating, isn't it? Beelzebul yelled over to Mephistopheles. Yes, flying at night feels different, cooler, and not as dangerous as I first thought, responded Mephistopheles. We actually seem to be flying faster than during the day, and the lack of light is not a problem at all, he yelled back. Beelzebul turned over on his back as he flew, performing a corkscrew maneuver, enjoying the freedom of the cooler, thicker atmosphere. Mephistopheles smiled, watching Beelzebul experiment and enjoy himself. He then mimicked the maneuver himself and then added a move where he moved his body like a porpoise in water. Laughing, he called over to his friend, "This really is a lot of fun, we need to do this more often." There were no lights on the ground when they landed in Eden. The garden was not totally dark, as all of the heavens did have a slight glow to them. The archangels could easily function as they were not limited to visible light like the humans were, they could see all ranges of light and radiation. But just to be sure, they were cautious at first, moving carefully, tucking their wings neatly against their backs. They were not sure if they were the only beings up and moving around at night here in Eden. No one around that I see, whispered Beelzebul to Mephistopheles. Let's be careful just the same, responded Mephistopheles, looking carefully about. Just because we don't know much about the night doesn't mean there aren't other creatures that do. Understood, but we are immortal, I've never heard of anything that can harm us, said Beelzebul a bit more boldly as he puffed his chest out. True, but we do not wish to be discovered. Remember, we are here to surprise and capture Lillith. Let's not give our position away and lose her, Mephistopheles whispered back. Mephistopheles thought again to himself. Why shouldn't they be out at night? Well, maybe it wasn't an issue. It had never been actually prohibited. In fact, he couldn't think of anything that was prohibited when it came to any of the angels. Nothing like this had ever been discussed before, or any advice sought from the Almighty or with the order of the virtues. He had to snap his mind back to their mission. They were there to capture Lillith and bring her back to Luciferiel before Jarahmael could find her and return her to the Almighty. Neither of them wanted Jarahmael to beat them to it and to fail Luciferiel's command. The two archangels had landed by some of the trees near the pyramid, so they would not be easily seen. They moved forward quietly now, creeping towards the opening of the pyramid on its eastern side. The casing stones placed over the building blocks of the pyramid reflected a white glow all around the structure. Keep a close eye out for cherubim angels, they have been working closely on this pyramid, whispered Beelzebul as he ran up the steps to the entrance of the pyramid. Mephistopheles looked carefully about as he followed Beelzebul closely up the steps. Once inside, they both breathed a sigh of relief. In front of them they saw a long hallway with various passageways along the side. They were both struck by the fact that the walls were speaking to them as they walked down the hallway, describing the events of creation. Events that they were quite familiar with. Strange that the Almighty would bother to have the walls explain the creation to anyone passing through the halls and passageways here, commented Mephistopheles. Yes, why would he allow all this knowledge to be so easily accessible to the humans, questioned Beelzebul aloud. We definitely need to discuss this with Luciferiel to see what he thinks about it. But it surely appears that these humans are being treated better than we are. Mephistopheles whispered back angrily. All these passageways on the sides lead to dead ends, Beelzebul said as he looked down the corridors. I see that too, Beelzebul, Mephistopheles said as he peered down one that was particularly long. These passageways have pictures of other locations. Maybe some form of map of the other pyramids? Beelzebul speculated. It looks like all of them so far are on the planet Earth, responded Mephistopheles. Do you recall seeing pyramids such as this when we were destroying the dinosaurs? Asked Beelzebul. No, but I was not looking for them either. It would not surprise me that the Almighty has had large groups of angels working on these structures during the day, subdividing the angels into crews that can expedite the formation of new pyramids. These must be additional efforts made by the Almighty that have not been discussed or disclosed to Luciferiel or the rest of us, Mephistopheles responded, his voice indignant. It appears that this is one more thing where all of Luciferiel's auxilium have been kept in the dark. Come, let's finish looking through this pyramid, see if Lilith has found a place to hide here, said Beelzebul. As they continued further, they came upon a great hall in the center of the pyramid. Shafts had been cut through the ceilings that extended to each of the outside faces of the pyramid hundreds of feet away. Starlight came through the shafts, brightening the interior of the grand hallway. The letters of the words throughout the walls of the great hall glowed still and shed more light into the room where the archangels were standing. The two archangels proceeded to look through the tunnels that went underground and wound up on the other side of the pyramid. After the two archangels spent hours searching through all the shafts and passageways, Mephistopheles concluded, I don't see any other places to search here. I agree, Lilith is not here, Beelzebul responded, disappointment in his voice. Jarahmael may have already found her, Mephistopheles responded. Or perhaps she has found another place to hide. Maybe that Serpenalia creature had it wrong, but I think Samuel took over the creature's mind when he interrogated him, Beelzebul said. Or Lilith may have found her way out of the pyramid undetected by using one of these passageways, said Mephistopheles. Come, it's getting late. Sunrise will be here soon. Let's return to Luciferiel's palace and tell him what we have found, said Mephistopheles, now in a low voice. Or what we have not found. Beelzebul responded, not to worry. We did what we could, the Almighty keeps changing things without our knowledge or input. So we never know what to expect anymore when we are trying to complete our missions. Time to go, said Mephistopheles as they slipped out of the pyramid and took off, flying into the darkness of the night. Chapter 33. Jarahmael continues his search. It had been a long night after Jarahmael had gone to Serpentalia's cave and discovered that Beelzebul and Samuel must have learned something from the creature. It was something significant enough to send the two archangels back upwards into the heavens and reason enough to erase the serpent's memory. The next morning, Jarahmael decided to make another overhead sweep of Eden as the sun rose. He saw no sign of Lilith and he landed on the ground near the Tree of Life. Maybe he would find a sign of her there. As he approached the Tree of Life, he inspected it closely. At first, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. But on more careful inspection he could see where new branches had sprung up. And with the scraps of leaves and branches he had found near her bed in the hut, she must have taken some of the fruit and a number of branches with her. That was good, he knew the tree would produce food even off dismembered branches. She will have something to eat, no matter where she went, he thought with relief. His other searches had proven fruitless this morning, so he decided to go talk to his friend Cerebriel. Perhaps he would have some suggestions. He had never had to search for someone before. The Almighty's creatures all seemed to stay in the areas where they had been placed. Although the dinosaurs created by Luciferiel were the exception because they roamed all over because of their size and tremendous appetites, but they had all remained on the earth. When he thought of Lilith, he could still smell her hair, feel the touch of her breath on his face when she was close to him. The way her eyes would hold his, it was as if they locked together, neither could look away when they caught one another's gaze. He thought about her lips and imagined how they would feel against his own. Now she was finally free of Adam, but she was gone from him as well. He really must find her. Jarahmael flew over to where Cerebriel was supervising some of the other angels who were polishing the white casing of the pyramid and interrupted as politely as he could. Greetings, my trusted friend. I have inquiry to make of you. Do you have a moment? Cerebriel put up his hand to stop whatever the other angels had been saying to him. What's wrong, Jarahmael? Are you all right? You look disheveled. What are all those branches and twigs doing in your hair? Jarahmael could feel that his level of brightness was diminished. He knew he was a sight and never remembered seeing any other archangels like this. They were always bright and solid, knowing exactly what to say or do in any circumstance, the select few of the Almighty. What is happening to me? He thought. Cerebriel pulled Jarahmael closer to whisper to him. Jarahmael beat him to it and whispered quickly, something has happened to Lilith. She ran away from Adam and was replaced by the Almighty as the female of the human species. The Almighty sent me to find her so he can speak with her, but I have not succeeded. But at this point she has no purpose. You don't think that this is merely a ruse to find her so the Almighty can destroy her as he had destroyed the dinosaurs, once they outlived their purpose? Cerebriel's eyes focused closely on Jarahmael's as he listened. Short of being missing, the Almighty wanting me to find her is a good omen, is it not? Asked Jarahmael, hoping for reassurance from his friend. Yes, it is a good sign, Jarahmael, responded Cerebriel. The Almighty would not have sent you to retrieve her if he had decided that she should be destroyed. He wouldn't want to see her at all, if our experience in destroying the dinosaurs is an example. Have you gotten any rest? Right, sighed Jarahmael with relief. Not really. The problem now is how to find her. If you see any sign of her, please let me know. For now, I am going to return to her hut over on the other side of Eden and see if she returns at nightfall. Talk to you again soon, dear friend. You need to get some rest, Jarahmael, Jarahmael said, concern in his voice. Jarahmael then took a few steps and flew off to her hut in Eden. I will seek out Adam in the morning if she doesn't appear tonight. Maybe he can tell me something further. Chapter 34. Lillith awakens. Lillith awoke on the cold floor of the pyramid in the place called Egyptus when the sun came up over the east the following morning. She reached behind her into the backpack for one of the pieces of fruit she had collected in the Garden of Eden the day before. The fruit tasted especially good, now that she was on her own and away from Adam. She collected herself and moved to the entranceway that looked out onto the plain surrounding the pyramid. She quickly ducked back inside the doorway when she noticed a large group of angels appear in the sky and descend upon the fields before her. They did not see her and went about their business, allowing her to come closer and peer out of the hallway. She stayed in the shadows so she would not be seen as she looked back outside. When she saw a few of the angels landing outside the entranceway, she quickly moved deeper into the pyramid, staying as quiet as possible. She did not know whether they had followed her here, and if they did, how hard it would be for them to find her. These were types of angels she had not seen before, none of them looked like her archangel Jarahmael. She decided it was best to stay hidden and wait to see what these angels did. She could hear sounds of the angels doing something outside, loud deep noises, frightening in some ways to her, some making the building itself shake. Late in the day the noises stopped and she cautiously ventured closer to the entranceway and looked out. She saw the angels assemble themselves and then fly back upwards into the heavens, a beautiful sight as they were flying into the reddish and orange-colored sky as the sun was beginning to set off in the distance. She could relax now, it seemed that none of them were looking for her. They must have been working on some large figure of one of the angels composed of stone that was positioned in front of the pyramid. She could see that the stone statue was in the form of an animal's body crouching on the plain with the head of a handsome angel. Although she wanted to go look at it, she did not know what could be lurking out there as darkness fell. Her curiosity about it could wait until tomorrow. Besides, she was exhausted from waiting for the angels to discover her as she hid all day. The next morning she awoke early, happy to be away from Adam and not feeling as fearful as she had the day before. She returned to the entranceway and looked out once again and watched as the angels arrived again shortly after dawn. She stayed near the entranceway and watched outside and was not as worried about being found, but she still stayed hidden in the shadows. Lillith noticed that some of the angels who were landing out front resembled the large stone statue. All the angels were winged, but there were a variety of them in different combinations. Some had the head of an angel on an animal's body, some had the head of a lion with the body of angel, some had the head of a dog, some the head of a cat, some a head of a jackal and some the head of a large beaked bird. She also recognized some of the other angels as being of the same type of those that were working on the pyramid in Eden. The first type was tall with red bodies and white wings, the second type had white bodies and were blue-winged, and there was a whole different type of creature that did not appear to be human-like at all. They were 10-foot spheres, pulsating orbs of light, who floated in between the ground and sky, moving wherever the work was going on and shooting out rays of jagged blue and white light that helped move or cut the rock. For Lillith, this was an impressive thing to watch. She had only seen a little of the work done on the structure in Eden, and from a far distance. She thought that Adam would have spent days and days watching this activity if he knew how it was being done by these winged creatures. Then she smiled to herself because she could see this and he could not. Adam was still trapped in the Garden of Eden. He can be in charge of the garden, but I can be in charge of this whole new world. This place was a lot like Eden, with palm trees and a river that ran beyond the pyramid and near another one of the stone statues the angels were building. With seeing so many different angels, she wondered whether there were any other creatures like her and Adam. She had not seen any of her kind and it struck her that she may be alone here. Then she thought about her archangel Jarahmael. She didn't see any angels like him either outside. Did he come to this place? Was there some way to communicate with him? She never knew how to send him a message in Eden, and he appeared and disappeared at his own will, it seemed. If she did not know how to contact him in Eden, how would she find out how to do it from here? She was tempted to go talk to one of the angels, but was worried that they may return her to Adam. And she certainly did not want that. She decided to spend the rest of the day going through the passageways and chambers within the pyramid to see if there was something else she could discover. She became less and less fearful about being seen or caught because as the day progressed none of the angels came inside the pyramid. As far as she could tell, they were intensely focused on working on the statue that was sitting in front of the pyramid. This was fine with her because it gave her plenty of time to explore inside the pyramid without being seen or caught. Later in the day, she returned to look outside from the shadows and had the chance to look over at the second statue that appeared to be finished off in the distance, facing this closer statue. It was different though, in that the far one had the face of a female. Softer and gentler than this one of a male in front of the pyramid, and both were beautiful. She was hungry and ate some of the fruit she had carried along with her. Opening her backpack, she noticed that the branches brought with her from the Tree of Life continued to produce fruit. This was great because it meant she could be self-sufficient, and would have a continuous source of food. The fruit satisfied both her hunger and her thirst. She realized that she could stay wherever she wanted to indefinitely and did not have to worry about darting out for food or water and taking the chance of being seen by the angels. And since the angels only seemed to appear in the daytime, that would leave her the entire night to move around and explore if she liked. The sunset that night was again particularly beautiful. She had only seen the sunsets in Eden, and felt that wherever this place was, she could be quite content. She found the passageway that she had come from the night before last and tucked herself in against one wall, and using the fronds and backpack made a cozy place to sleep. It was not long after she had fallen asleep that she began to dream of different places. The walls in here whispered to her, but they were unfinished, so the stories were incomplete, making her wish that she was back in the pyramid in the Garden of Eden with its talking walls. She began to see the various passageways she had gone past to get here. In her dream, she was traveling from one place to another using these passageways, and was constantly running from someone or something. It was Adam who was initially chasing her, but then she had visions of other creatures who she could not see. They were always just out of sight, but she could hear them following her and catching up. Engulfed in her dreams, she continued to look for Jarahmael with his deep blue compassionate eyes and long flowing brown hair. The blue tips on his wings seemed to make the blue in his eyes radiate, penetrate her. Her dream allowed her to relive the first time she had met him, when she first knew that she could never feel the same about Adam again. Adam remained more of an animal, without sophistication or any of the depth that the archangel had revealed, even in those few moments. She wondered what it would feel like to be with her archangel and wanted to embrace him, feel his body against hers. She wondered what it must be like to have the ability to fly, as he did. She remembered some of the creation story that was told on the walls of the pyramid in Eden. The walls too touched upon the history of the angels. They had all been created in the beginning and were magnificent creatures in looks and abilities. She needed to return and pay more attention to the entire story next time. In her dream, she struggled with how she could contact Jarahmael. She did not know how to call out in a way that he could hear her. And she was in a far different place than Eden. Even if he was searching for her in Eden, he would not be able to find her. And since she did not know where any of these places were, she could not just find a way to let him know where she actually was hiding. Just before sunrise, her dream showed her something else. She looked into her backpack and noticed the branches from the Tree of Life continue to produce leaves and food as they grew. As she awoke, she asked herself, what if I place some of the leaves from the Tree of Life near the portals? Perhaps Jarahmael can use them to find me, or at least know where I had gone. She realized that this was a great solution. Jarahmael would know where she had been, and that she was still alive and well. Also, if she would hide parts of the branches in those other places, she would have a potential food supply if she ever had to flee in a hurry. As she woke up, her notion was confirmed when she saw that her backpack had filled itself again with fruit, leaves and branches that had been growing overnight. Keeping to her new plan, Lillith decided to conceal some of the branches in this pyramid before she traveled. She found her way through the maze of passageways to a large center chamber. There she noticed a small door with a shaft behind it leading upwards towards the outside wall of the pyramid. As soon as she opened the door, she could feel cool air come rolling down the shaft. She concealed a small branch of the Tree of Life in the shaft and closed the door. She knew that the branch would be safe there and available next time she came here. But she also wanted to leave a sign for Jarahmael. If she used the pyramid in Eden as the base, she could return there every other day and leave a leaf near whatever portal she would use. Jarahmael had told her that only a very few archangels had ever seen the Tree of Life and therefore only a very few could identify the branches or the fruit. She would keep leaving clues until Jarahmael located her. Hopefully he was looking for her. She did not want to think about the possibility that he would not search for her. If he was looking, the first place to search would be everywhere in Eden. Eventually, he will have to look in the pyramid. He seemed intelligent, much more so than Adam. If he comes in the pyramid and looks carefully, he will see a leaf, if I place one in the portal that I used that night. If he follows the portal, he will be able to come find me. At least it was some sort of plan. Tonight she would travel back to Eden and place a leaf near whatever portal she would use. Lillith knew she had to wait until nightfall to return to Eden so she would not be seen, but she was tired of staying within the pyramid. She decided to take a risk and slipped outside before the angels returned at sunrise to work, hiding not far from the statue in front of the pyramid. Here she could explore the area surrounding the pyramid under the cover of the trees around the river. The area was lush and tropical, similar to Eden but with different forms of plant and animal life. There was a crystal blue river nearby, not far from the pyramid, and she took advantage of it to quietly bathe and relax in its waters. From this distance she was able to get a broader view of how the angels were continuing to build the statue. Large blocks were put in place, flown in by numerous angels carrying slings that suspended them in the air and then gently placed them in position. Other angels then took ball-like instruments that generated a hot white light and they carved off the excess stone, sculpting the statue out of the large oblong blocks. The parts that were finished reflected the sunlight, making the statue gleam light off the pyramid's white mirror-like finish. It was a wonder to behold. Lillith was quite delighted to be able to watch these angels work and enjoyed seeing the structures they were building. The day passed quickly and soon the sun was setting. On cue, the angels gathered in formations and then flew off high into the heavens. It looked to Lillith that they disappeared directly into the dome of the sky above the earth. She would be alone again for the night, but it was still a relief to her to be free of Adam. And besides, she had her angel Jarahmael to think about. She walked back to the pyramid as the sun was setting, and went back inside. She then re-entered the passageway to the portal that would return her to Eden. She would return for a visit to the place that had always been her home. Emerging from the portal in the pyramid in Eden, she felt that Eden was now different. The garden was not her whole world anymore, she now knew there were other places to go and see. The Almighty's universe was far larger than she and Adam had imagined, and not all of it revolved around her or Adam. Now, since she was back in Eden, she became curious about how Adam was dealing with her disappearance. She could spy on him a bit, as it was nighttime and he was a sound sleeper. Adam had to be devastated that she was gone, the selfish brute. Yes, she would take the chance and find him, see how he was doing. She knew that she could do it without letting him know she was even there. The low-cast blue glow of the night assisted her in finding her way once again. She returned to the hut where the two of them stayed and found it deserted. Some of the straw where they slept had been disturbed, but there was no evidence that anyone had slept there for the past couple of days. There were a few loose branches from the tree of life that she must have dropped when preparing to leave and that had started growing again, but other than that, there were no signs of life in their home. Lillith began to walk quietly through Eden, trying to find some signs of Adam. Perhaps he had been moved by the Almighty after her disappearance. She went down by the river area where Adam would sit with the Almighty to name creatures at his request. In the darkness she found another trail that led away from the old hut and she followed it around. Coming up over a hill she found a new hut, on the other side of the river from the old one. Adam must not have been able to bear staying in the same hut, so he built another one. She felt a pang of sorrow thinking that he had suffered in her absence, while she also had a perverse sense that it served Adam right to be left alone in paradise. She wasn't sure she ever wanted to speak with him again. But she wasn't sure either how she would react if he begged her with tears falling from his cheek that he missed her and would do anything to make her happy now. As she approached the hut, she could hear his breathing as he slept. He was never a quiet sleeper, his breathing during the night was always loud and obnoxious, except this night it now sounded almost endearing to her. Well, maybe she would awaken him and tell him of her findings, that the world that was available to them was much larger than Eden. There were other places to explore if they would take the chance. And who knows, maybe she could sit again with the Almighty, ask him questions about the creation and request other tasks where she could be involved. Arriving at the new hut, she crept through the doorway and saw Adam stretched out before her, on his side facing away from her. She took a moment to watch his steady breathing, his long brown hair a bit messy as it fell between his shoulder blades onto the bedding below his body. Maybe he really wasn't so bad, she thought to herself. Perhaps we can forgive one another, perhaps he can give me some more respect, now that he knows what it's like to be alone. Lillith moved a bit closer and prepared to reach down and touch Adam's shoulder to awaken him gently. At that moment, he rolled over on his back towards her and she saw his face. It was quite handsome, as it was the face of the first man ever created. As she was leaning down to touch his face, she suddenly froze. Lying beside him was another woman. This other woman had a satisfied look on her face, framed neatly by dark hair like Adam's. She looked amazingly like Adam, it was as if someone had created a female version of him. On cue, this female rolled herself over, wrapping her arm over his far shoulder and nestling her head onto his chest. Lillith felt dizzy as she backed out of there. Many questions ran through her mind as she stood in a state of confusion. How could he have found another woman? Where did he find another woman? Where did she come from? And in just a couple of days' time? Did he even miss me? Did anyone even notice or care that I went away? Should I go back in and confront them? Wait, the Almighty had to have been involved in this, does he want me gone? Destroyed? Lillith thought of Jarahmael and his kind face and wished he was here or there was some way she could talk to him and ask him what was happening. She decided it would be better to wait and see what was going on before she would confront Adam and that other woman. What was she to do? She decided that she would return to the pyramid and go back to the original plan. She would leave the clues for Jarahmael. She could always come back and confront Adam and his new woman. For now, she had to keep herself safe, and the pyramid seemed the best solution. She needed to stay out of the Garden of Eden and take time to think. She rushed back and made sure she carefully folded and placed one of the leaves from the Tree of Life at the entrance to the pyramid. She then went down the hallway and found a passageway to a portal that led to another pyramid, this one located on a mountaintop. She passed through the portal and looked around at her surroundings. She found herself at a pyramid that was built in a thick jungle. As she worked her way to the outside of this mountaintop pyramid, she saw that the plants, shrubs and trees were even more dense than the one in the Garden of Eden or the one where the angels had constructed the two statues. The construction here was also different, the large building blocks left as a series of steps, not smoothly sloped as the other two she had seen. Still magnificent, she thought to herself. Exhausted, she briefly explored an area within the pyramid to make sure there was nothing lurking within it. During her search, she found a small hidden compartment in one of the lower halls and she placed one of the Tree of Life branches within it. Just in case, she said aloud. Seeing that this room was safely tucked deep within the pyramid, she thought it was as good a place as any to catch some sleep. She took the backpack off, took off some of the palm tree fronds, and then made herself comfortable on the floor. She was excited at the prospect that Jarahmael may find her if he followed her clues. As she was falling asleep, her thoughts were of her archangel searching for her and then finding her. She smiled to herself, and it was not long before she was sound asleep, as it had been a very long day and a very long night. Chapter 35. Clues. The next morning Jarahmael flew to the pyramid in Eden. On his flight there, he passed Jarahmael flying over Eden again, still looking in the garden for signs of the missing human woman, Lillith. They waved to one another as Jarahmael flew overhead. As Jarahmael landed at the entrance to the pyramid, he noticed a single folded leaf lying in the entranceway. He never remembered seeing a leaf there. A cool breeze often passed through this entranceway, but he had never found a leaf here before, especially one that was folded up. Looking around, he thought that maybe some small animal may have dragged it into the pyramid. He walked down the main corridor looking to see if there were any other signs of a small stowaway in the structure. When he reached the passageway for the portal to the mountaintop pyramid in an area the angels called Medias, he saw another leaf folded inside the doorway. Perplexed, he looked down the smaller hallway that ended in the portal. There was no sign of any creature hiding there. He decided to look back down the main hallway once again and went from one passageway to the next searching for any hidden creature. Although it was strange, Jarahmael did not see any reason for alarm. He took the folded leaves and placed them in his tunic as he then went back outside to continue supervising the other cherubim angels who were now beginning to arrive. Work progressed and Jarahmael did not give it any more thought. Later in the morning he saw Jarahmael still flying over Eden. Still looking for some form of clue as to where Lillith was hiding, Jarahmael muttered to himself. A while later in the late afternoon, Jarahmael flew over to Jarahmael from deeper in the Garden of Eden. I think I found a trail for Lillith finally, Jarahmael said excitedly despite his haggard appearance. Really? I know you have been scouring Eden for days for a clue, said Jarahmael. Day and night actually. Don't know how I missed it actually, there were some footprints over by Adam's new home. Looks like someone had gotten their feet wet with overnight dew. From what I can see they appeared close to his new home, went inside and then left. Their feet must have dried off by then because the trail stops again a bit further away. Are the footprints Adam's or the new woman's, Eve's? Asked Jarahmael. I initially thought that they were from Adam and Eve. But then I noticed that their feet are extremely close in size. And the footprints I found were much smaller than either of their sets of feet. I found where Adam and Eve had stepped in some soft mud near the river and unknowingly made impressions of their feet. When I compared the impressions to the footprints by the hut, I could plainly see that the footprints left there were much smaller. I remember that Lillith had feet a lot smaller than Adam's when I saw them together sitting on a log, feet splashing in one of the rivers in Eden one day. So if the footprints don't belong to Adam or Eve, they must belong to Lillith, Jarahmael said happily. Jarahmael thought about it a moment. Yes, I see your point. I have not heard of any additional humans in Eden, but then again I was never privy to any of these three either. Where do you think Lillith went? You haven't been able to find her yet in Eden? Where else can she possibly be? Jarahmael said with a vacant expression on his face as he began to think about what his cherubim still needed to get done to complete the day's work assignments. He knew Jarahmael had grown an attachment to Lillith and her absence was making him obsessed with the human. Jarahmael moved forward, outstretching his hands to Jarahmael and patting him on his shoulders. In doing so, the two leaves he had picked up earlier fell to the ground in front of Jarahmael's feet. Jarahmael bent over and picked up the leaves, and saw that they had both been neatly folded. As he unfolded them and looked, he thought the leaves looked very familiar. Then when he was handing them back to Jarahmael, Jarahmael asked him out of curiosity, "Why did you fold these leaves like this?" "They are not mine, Jarahmael, I found them like that," Jarahmael answered. "Where did you find them?" "The first one I found was in the entranceway to the pyramid. The second one, I found in the entranceway to one of the portals." Jarahmael thought about the possibility of the wind blowing the leaves inside or some other small creature dropping them there. But the leaves were neatly folded as an angel or a human would do. Then it struck Jarahmael, could these leaves have been dropped by Lillith herself? "Did you know these are leaves for the tree of life?" asked Jarahmael. "No," answered Jarahmael. "Never saw anything like them before." Jarahmael responded, "Yes, they both come from the tree of life itself and provide food and nourishment to the humans." "Show me exactly where you found them." The two angels went to the locations where Jarahmael found the leaves. Looking down the portal passageway, Jarahmael asked, "What are these passageways for, anyway?" "They are a transport system between Eden and the earth below. The Almighty hasn't fully explained them to us. We assume that at some point he will have the humans colonize the planet as well as Eden," Jarahmael explained to his friend. "There has been mention of the humans having children and reproducing, making more of them. Even spreading out and ruling over the simians and other creatures living on the earth." "I see. Can an angel use the portals?" Jarahmael asked. "Not sure. We have never tried it. We just fly to the other pyramids as needed on our own, but..." "Where are the other pyramids?" Jarahmael asked, thinking aloud. "There are a number of them located around the earth. The Almighty is having us build at least one pyramid on each of the larger landmasses," Jarahmael responded. "Where does this one go?" Jarahmael asked, pointing at the portal where Jarahmael told him he had found the folded leaf. "This one here?" "This one goes to the mountaintop pyramid located in a central landmass named Medius," responded Jarahmael. "I don't like that look in your eyes, Jarahmael. I am not sure that is a good idea for you to follow her this way. Perhaps you should discuss the use of these passageways with the Almighty first," Jarahmael added quickly. "I will not be able to return in time to speak with him and then go try to find her, and this is the only real clue I have had in days. What if she leaves to go somewhere else? The Almighty told me to find her and bring her back. That should override any other concerns. Besides, I believe Lillith has sent some of his auxilium to search for her too. I have a feeling that I had better find her first. You remember how they enjoyed the attacks on the dinosaurs? And the dinosaurs were Lillith's own creations." Jarahmael paused for a second and thought, then continued, "It's probably best that you just leave me, then it can't be your fault, if it does become a problem." "As you wish, my friend. Come find me when you get back here so I know that you are safe," Jarahmael said, concern back in his voice. "Certainly. Now go, Jarahmael, before it gets dark and you are missing. You are the leader of your order after all. And thanks for your help." Jarahmael gave a smile that could have easily been interpreted as being one of nervousness or one of excitement as he prepared to walk down the passageway to the portal. "Be safe, my friend," Jarahmael said as he walked down the hallway, past the other portals and out to the main entrance. It was dusk and beginning to get dark. Jarahmael went out the entrance and down the steps of the pyramid, and then flew off, heading back to the heavens. As he left, his mind was so focused on what Jarahmael was going to do, that he did not notice the serpent creature that was hiding behind some of the nearby bushes. The serpent had barely slithered out of the pyramid before he could be seen by Jarahmael. Now, having avoided detection, Serpenalia was armed with the conversation he had overheard between the two angels. Lillith will be very interested in hearing this, he thought to himself. Jarahmael walked down the passageway, watching his reflection get closer as he approached the portal. When he was up close, he saw that the portal was mirror-like and framed in silver and gold. Beautiful as it was, he knew he did not have time to study it, because he needed to go find Lillith. He looked at the inscriptions on the wall near the portal and read that one had to repeat the phrase Peto. Peto. Peto, in order to make the portal work. He called out the phrase and then placed his hands on the portal, but found that they went right into it. The solid surface had vanished despite its reflecting his own image back at him like the mirrors he created. It was only after he stepped through that he could see he was in a different passageway, somewhere else. Daylight still streamed down the hallway. It was earlier in the day here. The passageway from the portal was similar in many respects, but there was no writing on the walls. The stones were more crude and not as finely polished as the one in Eden. He turned around and looked himself over in his reflection from the portal, checking to make sure there had not been any adverse effects from being transported. From what he could see, he was all intact, and there were no changes in his appearance. Reassured, he turned and moved down the hallway away from the portal. Now to see if he could find Lillith. Chapter 36. Discovery. Jarahmael's eyes caught a glimmer of blonde hair as he turned the corner out of the passageway in the Medeusian pyramid. His heart skipped, as he knew he had finally found her. She was lying down in the center room not far from the hallway he had just left, her head resting against her self-made backpack, with her eyes closed as she slept. He rushed up to meet her, gliding silently, as he did not want to frighten her. He gazed down upon her face and was filled with that warm emotion that had sprung up in him from the very first time he gazed upon her. As he looked down upon her, she slowly opened her eyes, and after a second or two of focusing, she realized that Jarahmael had in fact found her. They looked deeply into each other's eyes, scanning, searching to see the truth of how each felt to see one another again. Jarahmael thought to himself that angels and humans had never been together like this. The beings of light and humans had different ways of expressing love. Angels loved everything in the creation as they knew it was all part of the Almighty, that love was radiated from each being to another, and no physical touch was required. While humans, well, he realized he did not understand how they loved. Adam and Lillith expressed their feelings for one another physically, but argued with each other the rest of the time. It seemed to him that they were unable to express themselves spirit to spirit and were limited to the physical rituals to show kindness and concern. He bent over and got very close to her face while he was thinking. His hair brushed hers and a tingling sensation shot between them. He didn't know what to do with such a feeling. Did she feel the same way about him as he felt about her? And would she want to be close to him too? He watched her eyes closely, seeing them focus on him, scanning his whole body. There was something magnetic between them, the look between them electric, slowing time down to where it seemed to stop. He wanted to look away from her face and eyes, he felt vulnerable, as if she could read his thoughts. He was unsure how to read all of her expressions, as she was the first human female and there was nothing to compare her to. She was more intelligent than the simian women he had been able to study. As he began to stand back up and moved his face away from hers, she moved her whole body upwards along with his, keeping the same distance between their faces. Then suddenly she moved her face forward and kissed him fully on his lips, putting her arms around him. She pulled her head back and said to him, "I am so glad you found me. I have been glad that I ran away from Adam, exploring the world on my own, even though I have had a feeling that other creatures were looking for me, following me. I just had a feeling that I should not be found. But I wanted you to find me, Jarahmael." He gazed back into her eyes. Angels did not kiss or hold one another like this. His energy was flowing, and he was feeling stronger than he had ever felt before. He could feel her heart beating against his chest and it made him shine brighter. His arms around her made him feel even more protective of her. "You have been gone for quite a while. It's amazing you were able to stay hidden for so long without any guidance or protection, Lillith. You have many worried, myself especially. The Almighty Himself sent me to find you. I have searched and searched for you. I tried to keep myself as hidden as possible, afraid that Adam would try to find me and bring me back with him. We never got along well, Jarahmael nodded that he understood, and he agreed with her from his observations. Adam and Lillith had not gotten along well. It seemed that they were never a good match and he knew that even the Almighty agreed with that assessment. But I did see that he replaced me just a couple days after I left. Had another woman created and moved into Eden with him, she said with some annoyance. Yes, Lillith, that's one of the reasons the Almighty sent me to find you. Is he angry with me? Asked Lillith. No, he was concerned about your well-being. Now that I found you I can take you back. He wants to talk with you personally. Will you be there with me, Jarahmael? I have been so confused and frightened. I don't want to face the Almighty alone. I know he wanted me to stay with Adam but I just couldn't. No explanations are necessary. I could see that something was amiss between you two. Besides, you have always had more the looks of an angel than that of a human. Adam looks much more like the earth from which he was created, while your blonde hair and blue eyes make you appear much more like one of the beings of light. It's a shame you don't have wings, he said while stroking her hair. Anyway, it's nighttime and probably best to remain where we are, said Jarahmael. We can stay here and have some time together, rest, and talk. We will return to Eden tomorrow and I will bring you to the Almighty. He put her face in between his two hands and stroked her cheek. She responded to his touch and kissed him once again, pulling him closer. Then taking a breath, her chest heaving more deeply, she whispered in his ear, "And you, my angel, found me. Despite my trying to stay hidden, I had to leave you some clues as to how to find me. I knew that you would try to find me. It's clear that you care for me much more than Adam ever did. I want to be with you. I have wanted to be with you, from the first time our gazes met in Eden, Those words exhilarated Jarahmael. He did not have to wonder any longer if she had felt the same about him. Now he knew for sure. He thought about how she had whispered his name while she was making love with Adam, and that made him want her even more. He liked holding her close like that, and being able to kiss her. They began kissing, slowly exploring one another's lips, tongue and mouth. The angel could feel her become open to him, wanting him. Her body moved in closer and closer to him. And she began to pull him down to the floor of the pyramid, laying her head on the backpack she had been using as a pillow, feeling him on top of her. Jarahmael had never experienced making love between two bodies. Angels loved one another from one mind and one soul to the other's mind and soul. Making physical love never had a purpose for the angels. But having observed her and Adam on previous occasions perform this act, Jarahmael knew what to do, and let their bodies flow into each other, ever deeper. They were both swept up in their passion for one another, entwining themselves together into one extended physical entity. Jarahmael had control over his bodily composition as a being of light, and slowing down the speed of his essence enabled him to harden his body and become solid. By doing that, he was able to consummate his passion for her in the way she had known with Adam. But Jarahmael was not Adam. He cared for her deeply, and he let her have her way, and did not try to control how she pleased herself with him. And, in the process of their lovemaking, they both discovered that angels had the ability to connect directly with a human soul, freeing it and merging the two. They joined together in a way that the body didn't interfere, and they became one. Joined together like that, floods of feelings interchanged and intermixed, and for the moment of ecstasy their two souls became combined, larger than each individually, a feeling that only was matched by their memories of their own souls when they were all part of the Almighty Himself. When they had finished, their souls separated again into each of their separate bodies. Jarahmael felt even more strongly for Lillith. He decided, if the Almighty would permit it, to ask for Lillith to live with him in his palace in the seventh heaven. He felt that she was superior to Adam and truly believed she had a large part of the essence within her that the angels also possessed, a greater dose of the Almighty. And she could help Jarahmael and Michael guide the humans. She knew how it felt to be human, and that could be of tremendous use to the archangels as mankind grew in number. And the feelings between Lillith and Jarahmael would be good for the overall creation, because wasn't it about love anyway? As they rested on the floor of the pyramid, Jarahmael pulled her into himself, enclosing her in his wings. As they were falling asleep, Lillith whispered to Jarahmael, entwined in his arms, "There is nothing better than falling asleep within an archangel's strong yet soft, feathery wings." The next morning both of them awoke as the sunshine lit up the interior of the pyramid. The sunshine seemed particularly bright to both of them as it was a new day and a new life for each of them. Jarahmael looked forward to bringing Lillith back triumphantly from his searches for her. And his heart was soaring with the idea that she showed as much love for him as he felt for her. He lifted her up and carried her on his back as they passed through the portal and returned to Eden. As soon as they were through, he lifted off with her and flew through the passageway and out of the entrance of the pyramid in Eden, just as the other angels were arriving to work for the day. Seeing Jarahmael still in midair, Jarahmael waved to him with Lillith perched between his shoulder blades, her face next to his. Jarahmael did not want to have to explain much to anyone and did not want to be dissuaded from what he intended to do next with Lillith. He had decided he was not going to leave Lillith in Eden as the Almighty originally instructed, but rather was going to take her directly to meet with him in the seventh heaven. Jarahmael had weighed the options where to take Lillith in his mind, being careful to not let Lillith know that he believed her to be in danger. He was concerned that it could take him all day to get back to the seventh heaven and discuss his concerns with the Almighty. He may not get back until after nightfall if that happened. He knew she would be safe during the daytime in the Garden of Eden as there were many angels around. It was when night fell that he was most concerned. Samuel or one of the others in Luciferiel's auxilium could come to Eden and capture her, and then take her someplace where Luciferiel could keep her captive or worse. After all, they were searching for her the other night, and Jarahmael suspected that they were still searching for her. She would be alone and vulnerable come nightfall in the Garden of Eden if he left her there. And then there was also Serpentalia, that creature Jarahmael still had not figured out. The serpent was always lurking in bushes, unable to remember, or possibly having his memory cleansed by Luciferiel or his auxilium in order to hide their true purposes. It was too much of a risk. Yes, he would take her with him to the seventh heaven and explain himself to the Almighty, and take his chances. As they flew away from Eden, Jarahmael wanted to distract himself and Lillith, so he began explaining the seven heavens and how they were arranged. Lillith could see the guardian angels flying above Eden and in the surrounding territory that was the first heaven. Jarahmael changed the angle he was flying so he could show her how the Garden of Eden was connected between the earth and the first heaven. "See, that is where you are from, Lillith," he said as he pointed to the lush green area off to the east. "There are mountains at the farthest border on the east and 4 rivers embedded within the landscape. It sits as a landmass, with a gateway above it that is connected to the clouds of the first heaven, and over here is the gateway to the earth below. I see that now. I had thought that the Garden of Eden was the entire universe. I am sure Adam still believes that, she said as she smiled and nestled herself closer to Jarahmael's face. Look over there, you can see the guardian angels, Jarahmael pointed out. They are golden-bodied with brown wings. Someday I will introduce you to their leader, Guardrail. Those are angels? Lillith asked. They look like the birds that would fly far up in the sky over Eden. Yes, I am sure if they are far enough away, they would appear like that, Jarahmael said, chuckling, not sure Guardrail would like to be identified as resembling an earthen bird. The skies below the gateway to Earth had only a few clouds and Jarahmael decided to fly Lillith in one quick circle. This way she could see a bit more of the planet Earth below. Flying over the entire planet would have to wait for another time. But he knew that although she had made it down to the planet, her experiences of the past couple of days were limited to the areas immediately around the pyramids in Egyptus and Medius. From the vantage point of being high in the skies over the planet, she could get a sense of the size of the planet. As Jarahmael and Lillith entered the Earth's sky, she could see the groups of angels flying in a few directions headed towards their work sites where additional pyramids were being constructed. Lillith pointed down to where there were wide sections of scorched destruction contrasted against the greenery of the planet, areas that looked like they were scraped of all life and vegetation. Why are there such barren areas on the Earth? She asked Jarahmael. It looks like something awful happened there. It was terrible. The Almighty sent us to clear the planet of certain destructive creatures. They had been made by the firstborn of the archangels, Lillith. These creatures had gotten out of control. It was decided that they would harm humans like yourself, and so we had to clear them from the planet so your kind could inhabit the Earth someday. The creatures were known as dinosaurs and were very destructive to themselves and others. It took a great deal of effort by the angels to destroy them. Lillith grew very quiet and Jarahmael could feel her tense up on his back. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "You don't think the Almighty is angry with me for leaving Adam? Do you think he just wants to destroy me, like he destroyed the dinosaurs, because they were out of control?" Jarahmael wanted to believe that the Almighty was only concerned for Lilith's safety. He also knew that the Almighty had realized that Lillith and Adam were not a good match. Otherwise, he would not have replaced her so quickly with Eve, but would have tried to get the two of them back together. Jarahmael responded, "No, of course not. The Almighty selected me personally to go find you and bring you to him. He would never have done that if he wanted to punish you or destroy you. He told me I was being sent because I knew you better than any of the other angels." Lillith continued, "I am still a bit frightened, but if you tell me that there is nothing to fear, I will believe you. I never saw a dinosaur, but I did meet something called a Serpentalia who helped me when I was hiding from Adam," she added. "He was an odd creature, that's for sure." "You will have to tell me all about that creature's Serpentalia sometime," Jarahmael said. He did not want to worry Lillith with the news that Samuel and other members of Luciferial's auxilium were looking for her and that Serpentalia was most likely assisting them find her. But he also wanted her to be aware that the serpent was not one to be trusted. "I have seen him too, lurking about Eden. I noticed he was often hiding behind trees and bushes watching Adam and you. The Almighty spared the Serpentalians from destruction, as they supposedly have more of a mind than other comparably sized creatures. They may also be the only remainders of the reptilian race created by Luciferial." Jarahmael ended the circle around the gateway between the Earth and the first heaven and flew back through it on his way into the second heaven. As they flew through the gateway, the two of them saw the strange orbs of light floating about under the golden-hued sky broken up by red-colored clouds. Jarahmael hovered for a few moments so that Lillith could observe these strange orbs of light as they flashed in flight. "What are those spheres of light floating through here?" she asked about the orbs that glowed and vibrated much like the stars in the heavens on a clear night, but in much brighter colors. "Those are angels from the Order of the Potentates. Watch, the air here is filled with so much energy from these spheres of power that at times bolts of electricity will dart from one potentate to another, and then flash to any other that is close enough," Jarahmael said. A few moments later, just as Jarahmael had predicted, one of the potentates came too close to another. A bolt of light flashed between the two of them, stalling both of them mid-flight long enough that two other groups flew in too close, causing a chain reaction of lights flashing from one potentate to another. The light show grew with all sorts of flashes going between groups of them. At one point there was a flash across half of the second heaven below them. "Amazing, isn't it?" Jarahmael commented. "I had better get you out of here though. I don't know how one of those energy strikes would affect you, Lillith." Lillith again tightened her grip on Jarahmael as they now raced upwards through the rest of the second heaven, not stopping until they got through the gateway into the third heaven. As they entered the third heaven, Jarahmael slowed down once again. "You should be safer and more comfortable here. We are back in a realm where the angels look more like me, not spherically shaped," he said to her reassuringly. "The sky here has a reddish color though, not blue like I am used to," Lillith said. "Pink clouds rather than white?" Before Jarahmael could answer, a small group of female angels flew past, heading off into the distance. Lillith interjected, "There are female angels too?" "Yes and no," responded Jarahmael. "The Almighty has given some of the angels who live in this level of heaven, the order of the principalities, the same physical characteristics that he had given you as a female human. Most likely they were the model he had in mind when he created you. However, angels don't reproduce like humans do. So they are not female in that sense. And there has never been any question about males or females being equal among the principalities as there was between Adam and you. Their leader is Annabelle, a principality with female characteristics. The male angels don't tell the female angels what to do, then?" she asked. "The way it works is that we have angels that are specially appointed by the Almighty who are designated leaders. They are considered to be trusted servants rather than masters. They all have greater responsibilities put upon them by the Almighty as well as special talents to equip them to carry out those responsibilities. Leaders are deemed to be worthy of those extra responsibilities because of the Almighty's selection of them for the tasks, and the angels respect that." A particularly beautiful blue-winged and white-bodied angel flew over and rose in the air parallel with Jarahmael and Lillith. "Who do you have there?" asked the female. "This is Lillith, Annabelle." "Lillith, meet Annabelle." "You are one of the humans, Lillith?" Annabelle asked. "Yes, I am." "I have not seen a female angel before," responded Lillith. "The Almighty made me like this," Annabelle answered. "The order of principalities, as Jarahmael insists on calling us, are angels who engineer parts of the creation as needed. For example, we are the ones engineering the pyramids that are now being built," she added, with a slight touch of pride in her voice. "The Almighty has found that male and female minds add to the ability to create, different viewpoints can be good. Sometimes even the male mind of an archangel can have a decent view on things," she added, giving a sly grin to Jarahmael. Lillith noticed the look and wrapped her arms tighter around Jarahmael. "Jarahmael says that you are the leader here," Lillith said with a hint of jealousy in her voice. "That is true, Lillith. I am the leader of the Order of the Principalities," she said, giving an extra flourish to her wing stroke. "And you are in charge of building the pyramids?" asked Lillith. "Yes, in part. We are in charge of building the structures themselves," Annabelle answered without noticing the hint of jealousy. "That is amazing," responded Lillith. "I think I have seen your face before, Annabelle. Do you know about the statues down by the one pyramid? The pyramid at Egyptus, Lillith?" Lillith nodded her head. "Yes, that is correct, Lillith. You are quite observant. There are two statues there called sphinxes, one is half male and animal, the second is half female and animal. One of the statues has the face of Jarahmael and the other has my face. Better to have an even pair." Jarahmael was proud of Lillith's observations but still interrupted. "We need to keep going. I am taking Lillith to meet with the Almighty," he added, speaking directly to Annabelle. "I don't want to delay you," said Annabelle. "Nice meeting you. I am sure I will see you again," she added, dropping her head and gliding back down to the lower range of the third heaven. Ascending again, they flew through the gateway into the fourth heaven. Here Jarahmael and Lillith were illuminated by clear silver light. "Look at that," Lillith said, pointing towards the center of the fourth heaven, where there were a collection of tall buildings that floated on a layer of clouds. "What a beautiful thing." From where they were hovering, they could see beautiful angels in red tunics and brilliant white wings flying in and out of the structures. "What happens here?" asked Lillith. "This is the home of the angels who are the order of the dominions. These angels keep the universe in motion, the ones who have a larger view of the creation. They advise the lower orders of angels as they continue with the creation, if needed," said Jarahmael. "The creation is a continuing thing?" asked Lillith. "Yes. It is ever expanding. That's why the lower order of angels work to fill it in with structures like the pyramids and adapt new life forms for the planets. But all of that work must be maintained under a certain order and pattern. This way the universe stays ordered and structured according to the plan of the Almighty. Jarahmael is the leader of this order and a strict fellow. He was specially chosen, as he keeps a tight rein on how the universe functions." "And where is he?" asked Lillith. "He often holds court in that building over there. He and his assistants keep busy supervising all the angels working on the pyramids. Today, I suspect he is most likely at one of the pyramids checking on the progress of the work there, if I know him at all. Yes, those pyramids are beautiful structures and quite amazing. I am so happy they existed, otherwise I never would have been able to make my escape from Adam," Lillith said. They next ascended upwards and through the gateway into the fifth heaven. They arrived into a clear brilliant light, but the clouds in this heaven were all in shades of blue. In the center was a large meeting hall, a huge arched structure. Jarahmael pointed to the structure and said to Lillith, "This is the home of the Order of the Virtues. From this heaven onwards will be the heavens closest to the Almighty. 2 of my archangel brethren are the ones who hold court in that arched building." Michael and Samuel often take different positions to argue. They discuss potential changes to the Almighty's plans and discuss the reasons why there should be such changes or not. "I remember Michael, he would be there with you checking up on me and Adam in the Garden of Eden, wouldn't he?" Lillith said. "Yes, Lillith, that is correct. Michael and I were assigned to help with the Garden of Eden." Lillith was looking over Jarahmael's shoulder and saw a group of angels fly into the building. She asked, "How do the arguments end?" Jarahmael laughed when he responded, "Not all arguments end in decisions. Just like you and Adam. If the virtues can agree to a position or decision, it is then given to the Almighty. They often act as advisors to the Almighty. If the virtues can't agree, then most likely there will be no change at all. The Almighty will implement changes if everyone agrees, or propose a change that all can live with." "It sounds much more complex than what it is." "It does sound complicated," she responded. "Michael or Samuel would be able to explain it better, and when the time comes they are the best to ask about what they do there." "Let's fly up to the 6th heaven now," Jarahmael said as he began ascending again. They then flew up into the 6th heaven. Lillith looked about, noticing that the sky in this heaven had a purplish hue. Then Lillith nudged Jarahmael and pointed to a group of angels flying into one of the palaces on a white cloud there. "These angels look familiar, they resemble your friend Jarahmael." "Yes, he is the leader of the Order of the Cherubim," he responded. Lillith looked around further and saw a group of angels who did not appear to be fully grown, but resembled small humans. Sweet-faced and smaller than the muscular animal-bodied angels she knew as the cherubim. "What type of angels are those?" Lillith asked. "They are just cherubim in another form," he responded. "They are both the artists and the warriors of the universe. They create beauty in many forms and processes to enable the angels to expand their own talents as bestowed upon them by the Almighty. They are also headstrong and powerful, and protect what has been created by the Almighty. Jarahmael and his group were responsible for all the words and art written on the walls in the pyramid in Eden." Jarahmael again ascended up and out of the 6th heaven. "Now we are approaching my home," Jarahmael said as they crossed through the gateway into the 7th heaven. "This is the most beautiful of all the heavens. Look, the sky is crystal blue with golden cloud structures throughout." Lillith exclaimed as she was admiring the various palaces floating on their own clouds. And there in the center of the 7th heaven was a tremendously large yet beautiful circular structure. "What is that?" she asked. "That is the throne room of the Almighty. This is where he appears when he addresses us or the great assembly of all the angels. Angels are assembled each morning for their instructions and the ceremony is something to behold. All angels are supposed to attend unless there is an assignment more important. For instance, when the Almighty sent me to find you, I have not been able to attend the morning ceremonies until I have found you. It was a direct instruction from the Almighty and overrides anything else I would be responsible to do." "I am that important, Jarahmael?" Lillith asked excitedly. "Yes, you are," he said, giving her a quick squeeze with his arms. "The Almighty loves all of his creations and you are of special importance to him." "What about to you?" "Am I important to you?" she asked coyly. "The Almighty could not care for you any more or to any greater depth than I do," he answered as he blushed in an angelic fashion. To break his feeling of awkwardness, Jarahmael said, "I have something to show you." He then proceeded to fly over his own palace. It was similar to Lucifereal's spired palace off in the distance, but not as grand. It was smaller, even though the rooms would expand if needed, it was just less imposing as Jarahmael did not keep it at its maximum size. "This is my palace," Jarahmael said, and he pointed to the building as they began an approach to softly land. "Let's go inside please," exclaimed Lillith as they flew over the palace. She again nuzzled herself more deeply into the archangel's body, her face pressed against the angel's neck. "I thought Eden was beautiful and so were the other heavens, but this place by far exceeds those places. I want to be an angel." "That may be a topic to bring up with the Almighty when he meets with you," responded Jarahmael. He was so enamored with her human beauty that he began to feel ambivalent about any such change. He did want her to be happy and he knew he would feel strongly for her no matter what form she was in, but he did enjoy her being human. "Going inside my palace will have to wait. My command was to bring you to the Almighty once I found you. And I have been searching for a long time to find you." "I do not wish to keep him waiting," Jarahmael said, not giving her any hint that he had taken it upon himself to bring her directly up into the heavens. With that said, Jarahmael flew into the throne room with Lillith still on his back. They landed before the throne itself in the center of the room and stepping forward, he went up to the throne and placed Lillith on the floor that surrounded it. He then called out the name of the Almighty, a name that could not be said by Lilith because it was in the language and sound frequency only the archangels were given to communicate directly with him. A few moments later, the seraphim slowly descended with a human-like man seated in between them and on the top of descending throne angels. Jarahmael and Lilith looked up and watched the beings coming down. She could see it was the Almighty who would often visit with her and Adam in the Garden of Eden. Although Jarahmael had seen the Almighty in human form in the Garden of Eden before, he had never seen him take this form in the heavens. It was a strange sight, as the Almighty's presence still filled the room while his body seemed too small for the heavens in that guise. Jarahmael could feel Lilith's breathing quicken, though he could not tell whether it was from her excitement to be able to speak with the Almighty once again or her fear of consequences for not having stayed with Adam. Out of the side of his eye though, he noticed that Lilith dropped to her knees before the sight of the Almighty and was looking at him adoringly. Jarahmael decided that he would also kneel as a sign of respect to the Almighty. Lilith called out and said, "Here I am, my lord. I am sorry if I did anything to offend you." And she bent her head forward, hiding her face as the Almighty walked out from behind the seraphim. "I am not cross with you. I have seen what you went through and I am sorry that Adam was not a better mate for you, my child." Jarahmael felt a wave of relief at hearing those words from the Almighty. Lilith's fear and lack of faith in the Almighty made him unsure what the Almighty would do, whether he would punish her, send her back to Adam, or even worse destroy her like the dinosaurs. "Yes, my lord," Lilith said as she slowly stood and gazed up at the Almighty. The Almighty turned to Jarahmael and said, "You have done well, my noble archangel, bringing her back as I commanded." The Almighty paused, and it gave Jarahmael a signal that he was not upset with him for bringing the human up into the throne room. The Almighty continued, "There are changes coming, dark changes I am afraid, and I need the two of you to help me with some tasks if you are willing. But I need you to keep these tasks secret and only carry them out when they are required. So secret that I won't tell you about them until you promise to be willing to carry them out." He looked into each of their eyes before he continued. "Will you agree to do these unknown things on my behalf? I know it is a lot to ask, but I also know that the two of you are very strong and determined. Can I count on you?" Neither Jarahmael nor Lilith hesitated and said, "Yes," at the same time. "Good," said the Almighty. "One more condition. Neither of you will know what the other shall have to do on my behalf. Is that still acceptable to each of you?" This time both Jarahmael and Lilith hesitated and looked at one another quickly. They both thought that the Almighty would have them work on the same endeavor together. If they weren't going to work with the same information, or on the same thing, they may be separated again. After a moment they smiled and shrugged their shoulders and again said, "Yes," in unison. The Almighty smiled at their willingness to please him and said, "Thank you. Now each of you come closer and I will tell you what will be required of each of you. Lilith, you first." Chapter 37. Humans in the Throne Room. Mammonel had been returning to his own palace in the seventh heaven, when off in the distance he had seen Jarahmael fly into the throne room with a creature on his back. "I wonder if that is Lilith," he thought. Jarahmael had been assigned to find her and I haven't seen Jarahmael at the morning ceremonies for a number of days. Must have still been looking for her. I wonder what he is up to, going into the throne room. Mammonel became stationary, hovering as inconspicuously as possible as he remained watching the throne room to see what was going on in there. I should get a closer look, he thought. Luciferiel and the rest of the auxilium would want me to listen in to what they are doing there. He began to fly forward to the doors at the entrance of the throne room when he could see the seraphim and thrones begin their descent into the room. They were entering through the skylight where the Almighty always entered. Because the doorway to the entrance and the skylight entrance were a distance away from one another, Mammonel believed he could still stay out of sight. Landing in the entranceway and concealing himself behind one of the doors, Mammonel could see Jarahmael and a smaller wingless creature standing before the throne as the Almighty's entourage finished their descent to the throne. As the brightness given off by the seraphim and throne angels subsided, Mammonel could see that there was something other than the Almighty now seated on the throne itself. It was a different kind of creature, similar to the other wingless one who stood next to Jarahmael in front of the throne. Whoever or whatever it was seated in the position of the Almighty himself. Shocked, Mammonel could not help blurt out, "Has something changed in heaven?" Mammonel at first panicked that he had spoken aloud and given himself away, and looked around waiting to be confronted. But no one noticed him nor heard him speak aloud. He was still able to watch the events unfold in the throne room and he felt relieved. He decided against trying to move closer to the throne to eavesdrop, for fear of getting caught. He decided on a better plan. He would fly instead over the skylight itself to see if he could identify who was there on the throne. He thought to himself that if they stopped him, he could always claim that he was just flying over on the way to another archangel's palace. Afraid that the creatures in the throne room may not be there much longer, he backed out of the throne room's main entrance and took flight headed towards the skylight area of the throne room. When Mamanael was flying over the throne room's skylight, he was excited that he could, in fact, see inside. The 4 seraphim were in their usual position around where the Almighty should be. Jarahmael was standing before the throne as he should be and was there with the female creature he had just had on his back a few moments before. That must be Lillith. The 2 of them were talking to what looked like a male version of the Lillith creature. A human sitting on the Almighty's throne? How can that be? Mamanael thought to himself, this looks important. I better tell Lucifereel about what I saw immediately. No creature other than angels were ever allowed in the throne room before. Is the Almighty thinking of letting his newest creatures come up to the 7th heaven from Eden and be in charge here, as well as on the earth? As he thought of these things, he was becoming more agitated. Fortunately, he had already flown well beyond the skylight in the throne room itself, and so his agitation did not become obvious or a problem to anyone viewing him from below. I need to talk to Lucifereel, he said aloud again despite himself. I need to go find him and tell him, he will know what to do. He always does. Mamanael flew to Lucifereel's palace in the hope of catching him there. As he entered through the window into Lucifereel's grand hall, he found Lucifereel holding court with some other members of the auxilium, his own loyal archangels, seated around him as usual. They turned to Mamanael as he landed and watched him as he came up to them. Lucifereel greeted him, "Welcome Mamanael, I am glad you stopped by. Beelzebul and Mephistopheles have just returned from searching for Lillith and have still been unable to find her. And Samuel has been reporting on his conversations with some of the angels in the other orders about their complaints about these new creatures of the Almighty, the humans. So your timing is impeccable." "Thank you, my lord," Mamanael said while making a slight bow in front of him. But he quickly added, "I have news of my own, my lord. On my flight back to my own palace, I saw Jarahmael flying into the throne room with a human on his back. I assume it was the female Lillith, who we know Jarahmael was sent to find." The archangels in the auxilium hissed at the news. Mamanael continued, "Unsure what to do, I decided to fly over and look in through the entranceway, but saw that the seraphim and thrones were descending into the throne room. In the center of the seraphim, where the Almighty would normally be, there was someone else." The archangels of the auxilium looked at one another, puzzled, and a murmur rose from among them. Lucifereel told them, "Be quiet. Mamanael, continue please." "I decided that I would fly over the skylight once they had all entered and observe what I could. As I flew over, I saw this creature, a male human I suppose, seated on the throne itself, and surrounded by the 4 seraphim. This human male motioned for Lillith to come forward to him, and then he started to whisper to her, while Jarahmael and the seraphim and throne angels watched. By that time, I could not stay watching without getting caught, and I decided to head right over to you with the information." The other archangels gasped at this news. A flash of red went across Lucifereel's face. Then I realized that Jarahmael and the human female had been kneeling in front of this other human-like being. From their behavior around him, I believe that it was either the Almighty himself in human form, or that a human has already taken over heaven. The archangels gasped again and looked to Lucifereel as Mamanael finished his report. Lucifereel thought for a minute while he stared through Mamanael, his eyes unfocused. Lucifereel then spoke. "This is important news, Mamanael. We are being betrayed in one form or another. Jarahmael has brought the human Lillith into the highest heaven, a place where only angels have been allowed. I am unsure from what you have told me whether the other human was the Almighty in a human guise, or perhaps the Almighty has placed a newly created human on the throne of heaven. Either way, I was not advised of this by the Almighty, so I am caught again by surprise." Lucifereel stood up, as he was becoming increasingly agitated. Samuel stated, "You should have been advised, my lord Lucifereel. It's your rightful place to be advised by the Almighty of changes of this magnitude. Jarahmael should have come to you with the woman first and asked permission to bring her to the Almighty. Remember, you are the firstborn of all life, my lord Lucifereel," advised Beelzebul. "How can the Almighty do that to you and to us?" added Beelzebul. "We who have been loyal to the Almighty's every wish and whim, Yes, my fellow archangels, trusted members of my auxilium," Lucifereel stated. "Not only has Jarahmael bypassed me and dealt with the Almighty directly, but this raises the serious question as to what is going on with the Almighty himself. He could have had a seraphim angel advise me or notify me so I could attend as well. This was a direct snub to my authority and powers." Lucifereel paused and looked around the room at his auxilium. "Equally disturbing is the Almighty taking a human form himself. Is this how he intends to continue ruling heaven? Or as he has become more absent from us here in heaven, has he lost interest in our welfare? And rather than keep me in charge of the heavens and earth, he has created and selected a human to take my place. And the idea of Jarahmael bowing down to a human is especially repulsive to me," Lucifereel stated, his face showing his disgust. And to all of us too, my lord, stated the other archangels in unison, looking among themselves. Samuel then added, none of us intend to bow down to any human, now or ever. We need to get these humans out of the picture, added Beelzebul. We need to return heaven back the way it was before all of this human creation. Agreed, responded Luciferiel. We should have a full plan ready, stated Samuel. We should have a plan in place to take over heaven ourselves if we determine that the Almighty is secretly turning over control of heaven to the humans. Yes, stated Mamanael. Having seen what it would look like if the humans were in charge, I have to tell you that it was particularly disturbing. It's a sight no angel should have to witness. Are they still in the throne room? Asked Luciferiel. They were just before I flew here, my lord, responded Mamanael. Let's move upstairs to the main parapet in my palace. We should be able to observe Jarahmael and the others leave at least from there, stated Luciferiel. Luciferiel turned and flew down a passageway carved in the cloud-like walls of his palace. Immediately behind him were Samuel, Beelzebul, and Mamanael. Luciferiel decided to fly through the hallways and stay concealed in his palace rather than fly outside and take the risk of being seen by Jarahmael and the others when they left. Luciferiel and the others arrived at the parapet and took seats, all of which allowed them to watch over the throne room. From these seats they could observe the top and skylight to the throne room as well as the entryway and the large doors that would seal the room if it was ever required. They sat there for a while without seeing anything. Luciferiel then asked, have any of you seen the male human named Adam or his new woman, Eve? They looked at one another shaking their heads, none of them had seen these creatures. Luciferiel acknowledged their answer and then looked back down upon the throne room and stated, they seem to be in there for a long time, don't you think? The three other angels nodded their heads affirmatively without removing their gazes from the structure before them. We need to stop all of this affection between the Almighty and the humans. And we need to get Jarahmael under control, because it is not good that he is developing a close relationship with the humans and the Almighty, said Luciferiel. What do you suggest, my lord? Asked Beelzebul. We need to get the humans, Adam and Eve, to fail the test of free will in Eden, Luciferiel stated coldly. How we will do that, responded Samuel. I have a plan, said Luciferiel as he stepped back from the parapet and began pacing out of the sight of the throne room. What can we do to help? Asked Mamanael. There isn't a lot you can do about the Adam and Eve situation. But if things go according to my plan, said Luciferiel, his voice indicating that he was enjoying some of his thoughts when he was reviewing the plan in his own mind. I may, however, need assistance in dealing with Jarahmael and Lillith, and eventually the Almighty. This comment made the other archangels smile, happy that they would have a role. We may just need to start a rebellion, Luciferiel exclaimed. Immediately after Luciferiel said that, he began looking at the throne room again. What can we do to help you, my lord? Asked Beelzebul. How are you going to start a war between the humans and the Almighty? Asked Samuel. I want you to arrange a meeting where I can speak to the angels who are not happy about these new human creatures. I want to see who will join us if it comes down to a rebellion. I have been hoping that the Almighty will see that the angels are much greater creatures than humans will ever be, and stop giving them so much attention, Luciferiel replied. If the Almighty insists on exalting humans over us, I believe that many of the angelic order will be as unhappy as we are, and then we can make a move to take over the heavens. I can arrange the meeting, my lord. When would you like to meet with the other angels? Asked Beelzebul. Soon. I want to see how the Almighty reacts to the fruits of my plan for Adam and Eve. I also want to deal with Jarahmael and that Lillith before rebellion breaks out, but I need to have a clearer understanding of their relationship. Finally, they were interrupted by some movement down at the throne room. Luciferiel and the other three angels watched as the figure surrounded by the seraphim rose out of the center of the skylight in the roof of the throne room. All four could see that it was a human and not the energy entity that was the usual form of the Almighty. That looks like a human, you were right, Mamanael, said Luciferiel. Much gratitude for informing us. Looks like the humans are taking over the angelic throne room, said Beelzebul. A few moments later, the doors to the throne room opened and out flew Jarahmael with Lillith again perched on his back. They watched as Jarahmael circled over the throne room and headed back to his palace. They could see Lilith's head and face nuzzled up against Jarahmael's back as his wings moved in the gentle sweeping motion of flight. Mamanael and Beelzebul, follow them. Tell me everything you see. If you get the chance to capture the woman, do so, but only if you can do it without anyone knowing. What about Jarahmael? Asked Samuel, with an accusatory tone to his voice. Do not interfere with him for now. Any steps taken against him may expose our plans. I want to wait until things are carefully planned and executed. At that point we shall deal with Jarahmael. Chapter 38. Jarahmael's Palace. Lillith smiled as Jarahmael showed her around his palace. It was much different from Eden. Although Eden was beautiful, it was earth-based and solid, and here in the seventh heaven everything was light-based and had cloud-like appearances. At first, she was very concerned that she could fall through the floor as it did not look solid, and was too ashamed to say anything to Jarahmael about it. But she quickly discovered that the floors in the heavens allowed an earth-based creature to walk upon them. This place is beautiful, Jarahmael. Everything here is so bright and airy. Do you sleep here as well? Yes, this is my home. I haven't been here in a few days, as I was searching for you. But this is where I sleep otherwise every night. This is a far cry from the thatched hut that Adam and I lived in Eden. Not that the hut was not pretty in its own way, but this is stunning. Even more beautiful than the pyramids where I had been hiding, she added. Thank you. The Almighty gave us the means to form these palaces when we were first created. Lucifereel was the firstborn of the universe and our palaces are modeled after his. As Lillith and Jarahmael walked towards any wall, the palace kept extending itself, making it as large as they could ever need it. It looks like the palace goes on forever. Lillith said, giggling with delight. There are no size limitations in the seventh heaven, Lillith. Time and space mean little here. They are limitations that control what happens in Eden and on the planets and stars in the universe, including Earth. As archangels, we can move through time and space in various ways. Although we can move through time backwards, we cannot alter what has already occurred. And similarly, when we move into the future we are limited by whatever is available to us at that moment. Lillith did not follow any of what Jarahmael just said and changed the subject back to something she did understand. Where do you sleep? She asked, her eyes looking deeply into his. Over here in the room to the left, he said, motioning to the room. He reached out and grabbed her hand as they walked into the room. There was an open window on the far wall of his bedroom that looked out upon the intensely blue skies, white billowing clouds passing by in the distance. She stopped in awe, looking at the view while she felt Jarahmael come up behind her and put his arm around her waist as they walked up closer to the window. From that place they could see a wide expanse of the seventh heaven. The throne room was down below in the center but off in the distance. There were other palaces floating around the throne room, one that was closer the rest. Whose palace is close like that? She asked, even as she became distracted by the heat of Jarahmael's body radiating into her own, warming her skin. Jarahmael used his hand to point out the palace she seemed to be asking about, causing his arm to move slowly on the outside of her arm as his chest moved in, close up against her back. She could feel his words moving over the top of her hair as he spoke. That is Lucifereel's palace. Her body was heating up as she thought about how Jarahmael had held her, touched her, taken her in the pyramid. She could feel his excitement against her, felt his emotions and strength flowing into her, creating its own force, that same magnetism pulling them closer and closer together. She had no further interest in conversation. She could feel him lift her up as his face moved down through her hair and his mouth began to kiss her on her neck, under her right ear, causing her whole body to tremble, in response to his lips touching her sensitive skin. Her body responded directly, pushing back into his, resting up against him. He could make her weightless here in the seventh heaven, cradled in this archangel's arms. Then, he stretched her out in his arms, spinning her around and kissed her directly on the mouth. Her eyes were still looking deep into his, her own pupils dark rooms waiting for his light to infiltrate and open up the universe to her. And when he wrapped her in his feathered wings, she could no longer help herself and gave all of herself to him as he brought her to his bed. And there they spent the rest of the afternoon and all night, while their souls entwined and merged with one another for a brief eternity. The bond between them became stronger every time they made love. Adam never took her like this. Lillith had feelings for Jarahmael that she never had for Adam. It was as if she had only touched the surface of something wonderful with Adam, but could never get inside it. Here with Jarahmael, she felt deeply, and when their two souls bonded together in the midst of their lovemaking, she could not imagine anything greater. Chapter 39. Voyeurs. Mamanael and Beelzebul followed Jarahmael and Lillith after they left the throne room and headed over to Jarahmael's palace. At first, they were unable to see what Jarahmael and Lillith were doing inside the walls of his palace. Mamanael and Beelzebul made sure that they were careful to remain out of sight and waited patiently, knowing that Lucifereel would not accept them returning without some information. After a time, they were finally able to observe Lillith and Jarahmael as they entered his bedroom. They did not have to worry so much about being seen themselves because once Lillith and Jarahmael became entwined with one another they were no longer paying attention to anything outside of the bedroom. Jarahmael and Lillith unknowingly put on quite a demonstration, fascinating Mamanael and Beelzebul as they watched the ensuing lovemaking. Neither Beelzebul nor Mamanael had ever observed how the simians or the humans procreated and made love, and had no reference point for what they were witnessing. This was all foreign to the two of them. In other circumstances, they would have contacted Lucifereel immediately to find out what this was about and what it meant. But they knew that they would not be able to get Luciferiel and bring him back and still be able to observe these acts themselves. And this was way too intriguing to both of them. They continued to observe Jarahmael and Lillith until darkness began to fall in the seventh heaven and decided to return to Luciferiel's palace, as there was no indication that the Archangel and human were going to be finished with their lovemaking session anytime soon. Beelzebul and Mamanael flew over to the main hall in Luciferiel's palace and found him waiting for the two of them. Luciferiel was impatient and walked up to the two of them as they landed. They appeared a bit flustered as he approached. Luciferiel spread his arms out, silently asking them what took them so long. Mamanael began speaking first. "My lord, we just witnessed something we had never seen before." "You followed Jarahmael and Lillith?" Luciferiel asked. "Yes, my lord," responded Beelzebul. "And what did you observe?" "We followed them back to Jarahmael's palace and for a while we could not see them," said Mamanael. "They were hidden behind the doors and walls of his palace, so we hid in a nearby cloud and watched the windows of his palace. Finally the two of them appeared in Jarahmael's bedroom where we could watch them through his window," added Beelzebul. "Then what happened?" asked Luciferiel. "The two of them were joined, holding one another with their mouths together," said Mamanael with a shocked look on his face. "And then they were clinging on top of one another making animal-type noises, my lord," Beelzebul added to emphasize the point. "It looked like some sort of mating ritual," Mamanael said with some disgust. "Between an archangel and a human?" asked Luciferiel. "That's unbelievable." "Yes, my lord," said Beelzebul. "Things are well beyond getting out of control with these humans," added Luciferiel indignantly. "Yes, my lord, they are," added Mamanael. "Why would the Almighty allow the two of them to engage in such acts? Is he allowing humans to dilute our purity now? And why would he allow Jarahmael that ability? I am the firstborn. And that should have been offered to me before anyone else," exclaimed Luciferiel. "Exactly what we were thinking, my lord," said Mamanael. "Something has to be done," said Beelzebul. Chapter 40. A Challenge with Consequences. Luciferiel arrived the next day at the usual time to lead the procession of the Almighty into the throne room for the morning ceremony. He greeted the Almighty, the seraphim, and the thrones just above the skylight in the throne room as was customary. Despite what Luciferiel had discovered the day before, he did not let on about his newfound knowledge, and made everything seem normal as he exchanged pleasantries before the ceremony was to begin. "Good morning, my lord," said Luciferiel, looking a bit to the side as he didn't want his gaze being placed under too deep scrutiny. "Good morning, Luciferiel, how are you this morning?" "I am fine, my lord," responded Luciferiel, still trying to avoid the Almighty's gaze. "You appear a bit tense this morning, Luciferiel," the Almighty said. "Is there something wrong?" "Not really, my lord," he said while looking up sideways at the Almighty. "Well, there is one thing that has been bothering me, "What is that?" asked the Almighty as he looked deeply at Luciferiel. "It has to do with the humans, Adam and his mate Eve." "What concerns you about them, Luciferiel?" "I do not trust the humans," he said. Luciferiel could sense that the Almighty was annoyed at his comments, but he had to continue to put his plan in place. "I and most of my brethren archangels of the auxilium feel that the humans are being placed above the angels in the hierarchy of universe. And we feel unappreciated for what we have all given of ourselves. Don't we at least deserve to make sure that these creatures will be obedient to you and your commands and plans?" "What did you have in mind?" the Almighty asked. "I believe we should have a test, one that has real meaning and consequences for disobedience by these creatures. Before we exalt them anymore or allow them to take over parts of our universe, they should be tested. As you had explained to us, the concept of free will allows the humans to make choices. To do that though they have to have knowledge of various outcomes and for it to be meaningful there must be consequences, don't you agree, my lord?" "Yes, those things are true, Luciferiel. This is what I propose, my lord. You already have a tree of life within the garden that provides them with nourishment and immortality. I propose that you place another fruit-bearing tree within the garden, this one a tree of knowledge. Fruit from this tree will allow the humans to see their choices based upon acts that are good and acts that are against good, which I would label as evil. To test the humans' level of obedience and love for you, my lord, they should be instructed that they can enjoy everything in the Garden of Eden except one simple thing. That is, that they cannot eat any of the fruit from this tree of knowledge of good and evil. It's a simple thing really, they don't need any of the fruit for surviving. It will only be there as a temptation and to see if they can follow a simple rule, and not disobey your command." "They have not violated any of my rules," the Almighty responded. "Yes, but Adam and the first woman could not stay together, and the first woman decided, on her own, to leave Adam," Luciferiel said with emphasis and then added, "What if they decide that they want to rule the universe and not just Eden, my lord? If they cannot keep this one commandment, why would they not make a decision like that? Why would they want to do that, Lucifer? They are living without problems in a paradise made specifically for them, the Almighty answered. Lilith already made that decision, my lord, and acted upon it. Lucifer said. Providing them with a tree of knowledge of good and evil would control how and when they make such a decision. You did give them free will to let them make a good decision or a bad decision, didn't you, my lord? Otherwise, they would just be like every other creature on the earth driven by instincts and desires. Don't they need to prove that they can behave as superior beings who demonstrate your essence and use that love to overcome primitive behaviors? It is only fair that they do so before we exalt them as though they have already demonstrated that they are superior beings. Lucifer continued, most of all, this should be a test of their loyalty to you and the creation. Knowledge for its own sake without considering consequences is what I am concerned about, my lord. Love and loyalty should always be a factor in exercising free will. This test is really very simple, all they have to do is ignore the tree and not break your commandment. We angels follow your orders without questions, don't we, my lord? It's the humans we are unsure of. Lucifer emphasized almost tauntingly. There is no good reason to break any of my commands, nor should there be, the Almighty exclaimed in a tone of voice that was warning Lucifer he was treading on dangerous ground. The humans have been well taken care of in their Garden of Eden, and I am sure they will remain obedient to any command I would give them. But since you seem to doubt them, I will go along with your test. I will place another tree in the garden as you suggest, one that contains fruit that will open up their minds to the differences between good and evil. And I will inform them that they are not to eat of that fruit under any circumstances. Then you shall see how obedient they are. Lucifer then said, but are you sure, my lord, that will be enough of a test? Yes, I am, Lucifer, the Almighty explained, the annoyance in his voice now becoming more pronounced. I will place the tree of knowledge in the middle of Eden and I will explain the tree and its purpose. I will also make clear that they are forbidden from eating the fruit of that tree. I believe that the tree will serve not only as a temptation to the humans, with the potential powers of its fruit, but will also serve as an example of their faith and obedience when they resist the temptation. That is not what I meant, my lord. The temptation should be great, but so should the punishment also be great. Please keep in mind that I fear not only the humans gaining dangerous knowledge, but also that they do not possess the spiritual maturity to refrain from its use. Better to find out now, while the humans are confined in the Garden of Eden rather than allow them the mobility and ability to attack us and take over the seven heavens, Lucifer said with a great deal of deference. The Almighty remained unreadable, which made Lucifer uncomfortable as he did not know what the Almighty wanted to do. Then the Almighty spoke, what would you have the consequence be then, Lord Lucifer? Permanent confinement in paradise? No, my lord. Certainly not keep them in their paradise of the Garden of Eden. That would not be a consequence at all. I humbly suggest that if the humans fail that they be considered another failed experiment of the creation, and their fate be exactly the same as that of the dinosaurs I had created, my lord, that the humans be destroyed. After a few moments' thought, the Almighty nodded to Lucifer. You have valid points, Lucifer. And you are my firstborn. I know that position is important to you. In the event that the humans do not obey my command, they will be punished as you suggest. Lucifer pressed his point further. In light of the possibility that humans revolt once they know the difference between good and evil and may need to be destroyed, may I have some of my angels standing by, in case the humans do violate the rules and decide to act out on this knowledge of evil? I don't think any of that will be necessary, Lucifer. There are but 2 of them. But if you think that heaven will be safer by having your angels prepared to repel any evil that comes towards the upper heavens from Eden, you are welcome to do so. Lucifer was feeling elated that all the pieces of his plan were being put in place without any objection by the Almighty. The Almighty then said, if there is nothing else, Lucifer, let's proceed to conduct the morning ceremony and not keep your brethren waiting. Lucifer then turned and led the procession. He took his position in the morning ceremony and descended gracefully. He landed before the throne and moved to his seat as he watched the Almighty enter the throne room with the seraphim and thrones. It had been a while since the Almighty had joined them for the ceremony, since the days before Lilith had disappeared. Lucifer then scanned the assembly of all the orders of angels and noticed that Jarahmael still was not present. He must still be with that human woman, he thought to himself. Lucifer thought about how best to handle the Jarahmael issue and wondered whether the Almighty knew about the liaison between the archangel and the human. He decided to mention Jarahmael's absence once the Almighty was properly seated. My lord, we are all assembled before you. Except for one. The archangel Jarahmael remains absent as he has been for numerous days. I am wondering whether we should have some of our angels search for him. Last any of us knew, he was searching for the human woman Lilith, Lucifer said in a concerned voice. Luciferil knew that his highlighting Jarahmael's absence would emphasize the Almighty's preferential treatment of anything involving the humans. Here Jarahmael continued to be absent from the mandatory morning ceremonies to accommodate a search for the wayward human female. Luciferil knew that this would further inflame those angels who were unhappy that the humans and simians were even created, much less required a great deal of accommodation by the angels. Luciferil could tell they were agitated, but still hoped that the Almighty would not have inkling that there was dissatisfaction among the ranks. The Almighty responded, "Yes, Luciferil, I see that Jarahmael is not present with us this morning, as he has also not been in the assembly of angels for a while. He has been working on some things at my request. Those tasks remain unfinished and he will return once the tasks are completed." The Almighty then conducted his usual meeting, communicating with each of them simultaneously and going over whatever commands he had for the various angels. There was no further mention about Adam and Eve in Eden. Nor was there any communication by the Almighty about Luciferil's concern about the safety of heaven if the humans chose a different, disobedient path. As Luciferil led the procession of the Almighty and his entourage out of the throne room at the end of the ceremonies, he was thinking about how well his plan was going and how clueless the Almighty had become. "I must have charmed him so well," he thought, "that he never doubts me and allows me to do whatever I want. If events continue according to my plan, I will soon be ruling the heavens and these humans will be just a memory." Chapter 41. New Rules. The Almighty arrived with his group of angels as Adam and Eve were walking through the garden, having just finished eating their evening meal. As soon as they saw the Almighty, Adam and Eve bowed before him and they greeted one another. "How was your day?" the Almighty asked, looking at both her and Adam. "Wonderful, my lord," they both answered in response. "I see the two of you have been busy, experimenting with improving growing things." "That is excellent. I love when you are creative," the Almighty said, smiling warmly at the two of them. "Yes, my lord," Adam answered. "We both enjoy experimenting. Eve has been coming up with different combinations of food for us to eat. She really is very good at it." "Thank you," Eve answered. "Adam is quite the explorer as well, my lord. He showed me the pyramid the other day that your angels have been building." "My lord, may I ask what the pyramid is for?" Adam inquired, his eyebrows up in curiosity. "All in due time, Adam. I will bring you to explore them once they are completed. You would not understand what I am talking about until after they are finished. There will be plenty of time for showing you the wonderful pyramids and the fine work that my angels have done on them." "Yes, my lord," Adam answered with a look that Eve recognized as disappointment. "I promise you will find out soon. For now, let's walk over to the Tree of Life." "I want to show you too something," the Almighty said. When they arrived in the clearing that held the Tree of Life and the rumbling nearby creek, Eve saw a dazzling new tree that was across a small stream that separated it from the Tree of Life. She did not recall ever seeing that tree before, and certainly not earlier in the day. "What is this tree, my lord?" Eve asked as she approached the tree to touch it. "Be careful, Eve, the tree is not all that it seems. It is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and I brought you here to tell you about it," the Almighty said. "Where did it come from, my lord?" Adam blurted out, surprised to see this new addition to the garden. "Listen, and I will explain," said the Almighty as he motioned for the two of them to stay near him. "This is a very special tree." "Yes, my lord," Adam acknowledged for both of them. "The two of you have free will. Free will is the ability to do or not do a particular thing based on what you decide, using your mind, after weighing the issues and the consequences," the Almighty explained. Eve interjected, "Like deciding which fruit to pick and eat every day, my lord?" "Yes, Eve, exactly, red fruit rather than orange fruit. When to eat, what to eat, or when to go to sleep or not. Or to go north in Eden and explore, or not to go and to stay here?" Adam asked. "Yes, Adam, that too. The possibilities and choices you can make are endless. You two both know how special you are to me? How much I cherish you." "Yes, we do, my lord," Eve answered on behalf of herself and Adam. "This tree here of the knowledge of good and evil is to help you demonstrate your loyalty to me. It sits here, all dazzling and beautiful, but this tree is not for your eating or for your pleasure. It sits near the Tree of Life to remind both of you that you need to be careful about this tree." "Why is that?" asked Adam. "This tree can be harmful to both you and Eve. You are not to eat of its fruit." "Never?" asked Eve. "Never," responded the Almighty. "Eating of this tree will cause whoever eats of it to die or cease to exist." "Die?" asked Adam. "What is it to die, my lord?" "It means that whoever eats of the fruit of that tree will no longer be alive, and can no longer enjoy paradise, nor see me, nor please me," the Almighty warned. "That sounds dreadful," said Adam, now getting concerned that this tree may be more of a terrible thing than a nice-looking tree with pretty fruit. Why do we need to have that tree placed here, my lord? Yes, let's send it back to where it came from. Eve exclaimed. I need you to look after this tree. The tree must stay here, the Almighty said, looking both at Eve and then Adam. All you have to do is to not eat the fruit from it. Both of you love me, don't you? Yes, with all my heart, said Eve. And with all mine as well, my lord, Adam repeated. Have I not given you everything you could wish for and want? Asked the Almighty. Yes. Yes, my lord. Adam answered while Eve nodded her head in agreement. Then I am only asking for you to watch this tree, make sure it grows properly, and to not eat of its fruit. You do have the tree of life to eat from as well as every other fruit that grows on plants throughout Eden, don't you? Yes, my lord, Eve answered this time while Adam nodded in agreement. Then all I am asking of you is to exercise your ability to make choices, your free will, and not eat of the forbidden fruit of this tree. Do you promise me? The Almighty asked as he reached out and touched each of their shoulders. I promise, said Adam. As do I, said Eve. Good. Then it's settled. Now it's time for me to leave. I have to be away for a while as I have other matters to attend to, but I will return soon. Until then, remember that I love you and do not eat of the fruit of this tree. Chapter 42. Possession. The golden-tipped archangel swept down through the clouds, leveled off at treetop level and headed for the shadowed cave sitting in the mountains on the eastern border of the Garden of Eden. He entered the cave as he finished his descent, flared his wings slightly and looked around as he landed on his feet. His brightness lit up the cave and two green eyes reflected back at him. The green-eyed creature moved out of the shadows, and the scales coating its body shimmered in the light. The serpent stood up and said to the archangel, Good morning, master. What brings you here to my cave? I am looking for the humans, Luciferiel stated. Where can I find them? The woman is usually by the river in the center of Eden around this time of day, the serpent responded. And the man is often off to the north exploring, he has become fascinated with the cave system there. Excellent, responded Luciferiel. Now show me. Certainly, responded Serpenalia and led the way out of the cave, undulating through the trees and fields of Eden. Do you wish to go to see the man first or the woman first, my lord? We will find the woman first, he responded. Do you also know where the tree of life and the tree of knowledge are located? The two trees are near the river in the center of Eden, my lord. Will we find the woman around there? Yes, she often bathes in the river in the midday sun. She does not like to explore as much as the man does, so she takes a rest around midday, before she gathers food for their evening meal. The man usually returns in mid-afternoon and they spend the rest of the day together. Excellent. Have you seen any other angels around here? Asked Luciferiel. No, not since they were looking for that first woman, Lillith. I haven't seen anything of her either since then, Serpenalia responded. They continued along walking in silence, Luciferiel following the creature as he meandered along and beginning to grow impatient as the creature could not move as quickly as a being of light. Shame I couldn't just fly here, Luciferiel thought, but I do not want anyone to know I am down here in the Garden of Eden. Finally, they emerged out of a set of trees and reached a clearing. She is right where I expected her. Serpentalia whispered to Luciferiel. She is right over there. Luciferiel looked out and saw Eve sunbathing on a rock near the river. He had not realized that this human had a beauty to her, she was not what he expected. He then turned and compared her to his own creation Serpenalia. As much as he hated to admit it, when comparing the two creatures, the Almighty was much better at creating life forms. I will have to develop my creation skills better, he thought to himself. Sure, his own creatures were more colorful and better armored with their colored scales, but Eve was a far more beautiful creation. The thoughts disturbed him and he rapidly changed his thinking. The Almighty already had his dinosaurs and reptiles to consider and use as a base when he created these humans, so of course they would be more beautiful. Maybe he, Luciferiel, should make creatures even more wonderful than the humans, now that he had seen them and could adapt to improve their form. Luciferiel knew that the Almighty already had the impression that he did not like these humans. He certainly did not want the Almighty to know that he was spying or interfering with them. Besides, if he implemented the next phase of his plan properly, he would be able to get rid of these humans once and for all, but his plan could fail if the Almighty suspected that he was the one who set up the humans for failure. He needed a disguise. As he was looking around for a good one, he saw Serpenalia standing right in front of him. He had an idea. Serpentalia? Yes, master? Look into my eyes, deeper, deeper, you are getting sleepy, you are deeply relaxed, your body feels like a heavy stone and you do not want to move, you are stuck to the ground on which you stand, you ought to stay right where you are, your eyes are closing, you are going into a deep sleep, deeper, deeper, you will stay here in this spot until I return. Do you understand and obey? Serpentalia swayed slightly as he was now locked in a deep trance, and then answered, "I understand and I obey, master, but..." Once Lillith felt confident that he had the serpent in a trance, he walked away and headed in the direction of the river. With each step he took he changed his physical appearance, eventually becoming an exact copy of Serpentalia. Safely disguised, Lillith could meet with this human woman and carry out the next phase of his plan without anyone knowing it was actually him and not his serpent creation. Chapter 43. Beguilement. Adam and Eve woke up at the usual time that morning. Eve went out and gathered some of the fruit from the tree of life which stood to the east of the hut and blended it with some of the many other fruits nearby. Adam, in the meantime, collected some water in the nearby stream into a hollow gourd and brought it home. They ate breakfast, enjoying the taste and texture of the bounty of Eden. It was wonderful, the best things to eat in the whole universe. As was customary for the two of them, after breakfast they would go for a walk around Eden looking at the colorful plants and lush greenery. The soft warm breeze felt good on their skin. Adam was relaxed and content, for as much as he struggled with his first mate, Lillith, his relationship with Eve was much different. Maybe it was because Eve had been created directly out of his own body, but in any event they definitely got along better with one another. As a result, Adam grew very protective of Eve and delighted in making Eve happy. She, too, tried to please him in any way that she could. After their walk together, they would do something separate from one another on most days. It gave both of them some solitary time. Each could then explore a bit on their own. Eve was very interested in the flowering plant life, while Adam enjoyed interacting with the other animals and creatures in Eden. Adam also explored some of the caves within the mountains attached to Eden, and he kept an eye on the progress the angels had been making on the pyramid complex. The building process fascinated him. On this particular day, Adam left Eve and went to the north end of Eden to alter a type of plant so it would yield more fruit. He had decided to tie the plants up onto some wooden poles to expose more of the fruit to the sun, in hopes that it would ripen faster. And that was his self-appointed task for the afternoon. Eve was down by the river in the center of Eden to take her usual bath in the warm waters and midday sun. She bathed for two reasons. The first was that she enjoyed the water on her skin, and the second was that she always wanted to feel clean for Adam. Her bathing spot was near the embankment where the two trees of the Almighty had been placed, the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. As she was lying in the water, she looked up at the newer of the two trees as her mind wandered. She thought back to a few days earlier when the Almighty and a few of his angels came to visit Adam and her in the evening. The Almighty always made her feel totally at peace. She needed nothing else when he appeared. The angels that traveled with him were amazing as well, although she sensed they had a coldness to them that the Almighty did not. It had been an odd visit, as she recalled. The Almighty had placed this tree of knowledge near the tree of life, with instructions to her and Adam not to eat of its fruit. Otherwise, whoever ate of it would die. It was something that neither Adam nor she had heard of before, that there were types of fruit that could be so destructive. Even stranger was that even though the Almighty knew that the fruit of the tree was so dangerous to them, that he would place the tree within the garden at all, much less have both her and Adam to look after it, regardless of the risk. Well, the Almighty is the Almighty, she thought, and I am sure he knows what is best for us. Eve shifted her long brown hair as she sat back against a rock in the river, enjoying the coolness of the water as it cascaded over her body. Looking around her, she noticed that both trees were in bloom and the sunlight danced across one branch and another. She enjoyed the fruit from the tree of life, it was always delicious. She never grew tired of the taste as she would with some of the other fruits that were in the garden. She often switched from one fruit to another so she would not tire of any one flavor. She noticed that the red fruit on the tree of the knowledge of good and evil looked very ripe today. The fruit from that tree never fell to the ground. Rather, it would be reabsorbed into the tree itself as new pieces of fruit would constantly spring forth from another location on another branch. She could not help but wonder about the taste of the forbidden fruit in passing, but there was always so much other food around that it was just out of curiosity, and she wouldn't entertain the thought for any length of time. Funny, she hadn't really thought about it all day until now. Eve did not understand the concept of dying, nor did Adam, but they did know that eating from that tree would show that they were disloyal and did not love the Almighty. They had a sense that the consequences of disobedience would separate themselves from the Almighty and that they would eventually not exist any longer rather than be immortal as they were now. All of little concern to either Adam or Eve, as they had no intent of being bothered with eating the fruit of the forbidden tree, content as they were in Eden and with their own lives. And besides, she kept reminding herself, there was always more than enough food and variety of foods to eat in Eden. She grew tired of thinking about these trees and brought her mind into the present, and she acknowledged the warmth of the sun on her skin. The sound of the water bubbling over her body made her tired. Her eyes grew heavy and she closed them and fell asleep. After dozing for a short while, she opened her eyes when she heard the sound of water gurgling as someone was approaching through the water, crossing the stream. She expected to see Adam but instead saw this strange reptile creature sashaying past her going to the other shore. "Good day," the creature said to her. "Good day to you too," she responded. Her eyes took in this creature that stood about 6 feet tall, thin with multicolored scales. Its eyes were different from hers, green in color, but the pupils were not round like hers and Adam's, but were like elongated vertical slits. She was not sure what to make of this creature, but it was moving upright past her, was able to talk and seemed intelligent. Eve collected her wits, and with her curiosity aroused, she called after the creature that was now approaching the shore. "Who are you? I haven't seen one of your species here in Eden before." Spinning about, the creature responded, "I am Serpentalia, head of the serpents here in Eden and on the earth. We do not come out often, but I felt like a midday stroll this day. Generally we move around quietly, not wanting to be seen or noticed, we prefer it that way." He moved in such a way that a beam of sunlight reflected off the various colors that comprised his scales, showing beautiful bursts of color. "Where are you going?" Eve asked. "I was a bit hungry and decided I wanted to check out some of this luscious fruit on this tree right here," he said as he traveled over to the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Eve called out, "Be careful. That tree has bad fruit and it is not to be eaten." Serpentalia responded back, "Who told you that? This is the finest fruit in Eden, better by far than the fruit of the tree over there," his head now pointing back across the stream to where the tree of life stood. "Why, I was told by the Almighty, He who created me, that the fruit of that tree is forbidden and that if I or my mate Adam would eat of it that we would surely die," she said emphatically. "Come over here," he enticed her with his voice. As she walked up to him and the tree, he raised himself up a bit more and placed his face near one of the ripened fruit. His tongue rolled out into the air near the fruit as though he was teasing it with his tongue and took in a long slow breath, absorbing the fragrance. "This smells delightful," he said as he shifted his face near the back of Eve's head as he breathed out seductively along her neck, and then mingling his fragranced breath into her hair that was already warmed by the sun. "There is no rule against smelling it, is there?" he teased. "I suppose not," she replied, suspicious of this creature as well as his interest in that tree and its fruit. "Come, all I want you to do is to smell it. You said you were forbidden to eat of it, right?" The reptile continued to tease her. Eve moved in closer herself and took in a long slow breath, smelling the scent of the fruit. Serpentalia slowly moved his head around the back of her neck to the other side as she breathed in, and gently brushed his head along the other side of her neck. "How does that smell?" he whispered into her ear. "It smells delightful," she said, as her body reacted to the proximity of this creature, despite herself. "Smells deep and sweet like a ripened melon with a pinch of peach and strawberry," he said, moving his head again back and forth along the side of her head as he whispered into her ear. "Yes," she responded dreamily, her focus on the serpent. His soft breath and words were almost hypnotizing her and stirring strong feelings in her body. "So tell me now, who is your Almighty that forbids you such pleasures?" the serpent cooed aloud. "The Almighty," she answered in a soft voice, distracted by her thoughts of the serpent. "I know of no other name for him." "You are telling me that something called the Almighty, who has no name, is the one that told you that you could not eat of that fruit," he said, brushing his face again closely to the back of her neck, as he continued to speak softly. "Yes," she responded, flustered by the feelings the serpent evoked in her. She could not help paying more attention to the serpent, who moved in so close behind her that she felt her own warmth reflect off his scales all along her spine. She thought that this reptile also seemed forbidden in many ways, but her body screamed at her to bask in the radiation that came off this creature's body, strong and powerful but yet not defined, hidden, and extremely mysterious. She gathered her wits about her and forced herself to focus on the discussion she was having with this reptile about this tree of knowledge. "Well, that may be where the problem lies. I have heard that it's the finest fruit in all of Eden and that it also has magical powers," Serpentalia said, caressing her neck as his face moved over to the other side of her head. "Not only is its taste beyond compare, but the creatures that eat of the fruit become as powerful as the Almighty. In fact, they become creators themselves." He moved his head in front of her, looking deep into her eyes. "They also allow themselves to be called by name and not just by title, like your Almighty. Have you seen any of those beings that have been working on the pyramid on the eastern side of Eden?" "Yes," she responded, looking into his eyes. "My mate often watches the work being done over there." "Then you know there are other powerful beings here, don't you? Those beings you saw, who can fly, have already eaten of this fruit. Why do you think the Almighty wants to keep this tree here, not far from the pyramid?" Serpentalia said, moving his face closer to her lips. She could smell the scent from the forbidden fruit trailing along with his breath, sweeter than Adam's. "It gives them the power to fly as well as the power to build large things like that. They become gods themselves." He leaned his head back a bit. "Does your Almighty fly and build things?" he taunted. "No," she responded as she thought in detail about how the Almighty appeared before her and Adam. "He appears out of the sky and then onto the earth, carried and surrounded by these long-winged creatures, called seraphim and throne angels. I have never seen him fly by himself. Serpentalia moved his head in closer, almost brushing her lips again. Have you ever seen this almighty of yours build anything? No, I can't recall him doing that either, she said, her eyes drawn to Creature's eyes and mouth so near hers. All I know is that I feel really wonderful whenever he appears, and Adam has always worshipped him even before I was created. She wanted to add that this creature, Serpentalia, was making her feel wonderful too, but in a much earthier and forbidden way, but she was already too vulnerable with this creature to give him any more power by saying it out loud for him to hear. Doesn't it seem peculiar to you that he doesn't fly like the other creatures, especially if he is supposed to be the almighty of all things? He whispered very softly, making her strain to hear his words and move her head closer. I never thought about that before, she responded. He continued, maybe he just wants to keep you and your mate here. Not let you become like the others who can fly. I hear that if someone eats of the fruit of that tree they will know all things that the Almighty does. Don't you ever wonder about such things? How you and your mate were created. How you could create such things yourself. How or why did you even come to be here? Yes, I think of those things, Eve whispered back. From what I have been told, all one has to do is to eat of that fruit and all of that knowledge will come to whoever eats of it. I have searched all over for this tree and am glad that I have finally found it. He moved his head from her lips back closer to her ear again. I have another secret though, if you would like to hear? Yes, of course. Please tell me, she asked, her curiosity elevating once again. He began to wrap his neck around hers and she could feel the heat from his body warming her whole neck, and he moved his head to her other ear. There are a lot of other creatures that are looking for this tree. The fruit is really quite rare. Serpentalia paused, then he moved his head again in front of her face, letting it sit where she could focus into his eyes. But alas, I can tell you are an obedient woman. And I know that you will not disobey the commands of your Almighty. I know you will resist eating this fruit. He moved his head back along the side of her neck. So the fruit is safe. If I asked you to watch over it, would you also keep it secret if someone else comes by looking for it, not tell them about it? Nod if you agree, Dot. Eve's body had been reacting strongly to this seductive serpent and could not help but nod as the serpent commanded. Serpentalia then said, Good woman. I need to go back and notify the rest of my species about finally discovering this tree and its fruit. We have all wanted to become gods and this will allow us to do so. We have been searching endlessly to find this one tree. I wish all my serpents could eat of the fruit of this tree, but there will not be enough fruit on the tree for everyone in my species. We may have to fight to determine which ones will be so chosen. But in any event, I need to go tell my fellow serpents about my discovery before someone or something else discovers the tree and tries to eat all of the fruit, or harvests it for himself and his own kind. He nuzzled his face up against her neck under her ear once more. Please guard the tree so no one else eats of any of its fruit? And wait for my return. Yes. I won't tell anyone who comes along, Eve said, almost in a trance. The serpent slowly unwrapped himself from her body and rhythmically shifted his body back through the stream. He wanted her to think that he clearly intended to notify his fellow serpents of his find so they could all hurry back and pluck all of the fruit for themselves. His hurried movements awoke her from her trance. Her mind was now racing as she watched Serpentalia disappear back into the woods. This tree may have the fruit that is the secret to everything here. She never understood really why she was here in Eden. All of a sudden she existed and was with Adam. When Eve asked, Adam told her that he didn't know either how he got to Eden other than the Almighty told him that he made him out of the clay from the earth. Eve wondered if there was more to the story. What if they really could be as powerful as the Almighty himself, or better yet, what if they could be even more powerful? What if they just were being kept here, prisoners in paradise? And that creature, Serpentalia. He was a very strange sort. He made her have feelings within her body like she had with Adam, but the serpent was much better at it, making the feeling more intense than she thought possible. The serpent looked so different from her and Adam, but he could speak and travel upright. He was sleek and had a powerful effect on her just like the Almighty did in many ways. She could still feel the sensation of how she felt in his embrace around her neck. But he would soon disappear as one of those winged creatures, along with some others like him, all more powerful than the Almighty. Serpentalia and his kind would eat all of the fruit from the tree of knowledge, and they all would be changed. But there would not be enough. Once he and his kind changed, she would not have a chance to be a winged creature herself. There was also something very seductive about him, and he raised feelings she had only had for Adam before. What capabilities would he have with all that knowledge and power? He would be irresistible. She thought that she should speak with Adam about this, ask him more questions about this fruit, and get his advice. He had been in Eden longer than she. But if she left the tree unattended, some other creature could come upon the tree and eat all of the fruit themselves. And she promised to watch the tree of knowledge while Serpenalia was gone. On the other hand, Serpenalia too could make it back with the other members of his species and devour all of the fruit. They would be winged and powerful almighties without her. In the back of her mind, she repeated what the Almighty had said about the fruit from this tree. According to the Almighty, if she or Adam ate of it, they would surely die. This creature Serpenalia raised other issues about the Almighty with her. For example, she had never seen the Almighty fly, she had only seen him walk or be carried by other angels. The other creatures that flew and were building the pyramid had eaten of the fruit, according to Serpenalia. The serpent took a chance and revealed his secrets with her that he didn't want the Almighty and other creatures to know. Serpenalia was asking her to guard the tree of knowledge so he could later eat of the fruit. He certainly wouldn't eat fruit that would kill him. The serpent knew so much about the tree and its fruit and about the Almighty that what he said must be true. It was only the Almighty being selfish that made him not want her or Adam to become powerful like him. They were mere playthings for him. It's settled, she thought. It will be worth the risk for me to eat of this fruit and then to be able to fly and to know all of the things of the creation, good and evil. But she walked over to the tree of knowledge, hiding her excitement at accessing all the knowledge and power. She looked around quickly to make sure no one was watching her, and then she reached up and grabbed the piece of fruit that both her and Serpenalia had been smelling earlier, and pulled it off the branch. She sniffed it again. It looked to be one of the ripest pieces of forbidden fruit on the tree, and it smelled wonderful. One final glance to make sure she was alone. There was no one else in sight as she pulled the fruit close to her mouth and bit deep into the red skin and pulp of the fruit. It was just like Serpenalia had stated, it had the best taste she had ever known. And she enjoyed chewing it in her mouth as it made her body begin to tingle. She took another bite and the juice ran down her chin. Then another and another. She finished the fruit quickly, delighting in each bite. But soon after she had eaten the fruit, the taste in her mouth changed from sweet to bitter and she began to not feel well. Her stomach began to twitch in waves of pain too, as did the rest of her body. She began to feel swollen and uncomfortable. She laid down on the ground near the tree and closed her eyes to stop a spinning feeling that was coming over her. Her mind began filling with all sorts of thoughts, good things, and then terrible things she could not even begin to imagine a few moments before. Fear began to grip her. It was as if the bright warm sun had turned cold and there was no heat coming from it any longer. Her skin began to tighten with goosebumps, prickly on her skin, another sensation she had never experienced before. She reached around, but there was nothing to put over herself to make her warm. She made herself get up and walked back into the water, the same water that only a few minutes before had soothed her. Now it only made her feel even colder. She shuddered as she thought, I am alone. All alone. Her mind continued to race. What had she done? Now she was going to die. Die alone. Adam had not eaten of the fruit. He would not die. How much time did she have before she would die? Her body would stop working, but Adam would stay healthy and live forever and she'd be gone. No one else will understand. The Almighty would just replace her as though she never existed. She'd be the example of disobedience for all the future ages. The Almighty told both her and Adam them that he could not be near them if they ate of that fruit. Would he make her leave Adam? She would have no one to talk to. Neither Adam nor the Almighty would be in her life. She then had a feeling that was welling up inside her. She became angry as she thought about that serpent. That creature that had told her nothing bad would happen. She looked at her reflection in the water. There were no wings forming on her back. She would not be able to fly. She had been lied to by that evil creature. Now she knew what evil meant. She needed to harm that serpent. Make him undo the harm that he had caused. Or she would make the serpent die too. She needed to clear her mind of all these thoughts and feelings, but couldn't. She needed to find Adam. But would he want her now that she had eaten of the forbidden fruit? He had already disposed of another mate who had betrayed him by leaving him. Now she had set things in motion that would take her from him. How long did she have before the Almighty found out? Her mind raced, then she came up with another plan. What if I get Adam to eat the fruit too? He will be with me. Then I won't be alone. Maybe the Almighty will forgive us and change his mind about us having to die if both of us are at risk. Eve reached up and grabbed a couple more pieces of the ripened fruit and headed off to find Adam. Chapter 44. A tragic decision. Luciferiel reverted back into his own magnificent form as soon as he was clear of Eve's view. Serpentalia's form was not pleasant for him as it restricted his movements. Now he was free to fly once again, and he shot up into a nearby tree where he could stay close and observe her without being seen. His disguise as a serpent had worked well. It wasn't long after he had left her that she reached up and picked the piece of forbidden fruit they had been sniffing earlier off the branch. He smiled broadly as she first took a bite and then devoured the entire piece of fruit. He was quite happy with himself. That was easy. Those humans were quite gullible. Reviewing his interaction with her, he could have easily put her in a trance. He had not even used much of his charm with her. Oddly, he noticed as he was thinking about his conversation with Eve that he found her beautiful in an earthy way. Jarahmael had observed Jarahmael and Lillith engage in some earthy mating ritual, and his mind thought about that possibility with Eve. His body wanted to join hers when he had been so close to her. He wondered if that act was pleasurable in the same way he enjoyed diving into newly created stars. He thought again about Jarahmael and Lillith. Had Jarahmael discovered some new form of pleasure that was not offered by the Almighty to him first? He watched as Eve folded onto the ground soon after eating the forbidden fruit. She was laying there for a while. Wonderful! This human must be dying already, just as he had planned and as the Almighty promised. Well, that would end the problem of the humans quickly. But if she had died from eating the fruit, how would he get rid of the man? The Almighty seemed to have taken a special liking to him. He had given him 2 of these females already and neither had worked out well. If Adam found her dead body under the tree there, it would act as confirmation of the Almighty's warning and Adam would never eat that fruit. Maybe I should move her body to the stream and let her float down. Perhaps Adam will think it was an accident. Well, better that than to lose the chance to get the man to eat of the tree, he thought. Better yet, he could hide the body and disguise himself as Eve. It worked with changing himself into Serpentalia's form. He could bring Adam back to the tree and tempt him too. The male couldn't be any smarter than the female. He'd best get moving, so Adam wouldn't suspect anything. Lillith pulled himself up on the branch and was about to stretch out his wings to fly over to Eve's body, when he suddenly saw her move. He froze in place and slowly dropped himself down behind the bushes as Eve stood up. Eve is not dead. How can that be? Now what is she going to do? He watched her stand there under the tree for a while and then walk over to the stream and get back into the water. She wasn't in the stream long before she got back out. He watched as she walked back under the tree of knowledge, reached up and took a couple of pieces of the forbidden fruit off the tree. Bundling them in her arms, she then walked off, and headed in the direction of the hut. He suddenly remembered Serpentalia. Better deal with the real Serpentalia before someone or something stumbled upon the creature. Lillith flew over to the place where he had left the serpent standing in a trance. He will never know that I changed myself into his form. He was going to release Serpentalia from the trance but then thought better of it. It was best to make sure the serpent remained in a trance for now, and keep him out of sight, so Lillith hid the serpent in a nearby clump of bushes. Lillith did not need the serpent stumbling into Eve or Adam until everything played out. Lillith took off into a slow quiet flight at treetop level and tracked Eve on the ground, making sure he stayed back far enough that she could not see him. He watched Eve carefully as she walked into the hut in the clearing, which must be where she and Adam slept. He circled around to see if Adam was nearby, and when he saw the human male was not there yet, he landed in a tree nearby and waited for Adam to return. Eve did not come back out of the hut until Adam walked into the clearing and called out for her. Eve, I have some of that fruit you liked from over on the other side of Eden. Please, Adam, come inside, she called out to him. Adam found her lying on the straw, her body covered over by some large palm leaves. Eve put a smile on her face, trying to look as though nothing had changed. That's wonderful, she said, but began to cry before the phrase was out of her mouth. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Adam responded as he began to look upset himself. The only time I have been upset like that was when Lillith had left me. What could have possibly happened that would make you feel like this? Eve grabbed his hand and pulled him next to her, placing her right index finger over her lips to indicate that he should just stay quiet. Lillith had watched Adam go into the hut and decided to land softly behind it so he would be able to hear what they said. Once Adam was in the bed beside her, she sat up, grabbed Adam and held him, tucking her head under his chin and sobbing into his chest. Adam instinctively began holding her tight with his left arm and began stroking her hair with his right hand. Eve was sobbing heavily and was unable to do anything but hug him. She wasn't even able to speak. Adam tried to reassure her. Eve, everything will be all right. There is nothing that we can't get through together. It will be all right. She only sobbed harder when she heard that. Now. Just let it out. It will be fine. They remained like that for a long time. Whenever she would try to say something, her tears came out stronger, as did her sobbing. Eventually she had run out of tears, but Adam still held her close. It's all right, he said, taking her face in his hands and looking into her eyes. She could not look directly back into his, and she focused her gaze downwards onto the floor. Just tell me what's wrong. I can help. You were so kind to me after Lillith left. I will never forget that. I learned from Lillith leaving me that I could be forced to be alone. I don't want to feel like that ever again. You helped me heal from that pain. I love you because of it. Let me help you. Do you mean that? She asked, still looking down. Yes, I mean that. You and I are a team. We do things together and for one another. The Almighty has made us a pair. I know what it's like not to be a pair. To be one without the other is very lonely. We can work this out, whatever it is. I don't think we can, Adam. I made a terrible mistake. Adam laughed. What kind of mistake could you have possibly made? There is nothing here that can harm us, Eve. The Almighty loves us more than anything and has given us all of this. We are His greatest creation. Don't you remember Him telling you that, the day He created you? Luciferiel shifted his weight when he heard that comment and his face began to turn red with anger. I have done something that cannot be forgiven, Adam. Again Adam told her, it cannot be that bad, Eve. We can straighten out whatever it is. Just tell me, I can't help you with something when I don't know what happened. You promise? She asked. Yes, I promise, he answered emphatically. All right. Remember when the Almighty showed us the tree of life? Yes, I do. What did you do to it? Destroy it, he asked as he smiled. No, she answered quickly. Remember that he also showed us the tree on the other side of the stream? Yes, I do. Did you destroy that one too? That one should be destroyed anyway, he said, starting to laugh. She began to sob again. I am serious. You promise to stand by me, she asked. Yes, I promise, he added, nodding his head. I went to the stream between the two trees there to bathe this afternoon. I had fallen asleep in the stream as I sometimes do. Then a while later, I was awoken by a creature traveling past me through the water. What sort of creature? Adam asked. It was a serpent, that's what he called himself. He told me his name was Serpent Alia. He was in a hurry and I asked him why. He said he was in a hurry to go eat from the other tree there. The tree of life? Adam asked. I thought that was only there for us? No, from the other tree, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, Eve responded. Did he die from eating the fruit of that tree? Adam asked. No, he never ate the forbidden fruit. Well then, there is no problem, stated Adam. Nothing has been disturbed. That's not true, Eve said sheepishly. Some of the fruit was eaten. How could that be? You just said that the serpent did not eat of the fruit. He tricked me, she blurted out. He told me lies while he was talking to me, she said as she began to sob again. Lies? Asked Adam. Yes, lies. He told me that the fruit of that tree would make us into gods like the Almighty himself. That it made humans like us into the winged angels that work on the pyramids. That they had eaten of the fruit and it gave them the ability not only to fly but also to build large structures like the pyramid here in Eden. He told me that the Almighty had lied to us, that he just didn't want you and I to become strong and with the knowledge that the Almighty possesses. You believed him? A creature you had just met? Adam asked, pulling back from Eve. You do know that was the only commandment that the Almighty gave us? Yes, I know. But he talked to me about how the Almighty didn't fly like the angels, how he was afraid that you and I would know as much as he did if we ate of the fruit. Why didn't you wait for me, Eve? Why didn't you come talk to me? Adam asked as he began to turn pale. She began to cry again and said, he told me to protect the fruit while he was gone. He was in a hurry, that he had been looking for this fruit for a long time. He wanted me to keep the secret that the fruit was special. And that he was going back to get the rest of the serpents so they could eat of the fruit and become as powerful as the Almighty. As she was speaking, she thought it was best to keep out the part that the serpent told her that he trusted her with the secret because she was an obedient creature and that she would not eat of the fruit as the Almighty had told her not to eat it. An omission that was not lost on Luciferiel as he eavesdropped. Adam became silent and then dropped back on their bedding within the hut. He stared up into the ceiling for a few minutes and then cupped his head in his hands. Eve reached over and tried to put her arms around him again. But he pushed her away. She just lay next to him and cried. After a long while he turned his head to face her. So you ate the fruit? Yes, she said softly. How much did you eat? I ate a whole one. I just couldn't stop myself once I started. If we explain this to the Almighty, that you were tricked by this serpent, maybe he will forgive you, he said, thinking there could be some hope. What if he makes me die as soon as finds out that I disobeyed him, she asked. He wouldn't do that to you, Adam said again, trying to stay hopeful. I wouldn't allow it, he added, with a touch of bravado. How could you stop him, Adam? We don't even know what this means. And we don't have any power like that to create things like he does. He told us we were the greatest thing he ever created, remember? Adam said, trying to sound reassuring. What happens if I die now and he leaves you to live here in Eden all alone? It will be just like when Lilith left. You remember how painful that was for you? Suddenly both of them became silent again. They each realized that Lilith had disappeared and never came back to Eden. If she wasn't in Eden, where could she possibly be? Perhaps her leaving Adam caused her to die because she had broken a rule of the Almighty's by leaving on her own. Adam began to cry, and triggered Eve to cry again, and they both reached over and held one another. After they had ceased crying, Adam pulled back so he could see Eve's eyes. She was able to look directly into his again. She felt so close to him, closer than she had ever felt before. Adam whispered to her, there is only one way I can see to deal with this. Once the Almighty finds out, you will have to die. I can't think of living without you, Eve. Even if we find this serpent, who is to say he would tell the truth to the Almighty anyway? He certainly was capable of lying and tricking you earlier. All he would have to do is to deny he even spoke to you. Regardless, even if he admitted lying to you, you were the one who ate the fruit. We do not know that there isn't something in the fruit that will make you die even if the Almighty wants to protect you. Eve nodded her head in agreement with what Adam was saying, as she was feeling more love for him. The only choice I see is to combine our futures. I will have to eat of the fruit myself. I will seal myself to your fate. Whatever happens to you then will happen to me. If we both die because there is something within the fruit itself, or we die because of disobeying the commandment of the Almighty, so be it. Eve leaned in and kissed Adam. Let's hurry back to the tree and I will eat one of the pieces of the forbidden fruit, before something happens to you, he said as he stood up. Oh Adam, you don't have to do that, Eve said. Yes, I do, he said. I have made up my mind. It's the only solution I can live with. Oh no. I meant we don't have to go back to the tree to get some of the fruit, she said, looking into his eyes adoringly. For a second Adam looked down at her, perplexed. I told you I intend to eat the fruit, so if we perish together. We need to get some of the fruit, he repeated. I brought some pieces back with me, Adam. I hoped that you loved me enough to sacrifice for me. And you have not disappointed me, Eve said, relieved. Adam was surprised that she could think for him like that, but he simply smiled back at her and said, let me have the fruit. Luciferiel remained for a few moments after he heard Adam eating the fruit. His work was done here for the day. Nature will now take its course and we shall see what the Almighty does now about his greatest creations. He flew back to where Serpentalia was, released him from his trance and flew off before Serpentalia realized that he had been there. Serpentalia would have no recall of Luciferiel being there and certainly would have no idea of what Eve was talking about if he was ever accused. It would look that Eve made the story up to break the Almighty's commandment and to bring Adam along with her. He smiled to himself as he flew back into his palace. It had been a great and glorious day. Chapter 45. Exposed. The sun rose the next day in the east as it always had, but everything looked different to Adam and Eve. They had been up most of the night, worried about any noise they heard in the dark. Adam had eaten the forbidden fruit just before nightfall and they did not know what would happen, now that they had both disobeyed the Almighty's commandment to them. Adam, too, had found the taste of the fruit to be exquisite at first. It was the aftertaste that was horrible. Where he had peace of mind when he would go to sleep before, now he had all kinds of terrible thoughts. Everything appeared stark, cold, and naked. Eve, too, tossed and turned all night, she could not rest peacefully either. When the sun had come up, Adam was at least relieved that they had not died during the night. We made it to morning, Adam said. But I still feel miserable. I can't stop thinking about what is going to happen to us now. Yes, I hardly slept, Eve said. My mind won't turn off either, she said, rubbing her eyes. Adam noticed that she had dark circles under her eyes this morning. He had never seen that before. Her face appeared drawn, older than it had the day before. Adam himself felt weaker this morning. He did not smile nor was he at peace as he had been almost every day except for the day when he lost Lilith. But even after Lilith left he did not have his mind racing and just seeing terrible things in the future, as it was doing this morning. Looking down at their bodies, Adam said to Eve, "You do know that we are naked?" "Yes, I never thought about it before," she responded. It always seemed so natural. Now it feels awkward and shameful. Like we are doing something wrong. I want to cover myself up, Adam said. So do I, said Eve. I think we can string some plant leaves together and cover ourselves. I wonder why the Almighty never told us to cover ourselves. Adam wondered aloud. It just seems like we are doing something wrong if we now walk around outside uncovered, Eve responded, trying to cover herself with her hands as she was thinking about it. Let's take care of that first, Adam said. Let's go get some of those plants and leaves to cover ourselves, like you suggest. They went outside and found some thin vines, and broke off long pieces. Adam lifted Eve up to a tall branch where there were some large leaves and she pulled down a number of them. A few minutes later, they had fashioned coverings for themselves out of the leaves and vines. Finally, I feel a bit better about our nakedness, said Adam. They went to gather some fruit to eat and headed directly for the tree of life, hoping that its powerful fruit would make them feel better and even counter the effects of the fruit of that terrible tree nearby. They arrived at the tree of life and picked some of its fruit, and ate it slowly, hoping for its full effects to kick in soon. This should make us feel better, Adam said, hopefully taking a bite out of the fruit. Let's hope so, added Eve, biting into her piece. They both regained some energy and the haggardness that had been about them disappeared. I wonder what is going to happen when the Almighty discovers we have eaten of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, Adam said, repeating himself out of worry, slowly twisting a lock of his brown hair between his fingers. Eve watched him play with his hair and said, I think we should just avoid the subject. After all, there is no one here to tell him that we did eat of the fruit. And I have never seen him inspect the tree. He never even goes near it on most of his walks with us. Next time he visits us, let's make sure we keep him away from the tree at least long enough for all of its fruit to grow back, Adam said as he looked over towards the tree and continued, I can't see that any of the fruit is even missing from here. We can hope that the Almighty does not notice either. They then decided to take a walk around Eden and for the day stayed together as much as they could. There was not anything more important to either one of them and each felt better being in one another's company. We should keep our eye out for that creature Serpenalia. Maybe if we capture it and get it to confess what it has done, we can make a case for forgiveness from the Almighty, Eve said. That's a good idea, added Adam. Where did you see him? They traced back Eve's movements from the day before, but could not find any tracks belonging to the serpent. The day passed very slowly, time for them had slowed down to a crawl. They felt a darkness hanging over them even though it was a typical gorgeous sunny day in paradise. As the day was ending they headed back to their hut, bringing along some extra fruit from the tree of life. It was the only thing that seemed to make them feel better. It gave them a burst of energy which made the obsessive thinking about their doom easier to deal with. And because this was the usual time that the Almighty would come to see them, they were becoming more fearful despite having eaten a great deal more of the fruit of the tree of life. They were both hoping that the Almighty was still away in other parts of the universe, and would not visit them for a while longer. But they were not that fortunate and they had good cause for concern. They saw the clouds part as the Almighty descended down into the clearing by their hut, accompanied by his seraphim and throne angels. Now they both were getting frantic about facing the Almighty. Adam thought to buy some time to calm themselves, perhaps they should hide themselves in some bushes behind the hut. Maybe the Almighty will just go back if we don't appear, whispered Adam to Eve. She agreed and the two of them ran into the bushes behind the hut and hid as the Almighty was descending. A few minutes later the Almighty appeared and looked around the clearing for his two humans. Adam! Eve! Where are you? He called out. Despite being hidden, they both heard the Almighty's voice as though he was standing right next to them. He called their names again and his voice remained absolutely clear once again. Adam whispered to Eve, this isn't going to work. Our pretending not to hear him is not believable. Let's go greet him and act as though everything is normal and the same. As they came out of the bushes they both tried to act normal as if they had just been on a stroll together. The Almighty saw them come through the bushes behind the hut and looked directly at them. As they came out, both Adam and Eve bowed before him, as they usually would do as a sign of respect. The Almighty continued to stare right at them, his gaze becoming hardened and fiery. It felt to the two of them that his eyes were blazing into theirs and that he was in the middle of their minds. What have you done? He bellowed at them and the ground itself shook. Nothing, my lord. Adam's voice trembled as it let out the words. Do not lie to me. His voice bellowed again, the ground shaking with the pronunciation of each word. Why were you hiding from me? Now they were both trembling. We had to find some clothes, my lord, Eve said, desperately hoping his demeanor would soften. I see that you have succeeded in clothing yourselves, he said as his rage turned to sorrow. Adam added, we were naked and wanted to be covered in your presence, thinking that it would meet with the Almighty's approval. Who told you that you were naked? The Almighty asked, tears rolling down his cheeks. The serpent creature Serpenalia, Eve blurted out, as she tried to throw some blame on him for tricking her. Why do you continue to lie to me? The Almighty said sadly. Why do you take me for a fool? Both Adam and Eve realized for the first time that what they had done and all these lame attempts at covering it up actually hurt the Almighty. And they began to cry again. I had given you everything. Everlasting life, a paradise to live in, with no need to toil to survive, you could do whatever you wanted with your time. There was no pain, no suffering. Adam apologized first. We are so sorry, my lord. We know how much you love us. I had put you above all of my other creations, even my firstborn, the angels. Please forgive us, both Adam and Eve pleaded in unison as they threw themselves down flat upon the dirt of Eden. Eve stopped sobbing, pushed her head up from the ground and started to explain. It was not our fault, my lord. We were tricked by that creature Serpenalia into eating the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. He told me lies about the fruit. The Almighty looked Eve directly in her eyes. What did this creature tell you, Eve? That you did not want us to eat of the fruit of the tree because it would give us the same knowledge that you have, my lord. That you were afraid that we may become more powerful than you, she said. It still sounded like a reasonable answer to her, but Adam cringed when he heard it said that way. You mean that you wanted my powers? You wanted to be more powerful than I? You thought I was depriving you of that knowledge and power because I was jealous? And if that was true, and you did become more powerful, what were you going to do with me? Cast me out of Eden? Maybe the heavens too, the Almighty asked, tears rolling down his cheeks again. Eve shut up and stayed silent as she realized that those were distinct possibilities, things that she had never thought through before she ate the forbidden fruit. And you, Adam? Is that why you ate the fruit as well? No, my lord, he said, hoping that he could convince the Almighty that this was all just a large misunderstanding. I was not with Eve when this creature tricked her. I do not even know what this creature looks like. I was tending plants when it happened and only found out afterwards when I saw Eve last night. So you were not tricked then, the Almighty asked. Well, no. Or I mean yes, my lord, Adam stuttered. When I found out that Eve had eaten of the fruit and had disobeyed your commandment, we were both afraid. I was afraid that I would lose her, and I would be left here in Eden without her. I would be alone again just as I was when Lilith disappeared. And did I not deal with Lilith's disappearance in a way that restored your happiness and returned you to greater feelings of contentment, Adam? Adam's sadness and confusion as he spoke was palpable in the air as he continued, No, I mean, yes my lord, you did. But we were both afraid that you would make Eve die, and I decided that I would share her fate in case you did decide that she must die. If I had not eaten of the fruit and we appeared before you, you would separate us and I would not have the opportunity to stay with her or die with her. The Almighty spoke ever more softly, that saddens me even more, Adam. You chose a path away from my love for you. You love Eve more than I, your creator. I, who have given you everything. Even gave you a second chance with a mate when the first one did not work out as planned. You made Lilith die, my lord. Eve blurted out. Deeply perturbed, the Almighty bellowed at Eve, I did no such thing. She is alive and well in heaven as we speak. Her fate is not condemned as now your two fates are. Please forgive us, Lord, Adam pleaded. I did not make that commandment idly. It was an important test of loyalty and love for you too. You now have knowledge of how to be evil, to be destructive. To lie, to cheat, to steal, to hurt others for selfish reasons, to kill. I gave you free will, the ability to make one choice over another. But you have chosen out of selfish motives already, even before you had this new knowledge of evil. If you betrayed me when I have given you everything, what would you do to me or even your own kind when you don't have everything you want? The Almighty moved back from Adam and Eve. It pains me greatly to see what you have done. Love is to be honored and reciprocated, not ignored, nor betrayed, nor only honored until a better deal comes along. The Almighty called out, Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, come here at once. Immediately, the archangels Michael, Gabriel, and Uriel appeared. Adam and Eve were startled at how quickly these large and powerful beings appeared and gasped with fear in their presence. These beings remained far more beautiful than any of the angels either of them had seen from the distance in their observations of the construction of the pyramid. This day they did not radiate love when they appeared, but were cold and distant, reflecting the Almighty's wrath, causing both Adam and Eve to tremble. This is my judgment and I have summoned these three archangels here to enforce it. Heed my words, humans. Adam and Eve, you are banished from Eden. You will no longer be able to eat of the tree of life. You will age and your bodies will eventually die. You will feel pain like you have never known. You wanted to be in charge of Eden and maybe the heavens. I would have given you the entire Garden of Eden and all of the earth to be part of your dominion. Now all I give you is dominion over your children and the lesser creatures who live on the earth, many of those creatures that do not live by divine guidance. You will deal with strife among all of them for all your days. Eve, for your treachery you will be cursed when you bear children, as it will be painful for you and often deadly for your daughters who follow. And you and they shall be cursed because you will be driven to have children. Adam, you will struggle and have to till the earth to produce food. It will no longer be as easy as just picking it off the trees and plants of Eden. And you and your offspring will suffer from selfishness, greed, evil desires, and fighting among yourselves. Lastly, you will love others and love things of the earth that you will never be able to keep. They will be taken from you, and not be yours when the time comes for your deaths. The Almighty turned to his archangels. Michael, this creature Serpentalia is a creation of Luciferiel, is it not? Yes, my lord, he is the leader of the serpents. The species we spared when we destroyed the dinosaurs in anticipation of expanding Eden onto the earth, Michael responded humbly. We should have destroyed them then, despite Luciferiel's plea to spare them. Michael, I gave you this commandment to be repeated and carried out on Serpentalia and his species. For his treachery, no matter what the guise that caused it, I condemn all the serpents to crawl upon the earth and never travel upright again. From this day forward, man and serpent will be enemies, out to destroy one another. For the poison that Serpentalia placed in Eve's mind, that venom will be contained in Serpentalia's mouth to be used as a danger to mankind and their offspring. For the serpents leading humans into ruin, the serpent will now be under the heel of man and be destroyed by him wherever possible. Gabriel, Uriel. Provide Adam and Eve with some clothing, since they feel that their nakedness as my creations is somehow lacking. Then fly them out of Eden and place them on the earth. Have Cerebriel assign cherubim to guard the gates to Eden in case they attempt to find their way back here, for they are not to return while they live. The Almighty turned back to face Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve, look upon me for the last time. You will never see me again through those eyes of yours. As the Almighty spoke those words, he changed out of his human form and appeared before them as he truly was, the way the angels knew him. Neither Adam nor Eve could look upon him in that form, and they dropped their heads and eyes to the ground, trembling even more. Both realized what a terrible choice they had made. They were in the presence of a force that was greater than all forces in the universe, for the universe was but a part of the Almighty himself. Chapter 46. A warning between friends. As the sun was setting, Cerebriel flew into the entrance of Jarahmael's palace in the seventh heaven. Looking down, he could see the throne room sitting off a small distance away. Great view, he thought to himself. He had never been to Jarahmael's palace before, he only came to the seventh heaven for the morning ceremonies conducted in the throne room. Although they had become friends, he always spoke to Jarahmael in the throne room, the lower heavens or on earth. But he had important news for his friend that he felt could not wait until the next morning. Things had already been set in motion that he was sure Jarahmael would want to know about. News about the humans. He called out for Jarahmael as he landed and walked through the entrance platform and waited for a reply. Lillith came out of one of the side rooms in the mansion and walked towards him. Greetings, Lillith. I am looking for Jarahmael. Is he present? Greetings, Lord Cerebriel. Yes, he is back in his workshop, finishing some of his mirrors. She reached out for his hand and said, "Come with me and I will show you." Cerebriel was impressed that the human had both manners in addressing him and was taking him to see his friend rather than just giving him directions. How do you like it up here in the seventh heaven? Cerebriel asked. It's a very beautiful place and I am so happy being here with Jarahmael. Do you miss your own kind? Cerebriel asked, regretting the question as soon as it left his lips. Lillith turned her head sideways to look directly in his eyes when she answered, I am with my own kind. Jarahmael makes me complete in ways that Adam never could. When I was with Adam, I was happy when he was gone for the day. On the other hand, I miss Jarahmael when he is not here with me. I feel special around him. You aren't here to take him with you this evening, are you? She said with growing concern forming lines across her forehead. No, not all, Lillith. There is no need for him to leave you this evening, you can relax. They had arrived at Jarahmael's workshop and Lillith stopped and pointed inside to where Jarahmael was bent over working on one of his mirrors. Lillith said, Jarahmael, we have company, your friend has come to see you. But Jarahmael turned his head to look back at the doorway and a smile lit up his face as he recognized Cerebriel. So nice to see you, my friend, you have never been to my palace. So glad you have come to see us. What brings you here? Angel news, I am afraid, Cerebriel said as he motioned his head upwards, indicating Lillith standing behind him. He paused for a moment as he looked around the group of mirrors with handsomely carved frames. They formed a circle, shining light into the center of the room, and when Cerebriel looked into them he saw his image reflected back to him in smaller and smaller images that went on forever. Jarahmael put down his tool and moved towards the cherubim. Anything you can say to me you can say in front of her, Jarahmael. Just wanted to be sure, Jarahmael said as he walked further into the room. Lillith, you should come closer as well and hear the news then, but... Lillith moved beside Jarahmael and all three sat down on chairs Jarahmael had scattered in the center of the room. Jarahmael began, something terrible has happened in the Garden of Eden. Remember all the debate about free will and the need for consequences if the humans disobeyed the Almighty's commandment to not eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil? Jarahmael nodded yes and then turned slightly to Lillith. Luciferiel and his close allies among the archangels argued with the Almighty that the ability to choose what to do, free will, given to the humans such as yourself, should have a major consequence if any chose to disobey the wishes of the Almighty. Lillith nodded that she understood. Jarahmael then turned to Jarahmael and said, "Proceed." Jarahmael then said, "Adam and Eve disobeyed the commandment and ate the fruit from that tree. I have just come back from placing cherubim guards in the Garden of Eden to keep the humans out. Adam and Eve were removed from the garden and taken to the earth, or they will eventually die, meaning that they will cease to exist. The Almighty also placed a number of additional curses on them to endure for the rest of their lives. He also punished this creature of Luciferiel's called Serpent Alia. Apparently it was this serpent that deceived the humans." Jarahmael looked thoughtful and said, "I knew there was something wrong with that snake creature of Luciferiel's. Seemed to be unable to think though when I met it, hard to believe it was the same creature that could have deceived anyone or anything. But in any event, Luciferiel and his auxilium got their wish then. We will no longer be required to assist the humans? That is unclear as of now. I expect the Almighty will tell us more about it in the morning." Jarahmael said, shifting in his chair so he could watch Lillith and Jarahmael's reactions more closely. Lillith did not seem at all upset at hearing this terrible fate for her former mate and Eve. Jarahmael was surprised to see a slight grin appear on her face as she seemed to be happy that the other two humans would be gone. Jarahmael then said, "This is terrible news. The Almighty spent a great deal of time and effort creating and developing these creatures. It is a shame that they responded by disobeying his strict orders. I thought you would feel that way, Jarahmael. Not that you would have any particularly fond feelings for Lilith's earlier mate. But I thought you should know right away that you may want to take steps." "Steps?" Jarahmael asked. "Steps for what?" "Steps to protect your human Jarahmael, Lillith," Jarahmael said as he pointed towards her. "Why would he have to do that?" Lillith interjected, the hint of a smile disappearing as she grew more serious. "Because it is becoming clear that in most likelihood Luciferiel and his auxilium are behind the temptation and enticing the humans to eat from the forbidden fruit," Jarahmael answered, watching Jarahmael's face grow more serious as well. "I see," Jarahmael muttered as his eyebrows furrowed deep in thought. He turned again to face Lillith. "Of course. Samuel and Beelzebul had been searching for you after you left Adam and before I found you. It makes sense now. They did intend you harm, it was only that I found you before they did. I did not tell you at the time, but I decided to bring you up into the heavens after I did find you, rather than return you to the Garden of Eden as the Almighty had instructed me to, as I felt you were safer staying with me." "Oh really?" Lillith said as she slid closer to Jarahmael and wrapped her arms around one of his. "Agreed," said Jarahmael. "I am afraid that if it is true that Luciferiel and his auxilium and creations were behind Adam and Eve's disobedience, they may try to harm Lillith." Jarahmael thought about it again then said, "They would not dare harm her up here in the seventh heaven. Luciferiel and his auxilium may get away with more when they are down in Eden or on the planet Earth, it is experimental after all. But up here in my palace, within view of the Almighty's throne room itself? They would never dare." "I just wanted to warn you, my friend," Jarahmael said. "Things seem different today. We did not have death for the two humans before, but with the Almighty's pronouncement it's as though something ripped through the fabric that encapsulates the heavens." Jarahmael quickly turned to Lillith and asked, "Do you feel anything different up here in the heavens?" "No, Jarahmael. I do not," Lillith responded emphatically. Jarahmael then turned back and answered the cherubim, "I understand Jarahmael, but both Lillith and I have been here in the palace all day, without venturing forth, so it all feels the same to us. Perhaps it's a rift dealing with the earth itself. I just wanted to make sure that neither you nor Lillith were cursed," Jarahmael added as he began to walk back towards the door. "I don't see how," Jarahmael answered. "Neither she nor I broke any commandments. If anything, I protected her from harm, for the Almighty, and Lillith did Adam a favor by leaving him. He can now find happiness with another mate as best they can under the new circumstances. Would you like me to assign some cherubim guards for your mansion here, Jarahmael? To protect Lillith?" "No, that will not be necessary," Jarahmael answered. "I can't imagine the day when we will need armed angels in the heavens protecting ourselves." As you wish, Jarahmael, Jarahmael responded as he made a slight bow in deference to Jarahmael. Thanks for telling me though. The upcoming morning ceremony should be interesting, Jarahmael observed. Jarahmael, you can stay the night here in my palace if you would prefer. Thanks for the offer, Jarahmael, and for your hospitality, Lillith. But I still have things to attend to in the sixth heaven. If you change your mind about the guards, just let me know. You are welcome and thank you for informing us, Lillith said. Jarahmael then escorted his friend back to the entrance platform of his palace, leaving Lillith behind. As they walked, Jarahmael whispered to Jarahmael, "Strange days are upon us, my friend. And with the way Jarahmael has been acting, I think darker times are on their way." Chapter 47. Consequences. The morning ceremony following the fall of Adam and Eve was different than any other that had come before it. And easily the shortest. Jarahmael could tell the Almighty was angry about the prior day's events in Eden by his reluctance to speak about it with him before the morning ceremony. All that he would say about it was his announcement to the assembly of the angels that he had banished Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden and that they were exiled to the earth. They would no longer be immortal, nor would they have access to the Garden of Eden or the Tree of Life. Now earthbound, they would also not have access to the pyramids as a transportation system, as he did not want them to be able to access the heavens again. For once, he did not entertain any discussion about the situation from the assembly of angels and announced that he was going to be away for a week to rearrange things in the universe to accommodate these new events. Upon his return he would make final decisions, but for now he wanted the humans to remain earthbound, and connections between the earth and the heavens severed. He took a few moments to give individual assignments to various angels, but did so directly into their minds, without announcing them publicly. And he left immediately after the announcement. Jarahmael now was angry too, as he wanted to discuss in more detail what to do about the humans, how to destroy them once and for all, but never had the opportunity to do so. And he did not like that the Almighty did not publicly announce the assignments given to the other angels, especially with him leaving for a week. How was he supposed to lead under these circumstances? Certainly this was not the result Jarahmael expected, or worked so hard to bring about. He had major concerns that the Almighty did not immediately destroy all of these humans and return the universe back to the way it had been before his experiment with these new beings. They were clearly as much, if not more, of a failed experiment as Jarahmael's dinosaurs. His anger was rising and knew that it was best not to remain where the other angels could see that within him. But he also did not have much information or details about what happened with the humans after they had eaten the fruit. He knew he could not stay around the Garden of Eden as he did not want to be caught by the Almighty or other archangels in his disguise as Serpentia, or even more troublesome, as himself. There was no legitimate explanation that he could think of that would adequately explain his presence there. As the morning ceremony was breaking up, he quickly whispered to Samuel to see what he could discover from the other angels. Then Jarahmael waited for a few moments after the Almighty left the throne room, and headed back to his palace in the seventh heaven to await news. Samuel was able to speak with Michael as he was leaving the heavens with his group of archangels. Michael inadvertently revealed that he and his group had been assigned to check on the status of the pyramids and the humans. Samuel then flew to Jarahmael's palace to deliver the details. Upon arriving, he found Jarahmael deep in conversation with Mephistopheles and Beelzebul. Despite his anger, Jarahmael was smiling as he was telling them the details from the day before and how he so easily tricked the human creatures. War with those creatures would be easy, Jarahmael said, his eyes gleaming. They may think for themselves to a degree, but they are unable to see all the possibilities of their actions. Archangels such as us could destroy them quickly. A few lies and dupes and they will fall into any trap we set. Pardon me for interrupting, announced Samuel as he entered into the room. But I have news about Eden. Pray, tell us what you know, said Jarahmael as he pointed to a seat next to him. Well, my lord Jarahmael, this is what I found out. Michael and some of the other archangels know of the events as you described them of Adam and Eve eating the forbidden fruit, Samuel said as he seated himself. I found Michael as he was flying with Jarahmael and the others on their way to the earth. Michael explained that the Almighty discovered the humans attempting to clothe themselves, when they appeared before him. At that point, the Almighty realized that they had to have eaten of the tree of knowledge for them to feel shame about their bodies. When he confronted them about it, they eventually both confessed. Jarahmael and the other archangels nodded in approval. What happened as a result? Asked Jarahmael. Weren't they supposed to die immediately? Asked Beelzebul. Good, we are done with those creatures, said Mephistopheles. Not quite, said Samuel. The Almighty spared them. What? Said Beelzebul outraged. Jarahmael was now flushed with anger. Samuel continued to speak but also did not want to be the target of Jarahmael's growing rage. The Almighty sentenced them, that they will die, but for now they will live out the rest of their lives on the earth. I knew it, said Luciferiel. The Almighty still won't destroy these creatures. They are worse than any of the dinosaurs or serpents I have made. These humans can think for themselves, yet they choose to disobey the Almighty. And without any immediate consequences. They should die immediately. What should we do, my lord? Asked Beelzebul. Is there anything for us to do? Asked Mephistopheles. After all, we have never had much interest in Eden, why should we care about any of that now? Nor has there been much of interest left on the earth since your dinosaurs were destroyed, my lord. Luciferiel looked each of them in the eyes as he moved his glance from one to the other and spoke with resolve. We must finally destroy these humans. They are a threat to the very existence of the angels. As beings of light, we should have always been above any interest the Almighty had for these mud creatures. Next thing we know, the Almighty will be allowing these creatures into the upper heavens. Should we go destroy these humans on the earth? Asked Mephistopheles, with a gleam of enjoyment passing through his eyes. Beelzebul added, Wait, didn't the Almighty already allow Lillith into the upper heavens? Luciferiel grew quiet for a moment. The others could see that he was deep in thought. Killing the humans would not end this, Luciferiel said. Isn't the real problem that the Almighty no longer treats us as the special ones? His greatest creations, the firstborn? Yes, said Beelzebul. Samuel added, the Almighty will just create more like them. Possibly more refined and perhaps less subject to your charms, my lord Luciferiel. Mephistopheles pulled himself up to his full height of 9 feet and said, Let's get to the crux of the matter. We simply need to replace the Almighty. Our Lord Luciferiel can do a much better job, and he loves us angels above all other creatures. Luciferiel stayed quiet for a moment as he let that information sink in with all of them. He had been working for this day for a long time, although he may not have always known it. He could only see that in hindsight. But the thought of him ruling the universe excited him. It was what he was born to do in his destiny. You realize that once we choose to take the path of revolting against the Almighty, there will be no turning back, Luciferiel said. Yes, we do. What about the others in the Auxilium and those disgruntled in the ranks of the other orders of the angels? Will they agree to cast out the Almighty and place me as the next Almighty? I am sure they will, my lord, Samuel said. But at some point you will need to meet with all of them and discuss the situation. Remember, not all angels have been happy about our lesser roles or yours. And do the three of you agree that I should be the next Almighty? Luciferiel asked point blank. Yes, said Samuel. Yes, said Mephistopheles. Yes, said Beelzebul. Samuel, Mephistopheles, and Beelzebul were the closest and most loyal to Luciferiel, and he saw that they were all smiling joyously at the prospect of taking over the heavens for themselves. To solidify their decision to rebel, they all gathered around Luciferiel and clasped their wings together, and formed a cocoon with their overlapped wings. After a few moments they separated again. Luciferiel then commanded. Go forth and gather all the angels loyal to me. Assemble everyone at the fifth heaven in the Hall of the Virtues. It is time to replace the Almighty and rid the universe of these humans. Let us prepare for war. The E&D of Book I. The epic saga continues in Book 2. In Rebellion. Available now. About the author. John J. Higgins is an attorney and former statewide prosecutor who has had a multifaceted career in life. He has worked on farms, performed firearm repairs, and refinished and sold antiques, all before he finished high school. In between pursuing his college studies, he supervised industrial finishing operations and assisted in developing a powder coating system. After college, he worked full-time and attended law school at night. He also filmed rock stars and celebrities for public service announcements and produced and emceed a play that performed before audiences that totaled over 170,000. In his career as an attorney, he researched and wrote policy papers for governmental committees, drafted legislation, and revised statutes. In his role as a statewide prosecutor, he was involved in some of the highest-profile cases in his state, from prosecuting multiple and complex crime rings to homicides, including those committed by a serial killer. Among other things he does in his private life, he can scuba dive and pilot an airplane. An avid student of history and spiritual development, he lives in New Jersey in an old Victorian train station he converted into his residence. He can be reached at his website, john-j-higgins.com. www.ringoffirebooks.com